Chapter 1, Victim. It was the 12th year since the apocalypse began. Out of billions of people globally, only less than 20,000 remained after being ravaged by zombies. The ordinary people were all emaciated, sallow, and frequently sick. Their vacant stares showed the lengths they would go to for a mere biscuit, fighting until bloodied or even committing murder, devoid of humanity, morality, and dignity. The life of a psychic seemed glorious, but in reality, it was fraught with hardship. Often, they would leave and never return. Just as the darkest hour approached, good news finally came from the Academy of Sciences. Dr. Su had developed an agent that could suppress zombie evolution and infection. In other words, spraying zombies with this agent would render them powerless, making each kill permanent without any more humans transforming into zombies. Dr. Sun, renowned alongside Dr. Su, also cultivated a miraculous plant. Planted in the soil, it could improve its surrounding environment within about a month. Early that morning, to give everyone hope, the Academy displayed a head of cabbage at its entrance. There was a roar of voices, cries that lasted endlessly. Perhaps in 10 to 20 years, human life would undergo a tremendous transformation. And zombies. They would eventually become nothing more than historical dust, recorded in textbooks. Xiao Ling silently walked away. The crowd, wary of his grotesque face, respectfully cleared a path. Nowadays, only psychics dressed like normal people, though Xiao Ling was lean and not particularly tall, his piercing aura and hollow eyes warned others against provoking him. Brother Ling. Xiao Ling turned back. He recognized this girl. She was beautiful, confident, and fond of pink skirts, a healer-type psychic with a rare mutation. Ever since Xiao Ling saved her, she had been chasing him for over a year. Being homosexual, Xiao Ling had initially ignored her completely, almost cold-bloodedly. But the girl's character was admirable. After days of sorrow, she would still approach him eagerly. Li Fei smiled, resembling a pure white flower, cautiously approaching Xiao Ling. I've heard that the safety zone 1 kilometer away has been secured. There are no more zombies or mutated animals. I've made some bento boxes. Let's go out of the city for a stroll. As usual, Xiao Ling turned to leave. Li Fei's gaze flickered, determinedly standing in front of him. Brother Ling, today is my birthday. Would you please keep me company? If after today you still have no feelings for me, then I won't bother you anymore. Oh. Another trick up her sleeve. Retreat to advance. On such a hopeful day, it wasn't easy to say there was no feeling left. Both before and after the apocalypse, Xiao Ling dated several people who were never genuinely sincere to him. While loved ones were gentle and thoughtful during their affectionate phases, once the love faded, hatred boiled. In this apocalypse world, human nature was the cheapest commodity, everything revolved around food, survival, and benefit. As for love, it counted for nothing. Brother Ling. Seeing Li Fei's reddening eyes, her tears almost spilling down, there was a moment when Xiao Ling thought he should give it another try. Perhaps women weren't so bad. Other women were dirty, skeletal with empty, listless eyes. But Li Fei looked clean, fresh, innocent. A girl like her was something others couldn't dream of having, yet she liked him. Inexplicably, Xiao Ling waved his hand, and suddenly a military vehicle appeared. The two set off out of the city. The lakeside view was poor, all the mutant plants had been eradicated, and zombie fish in the lake had disappeared too. Instead, hundreds of white spheres floated on the surface, their function unknown. You're really great, Brother Ling, Li Fei said, pulling out a blanket from her space ring along with dried fruits and warm food and water. Then, shyly smiling, she said with hands clutching her dress hem, taste it, I made it myself. Xiao Ling watched but did not move, taking out water from his own space ring instead and drinking leisurely. Afraid of poison? Li Fei was smart, picking up a sandwich and eating it while also biting a fruit piece midway. This is really good stuff, I traded it for my quilt. In what era are we still caring for such pleasures when hunger strikes? What use does a quilt serve? Xiao Ling was annoyed, actually trying it out. Wasn't it risking his life enough already? Ghostly annoyed, Xiao Ling picked up a sandwich and ate it. It was indeed good, far better than those dry crumbling breads. Women were burdensome, especially those who cherished beauty. Xiao Ling was poor. Falling in love. Too extravagant. Li Fei lowered her head, her tears falling. I know, I just wanted you to eat. I still have a quilt here, it's yours. Facing the extended hand, Li Fei did not take it. Instead, she drank water and then poured it out. Xiao Ling's abnormal behavior caused him to furrow his brow hard. His intuition told him something was wrong. This kind of premonition had been honed through countless life and death situations and was uncannily accurate. Throwing the sandwich on the ground, Xiao Ling didn't try to run but instead rushed forward in an attempt to restrain Li Fei. Unfortunately, he couldn't summon any strength, collapsing onto the blanket, his body trembling, his vision going black. At that moment, someone stepped on his back, and with a crunch, his spine broke. Fei, you've worked hard. This voice was deep and magnetic. Xiao Ling stared wide-eyed. It was Commander Wu Deki. Why? Wasn't he my friend? We've gone through so many life and death moments together, why? The man was tall, handsome, with sharp features. When he smiled, it was somewhat sinister. Is my big striker about to die? Aren't you supposed to be very powerful and reckless? He laughed loudly. Get up. Keep fighting for me. Li Fei was stunned. She only knew that Wu Deqi's attitude toward Xiaoling was strange, outwardly friendly but inwardly harboring deep hatred. Clearly, there was some grudge between them. Xiaoling's consciousness was growing increasingly blurry as Wu Deqi stepped closer and grabbed his hair, pulling him up to glare at him ferociously. Do you remember the young man from 10 years ago? Begging you to take me along, but what did you do? You kicked me away. Laughing wildly, Wu Deqi's face contorted. A gentleman takes 10 years for revenge. It's been exactly 10 years, Xiaoling. Even the heavens don't favor you. How does it feel to be poisoned by the one you love? Closing his eyes, the pain from the broken bones made it difficult for Xiaoling to breathe. You're looking at me, aren't you? Look at me. Wu Deqi's face was grotesque with rage as he roared, veins bulging on his forehead due to his intense emotion. Why can you love sluts and losers, but not me? What's so good about that phone guy that made you loyal to him? Ha ha ha, you're done now, you can't move. Rest assured, psychics have strong constitutions, you'll just be paralyzed. I won't let you die. As your husband, I'll treat you well. What? Xiaoling, whose face had already turned as white as paper, opened his eyes and glanced toward the direction of the safe zone that was about to become utopia, and bit his tongue. Xiaoling freed himself from his agony, but little did he know that even in his fury, Wu Deqi wouldn't spare his body. The research institute would welcome a psychic very much. Over the years, Xiaoling trusted Wu Deqi like a brother, so Wu Deqi knew Xiaoling wasn't a single-type psychic. The brain core of a dual-type psychic was a rare treasure. Dr. Su's expression was very somber, his gaze piercing. Young Master Wu, where is Xiaoling's brain core? Where's his blood? Huh? Wu Deqi appeared expressionless but internally panicked. After having sex with Xiaoling several times, he brought him directly over without letting anyone else handle him. Impossible. The body is still warm. Where's the space ring? Dr. Su's face turned pitch black. Wu Deqi was speechless too. Give me half a day. After leaving the research institute, Wu Deqi found Li Fei. Where are the items? What? Li Fei tilted her head blankly. With Xiaoling's death, she benefited greatly. Now, with the benefactor in front of her, she wished she had known earlier so she could have put on makeup, taken a bath, or even worn a sexy halter short skirt. But it wasn't too late, this lustful man clearly liked her. Li Fei boldly leaned closer, soft as if she had no bones. Young Master Wu, tonight, ah. Wu Deqi went berserk and immediately strangled her slender neck, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Speak. Where is Xiaoling's brain core? And his space ring? There was a level 10 zombie crystal core in the ring that he absolutely must obtain. Cough cough. I don't know. Li Fei truly didn't know, but would young Master Wu believe her? All night, Li Fei revealed nothing useful and was beaten nearly to death. The next morning, everyone in the safe zone slept sweetly, while Wu Deqi, unable to account to Dr. Su, handed over Li Fei, the greedy and pitiful woman, to the authorities. Once upon a time, the pure, slightly dazed girl in Xiaoling's eyes suffered painfully for 2 years in the research institute before being dissected. Chapter 2, Old Lover. Pain. Every part of my body hurts, especially the spot in the middle of my back. Am I not dead yet? Xiaoling struggled to open his eyes, enduring the excruciating pain as he sat up. The scenes around him left him dumbfounded, doctors in white coats, sweet nurses, and patient families walking back and forth busily. A small nurse approached, looking worried at Xiaoling. How are you feeling? Lie down quickly. Where are your family members? Why haven't they come to see you yet? The doctor also arrived, checking Xiaoling. You have a real knack for survival. Why didn't you run when such a heavy basketball rack fell on you? The nurse handed Xiaoling a few pills and water. Since you're awake, quickly contact your family members. Oh, by the way, your medical expenses were prepaid by your classmate. The doctor was about to leave for the next bed but lingered, frowning deeply. Was the boy brain damaged? He sat silently, eyes vacant as if severely shocked. Did the rack hit his head instead of his waist? He had been unconscious for over 2 days, perhaps a brain CT scan would be wise before collecting today's medication fees. Xiaoling still sat there dazedly, his eyeballs darting left and right as he cautiously observed the environment. The room contained 6 beds, 10 adults, 1 child, patients, children, doctors, but something didn't add up. This was supposed to be the apocalypse. Wait, basketball rack. Yes, that accident happened in the 3rd year of university. Then Feng Xiangnan paid the medical bills and proposed a breakup, giving the absurd excuse that he had to take responsibility for a pregnant underclassman. After 2 years of passionate love, Feng Xiangnan did this. At the time, Xiaoling could not accept such a thing and threw tantrums, cried, begged, ruining his reputation, making everyone know he was gay, almost getting expelled. Xiaoling recalled the forgotten scenes, finding it all quite incredible. Subconsciously, he glanced down at his hands. They were very pale, with a rosy hue, soft like tofu. Xiao Ling had 2 fingers cut off in the 9th year of the apocalypse, so these flawless, white hands could not possibly be his. Could he have really returned to the pre-apocalypse era? How was that possible? Could this be an illusion? Xiao Ling trembled when he picked up the phone beside the pillow. It was only 2 months until the apocalypse began. At that moment, Feng Xiangnan arrived, having been informed by the hospital to pay the bill. Though he felt guilty towards Xiao Ling, he gritted his teeth to pay the money, which was originally meant for scholarships and gifts for Pei. Ling. Xiao Ling. Feng Xiangnan had stood in front of Xiao Ling for some time. Why was he still acting so foolishly? Was he pained and sulking? But Feng Xiangnan had already promised Pei to clarify things, believing long suffering wasn't worth it compared to short-term pain. With a heavy heart, he said, that, Xiao Ling, we should break up. Awakened from his daze, Xiao Ling sat upright, his gaze unusually cold. Why? Feeling somewhat awkward, Feng Xiangnan kept his head down and missed seeing it. Ever since my parents found out about us, I've been under immense pressure, trying hard to change their minds, but unfortunately, heaven does not favor our cause. Xiao Ling, the other day at the class reunion, I got irritated over you and drank too much. It turns out Pei is pregnant, so I'm sorry. Everything was exactly the same. Xiao Ling silently stared at the person he loved for 2 years. He once said that pain was unnecessary, that he would love forever and never break up no matter how fierce the storms became. He said after graduation, they'd get married abroad. So, Xiao Ling had given himself completely to him, trusting Feng Xiangnan would cherish him. But what was the result? On that day, Feng Xiangnan's parents were going on a trip, but because of bad weather, the plane couldn't depart on schedule. An irate passenger caused a major disturbance at the airport. The flight was rescheduled for early the next morning. The couple decided not to waste money on a hotel, thinking their home wasn't far away anyway. When they opened the door late that night, they discovered Xiao Ling lying in their son's arms. Underneath a single blanket. Mr. Feng stormed into the kitchen for a cleaver, but collapsed before reaching the door. Mrs. Feng's face turned deathly pale as she called for an ambulance. In this situation, Xiao Ling fled in terror, and Feng Xiangnan was furious. Everything had seemed perfectly arranged until disaster struck. Feng Xiangnan then told Xiao Ling that to stabilize his parents' attitude, they had to temporarily fake a breakup. He shouldn't call or come find him at school. For one, his father might check his whereabouts regularly, and secondly, gradually let the parents adjust their views toward Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling believed him and lived every day in anxious torment. During this time, Mrs. Feng had been busy introducing many fine young women to Feng Xiangnan. Both Feng parents were educators with good reputations, average income, plus Feng Xiangnan was handsome and highly attractive. Many girls admired him. When Xiao Ling found out about this carelessly through inquiries, Feng Xiangnan immediately blackened his face, angrily questioning why Xiao Ling didn't trust him. Knowing full well his truth, loving men, not women, Feng Xiangnan swore that women wouldn't excite him. Yet, within 2 months, Feng Xiangnan came to break up with him. As for Pei, she had always liked Feng Xiangnan. She was an only daughter of a factory owner. Sighing, Feng Xiangnan looked up at Xiao Ling, seeing his pallor, feeling somewhat uneasy. Don't look at me like this. I'm the one who wronged you. Focus on recovering here in the hospital, I'll cover your medical fees. Xiao Ling still didn't speak, and Feng Xiangnan became anxious. You know I like you, but I can't help it. Just so happens that my parents really like Pei too. I will marry her, then, if at that time you still are. Do you have any shame? It was a young man who spoke, sitting on another bed. Huh? Feng Xiangnan turned his head to look. The guy had colorful hair all over his head. Obviously, he wasn't a good person, a thug. A tramp. A human scum. These kinds of people Feng Xiangnan never paid attention to. But the youth wasn't letting him off the hook. Do you think everyone in this room is just decoration? By saying these words, did you consider his feelings and reputation? Is getting some student pregnant for fun amusing? What a phony show. Just because you've covered the medical fees, you think you're better than others now? Do you realize youth isn't just about money? You. Feng Xiangnan was enraged, his face turning alternately green and red as he stared hatefully at Xiao Ling. Is this your new friend? Shit, the youth couldn't contain himself anymore, cheating and still taking out anger on someone else. You're shameless. Feng Xiangnan noticed that the atmosphere throughout the room was strange. Homosexuality was like a disease in older people's eyes, and those curious, sarcastic, and disdainful gazes made him feel like sitting on pins and needles. However, leaving at this point would be a loss of face. Xiao Ling, if you keep acting like this, your life will be ruined. Take care of yourself, then. The person quickly left as if staying another moment meant being bitten. The youth gave Xiao Ling an annoyed look. Are you dead? Someone uses you and discards you, yet you remain silent. Thank you, but remember, Xiao Ling glanced at him with an extraordinarily sharp gaze. Don't waste words on garbage. What? The youth ruffled his hair, feeling rather startled and realizing the patient on the bed was not an ordinary person. Xiao Ling's face was calm, but inside, waves of shock surged. I'm back, really reborn. This time, no one will dare to trample on my dignity. There were only 2 months left. He must prepare immediately. All the money in his hands should be spent, preferably acquiring a weapon. After all, Xiaoling looked now like a plucked chicken, white, thin, soft, easily knocked down, the epitome of a submissive partner. Anybody interested in the same sex could immediately recognize Xiaoling's attributes with just one glance. And now, he probably had more than 300,000 yuan in savings. When applying for university, his mother had been critically ill, and Xiaoling hadn't passed the key university exam. After his mother's passing, she left behind 2 houses and 2 passbooks. Because relatives came to create trouble, his Uncle Da's intervention deeply moved the boarding Xiaoling, so when Uncle Da proposed wanting his 2 children to study in the city, Xiaoling agreed to let the entire family live in his house. Uncle Da's wife tried painstakingly to manage Xiaoling's money, fearing he'd squander it and have none left to marry a wife. Xiaoling felt there was no need since he was already 19 years old back then. More selfishly, he wanted Feng Xiangnan to be more comfortable. Later, he realized Uncle Da's family wasn't actually on his side but wanted to take over his property. When Uncle Xiao got married, their mother pitied her younger brother and worried about his mortgage troubles, so she offered to let her younger brother live there for free. Their mother allowed Uncle Xiao to live for free, why couldn't Uncle Da have the same deal? There were 2 houses after all, and Xiaoling had passbooks too, right? As Xiaoling emerged from his memories, he coldly smiled. After the apocalypse, these relatives finally showed their true nature, not really. Actually, they'd been obvious all along. But Xiaoling had been foolish, thinking solely of Feng Xiangnan and ignoring these dirty greediness. His phone rang, and Xiaoling picked it up, twitching his lips slightly. It was the teacher calling. Chapter 3, The Space. Teacher Zhang was Xiaoling's homeroom teacher, usually unremarkable but delivering reasonable advice at crucial moments. Unfortunately, Xiaoling had been deeply poisoned by prejudice and failed to distinguish between good and bad. With a chance to redo things, Xiaoling didn't want to see his homeroom teacher hesitating, sighing again and again. A finger move, and the call connected. How do you feel? Just a minor injury, no big deal, Teacher Zhang. I'll go back to school tomorrow. Xiaoling was a bit excited, having not used a phone for over 10 years. After earning fame in the apocalyptic world, he once got a walkie-talkie during a military food gathering mission. But compared to the current excitement, that experience paled in comparison. Don't force yourself, sensing something odd in his student's tone, Teacher Zhang frowned. I'll visit this afternoon. If you're discharged, we'll process the necessary paperwork. Am I treated like a kid? Xiaoling appreciated this pure concern. No need, teacher. I'll process it immediately. If you're still concerned, check on me thoroughly tomorrow. That silence again. Xiaoling disliked it. Goodbye, teacher. Wait. Teacher Zhang also didn't know where his usual calm observation had gone, but he felt compelled to offer some advice. Perhaps it was because Xiaoling's tone today had completely changed, or perhaps because he sensed a new maturity. Your parents are no longer with you, and I know you need care. But friends are one thing, lovers another. I hope you'll walk on a bright and brilliant path. Wow, teachers are perceptive. They were clearly hinting at Xiaoling's past with Feng Xiangnan. Xiaoling had always thought the situation between him and Feng Xiangnan became known only after the adults interfered and he relentlessly pursued Feng Xiangnan. Now it seemed Teacher Zhang had been aware of their inappropriate relationship all along. A moment of silence followed by beeps. Teacher Zhang had hung up first. After finalizing the discharge procedures, Xiaoling silently walked through the bustling streets, basking in the sunlight. A child fell down nearby. Xiaoling happened to be walking toward where a balloon was floating and caught it effortlessly. The worried mother asked her child repeatedly if they were hurt and where exactly. When Xiaoling handed over the balloon, the mother gave him a warm smile and thanked him, while the innocent child sweetly called out, "Thank you, big brother." This small interlude of happiness made Xiaoling wonder how long such joy could last. In 2 months' time, this place would become a zombie's paradise. Whether people accepted it or not, survival would depend entirely on self-reliance and hard work. Standing at a crossroads, Xiaoling's icy eyes reflected a tinge of blood red. He owned 2 properties that were currently occupied by relatives. Now he found himself homeless. Back to the dormitory? Xiaoling licked his lips and shook his head. Living with 6 people wouldn't do for now. He decided to go to the bank and withdraw some cash before checking into a hotel room to bathe and look in the mirror. Yes, just looking in the mirror. Xiaoling looked good, his fair skin was flawless, clear eyebrows framed soft features, and pink lips completed his elegant appearance. With not a single ounce of excess fat, he was incredibly handsome, possessing an indescribable charm. Compared to the disfigured faces from the post-apocalyptic world, Xiaoling found himself almost mesmerizing. In that world, having a beautiful face without power was dangerous. Power. Is my ability still here? Xiaoling extended his pale, slender fingers, but nothing happened for a long time. Still no luck. As he inspected his hand more closely, he noticed something like thin threads attached to the finger where he once wore the space ring. It hadn't caught his attention before. His brow furrowed as he touched it, however, the sensation grew hotter, which seemed very unusual. Suddenly, everything went dark. When Xiaoling opened his eyes again, he was shocked. He stood in a strange place, a misty gray sky above, colorful soil beneath his feet, and nothing around for miles. Weird. So weird. Xiaoling wondered aloud, could this be my new ability? During the apocalypse, he did many unconventional things to boost his strength, extreme actions like consuming the brain cores of ice-powered deceased humans, crystal nuclei from lightning zombies, and the energy crystals of mutated animals and plants. The risks were immense, often teetering between life and death. A few times he nearly died, but for survival, there was no other choice. Surveying the area, it was about 10 meters wide, small yet roughly the size of his former space ring. Could the ring have mutated? Ah, this thought lit up Xiaoling's eyes. At that exact moment, a faint ripple of energy passed by, causing Xiaoling to frown. Who's there? Come out. No one responded. Xiaoling remained confident in his perception, narrowing his eyes and scanning the surroundings. No way. This was his secret weapon, and he couldn't afford any mishaps. Who or what was this uninvited visitor? He remembered finding the ring years into the apocalypse. It was a valuable item, so could it belong to its original owner? Impossible. Xiaoling stayed calm. If you don't show yourself, I'll burn you to ashes. No. No. A sweet voice appeared. Out popped a naked little kid, around 30 centimeters tall, mini-sized. What? Even though Xiaoling tried to stay composed, his jaw twitched. What kind of creature was this? How did it end up inside his space? Was it human? A ghost? The child wriggled nervously, blushing and rubbing his hands together. I'm your son. Nonsense. Xiaoling had once been poisoned intentionally and resorted to eating mutated plants when starving. Even expired medicines and rotten food weren't enough for conception back then. And before the apocalypse? That was even less likely. I might as well burn you alive. No, no, no. I swear I'm your real bloodline, the child whimpered, throwing his spirit into chaos. Suddenly, his tiny body began floating, darting around wildly in the air while screaming uncontrollably. Calming down, he returned, I can explain. Please don't kill me. I truly am your flesh and blood, wailing and crying. Crying my eyes out. I didn't even cry when someone occupied my space, Xiaoling thought as he pondered killing the kid if a reasonable explanation wasn't given. So the child began to chatter non-stop, on the day you died, ugh it's like this, I was probably a white little stone, and a beam of light rushed into the ring, then there was blood everywhere. Get to the point. Alright, the kid wanted to cry again because the master was so ruthless, I'm made up of your brain core and all of your blood. Why are you in the ring? Are you the ring? Yes, the kid's eyes sparkled with stars, secretly thinking how clever his master was. No, I am my master's son, the sun. Xiaoling stopped dwelling on the little brat's issues, just like why he had another life. However, some questions needed to be resolved immediately. How do you use this place? Since there were living beings here, Xiaoling could hide inside too, naturally he could store quite a few substances as well. Just thinking about this made Xiaoling restless with anticipation for future preparedness. Dad, the child tentatively called out, noticing no change in Xiaoling's expression before carefully continuing, Dad, your old stuff is in my stomach. These soils temporarily lack vitality, nothing can grow, there's also no water or much air. To sum it up, it's pretty bleak and weak. The kid fiddled with his fingers, looking both aggrieved and cute. But in Xiaoling's eyes, he wasn't at all adorable. If Xiaoling's old teammates saw him standing silently, they would definitely know he was contemplating underhanded methods. He swallowed all his belongings. Ha ha. Xiaoling chuckled, where are the things? Let me take a look. It was fine to overlook other supplies, but guns, vehicles, crystal cores, and serums were great assets. Currently, Xiaoling was empty-handed without any combat strength. If he had a weapon capable of killing a level 3 zombie with one shot, a sturdy modified car, and a serum that could cure the zombie virus, he would live comfortably during his weak initial stage. The kid sensed the icy chill radiating from Xiaoling, becoming very uneasy and opening his belly candidly. A golden light flashed forth, nearly blinding Xiaoling. The little fellow's belly was covered in shimmering gold, with only a few small black spots visible. Serum. As soon as Xiaoling spoke, the child began fishing out items repeatedly without error. Xiaoling asked a few crucial questions, which the child answered seriously. Items placed inside remain unchanged, neither deteriorate nor get absorbed by the child or lost. No, the level 10 zombie crystal core was gone, possibly absorbed during the formation process. Xiaoling originally planned to consume it at level 13 for safety, since spiritual-based powers were valuable enhancements, but now it seemed like this little thing got lucky instead. Then Xiaoling smiled and extended his hand. After a brief pause, the child gleefully flew over as Xiaoling stroked his little head, good job, next time when I come in, I'll buy you clothes. Shaking his head, the child's face glowed with happiness, no need, I'm not human so I don't feel cold. No, since you have my blood, you're my brother, Xiao Xiao. Xiaoling exited, leaving the child feeling touched. He knew he wasn't human, but, tears streamed from his eyes. Having searched the bathroom and bedroom twice, ensuring there were no hidden cameras, Xiaoling lay in bed brainstorming plans for gathering supplies. Oh right, he should check online since he hadn't touched a computer in over 10 years, his fingers felt stiff already. Several fiery pieces of information caught his attention. Chapter 4, All Misunderstandings. To others, these might seem trivial, perhaps even beneath notice. What a shoddy thing, its quality must surely be bad, this was most people's assumption. But survivors of the apocalypse wouldn't think like that. For Xiaoling, these were outright temptations. Out-of-season down jackets sold at half price, buy one quilt get one free, purchase 10 pairs of socks and receive a towel. Such discount sales abounded, easily found in heaps. Xiaoling couldn't help but shake as he trembled with excitement. There were many necessities requiring bulk purchase, yet Xiaoling closed his eyes and took deep breaths, resisting temptation. He casually ordered some other minor items online, including maps, bags, flashlights, etc., with the delivery address set as the school dormitory. Xiaoling also located a fitness entertainment center online, paying 2 months' worth of fees, and found a real estate agent to rent a house. Within 10 minutes, the phone rang. The other party claimed they had exactly what Xiaoling needed, agreeing to meet first thing tomorrow morning to inspect. Moreover, Xiaoling indicated he had property to sell, citing study abroad as his reason. Next, Xiaoling checked the locations of the business street, pedestrian street, a few supermarkets, pharmacies, police stations, mineral water companies, etc. After securing the house, he started purchasing goods in batches. One couldn't buy too much at one place as it would raise suspicion. Therefore, Xiaoling planned carefully and devised the fastest and safest mass buying plan. Xiao Xiao's stomach didn't look large, but after things entered it, they took up a negligible amount of space, meaning Xiao Xiao could hold an enormous amount of stuff, truly an enormous amount. At this thought, Xiaoling curved his lips upward. A car wouldn't be enough, so after making money, he'd visit a 4S store to get a Hummer or something similar. Oh yeah, fire trucks seemed pretty good too, and RVs. Xiaoling found himself becoming insatiably greedy. Yet these things would quickly deplete, spoil, or expire after the apocalypse. Not taking them now would mean missing out. Moreover, with so many humans turning into zombies, production lines in factories and companies would all be ruined. There'd be no more chances to obtain such resources afterward. So. Xiaoling smiled, his sharp gaze filled with a peculiar gleam. The gurgling sound came, and Xiaoling paused for a moment before patting his soft abdomen. What to eat right before the apocalypse began? Let's start with 1,000 boxed meals, how about that? Order him several thousand KFC meals. Or maybe buy 10,000 roasted chickens. Followed by 10,000 Peking ducks. Xiao Xiao said the land was temporarily unsuitable for farming and required water. If cultivation became possible later, could he raise some fat sheep? 10 square meters was too small. Xiaoling stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes. He was contemplating raising a young child. Pulling the curtains closed, Xiaoling entered the space. The little boy was thrilled, almost ready to jump over. Xiaoling had an excellent ability to read expressions, so he spread out his hands, prompting the little one to pause briefly before flying happily toward him. Xiao Xiao, the space is too small, I need to grow crops and raise livestock. How can I make you grow faster? Xiao Xiao blinked, thinking, could it be that Dad, no, brother, is dissatisfied with me? Xiaoling tapped the little forehead gently, what are you thinking about? Brother just wants to grow plants and raise livestock. To be honest, during the more than a decade in the apocalypse, what brother wanted most was barbecue lamb skewers. The little fellow immediately looked spirited, it's very simple. Just give me energy, not food, but metals, minerals, jade, wood, all natural objects work fine. My goodness, Xiao Xiao knows English. These items could all be handled pre-apocalypse, but post-apocalypse. They'd be contaminated. Without overthinking, Xiaoling asked directly, will evolution, or growing up, still require these things in the future? No, the little one touched his face, after forming a cycle, I will grow on my own. If brother finds it slow, throwing me a crystal core from time to time works too. Why does Xiao Xiao seem greedy too? Xiaoling tilted his head, indulgently rubbing Xiao Xiao's cheek. A rare warm moment was interrupted by another rumble from his stomach. Xiaoling didn't feel awkward at all, leaving the space immediately and stepping out of the hotel. He had a hearty meal at a nearby decent-looking seafood restaurant. After the apocalypse, the sea would become forbidden territory, no one daring to go there, not even for crabs or scenic views. Coincidentally, there was a row of infant stores nearby. Xiaoling walked inside and took a look. Xiao Xiao was too small, regular baby clothes might be a bit oversized, and wearing them would definitely look strange. No big deal, rolling up sleeves would work. Xiaoling didn't bother inspecting closely. From start to finish, he picked items in boys' colors, one of each kind. A few women near the checkout counter were curious about Xiaoling's actions. He looked pale and clean-cut, thin and pretty, seemingly younger than his actual age. How could someone like him possibly be buying these things? Was he? Their eyes subconsciously glanced toward the west, where there was a maternity hospital. When settling the bill, he was observed again by the nosy shopkeeper, who was a gossipy middle-aged woman. Young man, are these for your child? Boy or girl? The woman's hair was in tight curls, well maintained, probably in her 40s. The other women shopping around rolled their eyes since the items chosen clearly were for boys. Xiao Ling didn't say much, his gaze cold and stern. Check out. Don't rush off, the shopkeeper had been in this business for over 10 years, her face thicker than steel. Did you buy toys for the child? Handkerchiefs? Diapers? Baby powder, milk powder, baby bottles. These are just the tip of the iceberg, kids nowadays aren't easy to bring up. You youngsters know nothing, you should listen to my advice. Oh, by the way, here's imported milk powder, how many cans do you want? Damn, if Xiao Ling hadn't relived life, he might have fallen for her tricks already. However, he wasn't annoyed but instead started acting. When the middle-aged woman saw Xiao Ling buying things again, she was so delighted that she couldn't close her mouth. There were plenty of infant stores nearby, all fully stocked. Once becoming a regular customer, one wouldn't shop anywhere else. When settling the bill, they would issue a membership card for future discounts. Today's purchases could be discounted too since everyone loves small bargains. The middle-aged woman thought up a perfect plan without knowing that Xiao Ling now loved discounts the most. Happy face asterisk. Xiao wasn't an infant, he had his own wisdom, but the space was too lonely, and Xiao Ling felt it somehow. Regardless of whether Xiao needed these things or not, Xiao Ling decided to buy them for him. Toys, cars, rocking horses, guns, and more arrived in quantity. Wow. Four-wheeled ride-on bicycles and little tents complete with a pile of balls. As a result, when Xiao Ling left, he was loaded from head to toe, even his back. The middle-aged woman chuckled, over 3,000 yuan. Back at the hotel, Xiao Ling threw all the items into the space and picked up his phone, moving a chair into the bathroom where he turned on the tap. In the space, Xiao was still shocked as a deluge of water rained down from above. Startled, he swallowed everything instantly, guiding the water into the soil and creating a large pit at the center which became a pond. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Ling naturally knew why. The hotel owner entered directly, rushing to the bathroom, noticing Xiao Ling preparing to take a bath. He chuckled and explained before leaving. Not an hour later, the hotel owner returned gloomily because room 304 next door kept calling about abnormal water sounds. Upon inspection, nothing unusual was found by the owner, rather, Xiao Ling seemed like he was shaking off water from his hands. These hands were so clean and slender, very pleasant to look at. How to describe them? Like spring onions. Skin as smooth as congealed fat. The boss momentarily lost focus while staring at the droplets rolling off Xiao Ling's hand. Boss, this is somewhat disturbing. Xiao Ling's gaze was cold, imposing pressure. The boss had been in the business for years, having seen all kinds of people. But never before had he met someone like Xiao Ling who exuded such refined charm and strong aura, whose glance alone could make others bow their heads. Perhaps he was a scion of a wealthy family out for a trip. After all, normal families rarely raise individuals of such caliber. Don't worry, it won't happen again. Maybe the guest next door is overly sensitive. After closing the door and walking away, the boss shook his head slightly. As long as there's no leaking, who cares who lives here? Money rules supreme. For the entire night, Xiao Ling slept in the bathroom. By morning, the continuous gushing sound of water was still going strong. The man and woman staying in the neighboring room suffered greatly. They had come secretly with heavy consciences unable to bear the noise. As they were leaving the hotel and discovered the water sound persisted, the man began losing control of his temper, banging and kicking the door with his foot. The woman was also upset, but this was really not the time to cause trouble. What if things escalated and the husband learned of their affair? This must be the hotel's fault for neglecting maintenance. Just as Xiao Ling opened the door, a punch swung towards him. Chapter 5, Taking Over. Though Xiao Ling lacked martial skills, reflexes were still reflexes. With 12 years of post-apocalypse experience, he instinctively dodged left and immediately kicked out. Thus began the tragic scene for the provoking male, who let out a terrible cry of pain, clutching his stomach as he knelt to the ground. The woman was no easy opponent either. Seeing her partner getting the worse end, she promptly swung her handbag. Her bag was studded with metal spikes, a direct hit on the face meant permanent disfigurement. Xiao Ling's icy gaze hardened as he raised a hand to seize the woman's arm and twisted it sharply. Her scream shattered the early morning silence, drawing all neighbors out to see, a man and a woman seated on the floor, quite embarrassed. Shaking his clothes lightly, Xiao Ling walked off confidently. Boy, get back here. If I don't break your legs, you can have mine. The man clenched his teeth in rage and even pulled out his phone impulsively, much to the woman's chagrin. What are you doing? Do you want the whole world to know? Or do you intend to divorce your wife and marry me? I'm fine, he just twisted my arm. Let's go, it's embarrassing. A few words cooled the man completely, making him quickly grin to flatter her as he helped her up and endured derisive stares as they departed. Xiao Ling took a taxi to school. The scenes passing his eyes made him yearn. If only there hadn't been the apocalypse, everyone could have lived happily ever after. Arriving at the dormitory, he noticed some suspicious figures lurking around the corridor corner, and among them was Wang Yu. Wang Yu was from the countryside, timid in nature but exceptionally brilliant academically, earning him a reputation as a top student. He had garnered numerous awards and accolades over time. Rumor had it that his family was poor and hadn't given him a single cent. Instead, he relied entirely on scholarships and income from part-time jobs for living. Moreover, he had a beautiful girlfriend, which made many others envious and resentful. As expected, once again, Wang Yu was surrounded. Besides, bullying innocent people brought joy to those small hooligans. But it was wrong of you all to block the way. Xiao Ling passed by and patted the shorter classmate ahead. Step aside. The moment this person turned around, his face immediately darkened since it was Xiao Ling. The older student rarely paid attention to anyone during normal times, but he had a car, came from a wealthy family, spent lavishly, so most people were unaware of Xiao Ling's depth and didn't want to provoke him unnecessarily. So, the senior is back. I heard you were hospitalized, we were all concerned about you, said the shorter one anxiously while stepping aside. Others weren't so compliant. They stood firmly on their spots, casting unfriendly glances. Wang Yu tried to take advantage of Xiao Ling's presence to slip out, only to have someone hold his shoulder tightly. His eyes instantly reddened, and an expectant look appeared, resting all hope on Xiao Ling's intervention, while his helpless hands nervously clutched his pants. Xiao Ling had originally planned to just grab some stuff from the dorm and leave, yet when he noticed Wang Yu's delicate appearance, another idea sprouted in his mind. Countryside equals food, potatoes, eggplants, tomatoes, cabbages, peppers. I'm not good at cooking. Xiao Ling frowned slightly. Did he have to learn to cook just for satisfying his palate? Immediately, his gaze became cold, and the peaceful expression added a hint of menace. It caused everyone nearby to start retreating cautiously, avoiding eye contact. This senior was indeed not easy to deal with. Seeing an opportunity, Wang Yu quickly slipped out, stretching his hand toward Xiao Ling but stopped halfway, lacking courage. The small hooligans chuckled awkwardly and dispersed afterward. Xiao Ling's demeanor remained icy cold. With a cold glance at the stupefied figure beside him, he said, if you don't want to be bullied, you must rely on yourself, not others. How much can you earn in a day? What does Xiao Ling mean? Look down on me. Wang Yu's face instantly turned pale, shaking slightly, biting his lower lip, appearing as delicate as a little white rabbit. Quit your job then. Work as my assistant, salary 3,000 yuan per month. Xiao Ling lifted Wang Yu's chin with his phone. Don't worry, I won't interfere with your study schedule. Such a good offer. Wang Yu's blank eyes filled with confusion. But having known Xiao Ling for 3 years, he trusted that the latter wouldn't deceive him and also realized he was wealthy. Even before returning to the pre-apocalypse period, Xiao Ling had assisted him several times shortly after entering school, building his trust. Too little. Let's make it 4,000 then. No, 3,000 is enough, I don't crave wealth. Satisfied, Xiao Ling nodded, leading Wang Yu into his dormitory. The stuff on this bed and the farthest cabinet are mine. Tidy them up, and wait for my call. Relocating? Is Xiao Ling starting some business now? Excitedly, Wang Yu thought, finally, I can be an insider. Xiao Ling was quite busy. After leaving, he went to find his teacher, reported the incidents during his hospital stay, drew up a summary, got a few caring inquiries, and returned home at ease, causing some thoughts in his teacher's mind. On the other hand, Xiao Ling left gracefully because the person arranged to meet yesterday had already arrived outside campus. They shook hands upon meeting. The real estate company representative handed out his business card. My name is Bai Hua, may I know yours? Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling smiled faintly, still maintaining a frosty attitude. As a student, my time is limited, let's go. Wow, a fast-acting young man. I like it. Bai Hua appreciated decisive people the most, so he drove Xiao Ling to check out the property. This neighborhood was relatively old, mostly inhabited by migrants, with tolerable transportation conditions. Xiao Ling decided right away, paid the deposit, and they signed the contract, renting for 3 months since the landlord didn't offer 2-month rentals. Bai Hua rubbed his hands, that. Xiao Ling, didn't you say you had a house to sell urgently? When can we check it out? Ignoring Bai Hua, Xiao Ling took out his phone and called his uncle. His uncle was at work, guarding at a supermarket. Hearing that Xiao Ling would come, he immediately furrowed his brows, indicating there wasn't anyone at home recently and suggested coming next weekend. Xiao Ling sneered, hung up, and stared at Bai Hua sharply. Let's go. Bai Hua seemed a bit bewildered. Won't it cause any trouble? Naturally, there will be. Xiao Ling started walking downstairs resolutely. My mom let her younger brother live there for free for a long time before she passed away. After her death, my uncle didn't plan on returning it. However, the deed bears my name, rest assured about this. But if he refuses to leave, it'll still be problematic. I think. Cutting Bai Hua off mid-sentence, Xiao Ling disdainfully brushed his hair. If you can't handle it, I'll find someone else. No problem, I've been in this business for a long time. Leave it to me. Bai Hua immediately stated, after all, he loved houses that the owners were eager to sell since they often brought more profit, but as you're rushing to sell and want cash, the price might be cheaper. Xiao Ling turned around to look at Bai Hua. Bai Hua stiffened instantly, such a sharp gaze made his back sweat within moments. Uncle's place wasn't too bad, over 80 square meters, selling now would fetch over 3 million yuan. Xiao Ling knew this clearly, but upon opening the door, there was actually someone inside. A young couple quickly separated, both blushing furiously, the man adjusting his pants, the woman pulling up her blouse, especially when the girl saw Xiao Ling clearly, the obvious signs of embarrassment, anger, and resentment were apparent. Do you have brain damage? How could you enter my house without knocking? How did you even get in? Where did you get the key? I definitely locked the door. The shrill scream nearly caused Bai Hua's ears to shut down. He stood awkwardly by the door, unsure whether to follow the calm Xiao Ling into the living room. Xiao Ling had already seated himself on a single sofa, with an air so domineering. Bai Hua touched his nose, and under the stares of the male and female, walked beside Xiao Ling. At 36, Bai Hua had seen everything. The young ones were at most worth 300 yuan, ha. Moreover, that girl looked like a barren field, nothing remarkable. Bai Hua's glance darkly swept towards the young man, secretly thinking this guy's taste was terrible, one should go for big breasts, right? Sun Yingying was fuming, striding over to Xiao Ling. I'm talking to you, who gave you the permission to enter my house? Get out immediately or else I'll... Or what? Call the police. Xiao Ling sneered coldly, let me clarify, this is my house. You were engaging in misconduct here with a man. Tell me, does uncle and aunt know? Does your boyfriend know that you are underage? Should I call the police to take both of you away? I have something first, Yingying, I'll leave, said the man before fleeing without even closing the door. Hey! Hey! Sun Yingying, seething at the loss, ran to the balcony shouting downward, you go. If you dare leave, don't come find me next time. Bai Hua took a quick look around, finding no issues, then came into the living room. Xiao Ling remained seated on the couch, exuding confidence, which Bai Hua found impressive. When Bai Hua hesitated about pointing out flaws to lower the price, Xiao Ling stood up and led the way out. After several minutes of cursing until satisfied, Sun Yingying also returned to the living room, looking grim, and slamming the door. Her muttered comment, why didn't the basketball frame smash you, quietly reached the ears of Xiao Ling and Bai Hua. Seated in the coffee shop, Xiao Ling showed the property certificate for Bai Hua to confirm ownership, then they parted ways. Xiao Ling comfortably lounged on the soft sofa, drinking coffee, basking in the sunlight, while casually sending a text message. Wang Yu received the message while having lunch, his already composed self frowned without moving. A moment later, another text arrived asking for his bank account number as Xiao Ling intended to transfer money. This shocked Wang Yu. Xiao Ling was serious. But he lacked capability and talent. What did Xiao Ling see in him? The rumors. Xiao Ling and Feng Xiangnan were lovers. Could it be, he's interested in me? Chapter 6, Jerk. Wang Yu touched his face, a bit hesitant, but still replied with a text, sending his number over. Trembling through the box meal, his phone rang, almost causing Wang Yu to fall. Checking it, he found 3,500 yuan had arrived. Not working wouldn't be possible now, Wang Yu tried convincing himself. Actually, Xiao Ling really didn't want to attend school, but with the apocalypse yet to come, he had to survive according to current rules. Previously, due to Feng Xiangnan's infidelity, Xiao Ling made everyone aware, leading the teacher to persuade him to take a year off, avoiding Feng Xiangnan, thereby preventing his education from being neglected. Now, Xiao Ling, returning cold-bloodedly, wouldn't cause trouble nor compete for men with women, yet he had no excuse to drop out or request extra leave, as teachers weren't amateurs. So Xiao Ling, twirling his eyes, came up with a plan. There were classes in the afternoon, so let's head to school. Wang Yu eagerly went to the school gate to meet his boss. Xiao Ling was handsome, dressed stylishly, standing by the gate garnering countless glances. He was truly outstanding among the crowd, becoming a focal point wherever he was, a standard Wang Yu could never reach no matter how hard he tried. Feeling a bit envious and gloomy, Wang Yu slightly smiled and moved forward. Several packages have arrived for the dormitory, I've collected them according to the list. After 5 o'clock, I'm free, please instruct. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Ling should have shown some signs of friendliness, even a pat on the shoulder would help to build rapport, but he didn't. A cold, appraising look passed through his eyes. A former friend of my mom's gave me a good lead, it's the job for the cafeteria supplies. Anyway, you were born in a rural area, so there must be some decent resources, right? About this. Wang Yu was thrilled, as if someone handed him a pillow when he felt sleepy or offered water when he was thirsty. His mind quickly flashed with many faces, like his second sister-in-law who raised chickens, his own family which grew rice, his neighbor who owned cattle, old Wang at the village entrance who had flour, widow Zhang next door who worked hard running fish ponds, and his uncle's vegetable greenhouse. Wang Yu, I've heard that you can drive trucks, how about cars? Wang Yu paused slightly before responding promptly, of course, when I was young, I helped deliver rice for the family, and I ran back and forth whenever dad was busy, I wasn't even an adult then. Puffing out his chest, Wang Yu eagerly wanted to prove himself capable, but what was Xiaoling looking at? Upon gazing afar, Wang Yu's heart suddenly jolted. Feng Xiangnan had parked his car by the roadside, opening the door and helping a beautiful woman step out. This woman seemed familiar, wasn't she? Feng Xiangnan's overly clingy junior classmate named by Pei. She was very pretty, her family owned factories, and she often looked down on others. Xiaoling narrowed his eyes and smirked coldly, "Go, get our car back." Huh. Reacting swiftly, Wang Yu immediately went over. Having been classmates for 3 years, he naturally knew that Feng Xiangnan had driven Xiaoling's car for 2 years. He remembered vividly that during their freshman year, Xiaoling arrived at school driving a car worth over 20,000 yuan. He was incredibly handsome. "Feng Senior, good afternoon. Are you taking your girlfriend out for dinner?" Bai Pei glanced disdainfully at Wang Yu, who smiled foolishly while speaking, then held on to Feng Xiangnan. "Ignore him, let's go deal with the procedures." Rarely feeling confident enough to stop someone like Feng Xiangnan, Wang Yu extended his hand, stopping Feng Xiangnan in his tracks. "The car keys." Feng Xiangnan arched an eyebrow. Wang Yu tilted his head, and Feng Xiangnan looked sideways only to pause his breath upon seeing Xiaoling. The sunlight fell on Xiaoling's slim figure, as if encasing him in light, blurring his outline into a dreamy beauty. Recalling their intimate moments together and Xiaoling's tearful little face during their first time, Feng Xiangnan's eyes sparkled with colors. Compared to women, sleeping with men made him feel much more accomplished. An intrusive gaze was indeed bothersome, but Xiaoling clearly couldn't care less. Feeling uneasy inside, Wang Yu didn't know why but instinctively stood between them, the car keys. Bai Pei frowned. "Where do you come from, wild kid? Get lost quick, or else. You think you could borrow a car? If anything happens, can you afford it?" Peering disdainfully at Wang Yu from head to toe and back, Bai Pei scoffed and stepped forward to leave. Wang Yu flushed red in anger. "This car belongs to Xiaoling, Feng Senior, don't tell me you're unwilling to return it after using it for 2 whole years, it's enough." And Feng Xiangnan really wasn't willing to give it up, especially since Bai Pei was pregnant, requiring regular transportation. Coming from a common family, Feng certainly needed to work harder for another car, one which he might buy within a year thanks to his talents. However, now in his senior year. Feng sighed, casting an aggrieved glance at Xiaoling and stepping closer for a superior gaze. Xiaoling emitted a chilling aura, though plenty of people around had stopped to watch, there was no change in his composure. It was Feng Xiangnan who felt startled instead. Could the breakup have affected him so deeply? Instantly softened, his eyes filled with affection and complexity, even his tone became gentler. Are you alright? Whether I'm alright is none of your concern. Give me back the car." Feng Xiangnan didn't mention the car, didn't eat well or rest properly these few days. "You've lost weight. How shameless could someone be? Why hadn't he noticed it before?" Back then, Feng Xiangnan used this warm attitude to repeatedly make Xiaoling believe he had reasons and hardships. Thus, Xiaoling nurtured illusions, believing that the other still loved him until he got pushed into the zombie's arms. The two stood silently, leaving Wang Yu dumbfounded, unsure of what to do. But Bai Pei wouldn't stand idly by anymore, her high heels clicking loudly on the ground as she dragged Feng Xiangnan aside, glaring furiously like she wanted to devour someone. "Xiaoling, do you still have any sense of shame as a man? You've already broken up, yet you're still clinging to the senior. Stop deluding yourself." Caught between difficulties, Feng Xiangnan looked left and right, opening his mouth but unsure of what to say. Typically, Xiaoling would choose to back off here. Unfortunately, the current Xiaoling was reincarnated. Therefore, he snatched the keys from Feng Xiangnan and threw them to Wang Yu, disdaining further conversation and striding away with nonchalant ease. What happened? Wang Yu hurriedly caught up, his mind in turmoil. Xiaoling and Feng Xiangnan had indeed been a couple. They broke up already. But Bai Pei kept touching her belly. Could she be pregnant? The information was overwhelming. No matter how smart he was, Wang Yu still felt perplexed. Just as he stepped into the classroom, Xiaoling was stopped. Someone grabbed his arm and put an arm around his shoulder. This guy was Xiaoling's best friend, someone Xiaoling would recognize even if he turned to ash, because this person swindled Xiaoling out of over 300,000 yuan without any remorse. Zhou Jiahui, known for his open and effervescent personality, always liked inviting Xiaoling along for anything he did. The reason why Xiaoling got hit by the basketball hoop was because he pushed Zhou Jiahui out of harm's way. Zhou Jiahui quickly scanned Xiaoling over, seeing his good complexion, his face suddenly shifted to one of anger. "What's wrong with you? Which hospital did you go to? You didn't answer your phone or reply to messages, disappeared without a trace." The usually cold Xiaoling smiled, showing uncommon kindness. Both houses were going to be sold, and surely the families of his older uncle and younger uncle would cause trouble, so Xiaoling needed to take the front line alone. "I'm fine now, aren't I? Don't worry about it." Zhou Jiahui immediately burst into laughter, slapping Xiaoling's back. "I knew you were the best. My buddy here has some insider information recently, we could make a fortune." He rubbed 2 fingers together, meaning cash flow. Zhou Jiahui was very excited, and didn't notice the brief cold gleam in Xiaoling's eyes. How foolish he used to be, actually thinking Zhou Jiehui cared deeply about friendship. Now it seemed like all Zhou Jiehui cared about was money. Wang Yu went to class. As they were from different departments, Zhou Jiehui pulled Xiao Ling to sit at the back row, and didn't listen to the lecture, chatting endlessly instead. Xiao Ling was very cautious and appeared somewhat concerned. All of it was an act, naturally. Zhou Jiehui immediately thumped his chest, guaranteeing earnestly that there wouldn't be any losses. His relative was a stock market expert with accurate tips. We're good brothers. Even if I end up on the streets, I wouldn't let you lose money. Zhou Jiehui noticed Xiao Ling still hesitating, very dissatisfied. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get rich. Unfortunately, he lacked the funds himself, or he wouldn't have involved Xiao Ling. But this guy really wasn't cooperative. If he missed this ship captained by Uncle Xiao, there'd be no chance to join him next time. A plan sprang to Zhou Jiehui's mind, so he laid down some heavy bait. I saw everything just outside the school gate. You and Feng Xiangnan breaking up must have been because of Bai Pei, right? As a friend, I think the senior suits you. That high and mighty trash. Ha. If she thinks highly of herself, who cares to sleep with her? Xiao Ling, I have a way to break them up. What? Xiao Ling actually perked up and started listening intently. Zhou Jiehui leaned in and whispered, Senior doesn't come from wealth and lives in a small place, it's inconvenient to house a woman. Why don't you buy him a place where they can stay together? You can monitor them closely then. I think there's some hidden reason behind the breakup. Familiarity breeds affection. Just show up more in front of him every day, and chances are they'll break up. Chapter 7, Elite Relatives. Ha ha ha. Even after living 12 years in the post-apocalyptic era, Xiao Ling couldn't help but laugh hearing such bold words, and he really laughed, laughing genuinely and heartily. Zhou Jiehui couldn't read the emotions in Xiao Ling's eyes, only feeling a strange wind passing down his back, making him shiver. Yet, Xiao Ling equaled money, and without money, what was there to talk about when it came to making money? Making something out of nothing, huh? Maybe others couldn't do it, but I, Zhou Jiehui, am different. I've got talent, ambition, ability. Zhou Jiehui smiled faintly, dispelling the uneasiness in his heart and grabbing Xiao Ling's arm again to continue his persuasion. Don't laugh, I'm being serious. If you don't make your move soon, once Bai Pei safely gives birth, where will your position stand? What do you mean? Xiao Ling stopped laughing, wondering if this guy was trying to suggest that he terminate a new life in times of peace. Oh no, one could only act freely in the apocalypse era, and although Xiao Ling didn't particularly enjoy the apocalypse. You forget, marriage can lead to divorce. Zhou Jiehui's eyes sparkled, therefore, everything is rubbish. Money is the king. Once Xiao Ling you have enough money, wouldn't Feng Xiangnan come crawling back? In the past, Xiao Ling would definitely have rejected Zhou Jiehui's harebrained schemes, but now he wouldn't. Actually, I'm out of money. Ah. Fooling who? You're my grain storage. Zhou Jiehui clenched his fists. How is that possible? Weren't you telling me you still had 200,000 yuan not long ago? Don't foolishly hoard it. Double your capital. What, you gave it to Feng Xiangnan, right? Too late. Can it really double? Seeing Xiao Ling's somewhat expectant gaze, Zhou Jiehui's mood brightened again. Of course, I swear on my integrity. I'm truly out of money. However, Xiao Ling lowered his head, a flash of killing intent passing by. Personality. Can you feed it to dogs? Seeing Xiao Ling hesitate, Zhou Jiehui's heart nearly twisted. Suddenly slapping his palm, you have a house. It can be mortgaged. I do have a house, but the property certificate is at home. My big uncle has always been very concerned about me. If he knew I planned to use the house for stock trading, he would definitely stop me. Then hide it from him, and tell him once you make money. He'll be proud of you. Xiao Ling nodded, lifted his head, and carefully observed the spirited Zhou Jiehui, very meticulously. This was his best friend, his iron buddy. Jiehui, I'm a little scared. Would you accompany me tonight? No problem, no problem. Zhou Jiehui appeared fully confident, making Xiao Ling's expression even colder. At around 5 in the afternoon, Wang Yu met up with Xiao Ling, who had just returned from the bank, gave him 10,000 yuan, take it to buy seedlings. Any kind of seedlings will do, as long as there are many varieties, and they must be good with a high survival rate. Ah. Wang Yu was dumbfounded for a moment and asked, isn't it about the cafeteria? Why are we getting vegetable seedlings again? An employee who contradicts the boss isn't a good employee. Xiao Ling stared fiercely at him. I don't like explaining, but since we just started, I can understand your confusion. These seedlings are for the elementary school students. If we do well, similar tasks will be given to us in the future. You can take my car tonight and buy them. I hope to see them by tomorrow morning. Also, move my things from the dormitory to apartment A4 on the 4th floor of Pengfa residential area. Here's the spare key. As for where to send the seedlings, I'll send you the address tonight. The things bought online should all have arrived, so the dorm wasn't needed anymore. Wang Yu tensely indicated that he understood and sprang into action immediately, fearing not having enough time. He first called home. Once the family heard, their eyes instantly lit up, praising Wang Yu repeatedly. Wang Yu drove the more than 20,000 yuan car happily, feeling as if he were flying, especially thrilled. Meanwhile, Xiaoling sat in the restaurant with Bai Hua. They discussed for a while, paid the deposit, and Bai Hua handed over the warehouse keys to Xiaoling. Just after 7, Zhou Jiahui also arrived, summoned by Xiaoling via text message. A table full of leftover dishes greeted Zhou Jiahui, whose expression changed somewhat when he saw them. Although he felt angry inside, he masked it well, quickly sitting down without questioning Xiaoling's behavior. It was Bai Hua who spoke first. "Hello, I'm Bai Hua, this is my business card." Xiaoling sipped on his juice. "He's a relative from my father's side, someone my uncle doesn't know, who can help sell my house at a good price." Zhou Jiahui looked at the business card, feeling somewhat upset. Originally, he wanted to help sell the house himself so he could make a bit of extra profit through it. Having prepared many strategies and schemes throughout the afternoon, he ended up being thwarted. His face immediately darkened. Damn it, when did Xiaoling get so smart? After the meal, it was time to leave, but Xiaoling didn't move. Zhou Jiahui waited, and Bai Hua didn't move either. F***ck, so Zhou Jiahui generously went to settle the bill, while Bai Hua remained unobtrusive due to his wide experience. Sitting in Bai Hua's car, Xiaoling remained cold, but Zhou Jiahui couldn't resist touching everything inside. It must be worth over 800,000 yuan, right? How dare a salesperson drive such a good car without fearing an accident? Upon arriving outside Big Uncle's house, Xiaoling stood ominously for a minute before knocking on the door. Having to knock on his own home's door was extremely ironic. Who is it? This voice, even turned to ashes, Xiaoling would still recognize. "It's me, big brother, please open the door." "Who?" "It's me, Xiaoling. Why aren't you in school studying properly? What brings you here?" "Just passing by. I urgently need to pee, big brother, please open the door quickly." Through the door, hearing the back and forth between the two until Xiaoling prompted again, the person finally reluctantly opened the door. The three entered one after another, and the person sitting in the living room was now displeased. It was Big Uncle, Xiaoling. "Why have you come? Why didn't you call beforehand?" Big brother sneered, "Didn't you hear? Be polite next time. Calling beforehand, would you even let me come then?" Xiaoling ignored them and headed to the bathroom, pretending to have only come because of urgent needs. Zhou Jiahui's task was to first attract everyone's attention, while Bai Hua's task was to examine the house. Zhou Jiahui did fine, but Bai Hua's actions were somewhat uncomfortable. Without asking, Bai Hua pushed open the door and walked straight into the bedroom. When Big Brother reacted to stop him, Bai Hua actually questioned first, "Where is Xiaoling's room?" Sun Liang chuckled, arching an eyebrow, "Who are you? Don't you know you should behave politely in others' homes? You're very rude, and we don't welcome you." Not only unwelcome, but Sun Liang hoped Bai Hua would never return. Not even Xiaoling was welcomed. Bai Hua didn't care about Sun Liang. After all, Sun Liang was only in his 20s, if he wanted to overawe Bai Hua, it would be an impossible feat. After checking even the kitchen, Bai Hua actually had time to look at Sun Liang. "As far as I know, this is Xiaoling's home." "Who are you?" Sun Liang's eyes grew colder. Annoyance and fury filled him. "I'm his brother. This is my house. Hope you don't make a mistake, and also please leave immediately since you're not welcome here." In the living room were sitting uncle, aunt, and aunt's parents. The only person missing was Sun family's youngest son. Uncle Sun Rennie looked very displeased. Bright, Sun Liang, go check why Xiaoling hasn't come out yet. I have something to say." Aunt quickly pretended to be kind-hearted, her face full of worry. "No, let's talk nicely. Linger has no father since childhood, and his mother passed away from cancer. With no discipline, he ended up befriending all sorts of riffraff. Let's manage him well and avoid hurting his self-esteem." Coldly scoffing, Sun Rennie displayed an air of a parent, deeply frustrated by Xiaoling's actions. What was Xiaoling doing? He stood on the sink, took down the fan, extracted a waterproof thin bag from inside, put it in his arms, then reattached the fan, washed his hands, and pressed the flush button. When the knocking sound came again, Xiaoling gave an eerie smirk. These relatives truly had no patience. He wanted to drag them apart. Xiaoling came out, and Sun Liang smugly leaned against the door. "My dad wants to see you." "Why isn't the place renovated?" Looking around the living room, couch, coffee table, and even the TV hadn't been replaced. Xiaoling asked again, "Since you consider this your own home, why don't you renovate it?" Sun Liang hesitated slightly but laughed instead. "Of course I want to, so does my younger brother, but where would the money come from? Would you provide it?" If the house were renovated, perhaps they could discover the property certificate that everyone secretly sought after, and deceive naive Xiaoling into handing over real estate to them. When Sun Rennie noticed Xiaoling still hadn't come, his pride got hurt, and his expression darkened immediately. "You brat, come over here. Your mother is gone, which gives me the right to discipline you." Xiaoling behaved unusually, walking towards the door with a cold face, followed by Bai Hua. Zhou Jiahui nervously touched the key he had stealthily stolen and quietly slipped away. What just happened? Did they really only come for convenience? Uncle Sun Rennie's family felt quite confused, especially Sun Rennie, who was most infuriated, immediately chased after Xiao Ling fortunately, and had some common sense and was unwilling to argue with Xiao Ling, so she intervened lightly. However, Sun Rennie persisted, even pursuing Xiao Ling to the elevator entrance, trying to grab his arm. Short scene. Zhou Jiehui lost, so Xiao Ling stuck notes on his face, drawing turtles. Zhou Jiehui lost again, and Xiao Ling kept sticking notes, enjoying himself immensely. Zhou Jiehui continued losing repeatedly, while Xiao Ling continued posting more. Enraged, Zhou Jiehui screamed, his eyes red, insisting on another round. Xiao Ling smirked silently, with my previous memories, how could you possibly win unless we played for 12 more years? Chapter 8 Great Feeling. Sun Rennie was the eldest of the family, elder brother as a father figure. Even their parents didn't dare defy him, what chance did Xiao Ling stand? Today there must be a discussion, what insolence was this? With the sister deceased, her son should naturally fall under Sun Rennie's control. At merely 20 years old, how dare he act arrogantly? This was intolerable. Bai Hua foresaw danger beforehand, but he stayed out of it, calmly observing. Zhou Jiehui also saw the furious middle-aged uncle running over. Hesitating a bit, he also chose to do nothing. As for Xiao Ling. Sorry, he'd returned from the 12th year of the apocalypse, a man whose sleep was spent keeping one eye open. Could such a big noise really slip past his ears? Before Sun Rennie could roll up his sleeves, Xiao Ling glanced at him. Just one glance froze this habitual tyrant in place. Ding! The elevator door opened, Xiao Ling entered like the boss, leading everyone inside until the elevator door closed. Only then did Sun Rennie snap out of it, immediately wanting to take the adjacent elevator downstairs. Being suppressed by a younger generation was too embarrassing, making him forget the chilling stare moments before as he started yelling profanities. Sun Liang timely arrived, pulling back his dad, what's going on? Don't drive Xiao Ling to desperation and demand our house back. Would he dare? Sun Rennie stared wide-eyed, enraged, roaring, if he dares, I'll break his legs. Upon returning to Pengfa residential area, Xiao Ling, who had been out for a walk, discovered changes in the room. In the not-so-large living room were cups, hot water pot, etc. Beds were laid in the rooms, toothpaste, toothbrushes placed in the bathroom, making everything feel clean. Wang Yu had taken great care, not only cleaning the rooms but also neatly categorizing items from the dormitory. New paragraph starts here. After sending the warehouse address, which was located in the suburbs, Xiao Ling didn't wait a minute before Wang Yu replied that everything was arranged. Xiao Ling was quite satisfied and messaged back that there was a spare key under the stone to the right of the door. Upon entering the space, little Xiao Xiao jumped around Xiao Ling excitedly. Xiao Ling chuckled at the little one now wearing tiny clothes and expressed satisfaction, the space is well tended. The former 10 square meter space had expanded to be as big as 100 square measures. In fact, all Xiao Ling did was let some water and air in whenever he had free time, and sneakily bring in some wild grass, small trees, and stones. He also did many little things while taking a stroll earlier. Xiao Ling didn't dare make grand gestures but occasionally sat to pat the soil or caress the flowers. Little Xiao pointed to the pond formed among the 5-colored earth, brother, we can raise fish here. The composition is highly nutritious, and you could also take a dip. I'll pass. Xiao Ling held the excited little guy, is there anything you want? Once over a month passes, there won't be much time left. What about the sheep? Oh, ah. Xiao Ling's expression flickered with surprise, the little one still remembered his preferences. Little Xiao didn't notice Xiao Ling's abnormality and simply tugged at Xiao Ling's fingers, leading towards the pond, cleanliness is next to godliness. Indeed, he hadn't bathed yet. Without hesitation, Xiao Ling immediately stripped and dove into the water. This water feels a bit odd, can't tell if it's heavy or high density, because moving freely in it is somewhat difficult. Seeing Xiao Xiao remain calm, Xiao Ling figured it wasn't harmful and treated it as physical training. Half an hour in the water proved unbearable, his heart, liver, and lungs hurt, wailing woefully. Xiao Ling needed farming tools. It seemed he would have Wang Yu visit the countryside again tomorrow. Checking his phone, it was only 9-something. Xiao Ling went directly to the fitness and entertainment department, running and exercising until noon when he hailed a taxi home to rest. The next morning, when Xiao Ling arrived at the warehouse, Wang Yu had already placed the saplings inside. With a wave of his hand, the items entered the space, a great advantage of having cheating equipment. A thought crossed Xiao Ling's mind, and he transferred 10,000 yuan to Wang Yu via mobile phone, messaging him to say a friend wanted to go abroad and he should buy more emergency medicines because such items were expensive overseas. Just after eating, Wang Yu got busy once more, highly enthusiastic. In the morning, with class sessions ahead, Xiao Ling jogged back from the stadium for a bath, only to be pulled up by Zhou Jiehui as soon as he sat down in the classroom. They moved to the last row once more. Hey, listen up, this will make you laugh out loud. Won't the zombie virus come? I'll surely be thrilled to insomnia. Xiao Ling stayed composed, resting his head on his palm seemingly lost in thought, though nothing showed outwardly. Zhou Jiahui got a cold reception, his eyes dimming slightly. This morning, I saw you driving your car to school. Coincidentally, Feng Xiangnan also spotted it, and his face turned green. I laughed, my stomach sore. He's used to all these luxuries, so losing them so suddenly naturally upset his balance. Feng Xiangnan appears scholarly and amiable on the surface, but in reality, he's selfish, self-centered, proud, and self-loving. Ah. Zhou Jiahui froze. Xiaoling glanced at the time on his phone instead. Tell the teacher I'm not feeling well. Oh, what's going on? Zhou Jiahui was thoroughly bewildered by Xiaoling's unusual behavior. Wasn't he supposed to like Feng Xiangnan? Didn't he claim he couldn't live without a senior? Yet here he was mocking Feng. Xiaoling left without turning back. Where did he go? He went to play the stock market. Thanks to Zhou Jiahui, the previous Xiaoling had wiped out everything he invested in, shedding tears constantly. So, motivated by frustration, he delved deeply into studying stocks and fully understood the trends during that period. Also due to Zhou Jiahui persistently preaching about getting up wherever you fall, Xiaoling gritted his teeth, sold his uncle's house hoping to recover his losses, only to lose even more. Thus, Xiaoling was cornered by his uncles in the street, cursed and beaten until he suffered fractures. Recalling those dark days, Xiaoling's gaze turned extremely cold, filled with hatred that made his teeth ache. Whose fault could it be but his own for being so stupid? Lacking any suspicion towards others, he had no one else to blame but himself. Opening an account, start with 200,000. Next, he bought an entire cartload of food at the supermarket, enjoying his longingly dreamed of grilled mutton skewers at noon. Incidentally, he purchased a large amount of stuff from the tobacco and liquor store beside, whereupon the owner offered delivery service given the volume. Splurging extravagantly made Xiaoling feel very pleased. In the afternoon, he visited a pharmacy and bought several thousand worth of medicine, placing them in his bag. Actually, everything went secretly into the space. Then, he checked out a SUV vehicle, followed by strolling in the suburbs. New paragraph starts here. Xiaoling, who had been busy all day, reaped quite a bit of rewards, but his money was spent. He even robbed the lake water. At the time, he waited until no one was around, then placed his hand in the water, appearing as if he were washing his hands, while actually, splash splash, it went into the space. Returning to the 4th floor of Pengfa community, Xiaoling was exhausted and just wanted to soak in the bath when he felt heat on his fingers. Could it be Xiao Xiao? Indeed, it was him. Xiao Xiao looked delighted, his chubby cheeks red, his clothes dirty. Turned out, Xiao Xiao had tidied up everything Xiaoling brought inside, including fish and shrimp from the lake. Xiaoling's eyes lit up. Was this possible? Then I should go to the seaside for fun. After dealing with Uncle Big, Uncle Small, and Zhou Jiahui, I can go relax. Xiao Xiao, do you know the sea? Yes, because my body is composed of brother's blood and brain core. Some memories. So whatever brother knows, I also understand, a little, just a little. Little fool, do you think I care? Xiaoling embraced Xiao Xiao gently and smoothed his little nose. Unfortunately, I cannot take you out to play. Are you lonely here? Nope, I have toys. Looks like he's still a kid. Yet Xiaoling had another thought, bring some agriculture books in for Xiao Xiao to read. Since he shared some of my memories, words and such shouldn't be difficult for him. With insufficient knowledge in this area himself, Xiaoling's eyes blazed with fervor, straight like 24K titanium alloy, no, more like the golden of rich men. Xiao Xiao didn't realize that a big wolf had set his sights on him, laughing somewhat foolishly. After soaking in the water within the space, Xiaoling noticed his entire body felt a bit tense when lifting his hand, water didn't flow down. Shit. A huge shit, it's a sign of ESP. After the apocalypse, Xiaoling developed ESP powers. His first encounter had scared him so much he pissed himself, unable to shake off the water clinging to his hands. Back then, Xiaoling nearly collapsed, hiding away because he didn't want to see people. If not for the zombies breaking through the door, he might have starved to death inside. At first, his water element ESP abilities were weak and lacked much killing power, but Xiaoling found ways. I compress, and compress again, changing the water ball in my hand into various shapes. Xiaoling grew tired, leaving the space mentally exhausted. Just at that moment Bai Hua called, saying someone was willing to check the house, which Xiaoling declined. The reason was simple, it wasn't easy going inside once, so better gather multiple prospective buyers together for a viewing. Bai Hua hesitated slightly but agreed. Because Xiaoling promised him benefits, Bai Hua was competent and could easily arrange for more. Uncle Small's place was easy since Monday to Friday, from 8 in the morning till 5 in the afternoon, there was no one home, careful timing would avoid any collisions. It was Uncle Big's home that presented a bigger challenge, always having someone present, so Xiaoling planned to invite them out for dinner, an empty fortress strategy. Chapter 9, Fracture. Bai Hua understood the plan, so both agreed to act in 5 days. A text from Wang Yu arrived, medicines bought well, does the leader have new instructions? Xiaoling instantly replied, actually, yes. An elementary school needs farming tools. Common ones, no. Definitely useful ones, buy 10 of each type, large harvesters and so forth. Check prices first, then send me a table. Wang Yu sent back, large farming tools unnecessary, right? Xiao Ling became somewhat displeased. Final explanation, one more time, because the science hall of the primary school will display these items for students to observe. They're merely exhibits. Wang Yu regretted overstepping, wondering if such an immature action might cause Xiao Ling to discard him. Hence, Wang Yu immediately sent an apology. Since Xiao Ling needed his help, he replied accordingly. The next day, after selling the stocks, Xiao Ling bought new ones, having over 50,000 left. He transferred 30,000 to Wang Yu for purchasing grains, oil, and vegetables per the given list. Meanwhile, he ate buns, small pickles, and drank a bowl of persimmon and egg soup at a breakfast shop. It tasted so good, filling him warmly. Thus, Xiao Ling stared at the steaming hot buns, boxed meals, soy milk packaged like bubble tea, fried dough sticks, boxed pickles, pancakes, etc., narrowing his eyes. Boss. Finished already? Young man isn't from around here, is he? Newly moved in. Where's your hometown? The boss seemed friendly, roughly over 50, smiling broadly while his wife and sister-in-law kept busy behind. On the surface, Xiao Ling acted normal, but internally, he was embarrassed because he was truly local. Not exchanging pleasantries with the boss, Xiao Ling quickly stated his purpose. Here's the thing. My company's cafeteria needs renovation, employees still need meals. I find your boxed meals and snacks pretty good. I'd like to order a full package. Can you handle this? The boss froze. His wife did too. They exchanged bewildered glances. Xiao Ling was thinking, did my proposal seem too abrupt? If you're too busy, then never mind. No. The boss got excited. This is the first time I've met a customer like you, it's hard to believe. Which company are you from? Xiao Ling disliked the boss's caution, if I give you money, all you need to do is sell me your products. For quite some time now, Xiao Ling had been lying constantly. What canteen, what elementary school, what company? Behind every lie, more lies were needed to cover them up. In the post-apocalyptic world of 12 years, even morality and bottom lines had disappeared. Why care about integrity anymore? There were times when Xiao Ling was so hungry he couldn't get up, even being forced by others. But as an ESP user, it still felt better than doing the same to ordinary people, satisfying not only physically but also psychologically. Afterwards, throwing half a bag of bread with a show-off attitude. However, Xiao Ling didn't want to bury his true nature, thus his lies weren't malicious. What's the maximum amount you can prepare? Xiao Ling wiped his mouth. The boss and his wife exchanged glances. The wife, a smart person, smiled and came forward. Young man, we are honest and straightforward. How many do you need? When do you need them? And about the price. In short, they wouldn't act unless they saw the rabbit, they wanted payment or a deposit first. Xiao Ling wasn't foolish either. Here's the deal. Leave my phone number with you, send me the unit prices this afternoon. What do you mean? The boss interjected a question. Xiao Ling had to explain, the unit prices of all foods here after discounts, since I'm purchasing in large quantities. If cooperation goes well, I will continue giving orders. At this point, the boss's wife didn't let her husband speak. All right, we'll study and let you know, but one thing is for sure, you must pay first. Agreed, Xiao Ling responded easily, paid, and left. The couple watched as the young man jogged away, feeling somewhat unreliable, yet during their conversation, his calmness and composure made him look more like a leader rather than a scammer. He jogged because Xiao Ling wanted exercise. It was almost noon. Xiao Ling visited the wholesale market, ordering some fish fry. Wang Yu hurriedly arrived, sweating profusely, exchanging just a few words before Xiao Ling sent him off to check on tree seedlings, much to his annoyance. By the time they regrouped, Wang Yu returned empty-handed, raising Xiao Ling's eyebrows. Wang Yu's reasoning was simple, he could buy cheaper and better tree seedlings in the countryside. Xiao Ling was delighted, giving Wang Yu his first smile. At that moment, Wang Yu became dazed, realizing how good-looking Xiao Ling truly was. Before, he hadn't noticed much, but ever since finding out that Xiao Ling was gay, he found himself secretly observing Xiao Ling's every move, as though studying something, or perhaps. It was indescribable. Wang Yu felt his head ache, discovering that he cared more and more about Xiao Ling. Could it be that I'm gay too? This thought startled Wang Yu greatly, nearly causing him to run a red light while driving back to school. Fortunately, Xiao Ling was resting with his eyes closed and didn't notice. How would Xiao Ling not know? In the post-apocalyptic world, what was a red light? He would tell you it's garbage. In the classroom, Zhou Jiahui was exceptionally active, sticking close to Xiao Ling because the house hadn't been sold yet, causing Zhou Jiahui extreme distress, urging again and again. A few days later, the appointed day arrived. Bai Hua's competence lived up to Xiao Ling's expectations. Driving a Hummer, Xiao Ling arrived at his younger uncle's building. Bai Hua paused momentarily, then burst into laughter joyfully. What a mighty car, costing over 1,000,000 yuan, right? Xiao Ling didn't exchange pleasantries with him, leading the way inside. People looking at the house walked and chatted along. Things weren't going smoothly, nothing clear was explained within an hour. Some people even tried to bargain down the price. Xiao Ling pulled Bai Hua aside, "That's enough for today. Anyway, they've already seen it, I want 320,000, anything extra is yours." Straightforward, Bai Hua became happy, patting his chest to reassure Xiao Ling. At the securities firm, Xiao Ling sold all his stocks, buying another one directly that nobody seemed to approve of. He acted confidently, unaware that people in the monitoring room were watching him. "Master Yu, this genius, these days." The manager talked endlessly. Yu sat quietly on the sofa, dressed in a snow-white tailored suit which made him appear even taller. With a piercing gaze, distinct features, and a handsome face showing no expression, his aura was dominant, like an unreachable emperor, making others retreat respectfully. The talkative manager discovered no response, realizing his own mistake, shutting up immediately. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead into his eyes, but he didn't dare to wipe it. Yu stared at the screen. Xiao Ling's pale slender neck was extremely alluring, especially when he appeared smug. Perhaps everything had been going too smoothly, or maybe because he thought this securities market was small and ordinary, or it could be that the apocalypse was just a month and a half away. Xiao Ling wasn't overly cautious here. He simply left after the transaction, not worried at all. Hence his calm attitude stood out from the crowd and caught immediate attention. The trader spoke up, analyzing quietly. If this man didn't have inside information, then he was making targeted purchases, and his numbers weren't huge, but his insight was sharp and his decisions swift. After comprehensive analysis, there was over a 60% chance that this man had insider information. Regardless of which it was, Wei Qiyu didn't take it to heart. Geniuses were never in short supply around him unless they were prodigies. However, a beauty was certainly lacking. Wei Qiyu came here because C-City's listed companies had some rats, who also happened to be people from his uncle's family, so he had to handle it personally, as quickly as possible, lest things drag on unnecessarily. The process was dull yet effortless, without even a ripple. He had clearly overestimated his uncle's family. Xiao Ling had no idea he was being watched and drove off to school. Recently, Feng Xiangnan had started appearing around him intentionally or unintentionally, which was strange. Wasn't it supposed to be after the apocalypse when he found out about Xiao Ling's ESP that he started reconsidering their relationship? Bai Peipei's family was quite wealthy, her factory raked in money every day. It would be absurd for Feng Xiangnan to abandon Bai Peipei, a rich girl, and go for him instead. Xiao Ling gave a cold smile, already arriving at school, coinciding with Wang Yu parking his car. Wang Yu, holding his girlfriend's hand, looked elated, but his gaze flickered with envy at the sight of the Hummer. What a great car. High chassis, imposing appearance, large body, every man's dream. Even though he now drove a car worth over 20,000, taking his girlfriend out to see movies was enjoyable, yet, he felt disheartened. How wonderful if only the car belonged to him. But when Wang Yu recognized Xiao Ling, he seemed surprised, somewhat confused, quickly lowering his head to hide his emotions, very conflicted, even letting go of his girlfriend's hand. Huh? What's up with Wang Yu? Likely something fishy on his mind. Xiao Ling was extremely busy and hadn't intended to stop upon encountering Wang Yu, swinging his car keys and heading towards the classroom. Instead, Wang Yu came up. What is it? Xiao Ling remained coldly composed. I've deposited another 50,000 into your account, use it all to buy medicine. The flour in the suburban warehouse has passed inspection and the other party was satisfied. Keep an eye out for rice, oil, salt, vinegar, etc. Send me the price list tonight. Previously, Xiao Ling trusted Wang Yu completely, since this person handled tasks efficiently and always delivered receipts to Xiao Ling lately, though, there had been a few occasions where he hadn't provided them, and his excuses were somewhat feeble, which made Xiao Ling understand. Therefore, when buying items now, Xiao Ling directly requested Wang Yu to submit price lists, reviewing them before transferring funds. Precaution was always necessary. Just as Xiao Ling turned back, he saw Feng Xiangnan standing nearby hesitantly, with complicated eyes and a melancholic expression. Short drama. Wang Yu bashfully twisted the corner of his clothes. You're here. Xiao Ling raised an eyebrow. I sent you 50,000. Wang Yu acted coyly. I've already prepared the medicine. Will you come over tonight? Xiao Ling smiled. Sure. Wang Yu's heart raced, blushing. Zhao Jiehui squirmed up and down behind the tree, taking photos incessantly, catching some scandalous affair. There's a love affair. There's a love affair. Even preparing the medicine, this was following the rhythm of intimate relations. Chapter 10, Counterattack. Hell, not this again. Do you still think you're a prince? Don't you know I don't love you anymore? Xiao Ling kept the same expression and walked away. Unfortunately, Wang Yu kept clinging, even attempting to hold on to Xiao Ling's sleeve. Reflexively dodging, Xiao Ling's eyes grew colder. What's up? Wang Yu paused, feeling very uneasy. Did Xiao Ling still like Feng Xiangnan? I just wanted to act close with you to piss him off. Xiao Ling arched an eyebrow. Since Wang Yu was rather delicate, acting as the submissive role wouldn't be bad. But Xiao Ling didn't need it. Wang Yu, haven't you forgotten your girlfriend is still waiting for you? What? Wang Yu froze, breaking into a cold sweat. Looking back, his girlfriend indeed stared suspiciously this way. Because Bai Pei had always tried to trouble Xiao Ling but failed repeatedly, she once shouted publicly that Xiao Ling was homosexual, thus casting doubt. Bai Pei was gleeful at that moment, but unfortunately, Xiao Ling remained aloof, doing whatever he had to, leaving Bai Pei's proud demeanor shattered. Entering the classroom, Zhou Jiehui immediately greeted, "Xiao Ling, why didn't you answer my calls?" Sitting down, Xiao Ling smoothed his hair. Zhou Jiehui was getting anxious. "Stocks. You're driving me crazy. Whose money is this anyway?" Xiao Ling sneered, his lowered gaze filled with a touch of blood red. "Zhou Jiehui, your good days are numbered." During the class break, Feng Xiangnan had someone call Xiao Ling out, but Xiao Ling ignored it. So, at noon during lunch, Feng Xiangnan came over. "What do you want me to do?" Feng Xiangnan growled lowly, his eyes red. Xiao Ling wasn't as tall, so he tilted his chin slightly upward. From Feng Xiangnan's perspective, this looked extremely inviting, especially that snowy white neck, as if inviting a taste. With a handsome face, a slender figure, pink tender lips, and large, spirited eyes. Feng Xiangnan's heart raced at this moment, his Adam's apple moving up and down as he forgot where he was, only remembering the scene of Xiao Ling turning red-faced beneath him. His passion ignited, Feng Xiangnan immediately reached out to trap Xiao Ling between himself and the tree, then bent down for a kiss. Xiao Ling's eyes turned cold and he raised his hand to throw a punch, but when he noticed Bai Pei, he quickly changed his mind and slightly turned his head to avoid it. Feng Xiangnan was already in the throes of desire, how could he let Xiao Ling escape? Besides, Xiao Ling was right there, meaning he still loved him, didn't he? "He loves me." Before Feng Xiangnan could emotionally lean closer again, Bai Pei screamed. "Feng Xiangnan! What are you doing?" Her words created ripples far and wide, turning the secluded little corner into the focus of everyone's attention. Though the two men hadn't embraced, from an outside perspective, it appeared as though Feng Xiangnan was passionately kissing Xiao Ling. "Oh! No way!" Everyone who saw this was astonished, exclaiming and feeling like they'd gone blind. Someone even instinctively pulled out their phone and snapped photos repeatedly. Did Xiao Ling care about his reputation? Not at all, it could be fed to the dogs. Thus, Feng Xiangnan's tragedy began, Bai Pei slapped him hard and tried to hit Xiao Ling too. But Xiao Ling moved faster than a monkey, already disappearing before she could reach him. After lunch, Wang Yu came to report work. He barely said a few words before Bai Pei dramatically arrived with several of her friends to block Xiao Ling. "You shameless woman, luring other people's boyfriends. Are you even human?" One beautiful lady, tall and statuesque, unfortunately cursed with crude language, which was disappointing. Another beauty chimed in, "I'm talking to you, Mr. Pretty Face. Pei is already pregnant, and you're still. Do you lack men? I'll find some men too." She didn't dare finish her sentence because Xiao Ling's murderous aura was already directed at her. Zhao Jiehui didn't see Xiao Ling's expression, "Class will start soon, you should leave." Bai Pei took out the pictures others sent her just now, revealing them to everyone, "Take a look at this person's true face. Can't live without a man, huh?" Feng Xiangnan rushed over due to his quick information network, looking displeased, "That's enough, Bai Pei. Follow me." After pulling Bai Pei away, Feng Xiangnan returned, full of apologies, "Sorry Lingling, it's my fault. I'll break up with her, just give me some time." What? The hell? A huge what? How could things change so much from past events? Is it related to rebirth? Xiao Ling felt lost, yet entertained by the unfolding drama. In the afternoon, without classes, Xiao Ling did quite a bit of online shopping. By evening, Xiao Ling invited his uncle's family to dinner. They were very fond of petty benefits, so the entire family came out. Anyway, since Xiao Ling had a savings book, he wasn't short of money. The private room was filled with food on the table. Xiao Ling didn't apologize to his uncle, merely sitting silently. His uncle was very happy, drinking glass after glass of expensive liquor priced over 500 per bottle. Sun Liang and Sun Yi sat next to Xiao Ling, speaking sarcastically, occasionally snickering derisively at him. In their minds, probably Xiao Ling was foolish. Half an hour later, Xiao Ling received a text message from Bai Hua, and decided not to linger further. He sent Zhao Jiehui a text to settle the bill and left first. At the entrance of the big restaurant, Sun Liang and Sun Yi were squatting smoking, chatting happily. Upon seeing Xiao Ling, they immediately surrounded him. "Tell you what, Lingling, don't you try to run off. This meal costs at least over 2,000 yuan. If my dad pays for your ass, will your legs even be usable?" Sun Yi spat out smoke rings, looking completely relaxed. Sun Liang laughed, teasingly approaching, "Little Yi, Lingling is your elder brother, show some respect." "Oh. Your phone isn't bad, can I take a look?" They referred to Xiao Ling's apple. Xiao Ling ignored them, glancing at Zhao Jiehui as he approached and said, "Go home by yourself. I've got something else to do." Zhao Jiehui had taken the bus here, and somewhat resentfully paid the bill. He stared longingly at the Hummer parked nearby, wanting to ride in it desperately. Hey, feed me. Xiao Ling turned around and walked straight towards the car, opened the door, and sat inside. At once, the two brothers were dumbfounded. They'd been checking out this car while smoking earlier, liking it immensely, but never expected it to actually belong to Xiao Ling. Sun Liang was accustomed to taking Xiao Ling's belongings. During the meal, he attempted to snatch Xiao Ling's phone, and upon seeing the Hummer, without a second thought, he rushed forward to block the departing car. This shocked not only Zhao Jiehui but also Sun Yi. However, Sun Yi was cunning and quickly devised a plan. Shit, Xiao Ling, can you even drive? You're not cut out for driving. With that shout, he ran back into the restaurant to fetch his father. If the car belonged to Xiao Ling, then with his father stepping in, the car would be theirs. Excited and thrilled, these two brothers indeed thought alike. Xiao Ling rolled down the window, ignoring Sun Liang's shouts, and turned to Zhao Jiehui, get him out of the way. Huh? Me again? Zhao Jiehui felt quite uneasy and stayed put. Do you not want my money for stock trading anymore? Just one sentence acted like an adrenaline shot for Zhao Jiehui, who immediately sprang into action and pulled Sun Liang aside. What about Sun Liang? He certainly wouldn't budge, especially regarding the part about using Xiao Ling's money for stock trading. What did that mean? As they tussled around, Xiao Ling calmly drove off. By the time Sun Rennie came rushing out, all he could see were the car's taillights. What exactly happened? Thus, Zhao Jiehui found himself grabbed by the collar. Bai Hua was driving by just at this moment. Seeing this scene, he deeply admired Xiao Ling's calmness and tactfulness. It was as if nothing fazed him. Whether being challenged or provoked, he remained undisturbed. Such a character and capability surely indicated he wasn't someone to be underestimated. Clearly, it would be wise to seriously develop a good relationship with him. Back at Pengfa Residential Complex, Building A, 4th floor, Xiao Ling entered the space. After a shower and chatting with Xiao Xiao, he noticed that everything had undergone tremendous changes: rows of fruit trees, fields of crops, vegetables growing well, enclosures full of chickens and ducks, and ponds teeming with various kinds of fish. These were just a glimpse. What stretched before them was a vast expanse of beauty. Xiao Xiao had grown to 50 centimeters tall and always smiled joyfully. When are we going to get some weapons? No need to rush, those things can be directly looted in the post-apocalypse. There were plenty of things to snatch, and Xiao Ling had already planned a lot in his mind. Stocks had made him a fortune, and there were still many supplies to buy. All that remained was for Bai Hua to sell the houses. Had it not been for the teachers being overly responsible and fearing the police would be called, he would have left right away. With a flick of his wrist, a compressed water sphere flew swiftly and shattered a rock. His psychic ability had reached level 1, good, much faster than before, but he couldn't let up. When are we going to the sea? Xiao Xiao asked, slowly gliding in the bathtub. When are we buying appliances? How do we generate electricity? Xiao Ling was clueless about such matters. Buy me some new books. I've been reading agricultural ones for days and am about to throw up, Xiao Xiao complained, his little face scrunched up adorably. Xiao Ling chuckled heartily, his gloomy mood dispelled. All right, our Xiao Xiao is a genius. He thought of buying a talking parrot. Xiao Xiao worked hard managing the space, so after cultivating in the water for 2 hours, Xiao Ling did some farm work before coming out. Time in the space differed from outside. As the space grew larger, the disparity became greater. For instance, 5 hours inside equated to just 1 hour outside. The next morning, Bai Hua called to say the deal was done. The house where the younger uncle lived was priced at 3,020,000, while the elder uncle's was 7,550,000. Payments would be transferred at noon, and Xiao Ling had to be there. In the suburbs, Xiao Ling casually waved his hand, stowing everything in the warehouse into the space, his gaze cold and a smirk curling at his lips. Because, he saw a person. Chapter 11, Getting Out of Hand. Right at this moment, the breakfast shop owner arrived in his car, meeting up with Xiao Ling to receive payment in cash. The owner tried prying for information because his wife wanted to cut out Xiao Ling as the intermediary and contact the buyer directly to make more profit. Thinking of the rosy plans his wife had envisioned, greed flashed in the owner's eyes. This man believed his thoughts were cleverly hidden, yet Xiao Ling, skilled at reading others' expressions, saw through everything. Using busyness as an excuse, he dismissed the owner. Likely, this person wouldn't give up and might inquire around. With several construction sites nearby, discovery wouldn't be an issue. The owner had already earned plenty from Xiao Ling but kept playing tricks. Unbeknownst to him, the true buyer was Xiao Ling himself, and now he had offended Xiao Ling. Upon arriving at the securities company, Xiao Ling was summoned to the manager's office immediately due to some issues with his account. Watching the playback of surveillance footage, Xiao Ling realized he had been exposed. But so what? He hadn't broken any laws. The manager, having met countless people, encountered for the first time a young boy who was this composed. Don't be nervous, but the person wasn't actually nervous, it was the manager who felt uneasy. Yet, with his heavy responsibility, he had no choice. Hello, I am. Who you are doesn't interest me. I'm leaving. Xiao Ling acted gracefully. Just as he opened the door, 2 big men blocked his way. Xiao Ling silently turned around and looked at the manager. What do you mean? Oh my, why do young people these days exude such overwhelming presence? He was only a manager, after all, was this job even easy for him? This is the room card from Guao Grand Hotel. You'll know everything once you go there. Xiao Ling put the room card in his pocket after receiving it, then turned and left without hesitation. This time, the big men didn't stop him. The manager chased after and shouted, "You must be there by 9 o'clock tonight. There will be benefits for you, and trouble if you don't come." Only going there would bring trouble. After leaving, Xiao Ling found a way to sell all his stocks, fearing they might get frozen. Money talks, though unclear about whom he had offended, caution was paramount. As for the room card, sorry, it ended up in a roadside trash can. Upon arriving at school, he immediately encountered lewd stares filled with cold mockery, but such gazes couldn't wound him at all. Xiao Ling didn't care either, knowing for sure it must be by Peipei's doing. And this was exactly what he wanted. Sure enough, before entering the classroom, the teacher summoned him to the office. After flipping through some warm-toned phone pictures, the teacher finally spoke. "Xiao Ling, do you know the school wants to expel you?" The teacher's stern gaze softened considerably. "I hope you can take a year off from school. You're a good student, and the teacher doesn't want you to abandon your studies because of emotional issues." Xiao Ling had no parents, and his relatives didn't bother with him. Thus, the teacher took extra care. Xiao Ling understood all this. "I understand, thank you, teacher." Arching an eyebrow, Xiao Ling was a stubborn child, which the teacher knew very well. Therefore, the teacher prepared tons of rhetoric to move him, although it turned out unnecessary, yet the teacher felt comforted. They went through the procedures quickly since the school didn't particularly like Xiao Ling. Exiting the door, Feng Xiangnan was seen again, who kept looking at Xiao Ling as if wanting to say something but held back, as if burdened with 1,000 words and countless grievances, hoping Xiao Ling could understand. Bai Peipei rushed over wildly and grabbed onto Feng Xiangnan, screaming heart-wrenchingly, "Why did you break up with me? Why tell my parents? Is money all you think about? Now the baby inside me is gone, does that make you happy? Ha, I'm going to get engaged to someone else. My parents look down on you completely. What should I do? Tell me. Aren't you supposed to love me so much you cannot live without me?" Feng Xiangnan, however, appeared quite agitated. "I didn't tell your parents about us, they found out themselves. I also wanted the child, but it was your parents who forced you into the abortion. I feel sorrowful and distressed too. Go rest, take care of yourself. Do you still care about me? Do you still love me? We can have more children. Don't break up with me, I won't get engaged to anyone else. Believe me, regarding houses and cars, we can earn them after getting married." Listening to this, Xiao Ling turned away and left. Feng Xiangnan was merely a freeloader. It was Xiao Ling's misjudgment to keep giving him money, buying clothes, luxury brands, even letting him drive the car. Now that Feng Xiangnan chose to leave, he obviously saw Bai Peipei as wealthier. Alas, her parents were strict with her relationships. Ultimately, Xiao Ling was easier to control, being naive and full of feelings. Currently, Feng Xiangnan led a wretched life, having grown accustomed to spending lavishly. Who would endure a hard life again? Witnessing Xiao Ling driving a Hummer, splurging money, throwing away the old car to Wang Yu without any regret, Feng Xiangnan couldn't help feeling deeply regretful. Whenever he saw Wang Yu looking proud, driving the car around freely, he became unbearable, thinking those blessings belonged to him originally. Thus, Feng Xiangnan promptly returned, trying to reconcile with Xiao Ling. Could this happen? By now, Xiao Ling was incomparable to what he used to be. Seeing Xiao Ling walking away, Feng Xiangnan immediately pushed Bai Peipei off. "Go away, stop pestering me. I've realized that I still love Xiao Ling. I can't live without him." Whom was he shouting at? Xiao Ling got it, but Bai Peipei was already delirious, clinging tightly and crying aloud. Zhao Jiehui enthusiastically watched the drama unfold, snapping pictures with his phone, paparazzi style. Fortune turns, and it was about time Feng Xiangnan made the headlines. At noon, Xiao Ling met Bai Hua and the buyer. The negotiation between both parties was straightforward, finalizing everything within an hour. With the money secured, Xiao Ling went to check out an SUV. The boss mistook Xiao Ling for a rich second-generation heir, seeing how soon after purchasing the Hummer, he was already here buying a newly launched luxury car, clearly identifying a big fish. Xiao Ling also ignored the manager, seemingly deep in thought while staring at him. The manager caught on quickly, stepping closer and whispering, "Young Master Xiao, is there anything special you need?" Xiao Ling didn't bother with meaningless talk. "I like playing with cars. Do you have any channels for modification?" Xiao Ling had endured many years in the apocalypse. Without keys or spare tires, he could still drive a car away. He was very familiar with all kinds of vehicles and knew how to modify them, but he needed the right equipment. What was he up to? Once the apocalypse arrived, he would just take what he needed. The manager handed over a business card. "I haven't done any modifications myself, but I've heard that this old man is quite capable." After leaving, Xiao Ling, who hadn't eaten yet, walked into a hot pot restaurant. It wasn't much fun eating alone, so he called Wang Yu over and took the opportunity to delegate some tasks. Coincidentally, his phone rang, and Xiao Ling let out a cold smirk upon seeing the caller. The breakfast shop owner had been wandering around the suburbs for a long time without finding out even a word about Xiao Ling feeling duped, yet the money in his pocket was real. Where did that young guy send the breakfast from our shop to? Unable to figure it out, while driving home, he called his wife to tell her about the incident. Both of them thought Xiao Ling must have made a lot of profit from their store, or why else would he order every day? Since they couldn't find the golden mastermind behind Xiao Ling's discount deals and had already given him quite a few breaks, why not raise the prices? Thus, the quick-witted boss's wife decided to call Xiao Ling personally. You know how everything's getting more expensive these days. We've given you special treatment for many days now. If we don't raise the price, we'll lose money. What do you think about this? Big buns will cost 1 yuan each, which we sell to you at 8 mao, raising it by 10 fun. And as for soy milk. With a smirk, Xiao Ling listened as she recited her list of price hikes. When she finished, he responded calmly, too expensive. I won't buy any more. What? The owner's wife was startled, her hands sweating nervously. Dearie, we're honest folks, you can't do this to us. Besides, because of your orders, we stocked up on a lot of supplies and hired new staff. If you stop buying, how will we sell our goods? Let me tell you something sincerely, you've earned a lot from us recently. People should have a conscience. Alright, if I have a conscience, Xiao Ling picked up his chopsticks, turn right after leaving here, go straight about 2 kilometers, there's a court. You can sue me. What? The owner's wife was stunned again. Before she could nag further, Xiao Ling hung up the phone. Then his phone buzzed non-stop, even after Wang Yu sat down. Xiao Ling picked up the drink Wang Yu had poured. Can you get cheap liquefied gas in bulk? Sure, Wang Yu was puzzled. Was this for a cafeteria? But he didn't dare ask directly. And what about gasoline or diesel? Sure, but the amount is limited. Wang Yu's forehead creased with 3 lines of concern. What was Xiao Ling up to? What other bargains can you get? Forget it. Though Wang Yu was smart when it came to studying, if he couldn't turn the corner, it was useless. Xiao Ling started eating vegetables and meat while Wang Yu pondered. Can I also buy cheap calves, lamb, piglets? Wang Yu tentatively suggested. And rubber gloves, boots, mats, feed, fertilizer. This time, Xiao Ling smiled and even poured Wang Yu a drink. Here's the plan, compile a list of everything you can get at a bargain price and include the prices. If there's a channel where we need supplies, I'll purchase from you. Wang Yu was flabbergasted. This was the first time Xiao Ling had been so amiable. Sure. Definitely. Xiao Ling, on the other hand, curled his lips. You really like my car, don't you? Chapter 12, Being Exploited. Why did he ask that? Wang Yu's heart quivered, panic setting in as he didn't know how to respond. He indeed liked having a car, especially for dates. His once distant girlfriend had recently become much gentler, letting him kiss, embrace, and touch. They were almost at the final step. Had Xiao Ling caught on to something? Would apologizing now make a difference? Just as Wang Yu's eyes reddened and his fingers clutched the car key in frustration, Xiao Ling casually spoke up. I've realized you're a talented individual who gets things done efficiently and has never failed me. I'm pleased with you, so. I'll give you the car as a reward. Keep up the good work. What? Wang Yu's ears were buzzing as he completely froze. Xiao Ling found it amusing but kept his expression cool. Eat. Wang Yu was ecstatic, tears welling up as he trembled while picking food. He carefully examined Xiao Ling a few times, silently noting this significant event. In fact, it wasn't generosity on Xiao Ling's part. Small sedans would only be useful in the early stages of the apocalypse. A month later, they'd be useless. Motorcycles were much better. Right, how could he have forgotten such convenient transportation? Xiao Ling intended to buy a pile of motorcycles to keep in his space. They'd surely be helpful in dire situations. Xiao Ling was interrupted from his thoughts by Wang Yu. Are you really sure about that? The two entered a golden silence. Xiao Ling had been driving the sedan for a year, Feng Xiangnan for about 2 years. After an accident, it wasn't worth much. Plus, Wang Yu genuinely liked it, and Xiao Ling could tell. Everyone would go their separate ways after the apocalypse, and he hoped Wang Yu would make the most of his opportunity. Xiao Ling booked a plane ticket on his phone, for the next morning at 10 o'clock. He gave Wang Yu some final instructions since his departure would cause a commotion among his uncles and Zhou Jiawei. Xiao Ling didn't want any issues to arise with Wang Yu. After separating, Xiao Ling indulged in shopping all afternoon before heading to the gym. Recently, there were serious problems with the coaches here. They always hovered around him, trying to start conversations and winking, treating him like a god. And sure enough, some young men were glaring daggers at Xiao Ling because of this coach. He was probably 15 or 16, with a delicate appearance, large eyes, long eyelashes, and a thin frame, truly charming. In this young man's eyes, Xiao Ling was at the level of a femme fatale, handsome, timeless beauty, excellent demeanor, powerful aura. He'd been resentful towards Xiao Ling for days, wanting to pick a fight but not daring due to both Xiao Ling's coldness and wealth. Before the coach finished attending to other clients, seeing Xiao Ling about to leave, he hurriedly approached with a smile. Hey, why don't we grab a midnight snack together? I know a place. Oops. The young man fell off the treadmill. The coach's expression was conflicted, yet bound by professional responsibility, couldn't ignore it. He attempted to smile apologetically at Xiao Ling. But alas, Xiao Ling didn't give him even a shred of a chance and walked away. In the underground parking lot, Xiao Ling just opened his car door, not yet seated, when someone disturbed him. I just wanted to invite you to dinner to get acquainted, nothing sinister intended. It was the coach, and Xiao Ling showed clear displeasure as he stared blankly. Don't you think that young lad is easier prey? What? You're pretending. Xiao Ling smirked coldly, his eyes flashing dangerously. Xiao Ling, who had killed people and hacked zombies, wasn't one to be trifled with. A single glare, a mere snicker from him, could intimidate anyone into submission. Even the muscular coach instinctively stepped back, his back bumping against a nearby car before realizing how absurd it was. He was already in his 30s and yet cowered before a younger man. As Xiao Ling sat in his car, he caught sight of the adorable young guy in the rearview mirror and decided not to leave immediately. Treasure what you have now, don't regret losing it later. What did that even mean? Without experiencing loss or enduring the trials of the apocalypse, how would one ever come to regret anything? When Xiao Ling drove off, the young man lunged onto the coach, who promptly shoved him off while hurling insults. The comment, "Do you have any shame?" shattered the youth entirely, leaving him in tears, despairingly sitting on the ground. How many times had this happened? He had clearly professed his love and slept with the young man, only to abandon him within a week for a housewife. Then came a college professor, followed by a discharged soldier, then Xiao Ling. It never ended. Xiao Ling transported the goods that arrived in the warehouse into his space earlier that afternoon, then went to wander outside the city limits, stuffing all sorts of intriguing items into his storage area. Of course, he chose places without surveillance cameras, even the lakes weren't spared. After storing his car into the space, Xiao Ling planned to jog back. However, upon reaching Pengfa residential area, he found himself being targeted. Who? The breakfast shop owner? He hadn't expected them to be so bold. Having suffered similar situations in the past, Xiao Ling underestimated no opponent. As several lethal intents flared, he quietly moved forward. At the crucial moment of passing the corner, he suddenly sprinted. It wasn't the breakfast shop owner. The opponent was skilled and silently trailed behind, showing no urgency to chase. Damn! It was tough going. By now, Xiao Ling knew this neighborhood well and zigzagged through smaller alleys, thinking he could lose his pursuer. Yet, it seemed his captor was prepared, closing in from all directions. Something was off. Within his social circle, there shouldn't be anyone this formidable. Xiao Ling darted ahead, forced into a corner. The shadowy figure slowly approached, playing cat-and-mouse games with him. And just when they thought they had him cornered, Xiao Ling used the first-floor railing to climb up, entering through a window and running upstairs to the 6th floor, leaping to the roof of the adjacent building. The black-clad individuals grew agitated, their adversary was crafty. After jumping across 7 buildings and sliding down a pipe to the ground floor, just as he was about to escape, someone blocked him again. A formidable martial artist. This person's presence was very faint, if not seen with his own eyes, one would truly not sense it. Why didn't he stand in the shadows and launch a surprise attack? Wouldn't that be easier? Was it because he deemed it beneath him? Xiao Ling narrowed his eyes, not daring to let down his guard. However, the pursuers behind were approaching, and he had no time to spare on this. Xiao Ling charged forward, feinting a move. His opponent was surprised, not expecting to fall for the trick, and secretly cursed as he hurriedly attempted a flying kick. If this blow had landed, Xiao Ling would have been hospitalized. In mid-air and unable to turn, Xiao Ling calmly kicked out, using the opponent's force against them to instantly escape the encirclement. A sudden pain shot through his arm, and Xiao Ling glanced down, realizing something was wrong. Was it anesthesia or something else? The vision blurred around Xiao Ling, so he pinched himself, mustering up strength to flee. But just when the thigh started paining him again, another shot. With no strength left and the drugs taking effect quickly, Xiao Ling sat heavily on the ground, shaking his dazed head. The people chasing him caught up and picked him up horizontally, neither harming nor beating him. They then drove off. After an indeterminate amount of time, his body felt submerged in water, yet also like being surrounded by cotton. His head ached miserably as he hovered between wakefulness and unconsciousness. His legs were parted and something entered, creating a sensation of both pain and fullness, circling and shifting. This feeling was familiar, causing Xiao Ling to open his eyes instantly. The first thing he saw was someone up close, too handsome, exceedingly stylish, flawless like a deity. With blurred vision, Xiao Ling didn't recognize the man and began gasping heavily, losing half of his soul. What situation is this? Why are we both completely naked? What exactly happened? The black-clad men must have grabbed the wrong person. Xiao Ling couldn't summon even a shred of strength but tried desperately to save himself. You've made a mistake. I'm Xiao Ling. He knows me. But I don't know him. Xiao Ling's head spun harder. Let me go, please. The man withdrew 3 fingers and spread Xiao Ling's legs wide apart. Xiao Ling nearly fainted from fear, his face as pale as paper. His weak hand rose slightly in attempt to stop the man, but alas, the man acted swiftly, charging forward. Ah, Xiao Ling emitted a stifled moan, the pain making his vision blur as tears welled up in his eyes. Before he could adjust, the man started attacking fiercely. Throughout the long night, slapping sounds echoed continuously. Occasionally pausing, they would start again soon after. By the end of the night, someone had overused certain parts and tragically woke only at noon the next day. Xiao Ling opened his eyes and immediately encountered an inappropriate scene. A bronze-skinned hunk was nearby, shirtless, with only a blanket covering his lower half, looking at his phone. Xiao Ling struggled to sit up, his gaze sharp as a blade. Who are you? Awoke already? Yu's mood seemed fine. What do you feel like eating? I want to eat your sister. Is she here? Yu squinted his eyes. What did you say? Are you dumb? No one dared speak to Yu this way, not even Xiao Ling. The room's atmosphere turned icy in an instant. Yu moved fast, seizing the impudent one tightly by the neck. Say it again. Good words need not be repeated. Xiao Ling held his tongue as the pressure around his neck increased, struggling for air. Having killed before, Xiao Ling naturally knew Yu wasn't joking, the abyssal darkness in his eyes brimmed with lethal intent. Yet, Xiao Ling wouldn't yield either, glaring coldly despite the fact, there was now another hand touching his rear. One more round. What? Xiao Ling stood no chance. In response to Yu's actions, he couldn't put up any resistance. After more slap, 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 Xiao Ling finally settled down, leaving Yu content. You please me. Next time I come to Sea City, I'll still let you receive me. Chapter 13, Meeting Again. What? A whirlwind of emotions surged inside Xiao Ling, who maintained a neutral expression. Alas, whether it was aura or ability, none matched their opponent. You're cold. He's colder. You're composed. He's as placid as ancient waters. Comparing strength, agility, and reactions. Once captured single-handedly and pinned helplessly above his head, moving even a fraction was impossible. The situation grew dire, yet Xiao Ling remained calm. Truly, how bad could it be? It won't make him lose any flesh. Although it still stung, it couldn't be denied, it felt good too, especially after Feng Xiangnan's betrayal. And besides, this person standing in front, perfect from every angle and possessing a similarly well-toned physique, was not one Xiao Ling could outright dismiss. Even if coerced, as long as the other party fit his criteria, it might bring some comfort. Fell for me? Yu smiled menacingly. Instead, Xiao Ling extended a hand. Yu raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Xiao Ling spoke, since you said you'll look for me next time, is it going to be kept as, keeping me as a kept boy, or will you settle it once each time? Xiao Ling's thoughts were simple, it wasn't the end of the world yet, and killing equaled unforgivable evil, so he wasn't that stupid to fight this guy to death. Moreover, the room was extravagantly luxurious, which could mean securing a good amount of money for shopping instead. What you don't take for free, you'll regret later. The old Xiao Ling would have never taken advantage of such a situation, but now Xiao Ling had his pride. Compared with life-saving resources, that bit of dignity was nothing. Alas, he met someone named Wei Qiming. Originally, I was willing to give you something, I've always been generous in terms of bedfellows, and we also set up the time and place yesterday. However, since you didn't agree. So. You have an ominous feeling, Xiao Ling's body tensed slightly. You aren't voluntary, Wei Qiming smiled. Rape doesn't require payment. Shit. Damn. What the hell? Xiao Ling's eyes widened instantly, his swollen lips parted slightly as if finding it unbelievable, or unable to comprehend. Wei Qiming found Xiao Ling's cute reaction pleasing and burst out laughing heartily. If anyone under his command or anyone who knew him saw this, they'd be shocked. After all, from the age of 10 onward, Wei Qiming rarely showed his emotions on his face, even though his mouth might smile, there was no mercy in his eyes. Xiao Ling's expression changed repeatedly, indecent people he'd seen, but none as shameless as this one. Never mind, treat it like being bitten by a dog. Inwardly cursing violently, Xiao Ling dressed hastily, only to trip due to weakened legs and fall back onto the soft carpet. Wei Qiming was definitely trash. He happily watched Xiao Ling humiliated without any intention to help. Naturally, Xiao Ling didn't need help either. Secretly infuriated, when Xiao Ling looked at Wei Qiming's face clearly for the first time, he actually appreciated it, he thought that's how men should look. But now, that's a horse face. A long stinking shoe sole. Leaving, slamming the door behind him. Xiao Ling bore the discomfort, rushing quickly, observing carefully in every direction, just fearing that the guy wouldn't let it go and send people after him. Actually, Wei Qiming's crocodile leather wallet lay right there on the crystal table. Xiao Ling saw it, within arm's reach, but he didn't take it. He didn't want to die before the apocalypse. His instincts saved him once again. Because Wei Chi-ming enjoyed playing around with wild grasses, specifically choosing the clean ones to ruin. Even if they looked pretty, those who worked outside the rules were rejected without a second glance. Xiaoling happened to catch his eye by accident, added to his subordinates believing Xiaoling was a genius, piquing Wei Chi-ming's slight interest in having some fun to pass the long nights. Unthought of consequences came when this person smelled rather pleasant, even daring to stare at him with a murderous gaze. Not simple, find someone to investigate him. Actually, Wei Chi-ming noticed Xiaoling's glance at the wallet. People like Wei Chi-ming, dominant, bold, prefer pets with personality and intelligence. If they aren't obedient, dare to see what they shouldn't, or move what they mustn't, then they won't walk out of here. Xiaoling arrived at the pharmacy and bought 100 boxes of ointment first, then headed to the bath center for a soak. Coming out cautiously medicated, he wore clothes taken from his dimensional space. Ready to head to the airport, Xiaoling frowned unhappily, shit, missed the time. His phone buzzed. Pulling it out, Xiaoling laughed. It was from his uncle. Being chased away. Dumbfounded, huh? Good karma, you wanted to seize other people's property, you should have foreseen this result. By the time Xiaoling reached the seaside, it was already evening. He stayed at a nearby hotel and ordered a table full of delicious seafood. After eating leisurely, Xiaoling felt utterly decadent, thinking he should start stealing again. Taking a stroll along the beach, enjoying the scenery, beautiful and invigorating, the stars twinkling, the sea breeze gently brushing against him. When Xiaoling had enough of gazing, he took off his shoes and socks and waded into the sea. At this time, many people were strolling and catching small crabs. Xiaoling bent down like them, seemingly looking for crabs, while actually slipping various items like stones, seawater, sand into his dimensional space. Later, Xiaoling even boldly stripped down to his underwear and went deeper. When the seawater submerged his chest, it felt slightly suffocating. With both hands swaying back and forth, streams of seawater flowed into his dimensional space, carrying the fish nearby together. Refreshing. Incredible refreshment seized Xiaoling, who cleverly grabbed the edge of his underwear with one hand and dived deeper. It was pitch black, unable to see anything, dampening Xiaoling's spirit considerably. When he returned to the hotel, it was already 12 midnight. Stretching, Xiaoling paced around the room twice, checking for any surveillance cameras before entering his dimensional space. Xiao Xiao was very excited, already swimming in the newly formed ocean. This little guy had grown again, his skin pale and tender, better than milk. Your skin is exactly the same. Oh, intersection. Oh. Xiao Xiao flew over and hugged Xiaoling, saying, brother, your body. Xiaoling looked down. Xiao Xiao shook his head desperately, like a drum, nothing. Nothing. There was someone else's scent on his brother's body. Someone else's scent. My God. Is it what I think? Die before I say it, brother will be angry, right? He will, won't he? Xiao Xiao's mind was in complete turmoil, on the verge of exploding. If it were normal days, Xiaoling would definitely have noticed Xiao Xiao acting guilty, but far away, the lush fields caught his eyes, impossible to ignore. The space is really a treasure, crops are growing at an amazing speed, so powerful. At this pace, the harvest time isn't far off. I wonder if I buy some seafood and put them inside, will they survive? Xiaoling showed concern for the use of seawater. One day, the seawater hasn't fully combined with the surrounding soil yet, Xiao Xiao was all about action and immediately flew away. Xiaoling witnessed something miraculous. Only with a few waves of Xiao Xiao's hand, the junction between the soil and seawater revealed plenty of sand, the ones Xiaoling had stolen earlier. This way, the seawater became stable, allowing more living organisms. What happiness! Xiaoling gleefully grabbed the restless Xiao Xiao and gave him a few kisses, then went off to farm. Xiao Xiao wiped his face with small hands, feeling somewhat repulsed, somewhat jealous. With brother having a partner, would he not love me anymore? And just like that, 3 days slipped by while Xiaoling went on a shopping spree. He drove the rented truck only to be stopped by the police and taken to the station. Reason? It was the breakfast shop owner, someone Xiaoling never thought of. He assumed it was his elder uncle or younger uncle panicking and fabricating charges, hoping the police could catch Xiaoling, giving them the chance to take over. After all, false accusations compared to losing a house aren't much of a big deal. Bitter laughter, Xiaoling explained to the police, but instead, the police wanted to transfer him to City C. I don't want to go back. Xiaoling felt truly troubled, but then the serious police officer smiled and let him go courteously. What's going on? Xiaoling couldn't figure it out, returned to the hotel after a tiring day, took a shower, and found an extra person in his room. I helped you out of your jam. How do you intend to thank me? Wei Chi-ming sat on the double bed, leaning against the headboard, his long legs crossed, looking arrogantly pleased, haughty, with a cold and oppressive aura. But Xiaoling remembered this man's temperature, very hot, very hot. Narrowing his eyes, Xiaoling finally understood why the police backed off. What kind of person was he, capable of dominating in City C, and similarly influential here in City L? Wei Chi-ming beckoned with his fingers, extraordinarily handsome. Unfortunately, Xiaoling wasn't a moth to fly into the fire, so he cautiously leaned against the wall, reaching behind him to pull a dagger from his space. There must be people outside the door, professionally trained bodyguards. Xiaoling didn't want to expose his water element ability, so he decided to maneuver around the arrogant bastard. Though Xiaoling didn't reveal any emotion outwardly, Wei Qiming was too strong. If I weren't seeing you like this, I would have suspected you intentionally approached me. In an instant, Xiaoling felt thoroughly toyed with and dangerously curled his lips up. Why are you here? Wei Qiming stood up and stepped closer towards the wall, adding immense pressure. I happened to see you when I got off the plane. No, Wei Qiming actually used the VIP route. It was coincidental that he met the mayor of City L who loved fawning over him. He approached and excitedly exchanged a few words. Xiaoling's seat was rather close to the front, so he exited quickly and was seen by this wolf. Fate, such a thing makes one laugh and cry. A glint appeared in Xiaoling's eyes as he casually threw the ashtray, kicking out a foot while taking advantage of Wei Qiming's momentary sidestep. Wei Qiming's relaxed face turned ice cold. He thought Xiaoling was too sharp-edged, and just as he intended to break Xiaoling's arm, Xiaoling made a faint move and rushed toward the window, creating a 3-step distance between them. Would Wei Qiming let him go? Chapter 14, Blocked. Wei Qiming chased after him in big strides. Xiaoling leaped and hurled the dagger. The seal was broken, the dagger was sharp, flashing a merciless killing intent. As Wei Qiming came head-on, facing a fatal strike, his pupils contracted into needle-sized points. In a flash, he managed to dodge. My goodness, Xiaoling was astonished beyond measure, but there was no time to marvel. Hastily shielding his face with his arm, he escaped through the broken window. 4th floor, if jumping wouldn't cripple him, it wouldn't leave him in good shape anyway. Xiaoling had a plan and left gracefully. So Xiaoling did not see the expression Wei Qiming had standing by the window, the glimmer in his eyes carrying a light Xiaoling couldn't comprehend. Escaping overnight, yet doing so with as much style as Xiaoling, might be unparalleled across the whole world. Driving an SUV, listening to pop music, and munching on fruit, Xiaoling returned to City C earlier than planned, although a bit disheveled. But it was better than being stalked for farts or other nonsense. Stopping and starting along the way, Xiaoling continued his shopping spree while staying in touch with Wang Yu. The families of his older uncle and younger uncle were really causing a commotion, even going to the school and making a big mess. Everyone knew that Xiaoling had been deceived into selling his house and disappearing without a trace, all because of Zhou Jiahui, Xiaoling's best friend. Now, Zhou Jiahui was like a rat on the street, too afraid to even go to school. Zhou Jiahui used to be arrogant, always looking down on others through his nose. He had an air of superiority, acting as if he were the boss. A group of people always surrounded him, and younger students called him Big Brother Zhou. Life was sweet back then. However, everything changed because of Xiaoling. Where could he be? Even Wang Yu didn't know. Just as they were ready to report to the police, Xiaoling returned to City C. After getting the news, Wang Yu drove to a pet shop in the suburbs. To everyone's surprise, Xiaoling bought a parrot and a weasel. This little guy was hilarious. It was a thief, sneaking into the pet store every night to eat, not just food but also tearing open other packages. It even ate birds. It took the owner a week to catch the weasel. Just as it was about to get killed, Xiaoling burst through the door. To Wang Yu, who grew up in the countryside, weasels were pests, so he looked at Xiaoling with bewilderment and hesitated to reach out and touch it. Xiaoling, I've been busy since you left. Your relatives are crazy, constantly causing trouble at school. Now, your popularity is explosive, everyone knows you, even if they don't know the principal. Xiaoling calmly tended to the weasel's wounds without responding. Wang Yu scratched his nose, feeling bored. Xiaoling hadn't said a word. What did that mean? Lately, Wang Yu had been pretty upset too, wanting to vent but held back by Xiaoling's cold face. Ah, the things you asked for are all ready. The big items are in the warehouse, and the medicines are at the rental place. Wang Yu thought about whether to mention transferring ownership of the car. Since the car belonged to Xiaoling, wasn't it already promised to him? The last time it was almost seized by Xiaoling's elder uncle's family, and Wang Yu was far from happy. Xiaoling hugged the bandaged weasel and the pet shop owner arrived with several bags, smiling broadly. Customer, here are the bird seeds and bird medicine you requested, all accounted for. Xiaoling didn't even look up. The owner, focused on business, wouldn't get upset over a customer's attitude. Instead, he became even more enthusiastic, rubbing his hands. Do you want to see some bird toys? Or bird bathing basins? And Wang Yu suddenly felt inspired. Opening a pet shop might not be bad after all. From the moment Wang Yu walked in, the owner had made 2,000 yuan from Xiaoling alone. After leaving the shop, Wang Yu started feeling depressed again. This SUV was too cool, right? Xiaoling, is this your car? Impossible. No way. Xiaoling nodded slightly, silent. He opened the trunk and the shop owner enthusiastically helped load the items inside, handing over a business card. I work part-time as a veterinarian, so if anything happens to the parrot or weasel, feel free to come find me, the owner added. If you need anything else and don't want to come back, you can call me. Delivery service? Xiao Ling liked that, so he gave the man a cool smile. Wang Yu got in the car and stared at the SUV leading the way, thinking why was he so dejected. Was it annoyance? Isn't he just rich? Yet he earned money using Wang Yu's supplies. No, Xiao Ling was still his boss, so he shouldn't have feelings against him. As classmates, they should be friends, right? But no, tuition fees and the car were given by Xiao Ling, which felt disproportionate to what Wang Yu had contributed. Wang Yu's inner world was chaotic, filled with jealousy and confusion, mostly frustration. Next time, calling Xiao Ling Brother Xiao might help. Regardless, those who provide livelihood deserve respect. Xiao Ling noticed the car behind getting farther away. What was Wang Yu up to? Anyway, let's go back to the rental apartment first. In the evening, many neighbors were out for a walk. Xiao Ling just parked his car when he encountered trouble, not someone else, Feng Xiangnan. How could he possibly know this place? Xiao Ling instantly figured it out, it must have been Wang Yu. Feng Xiangnan must have followed Wang Yu to track him down, definitely like that. Wang Yu's car was parked by the side of the road as he watched in amazement at Feng Xiangnan trying to hold on to Xiao Ling, seemingly quarreling. Should I go over? Wang Yu hesitated but decided to wait and see. Xiao Ling was so capable, he'd surely sort it out. If not, that would mean Xiao Ling was just an ordinary college student like himself. In fact, wasn't Xiao Ling's smooth life due to his wealthy family? If he lived in the countryside like me, he wouldn't be better than me. After all, Wang Yu was a top student while Xiao Ling. What was he? Nothing. Once this thought became clear, Wang Yu felt much better. He leaned back in his seat, half closing his eyes. Xiao Ling found the angry Feng Xiangnan's antics amusing. He still acted as if the world revolved around him. It was you who proposed the breakup. We don't have any relationship anymore. Please stay away from me, or else. Or else what? Feng Xiangnan's eyes turned red as he took a step forward. Is all this my fault? Don't you bear responsibility for me getting involved with Bai Pei? If it weren't for you, would I have gotten drunk and messed around with her? Ling, don't treat me this way. I can't take it. Feng Xiangnan's entire demeanor radiated sorrow, as if he were the one being abandoned. Every second without you is unbearable. It feels like dying. You love me so much, I can't believe after just a few days, your heart has changed. Ling, is there something troubling you? Chapter 15, The Shameless Bastard. A crowd gathered around, curious about what was happening. Some even approached to watch closely. Feng Xiangnan was tall, dressed in name brands, with a well-proportioned face and striking good looks, a youth that caught the eye. His temperament was gentle and courteous, his smile exuded warmth, leaving a deep impression. No one dared criticize his character. As for Xiao Ling, he had a slender figure, fair skin, and extraordinary features. His icy coolness drew attention wherever he stood. Especially his long straight legs, which sparked endless admiration. Truly, he was the epitome of excellence, endlessly fascinating. In the face of the onlookers' whispers and malicious speculations, Xiao Ling didn't feel embarrassed, but Feng Xiangnan couldn't handle it. Ling, let's talk upstairs. I know you live here. Feng Xiangnan's face flushed slightly, his palms sweating. Please, I'm begging you, give me a chance to explain. Was lowering himself really worth it? In the past, Feng Xiangnan never stooped so low. Even a frown from him would have Xiao Ling smiling apologetically, trying hard to please. Love really could blind people, clouding their judgment. Ling. I truly love you. Let's have a proper conversation. If I lose you, I'll regret it for my entire life. Feng Xiangnan tentatively reached out, only to be dodged, but he persisted. Once inside the room, he'd have a chance to reconcile with Xiao Ling. Even if Xiao Ling didn't forgive him, he could use force. Once they got intimate again, Xiao Ling would surely never leave him. Dodging to the side, a hint of disdain flickered across Xiao Ling's calm face. It's not impossible for me to forgive you. Feng Xiangnan's eyes brightened and he smiled. So handsome, yet his insides were dirty. Xiao Ling sneered, let Bai Pei apologize to me. What? Feng Xiangnan shook his head slightly. She's crazy. Do you seriously expect her to apologize? Lingling, stop playing around. I know it was wrong of me. Can we ignore her? She's already pregnant with your child. Can we ignore that? If she doesn't give you up, I will never forgive you. Xiao Ling smoothed his hair, glancing towards where Wang Yu had been but noticed he had left. Go. I'm tired. Lingling. Facing the beast standing in front of him again, Xiao Ling had lost patience. Leave. Sort her out before coming to see me. The surrounding murmurs grew louder. An old man walked over, clearly disgruntled. Feng Xiangnan saw this and mumbled something about letting him rest before running off. The old man huffed disapprovingly. These days, boys ignoring good girls to chase after other boys. Hey, homosexuality is a disease that needs treatment. Because Wang Yu was no longer trustworthy, Xiao Ling searched the rental apartment thoroughly upon returning, checking for surveillance cameras. He then pulled the curtains shut, packed all the items into the dimensional space, and entered himself. Xiao Ling's water elemental abilities had reached level 2, with another upgrade, they would evolve into ice elemental powers. This was how it had happened in his past life. At that time, Xiao Ling had almost blurted out his own experiences in excitement but fortunately didn't. Otherwise, he'd be nothing more than a dissected specimen in some research institute. Why? Because such lucky individuals were exceedingly rare. Xiao Xiao immediately sensed Xiao Ling's presence and instantly flew over. Nowadays, Xiao Xiao was already 60 centimeters tall. How's it going? Did the first batch of food get stored? Xiao Xiao patted his little belly, it's all here. Every time this little guy did this action, Xiao Ling felt a bit annoyed inside, don't let it digest. Of course, Xiao Ling trusted Xiao Xiao fully. They hadn't even exchanged a few words when another parrot flew over from afar. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's hungry. Whoa, the parrot had already learned to speak, that was great. Xiao Ling wanted to pet it, but alas, the parrot looked down on him. Xiao Xiao respected Xiao Ling most, so with a dark expression, he reprimanded the parrot while the latter hung its head as if it had truly understood. Xiao Xiao, does it have a name? Ah. It really hadn't occurred to Xiao Xiao. Was this brother asking me to? This is your buddy, you handle it. Where's my weasel? Xiao Ling looked far and wide, finally spotting a streak of yellow. Its movement was very slow because the pet store owner had been too harsh, almost breaking the weasel's waist. Even after treatment, it would never be completely nimble again. Picking up the long, thin weasel, Xiao Ling met its shiny black eyes. Not bad, at least you're spirited. Though, you're not really my type. Smoothing the clean fur of the weasel, memories from his previous life resurfaced. The apocalypse will arrive soon. I'll release you then. Whether you live or die, become a worm or a dragon, is entirely up to you. Xiao Ling envied those who owned mutated beasts. Even if one wasn't an elementalist, they could still earn respect in the apocalypse era and be welcomed by elementalist groups. After all, mutated beasts were incredibly powerful, often capable of wiping out entire clusters of zombies with just one swipe. Furthermore, their digestive systems were highly efficient, allowing them to eat virtually anything while hunting on their own, causing minimal trouble for their owners. Most importantly, these creatures leveled up fast, growing stronger the longer they lived. Elementalists of the same level couldn't even compete against them. Big brother, what are you thinking about? I'm not thinking about anything, I'm just a little hungry. What did Xiao Xiao make today? I made steamed buns and cooked potato soup. Xiao Ling happily kissed Xiao Xiao on the cheek, sitting on the chair and hugging the weasel while waiting for dinner. Speaking of which, Xiao Xiao had actually mastered cooking by studying cookbooks and was quite skilled at creating various dishes. Xiao Ling had previously mentioned power generation and similar issues, and Xiao Xiao tried tackling those problems too, even bringing in plenty of equipment for generating electricity. Solar energy was reliable and effortless, Xiao Xiao had figured that out. Xiao Ling happily ate the small buns Xiao Xiao had prepared. They tasted wonderful, and a sip of potato soup brought a maternal flavor. Xiao Xiao flew onto the table, sat down, and supported his chin with both hands, deep in thought. His gaze was fixed on the weasel. Xiao Xiao possessed many of Xiao Ling's memories, thus realizing something. Did Big Brother want to have a mutated beast? But this creature was too weak, small-bodied, with a long tail, sly-looking eyes. Apart from the weasel, the only other animal worth mentioning in the entire space was the parrot. Forget it, this thing's combat capability was worse. Chickens, ducks, geese, sheep, pigs. After reviewing the whole lineup, Xiao Xiao's gaze returned to the weasel. At least this one had sharp teeth. He narrowed his eyes. Fine, it's you. The weasel sensitively shivered its small body, anxiously checking around. There was no danger. It didn't know what awaited it. After a day of farm work, Xiao Ling bathed inside the space and went to sleep. Wang Yu arrived early to report, knocking on the door before entering with permission. Liquefied gas, gasoline, coal, they're in short supply and must be restocked daily. Xiao Ling stretched lazily. There's no need to stock vegetables and rice anymore since the canteen has closed. However, do buy more instant noodles, cookies, and such. Wang Yu sat in the chair, carefully remembering what Xiao Ling said. Xiao Gu, the winter supplies you asked me to purchase last time are already in the warehouse. If you have time today, you'd better dispose of them quickly. I feel like the warehouse is being watched because I found some suspicious footprints. Xiao Ling remained composed. No worries. I've installed hidden cameras, and anyone who dares to steal will regret it. Wang Yu's heart skipped a beat, his back going cold. How remarkable Xiao Ling was, he had underestimated him. To cover up his uneasiness, Wang Yu gave a subtle smile. That's good then. I was really worried that something might happen. After all, the goods are worth 12 million yuan. If anything. I'm here. Don't worry. Wang Yu nodded. I've bought breakfast. Let's eat together. Alright. Xiao Ling took a look. Wasn't this soy milk, fried dough sticks, and stuffed pancakes? He bit into one, finding it quite delicious. Where did you buy it? The second shop on the left at the intersection. I saw a long queue every morning, so I bought from there. This meant it was not only delicious but also economical. Xiao Ling made a note of it. Xiao Xiao wasn't omnipotent, and Xiao Ling didn't want to overburden the little guy, so after Wang Yu left, Xiao Ling went to place an order. Time flew by, and half a month passed. Xiao Ling exercised daily, shopped, practiced elemental powers, and farmed. Heaven rewarded hard work. With a spread of his palm, a white glowing ice sphere appeared. Water elemental power level 3, ice elemental power beginning phase. Xiao Ling smiled, this was the happiest laugh since he had been reborn. Xiao Xiao sat nearby, cautiously inching closer, whispering softly, I also have elemental abilities. I'm a mentalist. Ah. How could that be? Why couldn't it be? Upon thinking about it, Xiao Ling realized Xiao Xiao had absorbed his brain core, blood, and a level 10 crystal core. But realizing this again, Xiao Ling felt deflated because no matter how powerful Xiao Xiao became, they still couldn't leave. Perhaps noticing the obvious disappointment on Xiao Ling's face, Xiao Xiao hurriedly explained, I can project my mentalist abilities through Big Brother's body. My mentalist ability can cover the entire building. Holy crap, is that true? Xiao Ling's eyes glowed with joy as he pounced on Xiao Xiao. But before Xiao Ling could revel in excitement, Xiao Xiao nervously fiddled with the hem of his shirt. Outside. Feng Xiangnan has come with Bai Pei. Xiao Ling's face darkened, radiating murderous intent, ignore them. Let's farm. Feng Xiangnan was dragging Bai Pei up the stairs by her arm. Bai Pei looked ashen, tears streaming down her face. Frankly speaking, Bai Pei was very pretty, with big eyes, a pear-shaped face, an elegant and smooth swan neck, and long black hair cascading like a waterfall, making her pitiful expression even more enticing, beautiful, and alluring. Unfortunately, she could not fulfill Feng Xiangnan's desires. Bai Pei's guess was right. It was Feng Xiangnan who had managed to contact her parents. It was also Feng Xiangnan who intentionally revealed to them that their daughter was pregnant. He thought the elders would appreciate him as a handsome man and offer help so he wouldn't have to struggle for decades. Bai Pei's family had the means to act, but they chose not to and aborted the child, leaving Feng Xiangnan without options. So. Determination flashed in Feng Xiangnan's eyes as he knocked on the door. Chapter 16, Despicable Deal. Heartbreaking sadness surged through Bai Pei. It felt like being cut into pieces with thousands of knives, and she sobbed endlessly. Feng Xiangnan had promised her earlier that regardless of the outcome today, he would consummate their relationship once. Whether she got pregnant or not, that depended on her luck. Bai Pei still loved Feng Xiangnan. Ever since seeing him on the first day of school, she fell for him. His tenderness, his love, his meticulous care, everything was so intoxicating. Bai Pei was already hopelessly entangled, unable to extricate herself. If only Xiao Ling were dead, why did he have to return? No response came from inside the room, which unsettled Feng Xiangnan. Bai Pei's crying irritated him, yet there was nothing she could do to change her parents' decision. Feng Xiangnan even hinted at her faking suicide, but alas, Bai Pei was too foolish to understand or lacked the courage to follow through, proving herself unworthy of staying by his side. But Xiao Ling was different. He was pure, attractive, good at making money, and an invaluable assistant. Thus, no matter what, Bai Pei couldn't compare to Xiao Ling. Feng Xiangnan continued knocking on the door. The most terrifying people are those self-absorbed individuals who disregard everything, including their own reputation. What would Feng Xiangnan not dare to do? Knock knock knock, no one answered. Phone calls, no response. He'd even woken up neighbors with his persistence. Feng Xiangnan's face resembled a palette of colors, and while Bai Pei's pale complexion improved slightly, recovering some color, she preferred Xiao Ling's absence. She didn't want to face him. Xiangnan, let's go home. Mom and Dad called us to lunch. Mom said she prepared a stewed chicken to replenish my strength, came Feng Xiangnan's parents. Feng Xiangnan remained silent, infuriated. Bai Pei did not retreat at the sight of Feng Xiangnan's even more sinister demeanor because love needed to be protected. Xiangnan, I know you like Xiao Ling, but you are both men after all. He can't possibly marry into your family, and you need a child to give your parents peace of mind, don't you? Can we stop this quarrel, please? What do you mean? Feng Xiangnan raised an eyebrow. Our country doesn't accept same-sex marriages. Even if your parents agree with you staying single, how will you handle future gatherings and social events? Could you bring Xiao Ling along? You need a wife, a gentle and virtuous one who can accompany you on these occasions, and more importantly, a child to comfort your parents. Feng Xiangnan thought deeply. Bai Pei's words had indeed crossed his mind before, and he found them reasonable. Unfortunately, things had escalated beyond what he planned for, and Xiao Ling didn't agree. Simply put, if Xiao Ling agreed to a three-way arrangement, Feng Xiangnan could easily manage it. Xiangnan, I'm willing to apologize to Xiao Ling. I also hope that he can reconcile with you. So, Xiangnan, please, I'm begging you, don't mention breaking up anymore, alright? Bai Pei cried again. She kept repeating herself, aiming to deepen her impression on Feng Xiangnan. Moreover, Feng Xiangnan was genuinely moved. Action speaks louder than words. He hesitated as he lifted his hand, then embraced Bai Pei's shoulder and went downstairs to go home and have dinner. He needed a woman for show, and Bai Pei's family was undoubtedly a good choice. When he encounters someone better in the future, swapping would be no issue. As for Xiao Ling, Feng Xiangnan squinted, remembering the flushed face of Xiao Ling enduring pain under him, the thin yet sharp voice, the snow-white beautiful body, the long, straight legs. It ignited intense passion within him. After Xiao Ling lets down his guard, Feng Xiangnan does not plan on acting honorably any longer. It was too much concern and sympathy that led to pampering and ultimately problems like this current crisis, something trivial, really. Feng Xiangnan is determined to smoothen out all of Xiao Ling's edges, ensuring obedience, gentleness, and immediate availability. Xiao Ling knows nothing about Feng Xiangnan's plans. If he did, would he not become enraged and knock out the other person's teeth? He certainly would. Xiao Ling had even been pushed into a zombie pile by Feng Xiangnan during the apocalypse. Feng Xiangnan had no idea that Xiao Ling had secrets, so when he left, he never knew that Xiao Ling survived. At that time, Xiao Ling had been relentlessly searching for Feng Xiangnan, crazily seeking just one answer: do you truly love me? Is it because of fear? An accident? Anyway, as long as the other gave an explanation, Xiao Ling was ready to forgive. Regrettably, they never met again. Thinking back now, such thoughts seem absurdly laughable. Xiao Ling was inside the door and heard everything outside. Bai Pei was indeed quite smart, adept at leveraging her advantages and the hypocrisy of the despicable man. Once married, there's no way Feng Xiangnan could still be together with Xiao Ling, which would be akin to a pipe dream. The fact that Bai Pei's family dared to abort their daughter's baby proved they weren't people to be trifled with, and certainly not someone Feng Xiangnan could manipulate. In the end, Feng Xiangnan was too shallow, and Xiao Ling, even more foolish. After another stretch of tranquil days, Xiao Ling received a call from the snack shop, saying they made eggplant stew and red bean pancakes, inviting Xiao Ling to come over for a taste test. Since he stopped ordering breakfast from the usual place, Xiao Ling bought snacks here instead. The owner used to be a chef at a grand hotel but got squeezed out due to personal temperament issues. Then, with his wife, they decided to start their own business. Unfortunately, both lacked skills in operation, leading to their restaurant's failure. Destitute, they purchased a cold noodle shop and started making simple street food. Isn't that bullying the competition? Chefs from 5-star hotels. When Xiao Ling learned about the owner's talent, he often ordered dishes. If satisfied, he'd purchase 100 portions at once, leaving the owner's family utterly astonished. Later, after getting accustomed, Xiao Ling began ordering 500 portions. Then the owner simply asked what Xiao Ling liked eating and prepared samples for him. Although talented in cooking, the owner was weak in business management. Seeing Xiao Ling's insightful comments, the owner would eagerly seek advice. In reality, the owner could hire more staff for wholesale production, brand himself, or even open chain stores elsewhere. However, Xiao Ling, knowing that the apocalypse was coming, only smiled and remained silent without offering effective help. An infuriated glare caused discomfort. Xiao Ling looked up and only saw a retreating figure. This person, he didn't recognize. Highly alert, Xiao Ling quickly left when sensing trouble. About 10 minutes later, the owners and staff of the breakfast shop arrived. An argument erupted between two families, alarming even the police. Mystified, Xiao Ling was summoned to the police station. After understanding the matter fully, he tilted his head upward at a 45-degree angle toward the sky. The boss of the snack shop left with Xiao Ling. Both felt quite unlucky, as if doomed without reason, so they had dinner together. During this time when Feng Xiangnan had been very quiet, he came to find Xiao Ling. When they met, they silently looked at each other, while Bai Pei's face was rosy, and she smiled faintly. What's going on? Abnormal situations must have demons behind them. So Xiao Ling hooked his finger and took Feng Xiangnan into a tea house. Bai Pei stood outside awkwardly. Her original intention was to go inside, but Feng Xiangnan glanced at her, making her stomp her feet in frustration. However, still unwilling, after 5 minutes, she cautiously followed them in. Feng Xiangnan was somewhat restless and uneasy facing the calm and indifferent Xiao Ling. Have you finally forgiven me? It's not about forgiveness or not. It's all over now. If I hadn't run into you again, I might not even remember who you are. Huh. Even someone as smart as Feng Xiangnan was a little confused. What did he mean? Suddenly, Xiao Ling shifted the topic, but everyone must take responsibility for their actions. I'm not a weak person. I won't suppress my feelings. At first, I was upset, but afterward, I reflected more on myself. Worrying about unworthy people and events is wrong on my part. Just getting rid of what I don't want directly would be better. There's no point in paying too much attention. What are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying, Lingling, are you okay? Feng Xiangnan started to feel worried. Did Bai Pei drive him crazy for long enough? Feng Xiangnan, isn't Bai Pei good to you? What did that mean? Feng Xiangnan wasn't sure. She is indeed pretty good, but... Xiao Ling raised his hand to cut him off. I should bless you both. I already have no feelings for you anymore. Given the love we once shared, I didn't originally plan to do anything to you. But you're always so self-righteous, always trying to have your cake and eat it too, selfishly wanting everything handed to you, shamelessly clinging to me. Lingling. Do you know what you're saying? Are you saying I'm emotional? Feng Xiangnan narrowed his eyes. I love you. I have always loved you, but I cannot accept your behavior like this, Xiaoling. Do you think love is unconditional indulgence in your whims? You've won, I may be angry, but I haven't made it difficult for you. Love means losing early. Still, I hope we could make up. With a bitter smile, Feng Xiangnan was very charming at that moment. Xiaoling chuckled. After we reconcile, what happens to Bai Pei? Didn't you sleep with her again? What? Feng Xiangnan tightly gripped his water cup in unstable emotions. Damn Bai Pei, how could she tell Xiaoling these things? Since it was a private deal between them, Feng Xiangnan himself couldn't say it, which means Bai Pei revealed it intentionally. Bai Pei, innocently caught in the crossfire, stood behind where Xiaoling sat. Pale-faced and trying to stay low-key, in Feng Xiangnan's heart, what did she even mean? Was she really someone who could talk about such intimate details with Xiaoling? Lingling. Look into my eyes. An overwhelming aura burst out from Xiaoling. At that moment, his presence was very powerful, and it even seemed the surrounding temperature dropped. Feng Xiangnan shrank his pupils instantly and lowered his head immediately, then reluctantly raised it again, while Xiaoling had already returned to his composed demeanor. When words aren't resonant, one sentence is enough. Xiaoling raised his eyebrows. Not bad tea. Feng Xiangnan subconsciously sipped it, frowned unhappily. Has Xiaoling's taste gotten worse? Also, hanging around Wang Yu wouldn't improve things, right? The old tea house had a nostalgic atmosphere, suitable for the tranquil elderly, not Feng Xiangnan's style, he preferred something luxurious and high class. Xiaoling gave a deep laugh, not even looking at Bai Pei as he passed by her. When Feng Xiangnan tried to chase Xiaoling, Bai Pei just got up, tears flickering in her eyes. Go away. Bai Pei hung her head, digging her nails into her leather bag. There are several cars in my dad's garage. He recently bought another Ferrari, so. The Porsche is given to me. Feng Xiangnan laughed. He had previously glanced many times at Xiaoling's SUV, thinking it was pretty nice, but the Porsche suited his bearing better. Right when he wanted to display charm and put his arm around Bai Pei, sweetness surged in his chest, and he fainted. Chapter 17, The Apocalypse Came. Unlike the anxious atmosphere in the tea house, Xiaoling jogged slowly toward the outskirts. There were only 3 days left before the apocalypse. For a moment, Xiaoling felt melancholy, but whatever was coming would come anyway because strange anomalies had appeared all over the country. Such as tsunamis, earthquakes. It was time to issue a warning. Xiaoling stole some things in the suburbs, it had become a habit, and returned to the rental house, creating a new account online to post messages. Claiming he had a nightmare where he saw monsters, and described them vividly. These monsters all appeared on the same day, and the message included information on how to kill them, how to escape, and how to prevent attacks. Xiaoling also sent a message, saying he had dreamed of a massive sinkhole appearing in the suburbs of Z City tomorrow. There would be another tsunami in W City the day after tomorrow. The whole world was facing a food shortage, and everyone must stock up on food in advance. After such information was posted, it was torn apart by netizens who claimed Xiaoling suffered from delusional disorder, was crazy, or even an anarchist. After all, in his article, Xiaoling declared that monsters were everywhere, they moved very slowly at first, almost like crawling, which made them easy to kill. If one found this kind of monster, they should kill it immediately, this alone could save humanity. Wasn't that laughable? Indeed, many people saw this and laughed. Thus, Xiaoling reflected. He decided to go straight for the older women by spreading rumors about rising prices. And sure enough, many older women across the country took action, they weren't buying anything as gifts anyway, so why not keep it and eat later? Next, Xiaoling posted again, stating that cotton production would drop significantly this year, and winter clothes would double in price. On the second day of the countdown, all of Xiaoling's posts were deleted, but he didn't give up. His predicted natural disasters had already occurred, so it caught the attention of higher-ups within the government who were looking for someone called a piece of cake. There were some extraordinary individuals out there, those with strange abilities or superpowers were highly valued and frequently studied. Xiaoling paid no attention to potential risks and made more predictions under the online name, Good Baby, repeatedly posting descriptions of the monsters and how to destroy them onto various forums. Finally, Xiaoling's methods attracted the attention of some individuals. With only 1 day left, Xiaoling posted comprehensive information under the username End Times. These messages included the crucial detail that these creatures feared light in their early stages, meaning anyone who encountered them needed to kill them instantly without delay until the 3rd day. Because in the past, when delayed until the 3rd day, red rain fell from the sky. The weak, the elderly, and those with poor constitutions who got caught in this rain turned into zombies. Of course, some managed to survive successfully, gaining supernatural powers. Xiaoling added that while being bitten by the monster resulted in transformation into a monster, there was also a chance of becoming an attribute master. Thus, before any signs of change appeared, the victims should not be killed prematurely. This information was extremely valuable since many soldiers protecting civilians were bitten too, leading to difficult decisions about conserving bullets. Xiaoling greatly respected these people and therefore held nothing back. He wasn't overly compassionate or a protector of the common folk, but since Xiaoling knew he'd returned, he naturally couldn't stay indifferent. Xiaoling shared these messages in his friend circle, giving them amusing titles. Did others think Xiaoling was foolish? He simply didn't care, as long as they saw the information. Once the apocalypse came, witnessing the events would naturally lead them to understand what actions to take. Some people showed kindness toward Xiaoling, and he subtly hinted at the coming disaster, even texting Wang Yu, a person known for selfish behavior, who happened to have a shipment of rice at his place. According to the plan, Wang Yu was supposed to deliver the cargo into the city today. Xiaoling told him the customer was busy and would receive the goods tomorrow night, allowing Wang Yu to coordinate directly. Wang Yu was thrilled, nearly jumping for joy. He'd been dying to meet Xiaoling's client since the start of their business relationship. Over time, Xiaoling kept changing vehicles, even owning an RV. Was Wang Yu jealous? He certainly had gray hair now. Despite telling numerous lies and using countless tricks, Wang Yu failed every time to trick Xiaoling, so this felt like a rare opportunity. Wang Yu excitedly lay down on his bed but had no idea how thoughtful Xiaoling truly was. 1. Wang Yu finally owned a decent car. 2. He gained access to food supplies. Wang Yu's hometown was familiar to Xiaoling, it wasn't densely populated compared to the cities and would likely remain much safer. Moreover, the army planned to pass through the area, and if Wang Yu stayed sensible, he would safely reach the secure zones. Time flowed steadily. After 12 o'clock, the end times would come, and Xiaoling waited silently, unable to describe whether he felt excited or melancholic. He was melancholic because after the apocalypse, normal life wouldn't exist anymore. Excited? Of course, after midnight, the entire world would turn pitch black. Everyone besides advanced telepaths whose brains remained active would fall asleep collectively. Some would become zombies, others telepaths, and others still remain ordinary. Just past 11 o'clock, Xiaoling stepped outside, driving his black SUV towards the city center. The streets were mostly empty, many stores had closed, though lights near downtown grew brighter. Many young people were strolling leisurely, their nighttime lives had just begun. Who would willingly return home early? At exactly 12 o'clock, the entire sky went completely dark. Stars and the moon vanished instantly, but the city lights remained. People who had been laughing, hurrying, working hard, and overtime suddenly collapsed. The entire world collectively slept. Xiaoling got out of the car and sighed, another 12 years of hard work. He put on a helmet and used an iron rod to break open the pharmacy door. Then he went to the nearby bookstore, the 4S store across the street, and the motorcycle shop on the other side of the road. For 6 straight hours, Xiaoling stayed busy, raiding all the planned places. On his way back, he visited a hidden custom car shop. Inside, there was only an old man quietly sleeping, his face had turned dark, with blackened eye sockets. His breathing had stopped. Soon, when the sun rose, he would open his red eyes and become a newly minted zombie. Without hesitation, Xiaoling swung and chopped off the old man's head, a last service for him. He then swept up everything in the house and warehouse before returning fully loaded. Driving through desolate wilderness, Xiaoling noticed a factory ahead with a canned goods sign hanging on its gates. Perfect, just what Xiaoling needed. He grinned from ear to ear. A little further along, he spotted a used car company. Dawn arrived. After a night of madness, Xiaoling sat silently by the river, and the fiery look in his eyes finally faded to coldness. This world was about to descend into chaos. Those who woke up were lucky, some would never wake again. Many people discovered problems, some strange individuals with rotting skin, emitting foul odors, wandered forward aimlessly. No matter how much they tried to avoid them, these creatures stubbornly closed the distance, unaffected even by shouting. When an impatient young man got bitten by one of these zombies, he realized the severity of the situation. The hospital and police station were overwhelmed. Unconscious victims were rushed to the hospital while many of the strange creatures were captured. Good order turned into disarray as more incidents piled up, causing headaches and making it impossible to relieve the pressure. The government suppressed terrifying news and released calming updates for public reassurance, but you can't keep fire hidden under paper forever. Mom. What's wrong with you? The child stepped backward helplessly, overwhelmed by mounting fear that crushed her fragile soul. Grandma, it hurts. Don't bite me. Mom. Help me. Dear, why are your eyes so bruised? What are you doing? Ah. 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 Save me. Zombies had come. They lurked in hiding, their crimson eyes fixated greedily on warmth and blood. Xiaoling stored his car in the spatial pocket and rode his small motorcycle back to Pengfa residential complex. Since it was daytime, the zombies didn't dare come out, but after tonight, their speed would be just like normal humans. With a cold expression, Xiaoling knocked on the first-floor door. No one answered, so he spoke aloud. Is anyone there? If you don't open up, I'll come in. After knocking twice more, Xiaoling broke down the door. Inside, 3 sluggish zombies, a man, a woman, and a child, wandered over due to sensing Xiao Ling at the door. If not prepared, Xiao Ling might have fallen victim today. 3 swift cuts solved the problem. Xiao Ling used a long machete, effective against initial stage zombies. He repeated the process, knocking on adjacent doors and disposing of 2 elderly zombies. Naturally, he also took whatever usable items were left behind, including food from the fridge except for rice because Xiao Ling already had plenty of supplies. Those who survived in the building would surely need sustenance. On the 2nd floor lived survivors. Through the peephole, they watched Xiao Ling open the opposite door and wield his machete. By the time he reached their room, the 3 people inside had become timid. Is anyone here? Yes. What do you want? Robbery? We've already called the police. Xiao Ling ascended to the 7th floor. Without elevators, only 3 families remained unscathed, while others fell prey to misunderstanding zombie attacks as mere sicknesses, resulting in being bitten or even killed outright. Some smart ones managed to trap or bind their infected family members due to their sluggish movements. Xiao Ling encountered such a case on the 7th floor, a young man sitting on the couch, his expression melancholic, while 3 people were bound on the ground, his mother, father, and grandfather. Standing in the living room, Xiao Ling exuded icy calm, still holding the blade. These are no longer your family, they're monsters that will eat you and others. If you can't bring yourself to cut off their heads, leave and let me handle it. Though the young man feared Xiao Ling, this didn't stop him from lashing out. Seeing his blood-red eyes and dual cleavers, Xiao Ling immediately understood and walked away, hoping the young man would survive until morning. After handling the entire building, Xiao Ling returned to his 4th-floor rental apartment, took a shower, stretched, and returned to his dimensional space. Is it chaotic outside? Xiao Xiao had been waiting anxiously, worried about her brother. Xiao Ling extended his hands. The ice element ability had already reached level 3. Let's start clearing out nearby zombies tomorrow. Doing it today will create problems. The trouble would be immense. There was even a chance of getting arrested by the police for murder charges, which weren't something to joke about. Unless people realized how terrifying zombies could be, anything Xiao Ling said would fall on deaf ears. But Xiao Ling worried for nothing. The police didn't have time to care about him at all. All officers were rushing around frantically, with even the army outside the city limits being mobilized. At that moment, someone opened Xiao Ling's door with a key and entered. Chapter 18, Mutated Beasts. Who? When Xiao Xiao alerted Xiao Ling, he immediately exited his dimensional space and pushed open the bedroom door. In the living room stood a man and a woman. The woman sobbed, her pale face trembling continuously as she wept, while the man tried to console her endlessly. Neither of them noticed Xiao Ling's presence. Zhu Zhu, don't worry, I'm here for you. Wang Yu comforted his girlfriend, their first intimate moment ruined by the strange events that followed, leaving them overwhelmed and disoriented. Uncle's place is out of the question, it's full of weird people. Here. Is this your rental? Zhu Zhu's eyes finally regained some light, it seems very safe. We didn't see any monsters when we came upstairs. Yeah, who wouldn't know me? Xiao Ling. Wang Yu caught sight of Xiao Ling in the mirror and almost blurted out that this was his own place. You. Are you alright? Things are chaos outside. Wang Yu's uneasiness and Ji Zhu's curious gaze both left Xiao Ling frustrated. His expression darkened. Why are you here? Wang Yu appeared embarrassed. He was poor and couldn't afford housing near school, so his uncle, a driving instructor, arranged for him to stay in a small room and eat at the cafeteria for free. Now that his uncle had been compromised, Wang Yu panicked, not knowing what to do, wanting to stay in a hotel but finding those places also chaotic. Thus, he thought of Xiao Ling's place. In desperation, an audacious gleam shone through Wang Yu's uneasy look as he stared directly at Xiao Ling, trying to convince himself they were doing the right thing. The world's falling apart, Xiao Ling, you're safer if you're not alone. So much for calling him Big Brother Xiao anymore. This was Xiao Ling's chosen refuge, the place he prepared to stay in for 2 months while collecting supplies. There was a military base nearby, and after they departed, Xiao Ling planned to steal from there too. Having been with the army before as a water element ability user, he knew the passwords and blueprints. There was no way Xiao Ling was letting such an opportunity slip through his fingers. Only when Sea City became unsafe would Xiao Ling consider retreating to a safe zone. And now. Boldly, Wang Yu dared to bring someone else to live here without permission. And he did so shamelessly, with an excuse that grated like nails on a chalkboard. Was Xiao Ling made of clay? Wang Yu knew he was in the wrong. Bowing his head, he looked at Ji Zhu and then pleaded with Xiao Ling. After 12 years of survival during the apocalypse, how many times had Xiao Ling been betrayed? Even in the end, his death was orchestrated by someone he trusted most. Though he drugged Feng Xiangnan but spared his life due to the love they once shared, he wasn't forgiving toward others. As for Wang Yu, unfortunately, Xiao Ling had no intention of dragging along baggage, especially when the odds of that person becoming baggage were 100%. Follow me, Xiao Ling said, leading the way out. Surprisingly, Wang Yu and Ji Zhu didn't budge. Ji Zhu's family had all turned into zombies, making her desperate for security. Wang Yu showed up at just the right moment to provide solace. As Wang Yu gazed into his girlfriend's moist eyes, his resolve softened. Though scared of Xiaoling and fully aware of his wrongdoing, he still mustered some courage and glared at Xiaoling menacingly. His feet, however, remained rooted in place. Have they decided to test me? Kill them? Xiaoling narrowed his eyes, then smirked. There's a family on the 5th floor who's been abroad for half a month, their apartment has been unoccupied. Wang Yu hesitated momentarily, and Ji Zhu nodded. Then the two of them reluctantly got up. Wang Yu, however, added awkwardly, we left so hurriedly that we forgot food. See, she's starving. You know where the kitchen is, Xiaoling's tone was icy cold. Suppressing his scalp tingling, Wang Yu walked into the kitchen and took quite a bit of food. After some hesitation, he emptied the fridge too. He couldn't bear seeing his girlfriend go hungry. Xiaoling forced open the door on the 5th floor, and both Wang Yu and Ji Zhu's expressions soured slightly. But neither had the choice Xiaoling had, because after finishing, he left without another word. Is this really okay? From now on, don't get too close to Xiaoling. It's obvious he's not a good person. Plus, there are always rumors at school about his triangle relationship with Feng Xiangnan and Bai Peipei. I'm really concerned. Zhu Zhu, Wang Yu sighed. How could he ignore his girlfriend's concerns? Once things settle down a bit, we'll figure something out on our own. All right. With his gentle and adorable girlfriend by his side, Wang Yu felt extremely happy. As for Xiaoling, he had forgotten about him long ago. Xiaoling was just about to close the door when a little yellow creature suddenly darted in, startling even a usually composed Xiaoling. This little guy hadn't died. Before going on his crazy stealing spree, Xiaoling had let it out. When he returned home earlier, he hadn't seen it, and the room was spotless, untouched, which meant the small thing must have turned into a zombie and left via the window or drainage. However, he didn't expect it not only to be alive but also to have mutated into a beast. Look at that golden fur, those sharp teeth, those clever eyes. The weasel jumped onto Xiaoling's leg, stretched, flicked its tail, then let out a burp, closed its eyes, and went to sleep. Xiaoling didn't know it had gone through life and death, assuming it was merely tired. After a while, a vine sprouted from the weasel's rear. What the hell? Xiaoling stood there with his mouth wide open, this expression being incredibly rare. The vine moved slowly, curling around Xiaoling's wrist, then, delicately massaged it. What was going on? This was too unscientific. The weasel slept soundly, who could explain this? Was the weasel elemental of wood? Could the vine be its weapon? Xiaoling figured it out, it was an animal after all. But wait, could animals partner with plants? He seemed unable to make sense of it again. Not understanding, don't think anymore. Xiaoling was tired too. Entering the dimensional space, Xiaoling quickly dozed off in the bamboo house. Xiao Xiao tilted its head, watching the weasel for a bit, then flew off to research weapons. Previously, Xiaoling's weapon could exterminate third-level zombies, so Xiao Xiao daydreamed about studying and researching. As a result, an invaluable crystal core weapon was broken. Imagine this, if the gun without the crystal core could kill a third-level zombie, what would happen if it had one? Xiaoling knew he'd go crazy. Xiao Xiao absolutely disliked disappointing Xiaoling, so he was determined to research a new weapon. The observant Xiao Xiao failed to notice an uninvited guest in the room. The vine, lacking a sleep function, was very active. It barely survived due to its newfound intelligence after almost dying at the hands of the weasel. Thus began a battle to the death between the plant and the beast. Unable to best each other, they eventually reached a stalemate. The vine and the weasel established a spiritual agreement, coexistence. Speaking of the vine, it was simply a seed from a chicken's stomach consumed by the weasel. It happened to catch the mutation express train. And naturally, the chicken was a big hen from Xiaoling's space. The seed came from Xiaoling's collection as well, second generation, hence owned by Xiaoling. It had a mysterious sense of belonging to Xiaoling, whose scent was on the weasel, this was why these two different species hadn't perished together. The next morning, Xiaoling, full of energy, picked up his knife and headed upstairs. Chapter 19, Being Betrayed. The young man living on the 7th floor was still there, dark-eyed sockets staring blankly outside. The door was wide open, blood-stained clothes covering his body. His family lay dead in another room, heads separated from their bodies, a truly horrifying sight. Judging by his condition, he probably hadn't eaten anything. Xiaoling understood his feelings but still had something to say, stop tormenting yourself, you didn't do anything wrong. They're watching over you from heaven, hoping for your survival. If your home runs out of food, go look for some. Take a weapon with you, it's safer to travel in a group. These creatures move freely now, ferociously, and anyone bitten will likely turn into one themselves. Xiaoling wasn't a benevolent saint, after finishing speaking, he walked away. Floor by floor, he cleaned up. Ji Zhu, hearing the commotion, peeked out through the peephole and nearly fainted from fright, falling to the ground. Wang Yu noticed her odd state and chatted with her for a bit, both turned pale. Yesterday, they had taken so many things from Xiaoling. Would he On the fourth floor, aside from Xiaoling, there were no survivors. 2 households on the third floor had been fine until now, as well as one on the second floor. All residents on the first floor had perished. After confirming there were no zombies, Xiaoling sealed off the stairs to the first floor and placed a ladder on the balcony of the second floor. With this measure, they should be safe for about half a month. Once everything was settled, Xiaoling grabbed a hat and mask, holding a large machete, and set out on a dangerous mission. The streets were chaotic, cars lying haphazardly across the road. The devastation looked unspeakably terrible. Many zombies swayed here and there, naturally heading towards him once they sensed a living presence. Xiaoling dared not take things lightly, fleeing into a nearby building where he systematically eliminated them, akin to a lone gatekeeper defending against 10,000 enemies. Zombies existed inside this building too, their presence causing great concern. If this were rookie Xiaoling, there would be a 100% chance of death here. But Xiaoling was currently level 5 in water and level 3 in ice. He had no trouble killing regular zombies. Moreover, regular zombies had poor sensing abilities and couldn't detect living beings beyond a certain range. Within half an hour, all nearby zombies were dead. Xiaoling took a deep breath. He was drenched in sweat, his arms trembling, fingers deathly pale, nearly losing control of his sword while hacking. There were survivors on the second floor, but the residents on the third and fourth floors had turned into zombies. Xiaoling slaughtered them like cutting grass, cleaning up house by house and finishing off their belongings since Xiao needed multiple elements for upgrades. Xiaoling always took what he could, besides rice and snacks. The male owner of the sixth floor showed great courage when he finally emerged after hearing the strange neighbor opposite constantly knocking. "Big brother, wait a moment. How's it outside? Has the government solved it yet? When will we be safe?" In 12 years, there would be hope. Xiaoling had witnessed this with his own eyes, but did he say that? Outside, the traffic is paralyzed, the government has lost contact, even if there's an army, it cannot protect most people. If the army doesn't protect the people, what should we do? The man was agitated. His wife stood at the doorway, looking bewildered. "Gangzi, did all the taxes we paid go to waste? Our son is still boarding. What if? Let's go find him." "Do you think I don't want to go?" The man looked ashen, crouching down and pulling his hair. Xiaoling coldly remarked, "The first floor is blocked by corpses. If you want to leave to find food, go from the second floor, tie curtains to the railing, monsters can't climb." The man named Gangzi stopped Xiaoling. "Big brother, you know so much. Do you know where it's safe?" Xiaoling felt momentarily disoriented but continued to be cold. Perhaps in over 10 years, there might be some safe places. Surprisingly, all 3 families on the 7th floor were intact, and Xiaoling hastily left because the neighboring building was full of zombies. Xiaoling ran into trouble while handling 4 buildings. This team consisted of 7 people, led by a fire element individual named Li Dalong. Impressed by Xiaoling's guts to fight monsters despite being young, Li offered goodwill and invited him to join their group. Xiaoling knew this man. He was a bike repairman whose wife had left him, his son taking someone else's last name. He lived alone in the neighborhood, repairing bikes, lonely, unaided, with no one respecting him. But when the apocalypse came, he suddenly awakened to fire elemental power, believing himself to be an angel sent by heaven to save humanity, enduring so much hardship to see the world for what it truly was. After all, a poem once expressed such thoughts. This person was named Li Dalong, very capable, and had a brawny drunken brother named Fu Chang, who excelled in combat. For 2 months, they dominated this neighborhood, and Xiaoling chose to stay here due to this person. It wasn't reliance, it was merely for safety. Xiaoling stared coldly at the other party. "I'll go find someone first and then come back for you." "Huh?" Li Dalong paused briefly. "Young brother, maybe. They might already be dead." Xiaoling shook his head. "Whether human or ghost, I need to see them before giving up." Li Dalong was physically strong but clearly lacked intelligence. Seeing Xiaoling's persistence, he let him go, looking regretful. However, Fu Chang raised his eyebrows, feeling something eerie about Xiaoling. He neither feared nor flinched seeing these rough men but rather appeared somewhat disdainful. How could that be? It must have been wrong. Xiaoling was probably scared silly and dared not cooperate. Li Dalong nudged Fu Chang's arm. "What are you thinking about? Is a beauty passing by? If nobody comes out to manage the public order, we'll just enjoy ourselves. Anyway, afterwards, we can blame it on the monsters. They're unpredictable and won't leave any evidence behind." Hee hee. Color often leads to downfall. Fu Chang snapped back to reality. "No, I'm just hungry." Everyone laughed heartily and casually kicked open a door, going inside to search for supplies, finding nothing worthwhile. There's rice in the kitchen. The fridge is almost empty too. This household must have fled entirely. That's peculiar. After eating, they continued upstairs and found most of the monsters were dead, and everything had been taken away. Could it be the residents from the garden estate? Quite possible. The leader of Feng Mang, a retired soldier, preferred leaving room for maneuver, consistent with today's scene. Plus, all monster neck cuts were clean, indicating a highly skilled person, sharp and precise strikes, each with a single cut. Didn't we agree this area is under our responsibility to clean up? If Xiao Ling had known his trace was discovered and mistaken for someone else, wouldn't he have chuckled in his dreams? There was a large supermarket ahead, and there were quite a few people inside. It seemed that the clever ones had already begun their actions. Xiao Ling went in for a round, smashed the surveillance cameras, and only then dared he sneak supplies into his storage space while no one was paying attention. The first floor was free of zombies, the second floor as well. The third floor sold shoes, with no one noticing. Xiao Ling even collected the entire women's shoe counter. The fourth floor was all beds and bedding, the fifth floor a children's amusement park with clothes and toys and such. Xiao Ling didn't hesitate, taking it all. People came along, and Xiao Ling took everything from an entire floor. Certainly, he didn't want to be seen doing this, and hid behind a pillar. It was a man and a woman who came by, quickly scanning the place before heading downstairs. Xiao Ling was cautious, leaving via the staircase. The fourth floor then came with a roaring scream. It was full of zombies. So many zombies. What was going on? Turns out all the zombies outside had rushed over. After all, there were several hundred people looting the supermarket, an absolute feast for the zombies. Xiao Ling frowned and started killing. Surrounded by 5 zombies, a minute later, Xiao Ling once again broke through to the window edge, planning to climb down, a safer option. A group of girls noticed Xiao Ling being brave and hung nearby. The tallest girl among them was fierce and she was the one responsible for killing the zombies. When Xiao Ling shattered the glass, they surrounded him. Can you save us? Help us. We're university students, can we climb down from here? Will we fall to our deaths? Xiao Ling couldn't possibly let them climb, delicate arms and legs like those, if they fell halfway, they'd likely drag him down too. His cold demeanor continued, without saying a single word, creating a unique charm around Xiao Ling. But the girls were utterly at a loss, and despite being intimidated by Xiao Ling's frosty face, they dared not let him leave, especially the fiercest one. Are you answering or what? Are you mute? Just as Xiao Ling was about to go down, his arm was grabbed. Goodness me, this woman was actually a speed anomaly user. Xiao Ling's eyes narrowed as he realized his mistake. I can climb down, but your companions don't have the stamina for it. It would be more stable for them to join others inside the supermarket and fight their way down, Xiao Ling said truthfully. Prolonged entanglement was always the least classy move. But some people didn't think this way. If so, we'll fight together. Since you're so capable, you won't abandon us, right? Are you even a man? Don't you care for us beauties? The prettiest girl pouted, trying her seductive tone. This move usually worked wonders on anyone, today surely wouldn't be different. If it weren't for the matter of life and death, she wouldn't lower herself to flatter a mere mortal. Be careful. Xiao Ling intentionally gave a shout, causing everyone to reflexively look away. By the time they turned back, all they could hold onto was Xiao Ling's coat, while he had already slipped down along the pipe. There were quite a few people like Xiao Ling climbing on the walls. The fierce girl gritted her teeth, grabbing a heavy object and throwing it down. Xiao Ling felt the wind and tilted his body, dodging it, but the person below him wasn't so lucky. A small iron canister struck the man's face, knocking him unconscious as his body dropped straight down. The fierce girl was dumbfounded, stunned as she stared. Xiao Ling had witnessed similar scenes before. He knew the person who fell wouldn't survive. In fact, what could kill you isn't necessarily a powerful opponent, it might just as easily be a pitiful teammate. Xiao Ling moved fast, already reaching the ground. He ran into the shadows, encountering only a few zombies, each dispatched with a swift cut. He then pulled out a small motorcycle from his storage space and drove towards a nearby small clinic. Here was a chaotic scene, the gates wide open, no one inside. Presumably, they'd all turned into zombies and fled. Xiao Ling simply drove right in, rummaging through the cabinets, finding quite a bit of medicine and even syringes, most treating common colds. In the back was a cold room, the chilling air made Xiao Ling shiver. There were lots of medicines inside the cold room. Without looking, Xiao Ling collected them all. Before leaving, he secured the cold room again because there were 3 frozen corpses inside. Xiao Ling sped off on the small motorcycle, but good times don't last long. A few gangster-like figures stood ahead. Chapter 20, Provocation. Honestly speaking, people like Xiao Ling who methodically collect resources are very rare. He returned satisfied. Moreover, his backpack wasn't large at all compared to those carrying big sacks, barely noticeable. The apparent leader, who looked about 20-something with a scruffy beard, appeared disheveled yet aggressive. Brother, I see you're pretty skilled. How about we team up? Goodness me, they were not here to rob. Xiao Ling couldn't help but give these guys a second glance. Oh. Now he understood why they weren't robbing him. They had witnessed someone try to rob Xiao Ling yesterday. Struck by Xiao Ling's strength and ruthlessness, they dared not act recklessly. Xiao Ling's expression was icy. The motorcycle gang and the Sharp Edge group are both recruiting people, go give it a try. Let me pass. After looking at each other, the group walked away rather unwillingly with glaring eyes yet full of helplessness. Only after Xiao Ling left and dusted the bearded one spit contemptuously, who does he think he is? If it weren't for the fact that these two groups set their recruitment standards too high, would I bother to approach you? Son of a dog and bitch. With such a clean look, wait until one day I sell you. A sneaky-looking young man asked, Big brother, now what if he doesn't fall for it? I've seen how he has been busy collecting supplies all the time. He must have gathered quite a lot already. Or maybe there's some secret, so. The bearded one glared with a vicious grin, his tone ominous. Keep an eye on him, then once he's gone, raid his place. That sounded great. Everyone lit up. If they could obtain large amounts of supplies, they would finally be able to join a team. But why didn't they find their own supplies? Because there were more and more zombies, stronger and harder to kill. Several members of their group had already died, leaving them struggling. Thus, they had turned their eyes onto loners like Xiao Ling. It wasn't until 1 o'clock in the morning that Xiao Ling returned to his rented apartment. Although he hadn't faced much danger, his mood was still sour. Today, he had narrowly avoided being tricked by others several times. Yes, not by zombies, but by people. After rotating his neck, Xiao Ling entered the storage space. Xiao looked somewhat embarrassed. Brother, you're working too hard. Why don't you use my spiritual power? Relying on external forces made you weak when those forces disappeared, or ran away. It wasn't that Xiao Ling didn't want to use Xiao's power, it was essential in critical moments or perilous situations. However, during daily life, Xiao Ling couldn't lean on it. He needed practice to grow. Where's Xiao Huang? Again changing the subject, Xiao wasn't 3 anymore. He harbored much resentment. He's training in water, not slacking off. Ah, how this raccoon hurts inside. What is no slacking off? I'd love to take a break. But every time it secretly climbs ashore, Xiao mercilessly grabs its tail, swings it around, and throws it back into the water. Oh. Xiao is a demon, Xiao Ling is an angel. The raccoon felt that way, along with all the plants who resided there. Hey, today has been exhausting. Xiao, what's there for dinner? Tortoise soup, it'll nourish you. Xiao flew away with a rosy complexion. Xiao Ling. This proved that one should never offend Xiao. When a little kid is moody, he needs comforting. So, Xiao Ling hugged Xiao to sleep, while the raccoon chewed its nails all night long. I say, isn't that spot mine, Master Wolf? Is it not? Isn't this too shameless? The plants expressed their disdain. They despised the raccoon's low combat strength. According to the ginseng girl, there are many miraculous uses of raccoon. And next door, the caterpillar fungus maintained aloofness, while even Miss Ganoderma appeared as competent with medicines. Hence, for its future happiness, something must be done about the raccoon. The next morning, Xiao Ling had 2 dishes and a soup for breakfast. Xiao was worried about her brother overworking himself, so she put chicken soup in a thermos. Brother, remember to drink it, finish before lunchtime. Good. Also, going through things one by one is too troublesome. Just collect everything, I'll sort it out. Useless items can be sold in 2 years. What a sharp kid. Xiao Ling happily kissed Xiao. Then, his face turned serious as he immediately left, because an unwelcome guest arrived on the 4th floor. It was the troublemaker from the 7th floor. He was 17 and thought Xiao Ling spoke sense, so after knocking to no avail, he kicked open Xiao Ling's door. And Xiao Ling didn't hesitate either, he swiftly kicked him out. Get lost. The young man fell to the ground, appearing disheveled, while the corridor was gathering people. They all looked uneasy, casting downcast eyes as if asking for something. Wang Yu stood holding his girlfriend on the stairs, not knowing what to say. His girlfriend stole worried glances at Xiao Ling. An elderly woman stepped forward. Young man, let's talk. Xiao Ling closed the door but held a hacked-up cleaver, his manner cold and even his gaze full of menace. You've all seen it. The world is in chaos now. To survive, everyone must rely on themselves. If you're short of food, leave via the 2nd floor. The older woman stopped Xiao Ling with a laugh. We only wish to know what's happening outside. We're not lacking food, right? Since you went out, young man, when will the police come rescue us? Xiao Ling gave her an incredulous look. Though the elder woman had thick skin, she feared death and hastily stepped back, others following suit. Xiao Ling walked downstairs under everyone's gaze. The auntie mustered up the courage to stand in front of him again, even with a silly grin. I have a nephew in the North Suburbs military district. Can you help me deliver a message? The auntie was scared of this ferocious young man, but so what? She wasn't a monster. No matter how reckless he was, she knew he wouldn't harm her. But Xiao Ling actually moved, breaking the broken knife in his hand. The auntie fearfully leaned against the wall as Wang Yu came forward, grabbing Xiao Ling's sleeve. Don't be like that. There's strength in numbers, relying on you alone isn't enough. Are the police really not coming to rescue us? Xiao Ling sneered coldly. I remember before everything fell apart, you should have been at home. Why were you in the city? This was also something Xiao Ling didn't understand. Wang Yu had just tasted the pleasures of love, how could he stay peacefully in the countryside? Once he realized the chaos, the first person he thought of was his girlfriend. After being dazed for a while, he found his voice. I just couldn't stop worrying about her. Ji Zhu's face turned red, and she shyly lowered her head. He understood. Xiaoling pushed Wang Yu away and walked off menacingly. Yet Ji Zhu held on to Wang Yu's hand rather anxiously. He's just a friend, don't dwell on it. You've got me. Yeah, you're all I need. Wang Yu's heart ached, even assuming Xiaoling might have liked him and was troubled by it. After all, the car was given by Xiaoling, the good treatment came from Xiaoling, and the respect as well. When Xiaoling acted this way, it reminded him of when Xiaoling liked Feng Xiangnan, giving him food too. Did he really like me? Wang Yu wasn't homosexual, so he pulled his girlfriend back upstairs and closed the door, rushing into the bedroom without taking off his clothes and getting straight to the point. Only being surrounded by warmth did he feel that everything was going in the right direction. For several consecutive days, Xiaoling went out early and returned late, reaping bountiful rewards, always with a black bag bulging temptingly. The other residents weren't unwilling to leave their homes, but they hesitated. Looking down from upstairs, everything below was chaotic, with some people screaming for their lives as they were caught by zombies and eaten alive. Such incidents happened daily, but they didn't worry since Xiaoling had mentioned that the entrance was blocked. They had also checked it themselves and piled up some junk there, assuming these monsters couldn't climb up. The sky darkened. Xiaoling stood in the supermarket he had visited before, gazing out the window. The red rain was arriving later than usual, unsure whether this was a good or bad omen. After storing the electrical appliances in his spatial ring, Xiaoling saw a zombie. He came today because of the mutated zombies. Initially, all mutant zombies were formed either from ability users who couldn't survive their mutation process or those bitten by infected individuals. Xiaoling recognized this one, it was the tough woman from before. Did she die? Probably betrayed by poor teammates. That was Xiaoling's judgment, because the presence of mutant zombies meant the supermarket was completely deserted, allowing him to use his abilities freely. The female zombie looked horrifying, missing half her face. What remained was grotesque, with eyeballs almost popping out. Her originally white blouse had become mere shreds, her pants were riddled with holes, barely covering critical areas. Even if someone were starving for intimacy, they wouldn't fancy her. Of course, unless they're perverted. How did such a pretty girl turn into this? After Xiaoling left, she suffered a massive emotional blow, walking around in a daze, completely unresponsive to the chatter of her classmates. Until one of them got bitten by a zombie, she snapped back to reality. After fighting her way through blood and gore to lead them to safety, she ended up being blamed collectively. If only she hadn't been slow-witted, if only she had been stronger, then Xiao Tong wouldn't have died. They even demanded she bring back Xiao Tong's body. Due to many casualties in the supermarket during the day, it was probably now infested with zombies. Without feelings, they'd even lick clean the bloodstains from the ground without hesitation. Combined with the severe mental trauma, she staggered step by step towards her demise. Then she became a zombie, frozen solid by Xiaoling's ice elemental abilities and shattered into pieces in an instant. A small crystal nucleus lay on the ground, which Xiaoling promptly picked up. The crystal core of a speed-type ability user-turned-zombie was extraordinarily beautiful, sparking several gleams of excitement in Xiaoling's eyes. Any type of crystal core could be absorbed for the purpose of leveling up. But Xiaoling chuckled, he planned to consume it precisely when the red rain would fall tonight, truly making it an exciting event. A madman's thoughts will forever elude ordinary people. Riding an unnoticed motorcycle, Xiaoling was heading home when he encountered an extremely ostentatious convoy, their name was Flying Car Gang. The mechanic Li Dalong was no longer the same as before. He gave Xiaoling a scornful glance and smirked, chatting with his subordinates about the recruitment incident that day. A few of them immediately likened Xiaoling to a pile of dung, unworthy enough that he didn't even deserve to carry the mechanic's shoes. Xiaoling listened silently, head down, appearing very compliant. Li Dalong curled his lips and looked down from above as he stroked his chin. Hey, have you found the person you're looking for yet? Chapter 21, Being Targeted. What they say about someone ignoring you today but being untouchable tomorrow, it's exactly like this. Li Dalong sat in the back seat of an open-top Hummer, glancing sideways, his eyes slightly narrowed while a cigar dangled from his mouth. His attitude was arrogant, exuding an aura of dominance. Every word he spoke dripped with sheer disdain. There was no hiding the contempt he held. After all, every single one of the people Li Dalong initially approached and asked to join him expressed nothing but gratitude. In such chaotic times, having someone lead them together toward survival was an enormous stroke of luck. Hence, Xiaoling was unique, and Li Dalong remembered it well because the Flying Car Gang had already gathered over 300 people. Among them were 5 ability users. Xiaoling wasn't stupid, how could he not sense the ill will from the other party? His silence didn't mean the people around the other man would also remain silent, and there went the sycophants taking action. One man reached out to grab Xiaoling by the collar, and another guy with bright eyes like pretty boys. Although Xiaoling wore long pants and long sleeves, his exposed neck was white, tender, and smooth. With the apocalypse here and humanity thrown into chaos, moral standards collapsed, allowing any kind of indulgence. Even the police were fleeing for their lives, courts were closed, and the army. Where were they? Right at the moment Xiaoling was about to take action, Fu Chang stepped forward to mediate. That's enough. We're all exhausted and need to act again tonight, so stop fooling around. Without acknowledging these people, Xiaoling rode off on his motorcycle. Fu Cheng furrowed his brows, he couldn't make heads or tails of this young fellow anymore. As for Li Daolong, he wasn't pleased, he's just an ordinary person anyway, if he wants to play games, let him. Besides, Big Donkey is our brother, isn't satisfying your brother the mark of a good leader? Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter filled with innuendo. Fu Cheng chuckled helplessly, that guy's spotless, unlike us. The flying car gang had just finished a fierce battle against another group at another large supermarket, seizing plenty of supplies. They intended to reign supreme in this post-apocalyptic world, so they all looked ragged, even their leader, Li Daolong. Li Daolong couldn't stand hearing others praised, nor seeing his own authority diminished, so he waved his hand, isn't it just some boy? He's not an ability user anyway, next time we see him, we'll wrap him up and give him directly to Big Donkey. Fu Cheng shook his head in concern. There was always something higher, someone stronger, and only those who suffered losses truly learned lessons. The people around him were far too smooth sailing, getting carried away. After these arrogant people left, the people upstairs finally revealed themselves. Among their ranks was even a stealth ability user. Brother Gua, these people are too excessive, doing as they please. I've heard they plan to kidnap girls, to spend the night with, said a beautiful girl. I know, but their existence serves more use. At least, the area centered around Pengfa neighborhood has been cleaned up nicely, Gua Su said calmly. Brother Gua. She stared wide-eyed, almost unable to believe, you mean? Gua Su was a retired soldier, full of righteousness. How could he remain indifferent upon hearing that girls were victimized? Tian Li interjected when he saw her confusion, Sister AI, you don't understand. Wiping out the flying car gang would be a piece of cake, but with our strength alone, we can't possibly kill all the monsters, let alone the disunity among us. Some people prefer robbing rather than confronting the monsters. They're zombies. Sister AI read a lot of novels, these monsters were exactly like zombies. Alright, go get to work. Let me have a smoke. Since Gua Su had spoken, everyone closed their mouths and left. Two figures gradually became clearer, they stood by the wall, spreading a tangible wave that no one dared to overlook. Master, Gua Su bowed, that motorcyclist is no ordinary person. His murderous intent is palpable, enough to make me cautious. Don't bother with the flying car gang. Your mission is to gather supplies and recruit ability users. Yes. Gua Su respectfully bent over. Meanwhile, Xiaoling came across another hospital. Its iron gate was shut, and all the zombies inside stared at Xiaoling, reaching out their hands. Their nails were green and utterly terrifying. Feeling stiff all over, Xiaoling shook his shoulders and walked away. Gunshots echoed continuously from the police station, someone managed to find guns, but the noise was so loud that every moving zombie would rush there. Zombies were fixated on sounds, a fact Xiaoling knew all too well. When Xiaoling returned to the Pengfa neighborhood, someone tried to call him over. Since he didn't stop, the household hesitated and even threw something down. It almost hit Xiaoling. He looked up coldly. It was a middle-aged man, around 40-something, his wife and child. His wife looked about 20-something. Was she really the other woman? In the apocalypse, anyone with power could be an emperor, establishing their own harem, with mistresses number 2, 3, 4, occasionally inserting a few pretty boys here and there. Humph. That cold glance from Xiaoling completely terrified the man, making him crouch down quickly. But the surrounding residents weren't so timid. Hey kid, what's going on outside? I see you going out every day. Any good news? Come on, share with us, said a woman. Amidst all the chatter, though annoyed, Xiaoling still spoke properly. Nowadays, they call monsters zombies. There are hardly any zombies left in the Pengfa neighborhood, so you don't need to stay cooped up at home. Also, nearby supermarkets have been looted, so if your food is running low, it's best to gather now before it rains or gets dark. Once that happens, going out will be dangerous. After hearing this, murmurs spread among them. Many were still reluctant to leave, waiting for the police to rescue them. The nation would never abandon its citizens. In fact, conditions in the Pengfa neighborhood were much better than outside. There were quite a lot of living people who still wanted to communicate. What else could they do but chat? There was no electricity or water. During these days, many neighbors took risks due to lack of water and never returned. Xiaoling rode off on his motorcycle, while those people still wanted to linger and chat. Suddenly, a zombie jumped out wildly, trying to pounce on a young man nearby. At this moment, all the women screamed, and all the men turned pale as sheets. But only Xiaoling acted without hesitation, killing the zombie with one swift strike and then riding away. Damn! So cool. A little girl's eyes twinkled admiringly. Just then, two more zombies appeared downstairs, their hollow eyes staring at the living humans but lacking the strength to break through the obstacles on the first floor. The sky grew completely gloomy. Xiaoling didn't return to his rented room because he feared interruptions while consuming the crystal core. The building next to his had already lost all its residents, with the zombies inside eliminated by Xiaoling, making it rather safe. Xiaoling climbed to the rooftop and sat quietly. The sky grew darker as red rain drizzled down, without thunder or lightning, as if the whole world was enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. Xiaoling knew the dangers of red rain, but as an ability user, harmful substances actually stimulated his powers instead. Without hesitation, he swallowed the crystal core, closed his eyes, and began to battle against this alien force. Time passed slowly. His body burned hot, but fortunately, the icy red rain helped ease the pressure. At 7 in the morning, the sky remained pitch black until afternoon when it finally cleared up. People held various opinions about the red rain, yet they were more concerned about their safety because zombies could jump now, with greater strength, relentlessly smashing doors. Not good, this couldn't continue. Some smart individuals blocked their doors with furniture, but alas, the balcony defenses were breached too. Zombies lacked humanity, biting anything in sight. Screams and helpless fears spread, plunging the entire world into a worse situation. By the second day, zombies had learned to climb walls, they seemed unstoppable. On the third day, the population of living people sharply decreased while the zombies multiplied. Among those driven to extremes, some awakened abilities, others took up arms and worked hard, while others lost loved ones and became devoid of human feelings, engaging in burnings, killings, and pillages without restraint, leading reckless, carefree lives. They were demons incarnate. Xiaoling, drenched in the red rain, seemed different now. His eyes gleamed brightly, carrying an air of mystery, making him look unusually sharp. His steps felt light as if weightless, yet he exuded an undeniable presence, heavy with significance. After grabbing some stuff from his rental room and glancing at Wang Yu's vacant expression, Xiaoling went back inside. He planned to leave the Pengfa neighborhood for the safe zone. Though zombies became stronger after the red rain, things used to progress slower. This time, despite the red rain arriving late, its power was significantly greater. Xiaoling faintly felt a sense of unease in his chest. Such premonitions were never wrong, he needed to escape. However, there was only one thing he couldn't let go of, the military district in the northern suburbs. Time was pressing, so action must be swift. Lost in thought, Xiaoling walked towards the kitchen, only to blurt out, "Where are my things?" Checking the bedroom again, the blankets were still there, but all the food had vanished. Zombies don't eat food, only humans do. Had I been robbed? Xiaoling was momentarily speechless, then burst into laughter. People in the building wouldn't dare step out to fight zombies, but they dared to steal from under his nose. Xiaoling wasn't bothered by the loss of a few things. Since someone had already been in, he couldn't hide the rest into his space unnoticed. Turning away without any hesitation or attachment, Xiaoling once again saw all the people, cursing under his breath. The same old auntie was still smiling foolishly. "Hey you, we want to go out and take a look. You must have tons of experience from wandering outside every day, right? Don't think we're taking advantage of you, we'll pay you." Yeah, I'll give you money too. I have money too." Xiaoling raised an eyebrow and looked around at the others, excluding Wang Yu and Ji Zhu. Wang Yu then spoke up, "Xiaoling, everyone gets sick now and then from eating food. Look at Zhu Zhu, she caught a cold because she had too much dampness. It's hard for you to survive alone. Everyone is being so sincere, can you help us?" Interlude. The owner behind the sharp aura said, "I've chosen you. Eager for talent." Xiaoling remained expressionless, no gay stuff. "Shit, who does he think he is?" The owner behind the sharp aura frowned, "Don't misunderstand, I'll give you the best treatment. Tell me, what do you want? A villa? A gold card? He looks decent, stroke beard, deep thought." Xiaoling showed no emotion, no to being kept. Annoyance. The owner behind the sharp aura, "You've misunderstood. Offering to keep him." Xiaoling. Time to leave. Chapter 22, Risking Death. Alright, let's go now. Xiaoling agreed readily, but this made Wang Yu hesitate slightly and caused some awkwardness among the group, especially for the auntie. "Can we leave in the afternoon? My grandson hasn't woken up yet." "Not awakened yet at this time." They were either not able-bodied or zombies. Xiaoling wasn't worried about it. "Whoever wants to come, follow me. If not, stay here. No one is forcing you." Hold on a moment, seeing that Xiaoling would still act as he pleased and was about to leave, Wang Yu hurriedly said, "Everyone stop looking around. Go home quickly and grab your knives." Wang Yu carried himself like a leader. While going with Xiaoling should respect Xiaoling's opinion, what Wang Yu intended to do puzzled Xiaoling. When he turned back to see, Ji Zhu was gazing admiringly at her boyfriend. It seemed that changing a person doesn't happen overnight. There is always someone pushing from behind, though it is unclear whether it leads to the abyss or the path to becoming divine. Xiaoling observed coldly from the second floor as Wang Yu led a group of people over. He thought his actions were secretive, but Xiaoling definitely knew what was happening. Not only had Xiaoling leveled up, but his senses had sharpened too, with enhanced physical strength. At present, Xiaoling's body was strong enough to pass as a third-level force-type ability user. Combined with his speed ability, if Xiaoling practiced more, he could soon catch up with water element abilities. Among abilities, water element cultivation progresses the fastest. Wang Yu was somewhat worried. "Xiaoling, where are we heading now?" To the supermarket? Everyone is hungry. There are too many zombies at the supermarket. We'd better check out other buildings instead, Xiaoling said straightly while looking at Wang Yu. Wang Yu felt uneasy. But he wanted to be the leader of these people. But how much food could there be in other buildings? It's probably all been eaten. Let's head to the supermarket. One trip will feed us for a long time, and we can find daily necessities too, so people won't risk adventures in vain. I don't want anyone to get hurt. Xiaoling, I witnessed a woman getting bitten by a zombie and turning into one soon after. People's gazes shifted a bit, since nobody wanted anything bad to happen. On the contrary, the young guy on the 7th floor didn't care much. Enough talk. Do we go or not? Wang Gu, if you think the supermarket is good, let's go there. If we die, it's not your fault. Wang Yu looked displeased. What the youth said implied that he wanted Xiaoling to outline everything clearly. Without incidents, it'd be Wang Yu's merit. If anything went wrong, it'd be Xiaoling's mistake since he led them and had experience. Thus, if things became unsafe, obviously Xiaoling would bear responsibility. Ji Zhu had proposed this idea, Wang Yu alone wouldn't have come up with such clever strategies. Xiaoling didn't reveal the truth. I don't care where you want to go. I'll only guide you for 2 hours, and we'll set off in 5 minutes. Wang Yu frowned. Where do you plan to go? Xiaoling, nowhere is safe these days. You'd better stick with me. Raising his hand, Xiaoling had no interest in idle chatter, only 4 minutes left. Isn't that forcing an impossible situation? How could they decide within such short minutes? But Wang Yu had to lead because he wanted to make the final decisions. The auntie also wanted to be the boss, but she lacked popularity, thus favoring Wang Yu instead. After all, people considered Xiaoling capable but overly cold-blooded, whereas Wang Yu seemed easier to control. Besides, Wang Yu took charge when distributing Xiaoling's food supplies. Xiaoling's bag was always bulging, so he didn't lack food. In the end, they still decided to visit the supermarket to try their luck. Even though everyone knew it was dangerous, they still dared to go. After the red rain, the number of mutated zombies clearly increased, and there was fear that they might all be wiped out. Xiaoling rode his motorcycle at the front, Wang Yu had a car, and the young man from the 7th floor also had one. Everyone squeezed in and hit the road. Inside the car, Ji Zhu anxiously clung to Wang Yu. This was her first time coming out, and she was very scared. Wang Yu patted her hand. Don't worry, once we get to the supermarket, grab as much stuff as possible. As for safety, that's on me. The auntie rolled her eyes. Who said Xiaoling should lead the way? Oh, so you want to go yourself? Impressive, impressive. Wang Yu wasn't angry at all. Instead, he gave an imposing cold snort. Stop stirring up trouble. They encountered several zombies along the way, even mutated ones. All were chopped down by Xiaoling with a series of knife strikes, leaving everyone inside pale-faced. The roadside 2-story supermarket had been scavenged over and over again, leaving nothing valuable. The next 2 vehicles stopped as Xiaoling grew slightly displeased. There are many zombies inside, don't yell, don't cause chaos. Unfortunately, no one listened to him. Selfishly grabbing their bags after getting out, they rushed into the supermarket. Wang Yu comforted Ji Zhu while continuously keeping an eye on the inside, as well as a few others who moved slowly. These were the smart ones, knowing how to read the situation. Screams came from inside. Soon after, zombies wobbled out. Wang Yu grimaced, shouting, "Get in the car," pulling his girlfriend to leave. A few people got back in the cars too, leaving Xiaoling behind and fleeing. Xiaoling wielding his machete killed them one by one as many zombies surrounded him. He still calmly dashed into the supermarket. Was he going to save them? He wasn't noble like that, helping when he ran into someone might depend on his mood. Inside were mutated zombies. Sensing the fresh blood gradually moving further away, it became anxious and jumped out directly. Stupid, it was like prey delivered right to the door. Did they not know Xiao Gu happened to need crystal cores? The supermarket was full of zombies rushing madly to tear Xiaoling apart. With a single wave of his hand, a large-scale ice ability swept out, freezing all the zombies on the entire first floor. Including early-stage mutated zombies, which shattered with a couple of sounds. Xiaoling at the 4th level of ice abilities was undoubtedly one of the best in the world. Taking the crystal cores, he went upstairs to continue killing, stuffing pots, pans, bowls, and spoons into his space. Passing the ladies section, Xiaoling collected skincare and cosmetics products as well, maybe they would come in handy later. Suddenly remembering Xiao Zhao's words, Xiaoling smiled, waving his hand generously, gathering everything from the 2nd floor. Xiaoling walked out of the supermarket doors with flair, discovering that Wang Yu and those people had actually returned. In an instant, his hands trembled. People got off both cars, 10 people compared to before but now 3 fewer. Wang Yu walked at the front. Did you rescue anyone? Did you kill all the zombies? Xiaoling's pupils contracted, feeling deeply sinister. The auntie followed closely behind, still holding a cloth bag. Can we go in and take things now? I just saw you come out. Don't deceive me, oh. I have sharp eyes. Wang Yu glanced at the auntie, thinking inwardly she was being nosy. Xiaoling, what about the 3 of them? Those greedy for-profit people had been bitten by zombies, their wounds turned black, with purplish-black corners of their eyes, a sure sign they were about to become zombies. Seeing Xiao Ling remain silent, the auntie grew agitated. You tell us already. Why did they die? I heard screams. Does that mean there were valuable items inside that you wanted to keep for yourself? Wang Yu secretly chuckled inside. These were exactly the words he wanted to say. Heroes rise in chaotic times, money is essential. But Wang Yu couldn't step forward right now and quietly eyed the young man from the 7th floor. The young man raised an eyebrow. Comparing himself with Xiao Ling as an outsider, naturally, he cared more about his old neighbors and thus stepped forward. Why are you blocking us? Hitting the point, the auntie was also startled. Wide-eyed, was it you who killed the 3 of them? Xiao Ling smirked coldly. It was you all who wanted to go out and see the world, it was you all who didn't listen to my advice, and it was you all who insisted on entering the supermarket. Now blaming their deaths on me. Don't forget, when trouble arose, you all abandoned me and those 3 people and fled. Anyone can sound righteous, but I'll only tell you one thing, leave immediately. Going in will result in certain death. Xiao Ling felt that since his strength had improved, he had grown arrogant. Because the supermarket lacked food, he took everything else, which might not seem suspicious to fools, but what about other ability users? Smart people. Wasn't it clear that Xiao Ling had a spatial item? Such a big mistake shouldn't have been exposed, and if these people insisted on going inside. One moment of sympathy brought him such huge trouble, really making it a wasted life. Xiao Ling squinted his eyes, the killing intent was overflowing, and he tightened his grip on the knife in his hand. The young man and Wang Yu were both startled at the same time, secretly wondering why Xiao Ling reacted so strongly. There must be a situation inside, but they insisted on going into the tiger's den out of curiosity. The elderly woman didn't care about all that, she had a grandson at home waiting for food. So, stepping confidently inside, she gave Xiao Ling a disdainful glance. Don't worry, at my age, what haven't I seen? I only take food. As for gold or banknotes, your old lady doesn't even give them a second thought, humph. Are you not cherishing your life? Xiao Ling put his knife across. The other people who wanted to follow all stopped. The elderly woman laughed. You kill, these days there's been no water at home for washing, if you dare cut me, come on, if you don't cut me, you're my grandson. No one believed Xiao Ling would make a move, but he actually did. He raised the knife and pressed it on the elderly woman's shoulder. The sharp blade instantly broke her skin, causing blood to flow freely. Xiao Ling's emotionless gaze swept over everyone. There's blood, zombies will arrive soon. The elderly woman slowly backed away, covering her neck with her hand. After stuttering for a while, she was so shocked she couldn't even speak. The young man from the 7th floor had an extremely bad look on his face. He thought Xiao Ling was a good person, but now looking at him, he seemed to have lost his mind. Everyone, don't be afraid. Together, we can handle him. Without food, we'll starve to death anyway. That's right. Wang Yu also thought this. Moreover, Xiao Ling was willing to kill people rather than let them in. What does that mean? Wang Yu greedily looked at the pitch-black supermarket and licked his lips. The angry young man from the 7th floor and the uncle from the 3rd floor swung their knives together. Unfortunately, Xiao Ling was too strong. He knocked them down easily. Xiao Ling then turned to Wang Yu, who took a step back with Ji Zhu, warily staring at Xiao Ling. Just then, several cars quickly drove up. If they hadn't heard the noise earlier, Xiao Ling wouldn't have tolerated them. It was a team of black luxury SUVs, exuding an imposing aura that drew everyone's attention. They were members of the Fengmao group. Their vehicles were all reinforced, clean, and radiated a sense of security. The Fengmao group was powerful, highly reputable, and had a tremendous reputation in the nearby districts. Ji Zhu squeezed Wang Yu's hand. Wang Yu's heart heated up, wanting to join their convoy. Since he also had a car, he boldly stood in the middle of the road and spread out his arms. Chapter 23, Team Up. Xiao Ling had truly broadened his horizons. For love, one really can risk everything. Embarrassingly, in the past, he would have done the same for Feng Xiangnan, even exchanging favors with strangers just to get cold medicine for Feng's mother. He assumed the convoy would run him over, but unexpectedly, they stopped. How could that be? Xiao Ling didn't silently wait for developments. Step by step, he retreated until he stood inside the supermarket. Tianli got out of the car, passing Wang Yu, who wore a beaming smile, and looked at Xiao Ling with friendly regard. Hello, I'm Tianli. We at Fengmao are recruiting. Are you interested? Xiao Ling. What kind of plot twist is this? Wang Yu's smile froze as he hurriedly replied, Great. I have a car, so I can follow behind. Tianli ignored Wang Yu and continued persuading, I've noticed you a few times. You act decisively, exactly the type of warrior we need. The number of zombies in Sea City keeps increasing, making them harder to deal with. If we don't unite, where will our survival space be? Don't you think so? Xiao Ling. Rest assured, it'll happen 12 years later. And as for Sea City, it'll become a dead city. He's a killer. The elderly woman didn't care what others were thinking. She was hungry. You're called Tianli, right? He's Xiao Ling, a stone-cold killer who killed Jiao because they stole his food. Quick, arrest him, we still need to enter the supermarket and take some food. This single remark caused a huge stir. Someone instinctively patted their stomachs, especially Ji Zhu, who was still sick. Yet, she knew critical moments couldn't afford any mistakes, so she endured quietly. Holding hands with Wang Yu, she felt his response. In his compassion for her, his resentment towards Xiao Ling deepened further. If not for his interference, they'd have a substantial amount of supplies already. Wouldn't Feng Mao consider them more important then? Brother Tian, what the elderly woman said makes sense. Why don't we go into the supermarket to collect supplies? Wang Yu suggested. Feng Mao had observed Xiao Ling blocking everyone long before they approached. Wang Yu and his group didn't know what was inside the supermarket, but Tianli knew this place thoroughly. You've misunderstood Xiao Ling. There's no food inside. It has already been looted empty by survivors. What? Would the elderly woman and Wang Yu believe this? Who would trust without seeing it with their own eyes? For a moment, those who originally thought Feng Mao was good felt skeptical again. Could it be that Xiao Ling was colluding with them? The elderly woman sprawled on the ground, flailing her arms. Oh no, I can't live like this. Everyone is bullying me, this middle-aged woman. Heaven, please open your eyes. It was unbearable to listen to, but Tianli kept his gaze fixed on Xiao Ling with a smile. I think you're not one of them. Why don't you get in the car? We're going to take our chances at the North Suburb military base. The zombies in the military base must be numerous. Are you ready for that? Xiao Ling spoke coldly. How dare you talk to me like that, Xiao Ling? Wang Yu nearly panicked. This was a major leg up, and they should ingratiate themselves well. Brother Tian, I'm sorry, I'm his friend, and I'll apologize on his behalf. Xiao Ling has just gone through a breakup recently, so his mood isn't great. Please forgive him this time with your magnanimity. Why was it so hard for Tianli to have a decent conversation with Xiao Ling? With growing frustration in his heart, Tianli had to acknowledge the woman's racket. Can you stop being so noisy for a moment? What? Wang Yu blinked in confusion. All right. Ji Zhu subtly squeezed Wang Yu's hand as the two exchanged a helpless glance. Xiao Ling remained expressionless, still heading into the supermarket. Though the leaders of Sea City were escorted away by the troops stationed at the North Suburb military base, there were still 300 soldiers left behind, including a colonel who had turned into a gold-class variant zombie. Surrounding him were many more mutated military zombies. They wanted to kill them all to acquire weapons. We've gathered a lot of people, including the stunt team, youth group, and the domination squad. Xiao Ling raised an eyebrow. Do you know how many zombies are inside the military base? About 100 or so. We've gathered 100 people. Fighting them will attract even more zombies. We've already planned the safe retreat route, and we have reinforcements along the way. Plus, a good number of zombies near the military base have been cleared out, so we won't get surrounded. Don't worry, Tianli smiled craftily as he answered Xiao Ling's questions plainly, finally understanding why the colonel ordered him to make friends with this person. He clearly had some skills. Xiao Ling nodded, walked back into the supermarket, and took out a gas canister while no one was paying attention. He kicked it far away and fired a shot. Calmly listening to the explosion, he then exited the supermarket. Tianli's gaze brightened but also knew it wasn't the right time for conversation, quickly opening the SUV door and inviting Xiao Ling to get in. The elderly woman was scared out of her wits, fleeing home while screaming. Wang Yu pulled Ji Zhu into the car. The young man from the 7th floor hesitated for a moment, deciding not to follow the convoy. Instead, he went elsewhere with frightened neighbors to search for food. Inside the second SUV, several young people curiously watched Tianli engage with Xiao Ling. A red-haired youth looked rather discontented. Brother Tian had never been so enthusiastic towards him before. Humph. A little girl seemed quite adorable and developed a favorable impression of the handsome Xiao Ling. Hello, my name is Song Yi. I'm a water-class anomaly. What about you? Xiao Ling. Looking at your foolishness, the red-haired youth rolled his eyes. By long, ice-class anomaly. I am Su Qing, fire-class anomaly. All 7 passengers in the second car were anomalies, including Tianli, who was Earth-class. Xiao Ling felt disheartened and asked indifferently, are you not afraid that by saying this openly, you might be captured and dissected? You look at me, I look at you. Everyone was confused. But Tianli understood better and tilted his head to ask, do you know? Xiao Ling shook his head, I can guess. Thank you for trusting me. I am a water-class anomaly. Earlier when I blew up the supermarket, it was because I didn't want to expose myself, nor did I wish to hurt anyone. Hence, I resorted to this tactic. Everyone nodded in understanding. Even Bai Long started looking at Xiao Ling more kindly. With a flick of his wrist, a water ball emerged, its pristine beauty catching everyone's eye, especially Song Yi's who found it beautiful and endearing. Wow, we share the same element, we'll definitely get along well. Ha! Stupid girl, rarity equals value. Bai Long rolled his eyes again. Close-minded fool. Song Yi lost her temper. Calling me close-minded? Come here. Song Yi actually pounced over. Watching them quarrel and roughhouse, Xiaoling felt somewhat bewildered, though the atmosphere within this team was pleasant. If they could all head to S-City's secure zone together, it would be nice to have someone watching each other's backs. Xiaoling was human, after all, and humans got tired. Could he always enter the space dimension? There'd surely be inconvenient times. Tianli kept observing Xiaoling. What are you thinking about? I'm contemplating how good your camaraderie is. But how long will it last? How long will you survive? A small sedan follows us at a distance. Is that your friend? Tianli lifted his glasses slightly. Do you think we resemble each other? Xiaoling gave Tianli a deep glance. The car he drives is the one I gave him. You ride a motorcycle every day, now I understand. Tianli allowed Wang Yu to hang around because he wasn't sure of Xiaoling's attitude, but now it was clear. And isn't there use in having someone who betrays inside out? The Sharp Blade motorcycle team was formidable. If they encountered zombies on the road, they simply ran them over. When faced with small groups, the third team would go down and kill them, while for large groups, if they could handle it, everyone would go down together and fight, otherwise, they'd flee. Rows of zombies chased from behind, their intimidating presence frightening many people until their faces turned white as snow. However, Xiaoling had grown accustomed to it. After all, the vehicle's speed was fast. Their good luck eventually ran out as mutated zombies appeared. All members from the second, third, and fourth cars got out. Xiaoling ran into an adjacent alley, which caused Tianli's brows to furrow. Bai Long cursed under his breath several times, his attacks becoming more ruthless. Zombies fell in droves, with a few hopping over and causing panic within the group. Luckily, they were experienced enough working together, so no anomalous individuals sustained casualties, although ordinary people weren't so lucky. Xiaoling found his target, a strength-type zombie, level 2. Currently, the strongest anomalous people were only level 1, right? With a solemn expression, Xiaoling allowed Xiao Zhao's psychic ability to cover a radius of 500 meters, confirming no one could see him. He then accelerated forward. Before the zombie even reacted, its head was separated from its body. Fast, truly fast, now he obtained a level 2 crystal core. Someone's coming. Xiao Zhao's voice rang out in his mind, prompting Xiaoling to quickly begin attacking regular zombies. Why did you run when it was so dangerous? Bai Long's face turned pale blue. Xiaoling responded indifferently, I saw a relative. Bai Long froze in confusion. So Xiaoling left because of this, and not due to fear or abandoning the group. Fortunately Tiangu said Xiaoling must have some reason, otherwise who would deliberately run towards zombies. When he rejoined the group, Wang Yu stopped Xiaoling. Are you okay? I don't need your concern. If we keep our distance, things will naturally get better. Wang Yu's face turned from pale to red. I'm concerned about you. You're the only one here I know. We must stick together. Xiaoling suddenly chuckled softly. It was rare for him to show such an expression. What do you consider yourself? As Xiaoling passed the bowed Wang Yu, his body paused for a moment. The old you was good, kind-hearted and sincere. I truly treated you as a friend. But now, you're like a sponge, greedy, scheming, manipulative, and always dissatisfied. My relationship with Feng Xiangnan serves as a warning for you. I hope love hasn't clouded your judgment. Wang Yu stood still in place, his eyes flashing repeatedly. Ji Zhu sat quietly in the car, unaware of what they just discussed, somewhat nervous. She knew about Wang Yu's cowardice. Many things happened only because she incited him to act. Useless, he couldn't even handle Xiaoling, his good friend. Ji Zhu sighed and opened the door to comfort Wang Yu. She wasn't blind to Xiaoling's decisiveness and strength. But despite her pretense of weakness and attempts at flirtation, none of it worked on Xiaoling. The stubborn gay man will eventually meet his downfall. At least she still had Wang Yu, the foolishly devoted man who genuinely cared for her. Until they found another way out, she'd cling on to him. Chapter 24, The Thick-Skinned Man. Driving towards the North Suburb military base, stopping and starting intermittently, the route was difficult yesterday even though they scouted it beforehand. The national highways were filled with abandoned vehicles, too crowded, prone to incidents. The side roads were muddy and hard to traverse, and after killing off zombies, more kept appearing. Where did all these zombies come from? Are there fewer and fewer living humans? Everyone looked serious. Most people were exhausted. What should have been a short trip took 8 hours to reach the rendezvous point. This location was a small village. The guards waiting immediately came out. Leader, thank heavens you arrived. People from the Overlord Dragon team were injured by another group, and some members of the youth group are retreating. It's only the members of the flying bike team that insist on fighting, but... Before they finished speaking, Guosu frowned. Do we know where they came from? Shaking his head, the middle-aged uncle shrugged. More than 20 people, very strong, all of them have anomalous abilities. Moreover, the ones inside the RV haven't come out yet. There's an RV too. Although Guosu could also obtain one since the person behind him was quite powerful, he wasn't as ostentatious, choosing caution in everything. Tianli, come over here. 5 people gathered to discuss. Shortly afterward, Li Dalong and Fu Chong from the flying bike team arrived along with some other leaders, gloomy-faced as they attended the meeting. Xiaoling gazed northward. The military district lay far away, yet continued discussion meant nightfall was imminent. Nighttime gives zombies advantages. Xiaoling thought about whether wiping them out en masse was feasible. Having power shouldn't lead to arrogance, one thing is certain, but being overly submissive and letting others treat you like a subordinate isn't in his nature either. A hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, startling Xiaoling so much his pupils shrank. This shocked expression immediately pleased Wei Qiyu. How adorable, a little silly, like a frizzy little rabbit. You. How did you end up here? Wei Qiyu remained exceptionally handsome, meticulously neat, looking down with focused eyes. It's been quite a while since I've had a release after everything went chaotic. Huh. What does that have to do with me? Xiaoling's face turned cold, but he curved his lips since he couldn't deal with him in the past. Now though. It's time to settle old and new scores. Holy crap. Just as Xiaoling was about to attack, his whole body trembled, his knees weakened, and he actually knelt down. My goodness. Spatial domain ability? How is that possible? There's only one person in the world who can do this jaw-dropping move. Wei Qiyu. It's Wei Qiyu. Who would have thought they'd cross paths? The leader of the Dawn Safe Base, one of the most powerful psychics in the post-apocalypse era, has no connection with Xiaoling. They've never met before either. Why would their lives intertwine now? That doesn't make any sense. And yet, he's on top of me. Xiaoling felt like lightning struck 5 times in his heart. More infuriatingly, he's water-type level 5, ice-type level 4, even the speed psychic ability he recently gained reached level 4. When calculated together, it just didn't add up logically. Could it be Wei Qiyu is heaven's chosen son? Born talented? Or does he have some extremely rare special bloodline? Digging too deep aside, as Xiaoling's mind went blank, apparently his shocked and fearful demeanor pleased Wei Qiyu immensely. Don't worry, sleeping won't kill you. Wei Qiyu grabbed Xiaoling with one hand, lifted him onto his shoulder, and walked toward the RV direction. The crowd watching the situation unfold only reacted now, especially Guosu, who considered himself Xiaoling's boss. Sir, please hold on, Xiaoling belongs to our Feng Mang group, we can clear things up through me if there are any misunderstandings. It's better to untie grudges than create more, and anyway, you're both planning to go to the military district, right? No one accepted Guosu's good intentions. Someone resembling a butler slightly smiled, his gaze icily abnormal. You must be joking, Xiaoling is my master's plush pet, kept in City C. What? Guosu had never seen Wei Qiyu before. This man radiated an aura so strong, arrogant, and self-centered, he must be a big figure or exceptionally capable. Bai Long, Song Yi, and even Tianli, all those who fancied Xiaoling, felt somewhat irritated. Especially the latter one fixed her eyes on Wang Yu hoping he'd step up to say something. After all, Xiaoling was a psychic ability holder, and the gaps between psychics could be large, they shouldn't escalate conflict over Xiaoling. A good example would be the damaged Overlord Dragon team, where they were crushed by just one opponent, whose true strength remained unknown. These people were far too dangerous. Guosu, being a retired soldier full of passion, couldn't act recklessly because the young master hid within the team. Wang Yu was pitiful. All he wanted was to stay close to various captains to get noticed, not become everyone's target. Xiaoling might be an idiot, Deputy Squad Leader Tianli looked favorably upon him, and although he wanted to insult him, he didn't dare. Thus, he silently endured, feeling wronged. Once well-respected Wang Yu now left an impression of being timid and spineless among others. Ji Zhu sighed inwardly, observing the situation. Wang Yu was ultimately too weak, he couldn't bear even such small criticisms. How could he accomplish great deeds in the future? Besides, Ji Zhu already knew about the existence of psychics, perhaps soon the world would belong entirely to them. With Wang Yu lacking in this area, she needed to plan her next move as a beautiful woman. No matter how everyone thought or drifted off in thought, none of that could save Xiaoling's predicament. The door closed, blocking out everyone's line of sight. Clothes swished away from Xiaoling's body, and it happened, slap, slap, slap. It's really frustrating about the apocalypse, the helpless have no means to help themselves wherever they go. Yet Xiaoling didn't think of himself as powerless. Let go. Damn. Will you move on your own if I let go? Wei Qiyu sneered, pinching harshly. Damn. Xiaoling winced, arching his back, pained. The grip was so tight, it was utterly inhumane. Bloody hell, handsome devil, why keep your spatial field active when you've already penetrated so deeply? How to counterattack? How to murder him? Damn. I must murder him. Regardless of Xiaoling's unwillingness, Wei Qiyu enjoyed every moment thoroughly. Once the apocalypse started, he, as the CEO of a large conglomerate, had no respite, busying endlessly day and night, seeing all his businesses crash. Fortunately, he wasn't a purely above-board president, underground trading boomed instead, thus he survived the initial chaos and even thrived much freer than ever. Of course, with his status, before the apocalypse, killing and arson weren't issues, money makes the millstone turn. But once the apocalypse hit, all the evil acts became public, it suited him perfectly. Wei Qiyu reveled in it, standing up while sipping red wine, gazing dazedly, his casual posture extraordinarily sexy. Comparison kills. Xiaoling felt his teeth itch. Turn off your psychic ability, I want to take a shower. Not so fast, let's go again after I finish drinking. Xiaoling felt upset and could only lie flat in resignation. Since his limbs couldn't move anyway, the soft blanket made him drowsy. He closed his eyes. Wei Qiyu traced down Xiaoling's back, feeling a surge of fire and heat, pressing forward once more. I will endure. Xiaoling behaved obediently, waiting for the sole opportunity, even if it was just an instant. Even at such a high position, Wei Qiyu didn't let down his guard even during climax, tightly holding on to Xiaoling. Thus Xiaoling ended up both losing face and dignity before resentfully fainting away. A night of passion had Xiaoling waking up only by noon. Inside the RV, there was only him. Damn it, Wei Qiyu was a jerk, couldn't he spare a moment to wash him too? Damn, what am I thinking about? Truly worthy as a level 5 psychic ability holder, his recovery power was superb. Aside from some soreness in the rear, his body wasn't in bad shape considering how intense the vibrations were last night. Xiaoling grimaced darkly. The original clothes had torn into rags. Wei Qiyu truly acted reckless, completely like a brute. As Xiaoling couldn't retrieve new ones from the spatial storage, he just came out wrapped in a towel after bathing, only to see Wei Qiyu casually sitting on the couch with his long legs crossed, sipping coffee. The rich aroma instantly made Xiaoling feel like the apocalypse never came. Wei Qiyu seemed oblivious to anything called shame, actually patting the spot beside him. Come sit. Xiaoling clenched his teeth. What do you want? Let's talk. Grass, when I wanted to talk, what were you doing? Come here. He gave him a sour look. Internally, Xiaoling was furious, wanting to strangle him. Xiaoling certainly wasn't a well-behaved baby. He sat down at the opposite position. Wei Qiyu squinted his eyes and rested his feet on Xiaoling's lap. If you dare to rebel, I'll kill all your friends. Where are the friends from? Xiaoling arched his leg, pushing away his dog-like foot. Though only for a few seconds, the view was pretty good. Wei Qiyu whistled while staring at the space between Xiaoling's legs, acting thoroughly lewd. Xiaoling looked displeased. Are you interested in weapons? Wei Qiyu's demeanor turned colder. If you're smart, you shouldn't ask that. You should think more about how to please me. No hope from a rapist. Rubbing his foot against Xiaoling's leg, Wei Qiyu appeared quite pleased with the other's smoothness. How do you maintain this? Nice, I temporarily need a pet, and you'll fit perfectly. What benefits are there? Xiaoling sneered. Unless you volunteer. True, it was forced by the other side again. With Wei Qiyu's personality, naturally he'd dominate. Xiaoling's lips twitched several times, how he wished to chop him off. If it came to a fight, even if people around Wei Qiming were capable, they wouldn't possibly beat a level 5 expert, right? Xiaoling's gaze remained unchanged, yet Wei Qiyu glanced over meaningfully. Do you want to fight seriously? Just you. Tolerance has its limits. An hour later, Xiaoling lost. Faintly asleep in bed, Wei Qiyu still showed a bit of conscience, applying ointment on Xiaoling's bruised skin and covering him with a blanket. This man sure had good looks, appearing calm but extremely fiery. Even during their fight, those merciless killing moves left Wei Qiyu with a lingering sense of caution. Still, upon reflection, Xiaoling truly had excellent skin, tender, smooth. Young and clean, suitable for long-term use. Thinking this, his desire arose once more. Being young is really great, can withstand anything without breaking. Tearing off the blanket, he pounced and went for another round. The butler waited patiently until finally, the young master appeared. Wasn't this just a pet thing? But something felt different from usual. Anything? Master, the butler bowed, those people have made their moves, should we follow them? No need, Wei Qiyu coldly watched the convoy leave and smiled slightly, zombies inside will deal with them. We'll depart in half an hour. Yes. Wei Qiyu suddenly thought of something, are there any dog collars left? Chapter 25, Dealing with the Trash. Brother. 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 A deep call shook Xiaoling to his core, making him immediately sit up. My goodness. What the hell is this? Xiaoling reached out, causing a brief blackout in his brain. Collar. In the center was a chain, a very detailed one made from a mixed metal, extraordinarily expensive, and impossible for a common person to break. Following the chain upward, the end was tied to the car roof. What is this? Brother. Xiao. Ever since meeting Wei Qiyu, Xiao hadn't spoken a word. Xiaoling's gaze was cold, his pupils flashing with anger. He'd endured a lot, but this wasn't much. With great force, he pulled the collar in two. Impressive for a rich guy, only a third-level psychic could break such a chain, which probably wasn't an underestimation by Wei Qiyu but rather his inability to find a stronger collar. After all, they had fought before, and Wei Qiyu knew Xiaoling's strength. There was another possibility, pure humiliation. Xiao, are there 5 people outside? The noise from pulling off the collar drew attention from 2 on the roof. What's wrong with you lately? I'm sorry, brother. The psychic perception ability of the person beside you is too strong, so I had no choice but to hide. Are you alright, brother? How could I not be fine? Xiao Ling smirked. Can you sense their strengths? Never seen them fight, unclear. Feeling useless, Xiao felt ashamed. I'll kill them all. When the fight starts, tell me immediately who the speed-type psychic is. Not a single one should escape. Understood. Xiao clenched his fists, looking extremely cute, but unfortunately, Xiao Ling was boiling with anger and had no mood to notice the little one. Xiao Ling twisted his neck, then got dressed in fresh clothes from the storage after showering. He also ate a hearty rib dinner and brushed his teeth. Xiao tossed out a bottle from the space ring. Xiao Ling glanced down and twitched his lips. It was skincare. Sunscreen, brother, apply some. Smells nice. Xiao Ling's current powers were formidable, his body strong, and his recovery rate impressive. He genuinely didn't need such stuff, so he tossed the skincare into the space ring and walked out confidently. Sure enough, there were 5 people, 2 at the front playing cards, wearing branded outfits with a killing intent about them. Farther away, someone sat on a tree, cleaning a gun. Unlike the 2 sitting on the ground, he instantly looked over when Xiao Ling appeared, eyes glinting coldly. Adopting a superior stance, he ignored Xiao Ling afterward. On the RV, the 2 showed more interest. One of them, handsome, snorted disdainfully, while the other gave Xiao Ling a look of scorn. Pets should act like pets, stay in the car until master comes back to favor you. Such things must have been common for them, their tone came naturally. Xiao Ling didn't know what power Wei Qiu held before the apocalypse, but these few looked pretty skilled indeed, a pity. In one swift motion, Xiao Ling made the RV vanish. The 2 atop it immediately lost balance but recovered quickly. They gritted their teeth, finding balance again while drawing their guns. This person was precious to the master, so they couldn't kill him, just educate him. Damn it, skin him alive. Xiao Ling smirked, releasing his ice-based psychic power and dashing forward. The 2 on the ground initially showed surprise, then delight. Spatial psychics were rare and valuable, the organization had 2 already, and the more the merrier. But seeing Xiao Ling's radiant icy aura, they soon realized this guy was lethal, and they immediately unleashed fire-based abilities, retreating cautiously. Such overwhelming waves weren't something they could handle. The man far away sprinted halfway before cursing and firing 6 shots before fleeing. Xiao Ling's speed psychic power was level 4, he reached the 2 fire psychics in an instant, even stopping momentarily to say, tell Yama in hell that Wei Qiu killed you. What? Their eye sockets widened as their heads split and flew into the sky, just in time to see the other 2 compatriots frozen into ice sculptures, already dead. How strong was he? The speed psychic lay on the ground, his right thigh shattered, causing unbearable pain. His forehead veins bulged, cold sweat poured down, and his face turned ghostly pale. Never had he suffered such an injury before, wanting desperately to pass out. What kind of weapon was this? So powerful. He couldn't collapse, he had to run and report back. Loyalty and determination fueled him as he crawled forward relentlessly. Xiao Ling used crystal core weapons, powerful indeed. This guy was the strongest among the group. The fire psychic had shouted earlier for the captain to flee. Driving his blade into the ground near the speed psychic's neck, the latter quivered and looked up slowly. Xiao Ling didn't bother wasting words, tell me everything I want to know, and I won't make you suffer. He wanted to sneer, utter some sarcasm, but the wound hurt too much. Decisively killing like that showed this person was ruthless. The captain took a deep breath, cast a lingering look at the world, and thrust his neck forward, committing suicide. Xiao Ling had fully understood this, yet he didn't bother stopping it. Killing is nothing more than putting one's head down. Why bother? Xiao, when did those people leave? Xiao had no concept of time, so he specially summoned a clock from within himself to check, an hour ago. Shall we go after them? We must. Absolutely we must. Don't worry, even if they attract all nearby zombies here, it doesn't matter. At worst, I'll hide in space with you. Xiao Ling was very optimistic, and if not for the favorable impression the Feng Chang group had left on him, Xiao Ling would have helped those villains by luring zombies, just setting off a few alarm clocks would suffice. Recalling how much zombies love sound, Xiao Ling's lips twitched uncontrollably as he flung out his hand, summoning a hummer. In the military zone in the northern suburbs, everything was in chaos, and human tragedies were everywhere. No one had expected there to be so many powerful zombies inside, it was simply unreasonable. Uncooperative groups began various uprisings, some fleeing, others pushing their teammates into the zombie crowds, and still others going crazy with fear. Despite being powerful, psychics couldn't withstand such massive waves of collective zombie attacks. Feng Chang was faring better than most, but there were still plenty of problematic individuals. Seeing them tired but unscathed instantly prompted others to crowd toward their group. 1 or 2 could still be tolerated, but what about more? Out of necessity, Feng Chang's team had no choice but to split into smaller groups of 3 or 5. Nonetheless, they became an accidental shelter for those in trouble. For example, Baolong team, who sought cheap opportunities, both its captain and deputy captain perished, while the rest huddled around Feng Chang like chickens with black eyes. Many people who shouldn't have died ended up dead due to these unforeseen incidents. Seeing former close teammates sway and become zombies induced terror that overwhelmed them with despair. There were many who couldn't bring themselves to harm their old comrades. Youth Corps' status remained unclear, they slipped into the military zone through another breach. It wasn't until evening when they saw zombie-infested Youth Corps soldiers appear that they realized the grim situation. Everyone thought about retreating, but where could they retreat to? Zombies were everywhere, crawling, jumping, and screaming. People's spirits were pushed to their limits, having already lost themselves in combat, becoming dazed and confused. Compared to this chaotic scene, Wei Chiyu's group was faring easier. They entered an hour later, having killed many zombies attracted by sounds before proceeding further. Thanks to a map, they managed to reach the central area quite smoothly. However, a peculiar zombie turned into their nightmare. The commander was the last to die, watching his skin decay and transform into a zombie with great pain. He had children and a beloved wife, but unfortunately, heaven wouldn't comply. Even with utmost care, he still got bitten. Actually, there were numerous zombies in the base, the commander alone had killed more than half of them, leaving just a small amount. Yet even that little bit was enough to give Guosu and others a tough time. It was also meaningless for the commander to kill all the zombie soldiers since he himself had turned into a level 3 zombie. Wei Chiyu looked somewhat disheveled, his spatial domain capable of suppressing level 3 zombies while his subordinates were frantically killing other mutated zombies. At that moment, a person quietly appeared, touched his chin, and left through the exhaust vent. The level 3 zombie glanced to the right. Arriving at the arsenal, Xiaoling was excited inwardly, Previously, following the troops to retrieve weapons only allowed him to fight zombies instead of obtaining weapons, then merely spectating as others got their hands on them endlessly, making his heart ache. Dutifully inputting the password, the first door was opened. The second required a fingerprint scan, which Xiaoling directly dismantled. Remembering the steps carefully, the third lock was simpler, he pressed 5 times among a cluster of small squares, opening the door. Bounding happily inside, he almost burst out laughing but didn't dare to neglect vigilance. He immediately destroyed the surveillance and loaded all the weapons into his space ring. Before the apocalypse, no amount of money earned from stocks could make him envious, yet now that so many weapons were stored inside Xiao Zhao's stomach. Embarrassingly regaining awareness, cold sweat soaked his back after calming down. Damn it! Where's my composure? Xiao Xiao, can you sense the members of Feng Chang? Xiao Xiao extended his powers to the maximum, feeling a bit dizzy. Brother, they're boarding the vehicle. There are no survivors of Feng Chang left in the military zone. Can you confirm who's in the vehicle? Yes, among those who once rode in the same car as you, 3 are alive. As for the others, I don't know their names. That's enough. Xiaoling also knew that everything couldn't be forced, the flying car gang and Ba Long team are not good people. Let them ascend to the heavens with Wei Chiyu as ghosts. Should we detonate? Xiao Xiao sucked in a breath, his eyes brightened. Xiaoling didn't know how to trigger the explosion, but he had plenty of gas cylinders, very many. Hee. With all preparations ready, Xiaoling opened the secret passage, stood far inside it, and fired a shot. Chapter 26, Destroy Him. Instantly there were continuous explosions, with overwhelming heat waves rushing toward Xiaoling, who was humming a song quite calmly while riding his motorcycle like crazy in the secret tunnel. It was so exhilarating, even though the fire burned his back painfully. This really wasn't work for humans. Xiaoling hurried away, at the end lay a well-developed sewer system, leading to the countryside. His idea seemed perfect, yet something felt off. Xiaoling heard some sound and glanced through the rearview mirror. Shit, someone was following him. That's impossible. Not scientific. It was ghost-like. A low-profile tricycle rapidly caught up, with a grand posture and incredible speed. Shit, most motorcycles Xiaoling bought barely made a sound and couldn't possibly match its speed, so he just let the other vehicle pass. Was he willing to let it go? Xiaoling wasn't sure about the identity of the pursuer, so he turned around and shot a bullet without hesitation. Bang! The windscreen of the tricycle shattered completely, revealing a face that made Xiaoling's eyes widen instantly. Wei Chiyu. How could he survive from a level 3 zombie's attack? These powerful psychics, aside from their great conditions, were also the darlings of heaven. Otherwise, without good luck, how could they fare better than the emperor? Xiaoling, in anger, sent dozens of ice arrows flying backwards, as if they were free. Wei Chiyu was almost exhausted, with an extremely sullen look on his face, and abandoned the vehicle due to his wounds, losing balance when jumping out and rolling on the ground. His expensive clothing was ruined beyond repair, worse than a beggar's. After all, beggars' clothes don't have so many holes. Xiaoling stopped the motorcycle, sat casually across it, looking extraordinarily dashing. Hey, which smelly bug on the ground is that? Xiaoling. Who was grinding their teeth? Xiaoling felt cheerful. Truly, I found you without searching, aren't you specially coming here to please me? Smoke rolled like wolf fangs, sparks splashed everywhere. Wei Chiyu had an unpleasant look on his face. Let's settle our grudge outside. Xiaoling naturally knew the place was about to collapse, but wasn't it fine for now? Step by step, Xiaoling walked forward exceptionally beautifully, his eyes like obsidian sparkling, white smoke swirling around him, appearing ethereal and mysterious. "You're so amusing," arrogantly thinking I'd let you leave. "Why should I?" Wei Qiyu squinted, glaring furiously at Xiaoling. "I don't want to kill you yet." "Ha ha ha." Xiaoling burst into wild laughter and struck immediately. Wei Qiyu widened his eyes to defend himself, and only heard a crack. His arm broke. Another kick followed, and Wei Qiyu grunted before flying out, hitting the wall and falling onto the ground, utterly disheveled with half his face turned white. That kick, Xiaoling gave no quarter, it greeted his ribs. Struggling, Wei Qiyu failed to get up, becoming even more miserable. Xiaoling was delighted, his face full of pride as he lifted the collar of the person. "The collar you sent is beautiful, delicate, and undoubtedly pricey, right?" Wei Qiyu snorted coldly, naturally. After all, he had custom-made it especially for pets, originally meant to give to others, ending up cheapening Xiaoling. "That I put on you personally, do you like it?" "Like it?" After pausing for 3 whole seconds, Xiaoling's eyes turned cold. "Of course, I like it. You also enjoy it, right?" This development was wrong. Wei Qiyu raised his eyebrows. "Let go. You gave me a big gift, isn't returning the favor proper?" Xiaoling meaningfully took out a chain from the space ring. "You've never seen a regular dog collar, have you?" "Well, I happen to have one. Here, let me put it on you personally." Wei Qiyu, the son of the emperor, has never been so humiliated. Unable to believe what he was seeing, he shouted, "Dare you?" What couldn't he dare? Xiaoling was forceful, and Wei Qiyu counterattacked fiercely, his eyes glared like wolves wanting to rip Xiaoling apart. Xiaoling sent 3 punches, and Wei Qiyu immediately knelt down. Was he willing to kneel? Of course not. Xiaoling kicked again, and Wei Qiyu finally stopped moving on the ground. "Behave yourself." Xiaoling was gleeful and happily crouched down, putting the dog chain on Wei Qiyu's neck with his foot pressing on the chest. "So pretty, it's just unfortunate I can't take you out for a walk. Otherwise, the turnaround rate would definitely explode, or maybe male dogs might find you interesting." "Xiaoling. I will definitely, Wei Qiyu let out a muffled groan, coughing up blood as his chest was stepped on. Xiaoling remained smug. "No matter how mighty you are, aren't you still beneath my feet? Perhaps if you say something nice, I might make your death easier." Wei Qiyu's handsome face contorted with a twisted smile curving his lips. "So you're the type to submit, born to be submissive. Even without forcing you, you're still lying there waiting to be ravaged. Ha ha ha. Even if you stripped me, what good would it do? Even if you got hard, so what? Could you pierce through? Xiaoling, you're not human, you're less than a male dog." This struck exactly where it hurt most. Yes, Xiaoling was naturally submissive and couldn't penetrate others. He envied men like Wei Qiyu who were inherently attractive and tall. In an instant, Xiaoling's face darkened like a ghost's, trembling all over. Taking a few steps forward, Xiaoling grabbed Wei Qiyu by the collar and slapped him repeatedly. Wasn't he handsome? Wasn't he tall? What would happen if I beat you until your own mother can't recognize you? Or break your legs? Aren't you capable of doing it? Should I cut you off? Xiaoling, quick-witted at other times, now became unhinged, preferring to act instead of talk. He stopped only after enjoying himself thoroughly. Wei Qiyu lay on the ground bleeding profusely, his once godlike handsome face bruised purple and red, completely covered in blood. Swollen so much that no features could be distinguished anymore. Boom boom. It was truly going to collapse, and there was no choice but to leave. Xiaoling bent down again, tying one end of the chain to the unmovable tricycle. Such a waste of such a good tricycle, worth at least 2 million at minimum. The vengeful Xiaoling did this not because he feared Wei Qiyu would escape, but to trample on his personality. Stepping on Wei Qiyu's head with one foot, Xiaoling spoke amusingly. "Do you hear what that is? Shoo-shoo, chirping noises. It's rats. Zombie rats, hordes of zombie rats coming to bite you. They'll tear your flesh, your bones before your eyes, leaving you with no chance to become a zombie yourself. See? I'm being kind to you, aren't I?" Wei Qiyu's bloodshot eyes glared back fiercely. Xiaoling finally felt content, his mood lightening. He left riding his small motorcycle stylishly. Smoke filled the dark passage more and more. Frowning, Xiaoling muttered, "Damn it, am I torturing Wei Qiyu or myself by ruining my lungs?" Upon reaching the sewer and climbing up the ladder, Xiaoling pushed open the manhole cover and emerged into daylight. A thick plume of smoke surged upward into the sky. Xiaoling hacked violently, nearly spitting out his lungs. Xiao Xiao looked disapprovingly and threw some medicine his way, throat lozenges, cough capsules, a bottle of water, and a towel. Xiaoling's mouth twitched awkwardly. "Medicine is too precious. I need it. Eat." Swallowing everything greedily since he had space storage. After laughing at himself for a moment, Xiaoling took only throat lozenges and drank a bottle of water. Feeling a little better, he set off again. Up ahead lay a village, with a modest population. It was a necessary stop on the way to S City. Although he knew about secret passages leading to this village, Xiaoling hadn't been here before. Also, the timing wasn't right. Ever since he came back, many things had changed. He also didn't know how many zombies infested the village. Xiaoling walked along slowly, killing over 20 zombies on the way, acquiring 2 crystal cores. As he was already level 5, these low-level zombie crystal cores were useless. The few subordinates of Wei Qiyu he killed earlier had fairly decent crystal cores in their heads, which he handed over to Xiao Xiao. There was no point leaving those brains behind, they'd only serve the zombies. Xiaoling had no moral qualms, he just wanted to survive. The village was desolate, filled with dilapidated houses. Some bloodstains had already turned black. Several zombie dogs suddenly charged out from the alleys. Xiaoling smirked coldly, a decent prey had finally arrived. These dogs were impressive, 3 of them possessed first-level speed abilities, while 1 had a second-level corrosive ability. Xiaoling spent 10 whole minutes dealing with them. The main problem was the second-level corrosive ability, its severed head could still spray acid. It almost splashed onto Xiaoling's arm. Holding the crystal core from the corrosive power, Xiaoling stroked his chin thoughtfully. This could be swallowed. Brother, being too greedy doesn't help with upgrading. Leveling up from 5 to 6 isn't about filling up energy or having reached a certain level, once many people get stuck here. Level 6 means a drastic change, you should think carefully. Xiao Xiao guessed Xiaoling's intentions and interjected. He was almost driven mad by the weasel's constant whining ever since Xiaoling exited the hidden passage. That's a rat. Fat and chubby rats of various sizes and colors, big ones, small ones, black, gray, and even white. Let me out, I want to eat, wawa, you bully wolves. You're a bad person. Xiao Xiao's forehead veins popped, you're not a wolf. You're jealous that the master hugs me. You're jealous. You're jealous. A wire in Xiao Xiao's mind snapped, and he flew over to continue fighting for another 800 rounds, lighting a candle for the weasel. The furiously angry weasel felt extremely wronged and cried out loud, let me out. Let me out. Short play. 3 people sat on 3 wheelchairs, the host, Wei Qiyu, and Xiaoling, applauding. The host was very excited, being able to interview Mr. Yu is truly an honor of a lifetime. You are an emperor-like presence, simply a miracle of the business empire. How could you possibly have taken a liking to Xiaoling? He is quite good. Sleep. Hearing the word good, Xiaoling decisively kicked Wei Qiyu, causing him to roll away smoothly along with the chair. This mouthy man definitely wouldn't say anything good about him. Xiaoling scoffed coldly. The host's corners of his mouth twitched as he put on a smile and moved closer to Xiaoling. The readers all know that at the start, whenever you were together, it was always. Xiaoling narrowed his eyes and charmingly delivered a swift kick, sending the host rolling smoothly away along with his chair too. Under the spotlight, there was only Xiaoling left. He smiled faintly, for these days being called ghost ramen by the readers, if you come out now, I won't hit you. The ramen person quietly stood in a corner fidgeting with their fingers, he will learn. He will surely learn, ha ha ha. Chapter 27, Indifference. Faced with the sight of the tear-filled eyes and tantrum of the weasel, Xiao Xiao blew a breath, like you. Just then, the zombie was already level 3 while you're still level 2. Have the nerve to go out and make a fool of yourself? I. The weasel fell silent. Plants swayed their roots step by step, its rather dull brain thinking about what it was doing here. Level 3. Looks like the weasel needs some supplementation again. Actually, the plant had already reached level 3, it just wasn't as smart as the weasel, so it hadn't realized it yet. Oh well, I might as well go take a sunbath and salt bath by the sea instead. Xiao Xiao, lost in thoughts about the weasel, didn't notice what Xiaoling said, which made this timing for asking very awkward. And Xiaoling was munching on corn sausage, so Xiao Xiao decided to just keep quiet. Xiaoling searched house by house, having only killed a few regular zombies. It was strange. Finding plenty of food and even a cellar, useful items were all collected, including large farming tools and materials. Then came a mutant zombie, catching Xiaoling off guard, nearly ruining things entirely. It was a mental-type zombie, a hamster. Xiao Xiao was furious. He thought it was because the weasel kept bothering him, which caused him to fail in detecting the mutant zombie on time, leading to his outburst. Let me out, it's a rat. Are you serious? Still thinking about rats? Forget it, rats my ass. Xiao Xiao took a deep breath and contacted Xiaoling, brother, the weasel wants meat. Ah. Isn't there plenty of chicken in the space? I heard it stole quite a few eggs, even a number of ducklings. In a flash, Xiaoling dodged past the rodent before a sudden realization struck, oh crap, there weren't any rats in the space. Fine, although the weasel may not be intimidating, it's still mine, my mutated beast. Said let, done let. With a cold expression, Xiaoling flicked his hand, and the weasel screamed as it materialized, face first to the ground. What happened to your tail hair? Your whiskers? Why are those furry ears drooping? Hadn't Xiaoling been away from the space for long? And yet this adorable weasel had become such a pathetic mess. The weasel also felt pretty damn sorry for itself, losing face the moment it appeared. But hey, it's an animal, it doesn't care about so many things, nor does it understand the meaning behind Xiaoling's indifference. Thus, upon screaming, it leaped straight forward. The zombie hamster looked confused, halted mid-run, then sprinted away as fast as its legs would carry it. Its instinctive nature embedded in its bones, even after turning into a zombie, it never forgot its natural survival instincts. The weasel chased after it, diving into the rat hole, leaving Xiaoling slightly tilted his head in wonder. Was this, entering the bridal chamber? Not long after, the weasel returned, happily shaking its tail and moving its furry ears. Oh, so cute. Truly adorable. Knowing that there were no zombies nearby, Xiaoling didn't rush to leave. Instead, he picked up the little thing and washed it with water-based abilities, dried it, and even held it in his embrace. As for Xiao Xiao in the space. Cheesy, it really was cheesy. The plant whose roots were immersed in the sea playing with fish became upset. Why am I still here? Isn't it supposed to be symbiosis? Livestock. Birth. Once again, the keen sense of smell and alertness of the weasel left Xiaoling awestruck. He had never imagined how useful the little creature could be. Yes, Xiaoling had always regarded it as a parasite raised within the space, never expecting much battle prowess from it. After all, the weasel had always seemed crafty and sneaky, looking every bit the part of a slippery character. To sum up, there was a lack of trust between human and beast. Plant. Oh, sorry, Xiaoling had already forgotten about it. The weasel, in high spirits, wriggled out from the collar of Xiaoling's shirt, revealing only its furry little head. So adorable, Xiaoling couldn't resist rubbing it. The weasel tensed up, excitedly surrounded by pink bubbles, and Xiao Xiao had already blown up. Ahead was a 3-story building, the best house in this village. It was getting dark, and Xiaoling wanted to spend the night here. Just as he opened the door, the weasel arched its back toward the sofa, looking ready to flare up. There was someone inside. Xiaoling kicked the sofa. If you're going to come out, do it now, or wait until tomorrow after I've left. Xiaoling thought the person crouching down wouldn't respond, so he turned and headed upstairs. On the 3rd floor, there was 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom. Xiaoling pushed the door open and felt it was pretty cozy. It should be a room for newlyweds. The bed was above a massive wedding photo. The man was handsome, the woman beautiful, truly a perfect match. Xiaoling stretched lazily, and the weasel jumped onto the bed, arching its back too, looking just as laid back as Xiaoling. Xiaoling smiled faintly and pounced on it, messing up its fur. What was going on? The weasel watched Xiaoling silently, its eyes glistening with confusion. Selling cute again. Xiaoling habitually pulled out a sausage and waved it around. The weasel stood up straight. Man and beast played for a while. Then Xiaoling got hungry and simply cooked a pot of instant noodles with sausages. The aroma filled the air, and Xiaoling ate joyfully, not caring about the person lurking in the dark downstairs. Night deepened, and Xiaoling was ready to sleep. The weasel was a little devil, it wasn't tired at all. So it took a blanket in its mouth, lay down at the doorway to keep watch. Xiaoling lay down and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, it was calm outside, but the sound of a car came from afar, driving into the yard. A group of many people got out of the car, dusty and somewhat noisy. No one knew what someone said, but they instantly quieted down and entered the house orderly like a small villa. These people were experienced and smelled the aroma of instant noodles. Even though they weren't hungry before, they became hungry. Boss, there's someone below. Bring them out to take a look. I'll go. The biggest guy with broad shoulders directly shoved the sofa aside, pulled the wooden door open, and shone a flashlight inside. My goodness, there were 5 people. The big guy gestured, his manner aggressive. Come on, all of you, or I'll bury you. Inside, the people were scared stiff, unable to help but come out, standing timidly in the living room, their eyes darting around. Upon noticing that the surrounding ones were all vicious-looking men, they grew even more frightened. This family was the richest in the village. The man, over 50 years old, was the village chief who bullied others like an emperor without lifting the livelihoods of the villagers but enriching himself first. The woman, 50 years old, still had charm remaining. She was the wife of the village chief. Additionally, there were their 2 daughters and son-in-law. The elder daughter was 28 years old, having held herself too highly due to her pickiness, which is why she married late. She was indeed quite beautiful with good skin, genuinely having reasons to be picky. Her husband was 25, very poor, full of ambition fresh out of school, wanting to achieve something great. However, after a few years struggling in society, he still achieved nothing. At this point, he met the village flower, working in a big company and learned that her father was the village chief. Thus, the young man had the idea of descending to the countryside to alleviate poverty. Upon arriving in the village, he found the house nice, his father-in-law very generous and authoritative, and the younger sister-in-law was better yet. Smooth, slick, glossy, she was in her youth, resembling her sister by 5 parts but prettier. Those lively big eyes always looked excitedly at him, blushing and calling him brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, take me to play. Brother-in-law. 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 There were 17 strangers in the living room, all men, their eyes glued to the sisters. Only 2 kept glancing at the pretty young man. When they approached, Xiaoling knew, and one guy searched house by house, eventually kicking the door open. Xiao Ling remained lying in bed, raising his delicate hand, and water surged like rushing into the Dragon King's temple. The man at the door cursed loudly and tumbled all the way down to the first floor. What happened? Including the leader, they were all soaked. With a sour face, he led the way upstairs, but another composed guy stopped him. Brother, upstairs, we're passing through, please grant us some convenience. Xiao Ling was speechless, but it didn't mean others were silent. The pale-faced man trapped in the living room shouted, younger brother, you're awake. We'll go up right away. The village chief was smart and quickly regained his senses. Yes, you do as you wish, just don't damage anything, we'll go upstairs to rest. The leader chuckled coldly, hold your horses, who said you can leave? The ominous figure who had fallen from upstairs got up, his face dark. He was a fire elemental after all, and being drenched by water made him seethe with anger. If you know him, there must be enmity, otherwise, why were you hiding? Damn it, what lousy luck. Watch your mouth, the leader said irritably. Did you kick open the door of a powerful person? Go shut it, we will only stay on the first floor. Me. The unlucky guy, who had been so fierce just now, became deflated. He carefully climbed upstairs step by step, bowed his head to close the door, and repeated the rule not to go to the third floor. Xiao Ling continued sleeping while the energetic weasel bit a hole in the door and lay on the stairs, looking down. The 5 people downstairs were unlucky. In this post-apocalypse world, humanity had degenerated, and the 2 girls, beautiful and pure in their skirts, naturally became targets for the men. Screams, cries, and beatings continued intermittently through the night, mixed with men's agonized howls. Xiao Ling was not a savior. Even if he could rescue them, then what, bring them to the safe zone in S City? Possible. He was at level 5, not a god, and who could guarantee that Xiao Ling wouldn't be killed himself? He had 3 doses of zombie antidote and a crystal core gun, but what did they matter? If scratched by a zombie's claw, his heart would stop, and Xiao Xiao, who existed in his dimensional space, would also be destroyed. He wasn't alone, he had a younger brother. In 12 years of the apocalypse, Xiao Ling had seen everything, even becoming one of its victims. When he returned to the safe zone exhausted, he was abducted by an ordinary person who hated psychics. His teammates thought he had returned earlier and didn't bother to look for him. When he woke up the next day, he found himself lying in a dirty corner, covered with men's foul marks. What could he do? He still had to survive. He was actually relieved when his attacker didn't kill him after having his way. Xiao Xiao specifically prepared a fish dish, fried eggplant strips, and cucumber noodles as rice. Then he sent a bowl of rice out of the dimensional space. Plants surrounded him eagerly, shouting, me. Me. After Xiao Xiao finished and was about to go to the field to plant vegetables, he suddenly remembered something and stopped the plants. Excited, all the leaves quivered spectacularly. Xiao Xiao smiled, you have a conscience much more than that thing, and even know how to help me work. Let's go, the corn harvest is good today. Ha. Ha ha. The plants felt this development was off, thinking hard, brain cells becoming more active. After eating and drinking enough, Xiao Ling used his water elemental power to take a bath, changed into a black sportswear, black sneakers, wore a baseball cap, and carried a bag to come downstairs. Chapter 28, New Teammate. A person specially sat on the chair, seemingly casually monitoring upstairs. Xiao Ling walked softly, a habit formed during the apocalypse. That guy was half asleep until Xiao Ling passed by, then he finally reacted. Ah. You. How did you come down? Leader. Idiot. There were quite a few people downstairs, some playing very late before going to bed. Hearing the shout, they immediately sprang up from where they were, holding machetes. Are zombies coming? Where? Fools. A man rushed out from the kitchen, still wearing an apron. I saw nothing. Are they zombie ants? Cute idiot. Xiao Ling labeled these people one by one as his eyes swept over them. At the same time, those people noticed Xiao Ling too. That guy from the 3rd floor suddenly came down. It turned out that the people everyone had speculated about all night were just a young man, probably less than 20, clean-faced, about 178 centimeters tall, with a cold presence. A small furry head peeked out from his chest. It was a weasel. The leader woke up as well. Hello, did you sleep well? Xiao Ling ignored these irrelevant people and looked at the 5 trembling in the corner. Do you keep some fierce dogs at home? The 2 girls suffered cruel treatment throughout the night and were confused. The young man quietly lowered his head, his clothes disheveled. Even the 50-year-old woman was sleeping soundly. Only the village chief managed to force a smile and replied, dogs? What dogs? As a village chief, I don't have time to keep pets. Flashing eyes showed that Xiao Ling hadn't guessed wrong. With so few survivors left in the whole village and not many zombies around, it meant that the dogs protected this family and ate other humans and zombies. The man who claimed to be the village chief definitely knew but was evasive. Xiao Ling had just asked out of curiosity and then turned to leave. The leader touched his hair and fully woke up. Dog? What dog? The village chief's heart skipped a beat. Could they all be dead? What would happen to our family then? Trembling, the village chief stood up but didn't dare to move forward. Young man, have you seen my big dragon, second tiger, third lion, fourth leopard, and fifth bear? Hee, so you did keep quite a few after all. Xiao Ling gave him a cold glance. They're dead. Pale as ash, the village chief collapsed onto the ground in despair. But then Xiao Ling spoke again. A safe zone has been established in S City. What? The village chief didn't catch on, but the leader was already thrilled. We want to go to the safe zone. How about we hit the road together? Hard to recruit. Fine. My name is Wu Yun, the leader of this convoy, originally from LS County. They are also from LS County. We stuck together during the escape, through life and death, and became like brothers. Xiao Ling didn't shake hands with the overly enthusiastic Wu Yun. Let's go. Wu Yun made it sound simple, but Xiao Ling had analyzed many issues. For instance, sticking together meant these people weren't completely united. There were constantly new members joining and others dying, so their hearts weren't aligned. The people on the first floor didn't even eat, they had to do so in the car. This youth appeared strong but wasn't easy to get along with. No one knew whether his joining was a blessing or a curse. But he was a mutant. That wasn't a secret anymore, and everyone liked mutants. Both the capable captain and vice captain, as well as Mao Yi, had special abilities. It didn't matter who they were anyway because whenever danger came, they would be at the front line. Each person had their own ulterior motives, and so did Xiao Ling. Inside and outside the yard were 6 parked vehicles. After Wu Yun brought his people out, the village chief's family followed, kneeling down and begging to be taken along. Xiao Ling was already sitting in the car, occupying the entire back seat by himself. An excited young man rushed to sit in the driver's seat, turned around, and grinned, showing 2 dimples. Hey big bro. My name is Li Xiaopeng, just call me Xiaopeng. Start driving. Oh, alright. Thankfully, this mutant was aloof, so no one competed to flatter him. Ha, what a bargain. As long as I pleased him, good days would be ahead. Li Xiaopeng was ecstatic as he drove the car out of the yard. There were 4 other cars outside, also fully loaded with people. However, the remaining car in the courtyard hadn't come out yet, and there were screams soon after, indicating someone had died. Then, the captain's car finally came out, leading the way as it left. The other cars followed closely behind. Li Xiaopeng was lively. He looked back briefly and touched his nose. Well, you know, things are chaotic now. We might die anytime, so. Get to the point. So cold. Li Xiaopeng shivered. I guess the village chief and his wife might be dead. 3 others got in the car. In future, don't tell me about such matters. Crap, I kissed the wrong butt. Li Xiaopeng felt his IQ was eaten by a dog. Ah. They hadn't driven for more than 20 minutes when they encountered zombies. If they weren't mutated ones, Xiao Ling showed no interest. The convoy kept moving intermittently, passing a gas station that almost had nothing left, not to mention gasoline. Li Xiaopeng rushed over, shouting, I found a gas truck. It's huge. What the hell, making such noise? Do you want to shorten your lifespan? Wu Yun exploded with anger and smacked Li Xiaopeng's head. If you saw it, why didn't you drive over? I wanted to, really I did, but the car broke down. Li Xiaopeng silently complained in his mind while still behaving obediently. It's in an alley behind. Everyone grabbed containers and went to check. Sure enough, there were 2 trucks, one with a third of its fuel left, and another full. Damn, how could someone sabotage such a good car like this? A man grumbled, nobody knew who. Xiao Ling stroked his chin. His face remained indifferent, but his eyes lit up slightly, and he smirked. Ah, zombies. Someone shouted again. It was a teammate left behind to guard the car. Wu Yun's face turned green with fury. Several people grabbed weapons and ran to reinforce, while the rest quickly filled up as much gas as possible, trying to grab whatever they could before leaving. The deputy captain even wanted to set the car on fire before they left. Xiao Ling snapped his fingers, extinguishing Mao Yi's fire elemental power with a water ball. This was the second time. The first time, Mao Yi himself was swept away by water. Brother, explain yourself, said the deputy captain cheerfully. His name was Wei Yan. It's the same reason why the car is broken. Xiao Ling narrowed his eyes dangerously. I'll leave last. Mao Yi immediately understood despite being very angry. Although he was tall and muscular, his intelligence was commendable. I get it. Keep it for those who need it. Xiao Ling's intention was very simple, and Mao Yi agreed as well. The deputy captain appeared a bit displeased but took the lead and walked forward. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Ling stored the car full of fuel into his spatial ring and hummed a tune as he moved ahead. To tell the truth, there were quite a number of zombies. They were the nearby residents. Nowadays, in order to avoid drawing attention, Xiao Ling could only attack with his water elemental abilities. Within just a minute, he took out over 30 zombies, including the mutated ones. When he arrived at the front, he found that Mao Yi had run out of his fire elemental powers, but the zombies had been defeated by everyone. Quickly get in the car. Everyone quickly get in the car. More zombies are coming this way. Chapter 29, Zombie Rats. Even without the captain shouting, everyone was already running back to the cars. After Xiaoling got in, Li Xiaopeng excitedly said, Bro. 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 I saw how awesome you were just now, so amazing. From now on, I'll follow you. Humph, Xiaoling remained silent and looked outside at the scenery. A dismembered zombie fell onto the reinforced glass and unwillingly collapsed to the ground. What a killjoy. But Li Xiaopeng wouldn't give up, bro. Before we met, were you all alone? Were you lonely? Don't worry, with me around, you'll never feel lonely or cold again. You're too talkative. Xiaoling curved his lips slightly. Humans are social beings. Despite having many wounds in the past, Xiaoling still yearned for warmth. The 6 cars lined up neatly, their engines roaring as they moved forward for 20 minutes before stopping abruptly. Ahead on the road lay a huge fallen tree, with deep pits on both sides of the road. The cars couldn't drive past it. But what to do about the relentless horde of zombies chasing from behind? Captain Wu Yun's face darkened, and Xiaoling knew someone had deliberately set up this roadblock, likely planning a robbery. However, they'd kicked a hornet's nest this time. Xiaoling originally planned to follow these people to S-City quietly, so he opened the sunroof and leaned half his body out. With a generous splash of his water elemental power, he pushed the massive tree aside effortlessly. It was incredible. Although the ability users like Mao Yi were surprised, they didn't think much of it. However, the normal people felt oppressed by the obvious disparity. How could some humans be so different? Those hidden on both sides of the road turned pale when suddenly someone screamed. Everyone stood up to check, only to break out in cold sweat immediately. Holy crap, hundreds of zombies were charging their way. These hooligans who intended harm actually sacrificed themselves, unintentionally saving Wu Yun and his group. Good times don't last long. Not long after escaping danger, the convoy stopped again. Mao Yi came to the car where Xiaoling sat, knocking politely on the window. Xiaoling ignored him, but Li Xiaopeng certainly couldn't ignore an ability user. So he flatteringly rolled down the window, Mao Gu. We're out of water, can you talk to him? Mao Yi wasn't sure if the water produced by a water elemental ability could be consumed, so he wanted to ask. As an ability user, he would drink it first. If his body showed no abnormalities by nightfall, everyone could rest assured and stop worrying about water supply. Mao Yi's idea was noble and rare. Unfortunately, Xiaoling didn't give him the chance to play the hero. Haven't the buckets all been used to store gasoline? As soon as Xiaoling spoke, Mao Yi was initially dumbfounded. Then, Xiaoling continued, the water created by water elemental ability users is drinkable. Tell them to bring pots, pans, mugs, anything they can use to collect it. There you go, Xiaoling even thought through the solution. Mao Yi suddenly felt himself pitiful. He was forced into being an errand boy. With a sullen expression, Mao Yi vented his frustration on others, cursing under his breath. Once the water issue was resolved, they set off again. For the first time, everyone gained a different impression of Xiaoling. From now on, they wouldn't have to put their lives on the line to fight for water anymore. That was right, throughout their journey, whenever they lacked water, they fought for it, and when women were available, they slept with them. Even though they abandoned morality and humanity, more than half of their companions had perished anyway. Things will be fine once we reach the safe zone, they surely believed. Unfortunately, heaven played a big joke on them. By noon, they encountered zombie animals, and not just a few, a whole swarm. Xiaoling furrowed his brows as half his body emerged through the sunroof. Are those zombie rats? Wave after wave of them surrounded a large truck, with constant screams emanating from within. Several ability users were attacking from atop the truck, but the situation was dire. Wu Yun also spotted them and panicked inside, let's take a detour. It was too late. The zombie rats charged toward them at incredible speed. Mao Yi shrieked and instantly released his fire elemental powers. Instantly, flames engulfed large areas, yet the rats ran forward fearlessly. Even as they burned, they showed no sign of retreat. Zombies lack sensation, after all. Xiaoling instructed Li Xiaopeng to drive, and Li Xiaopeng dared not disobey. The other vehicles followed suit. Including Xiaoling, the 4 ability users continuously emerged through their sunroofs, releasing their powers to alleviate pressure. People aboard the large truck yelled for help, claiming they couldn't leave them behind and such. At this moment, something strange happened. The rat zombies that were attacking around the big truck suddenly all ran away. What was going on? Xiaoling furrowed his brows. Even the weasel pressed against his chest grew restless. If only Xiaoling could understand the weasel's inner thoughts. Mercy! Let me go. So many rats. Zombies are made of flesh too, great one, wailing. Hey! The rats are chasing over, this is good, I'm going to eat. Contrary to the weasel's thoughts, Xiaoling's face turned grim. Someone was controlling the rats. How could that be? In the past, he had seen many people with mutated beasts. Could it be the research institute? No, even though the research institute was depraved, they couldn't have advanced so quickly. Even if they experimented with zombies and human bodies, it would still take time. Not good, a large number of zombies appeared ahead, blocking the way. They could only get out and fight. Xiaoling jumped off the car gracefully, waving both hands. A water curtain instantly formed, wiping out a group of bouncing rats. Then he released a wide-range water dragon attack. It didn't do much, only knocking down a layer of zombies. It seemed that using ice elemental abilities would be necessary when required, but he didn't want to expose himself. Though the group was surprised by Xiaoling's strength, an individual's ability was ultimately limited. They also took up their weapons and started killing zombies. With a scream, someone died, their entire body torn apart by zombies, and then several zombies pounced to feed. Horrifying sounds spread one after another, turning everyone's faces pale. Someone else perished, killed by zombie rats. Several hundred rats gnawing at one person made for a gruesome scene. 5 people died in succession. Another strange event occurred. The rats stopped killing people and went after the zombies instead. There were no mutations among the zombies. According to reason, the rats shouldn't be interested in ordinary zombies since any species with a crystal core can rapidly level up through mutual devouring. Those with good luck might even experience secondary mutations. Wu Yun was truly a captain. He shouted while crying, "What are you waiting for? Get in the car and run." Alright, the deputy team leader also looked dumbstruck, shaken to his core as survivor. Xiaoling, however, remained still, staring ahead. This panicked Li Xiaopeng, "Brother. Let's go. What if the zombie rats come back and eat us?" "They didn't eat you," indicating the person controlling the rats has something to say. "Otherwise, how could you leave?" Wu Yun's car had already moved forward. Since the most powerful ability user hadn't budged, they were worried too. But compared to their own lives, the car and Xiaoling didn't matter. A disheveled figure slowly approached. The silhouette seemed familiar. This person was ragged, covered in blood, and his body swayed oddly. Closer. Xiaoling's eyes narrowed. This is impossible. Chapter 30, Damn Human. That Japanese military armory exploded, tongues of fire spreading through the secret passage, smoke filling the air. That person had numerous fractures, clearly lacking the energy to escape. How was it possible? Moreover, his subordinates were all dead. In such a situation, how could he possibly survive? It's impossible, just impossible. Seeing the person who was supposed to die standing before him made Xiaoling inwardly furious. Yu Qi Yu. Instinctively raising his hand to release a major move, Xiaoling suddenly froze. Yu Qi Yu actually squatted down, his pitiful little eyes replaced with looks of fear, seemingly quite afraid. Faking it, huh? Xiaoling narrowed his eyes. What's your game? Yu Qi Yu's stomach rumbled, and his blood-red gaze started brimming with moisture. Could it be amnesia? Brain damage? It wasn't unfounded for Xiaoling to think this way, considering there was a wound on Yu Qi Yu's left forehead. It was entirely possible he'd gone dumb from the trauma. But was Xiaoling some naive lotus flower? Clearly not. You want to play dumb and trick me into letting my guard down, then fine, I'll play along. Xiaoling reached into his pocket, pulling out a sausage from his spatial ring, and shook it a bit. Sure enough, Yu Qi Yu's eyes lit up, the hunger for food not appearing feigned. Xiaoling curled his lips, opened the packaging, broke off a small piece, and threw it away. Following its trajectory, Yu Qi Yu lunged forward. Due to his leg fractures, he fell onto the ground but continued crawling quickly. His left hand was also fractured, but with his right hand, he picked up the sausage without brushing it and ate directly. Then, he came to a spot near Xiaoling, squatting fearfully and somewhat lost. Xiaoling, enjoying the game, tossed another piece of sausage, repeating the same scene. Li Xiaopeng, hesitating between retreating and seeking wealth from danger, shrunk quietly at the back, asking curiously, is he a man or a ghost? He's a dog, obviously. Then, let's go, brother. Brother Wu is waiting for us there. What about this dogman? Smirking slightly, was this guy really a dogman? Indeed, Wei Qiyu was worse than pigs and dogs. Xiaoling, with a mysterious gleam in his eyes, stroked his chin, bring him along, put him in the front seat. Alright. Li Xiaopeng didn't yet know that the person beside him was a level 10 ability user, and he kicked out unhappily. Although Wei Qiyu had lost his memory, the inner ferocity within him hadn't diminished at all, instead, it had been fully unleashed these past few days. Only when he encountered Xiaoling did he feel reluctant to let the person leave. He wasn't sure why but felt both scared and conflicted. Somehow, it was indescribable, just that he didn't want to separate. Therefore, he abandoned a prey, the truck, that was almost within reach and ran after Xiaoling. When Li Xiaopeng's kick came, Wei Qiyu responded with a roundhouse kick, launching Li Xiaopeng through the air. Xiaoling. Li Xiaopeng burst into tears. The weasel had been hiding on Xiaoling's chest, finding everything too savage. How could there be a cat on that guy's back? Awkward. Wei Qiyu had many zombie rats around him. The cat wanted to eat the rats, so human and feline alike engaged in strategies like attacking the city, rescuing Wei from danger, or feinting toward one direction while moving another way. Eventually, they became friends during their sparring. But Xiao Ling wouldn't concern himself with all of this. Sitting in the back seat, his gaze would occasionally land on Wei Qiyu. After getting into the car, Wei Qiyu behaved obediently, quietly turning around to look at Xiao Ling. Every time Xiao Ling's eyes swept over, Wei Qiyu would lower his head shyly like a young wife, but when Xiao Ling looked away, he would stare quietly at Xiao Ling. This made Xiao Ling quite puzzled. Could it be possible that Wei Qiyu wasn't pretending, and truly had become brain damaged? What's your name? No response from Wei Qiyu. How old are you? Who am I? Wei Qiyu's gaze was distant and dreamy as if he were thinking, I don't know, but I just want you. A laugh burst forth from Li Xiaopeng who didn't know what to say. Brother, does this guy fancy you? If you ask me, just send him away now and avoid future troubles. No. The two were already sworn enemies. If Wei Qiyu hadn't died but possibly forgotten everything due to trauma, Xiao Ling naturally wouldn't let him go. In truth, he always felt inside that Wei Qiyu was just pretending because his injuries were still severe and couldn't match Xiao Ling in strength. He'd only resort to intelligence. Fine, come play with me, Wei Qiyu. City S wasn't far. Unfortunately, the roads were difficult in the post-apocalypse world. They would have to spend at least 1 or 2 weeks traveling, so they might as well play around slowly. After the vehicles converged, 6 cars smoothly took the side road to bypass the highway. However, others had similar ideas. The earlier large truck also drove toward this route, following behind their convoy. Brother, there are plenty of psychics in that truck, and we weren't honorable enough to stick around before. Will they cause trouble for us? No problem. If things get heated, we'll hand over the big dog. Big dog? Well, their new partner had been given a nice name, fitting indeed. Up ahead, there was a village. Everyone wanted to enter and scavenge for supplies, as food stocks were running low, it was becoming an issue. Wu Yun dispatched people to explore the area. When Xiao Ling descended from the vehicle, Wu Yun smiled happily and wanted to chat. Unexpectedly, he met Wei Qiyu's icy glare. He's mentally unstable, just ignore him. I'll keep an eye on him, Xiao Ling finished and headed towards the village. Wei Yan stood by the car, let's eat first before looking for stuff. That damned group, why stop too? What do they mean? Mao Yi muttered angrily, his voice loud enough for everyone in the convoy to hear. A polite-looking individual approached them with a warm smile, hello, we're going to City S. Can we join forces on the journey? Oh, we have 6 psychics among us. Holy crap, that's powerful. Wu Yun felt the pressure, no thanks. We'll each go our own ways. More people mean greater strength. The guest casually glanced at Wei Qiyu and then left when Wu Yun showed no interest. Wei Yan quickly figured out their ulterior motive, I think those guys hold a grudge against us. Let's just leave fast. Wu Yun shook his head, there may not be another opportunity after this. We need food, we must stay. Wei Yan frowned, we have fewer people compared to them. I'm worried if they attack our cars later, how will we handle it? Without needing them to find excuses, we die on our own. Zombies coming. No one knew who shouted, causing such alarm. Mao Yi rushed there. It was a family of 5, ordinary zombies. They were swiftly killed by everyone pitching in. Everyone's gaze turned toward Xiao Ling. There was no doubt that the strongest fighter in the whole team was Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling cut straight to the chase, I'll stay here and guard the car. Wei Yan was delighted. He flattered Xiao Ling briefly, and then led the others to search for supplies. 3 teams were dispatched from the large truck to get busy as well. In comparison, it was clear who was stronger. Xiao Ling's group was a scattered force, easily dealt with. Xiao Ling shouted irritably at Wu Yun and Wei Yan, don't disperse yourselves, be careful, or you'll get wiped out one by one. Let's just go, said Wei Yan timidly. Wu Yun shook his head again, Yan, it's the end of the world now. We can't be cowards. If there's a first time, there will be a second. Do you want to be cannon fodder? Wei Yan's face turned extremely pale. Their team's original leader wasn't Wu Yun but Zhang Xiao, who was extremely arrogant. No one knew if he had been traumatized in childhood, but he was abnormally cynical toward the world. Zhang Xiao was metal-based and reached level 2. No one could match him, so they had to beg for his protection while losing all dignity. When encountering zombies that Zhang Xiao couldn't handle, he would simply pick up one of his subordinates, let them bleed, toss them away, and attract the zombies while Zhang Xiao fled with others. Over time, Zhang Xiao grew more arrogant, and more people died. Who could guarantee they wouldn't be next? Zhang Xiao didn't die from zombies but from a packet of sedatives followed by everyone cutting him down with knives. Xiao Ling knew they must have their own story, so he quietly leaned against the car without disturbing their eye contact. On the other hand, Wei Qiyu stared blankly at Xiao Ling, his stomach growling audibly as he kept swallowing saliva. Looking at his cracked lips, Xiao Ling estimated these days must have been tough for him. If you're suffering, then I'm at ease. Xiao Ling smiled lightly, beautifully. For the first time, Wei Qiyu didn't instinctively glance away with fear but rather remained lost in thought. Why am I afraid? Wei Qiyu didn't know. Maybe it stemmed from deep within his subconscious. From childhood till now, only Xiao Ling had hurt him so cruelly, leaving an indelible mark on his soul. Xiao Ling paid no mind to such considerations. With most people gone, he was bored, so he took out a sausage to tease Wei Qiyu. He even used his water abilities to gather a bit of water in his palm and watched Wei Qiyu extend his tongue to lick it. "You're really like a dog," Xiao Ling remarked casually. "Xiaopeng, do we have any bones?" Li Xiaopeng couldn't follow Xiao Ling's logic. His gaze fell on Xiao Ling's frail frame. This newly recognized brother had impressive skills, but his body was far too weak. It indeed needed some good meaty bones to replenish. The scavenging team was gone for 2 hours. All this while, Xiao Ling continuously experimented with Wei Qiyu and confirmed that he had lost his memory. Then he and Li Xiaopeng ran into trouble, which Wei Qiyu resolved voluntarily. Wei Qiyu was strong, Xiao Ling knew that already, given his renowned reputation that was hard to overlook. Now, Wei Qiyu seemed to have developed new abilities. Could it be that he had been bitten by a zombie and evolved? While Xiao Ling was lost in thoughts with mixed expressions on his face, a mutated squirrel leaped onto him at lightning speed. Before even the weasel noticed, Xiao Ling realized it was already too close. Damn, did I really have to use the zombie antidote today? At the critical moment, an arm swept across, and the squirrel immediately exploded upon biting into Wei Qiyu's flesh. That level 2 speed variant zombie was finished. Xiao Ling frowned deeply. The wound on Wei Qiyu's skin was clear and began to darken gradually. Heavens! He's been bitten by a zombie, he's transforming, exclaimed Li Xiaopeng. Feeling Xiao Ling treated this dog differently and somewhat favorably, he felt jealous and irritated. Now seeing an opportunity, he quickly picked up a knife. "Brother, move aside, I'll kill him." Wei Qiyu gave him a cold glance, making Li Xiaopeng freeze in his tracks, beads of cold sweat drenching his back. "Get inside the car and endure it. If you make it, I'll take you to City S, if not, I'll send you off with a knife." Understanding Xiao Ling's words, Wei Qiyu nodded, his eyes softening slightly with a pitiful look before getting in the car. Quietly, he awaited fate. Xiao Ling was very uneasy, truly, Wei Qiyu obviously was heaven's favored child. Handsome, charming, tall, from a good family, plus extraordinary achievements in the post-apocalypse, it wasn't something rookie-level Xiao Ling could envy or hate. Even in a fatal situation, he survived. Xiao Ling tilted his head 45 degrees skyward, confused. Losing interest in messing with the fool, he concluded, let heaven decide Wei Qiyu's fate. Chapter 31, A Different Way of Interaction. Soon, Wu Yun and his group returned, looking haggard with grim expressions. The other team slowly ambled out, sneering as they glanced over at Xiao Ling's side before leaving. Wei Yan was injured, his wounds wrapped in bandages. I swear on my life, those zombies were intentionally lured over by them. What a waste. That was half of our supplies, enough for several days. Don't say it anymore, sighed Wu Yun. There was nothing to be done about it, they weren't strong enough to compete. Wu Yun's face darkened, noticing how their strongest member remained unfazed, showing no sign of anger. He can hold back when necessary, but I can't. Clenching his fists tightly, Wu Yun signaled Wei Yan with a finger, we won't leave. We'll wait until nightfall and make a big move. Wei Yan's eyes lit up with both worry and excitement. Okay, but it must be a sure thing. No matter how powerful you are, you can't resist hidden plots, even tigers occasionally nod off. Wu Yun turned to Xiao Ling, hoping for a clear stance. Xiao Ling became even colder. There were 18 people on the truck side, 9 of them psychics. Captain Wu, how many of us are left? How many psychics and how many normal people? These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Wu Yun and Wei Yan. Mao Yi, the most fiery-tempered of all, remained silent with her lips tightly pressed together. How frustrating. Just now, they had lost one person, several others including the vice-captain had been injured, and worst of all, the supplies. They couldn't bear this humiliation any longer, even the usually cautious vice-captain was considering firing a stealthy arrow. Mao Yi suddenly raised her head and looked at Xiao Ling with bloodshot eyes. I won't leave. I understand what you've said, but... I'm not leaving. Even ants could kill an elephant if there are enough of them. Although we're fewer in number. Anyway, I'm pretty straightforward and bad at speaking, but that's about the general idea. Xiao Ling, you're so smart, you get it, right? Who told you I'm smart? Xiao Ling didn't think of himself as shrewd or cunning, alright. What? Not just Mao Yi, but even Wu Yun and Wei Yan were startled for a moment. Xiao Ling smiled faintly at the corner of his lips, we'll depart in 10 minutes. Li Xiaopeng was upset, what about the guy in the car? Endure. There was no other choice, after all, who made him cling to Xiao Ling's coattails. 10 minutes later, 6 cars drove away. Hungry people just ate something in the car casually. Wu Yun's car was at the front. He sat in the passenger seat hugging the village chief's eldest daughter, while Wei Yan also embraced her younger sister. Mao Yi was restless, asking the captain and the vice-captain, but neither paid attention to her. Why? Because they didn't know what Xiao Ling had done either. It was the ferret. It had carried the special package Xiao Ling had prepared and placed it in the grass. The women on the large truck were boiling water at that time, so they would certainly discover the surprise soon. To put it simply, it was a bag of snacks plus a timer clock, the kind that makes really loud noises. As twilight slowly fell, the convoy entered a roadside factory. Everyone got out of the cars and casually shut the large iron gate. After checking out the factory building, which felt eerily dark and oppressive, Xiaoling frowned. Didn't these people care about having no retreat options? Mao Yi led the way inside. Wei Yan, being injured, stayed in the car without getting out. Neither did Xiaoling, as he was observing Qi Yue. This guy had a great deal of luck. He'd somehow pulled through, even though he had been running a high fever earlier. Now, his breathing was steady, and he was sleeping soundly. His handsome face resembled a sunset now, dirty and disheveled with messy hair and an unshaven jawline. There was an unpleasant odor from his body. There was no trace of him being a nobleman. While Xiaoling was thinking about Qi Yue, Mao Yi returned. The factory contained no zombies. It was a sock-making business. Now, they wouldn't have to worry about not having socks to wear. Xiaoling asked Li Xiaopeng to keep an eye on Qi Yue before stepping out of the car to take a look around. Little Xiao, are those big machines useful? Xiaoling started scheming again. Little Xiao hurriedly replied, of course. They can be disassembled and repurposed into other things, like tin sheds, tables, chairs, tons of uses. In that case, take everything when we leave. Yes, where's the weasel? I miss it so much. Xiao Xiao whispered carefully, making sure her brother couldn't detect the tone of gritted teeth. Little rascal, once you come back, I'll strangle you. Xiaoling wasn't suspicious. It's gone to the safe zone. Their mental connection ended. Xiaoling always felt something strange here, so he heightened his senses to 20 times their usual state. Sure enough, hanging from the ceiling was a zombie, its whole body pitch black, its eyes blazing red, half its face peeled off revealing ink-black teeth. This was bizarre, a mutated zombie, no doubt, but Xiaoling sensed impending danger. Generally, low-level entities that could pose a threat to high rankers were either due to conflicting elemental properties or superior psychic abilities. For instance, Qi Yue's ability was extremely abnormal. Once released, it was unpredictable. Everyone was busy setting up pots to cook food. The little girl from the village chief's family approached solemnly, holding a basin of water. She spotted Xiaoling standing still, and looked upward curiously, only to scream silently in horror when she saw the zombie. In an instant, the zombie moved. Watch out! Xiaoling was a speed-type psychic, instantly moving like a shadow to shove the young girl aside, causing the zombie to miss her. Unfortunately, the girl had frozen from terror. She seemed to have forgotten how to do anything except cry, sprawled helplessly on the ground. Her arms and legs were skinned, and a faint scent of blood spread in the air. Xiaoling wasn't sensitive to the smell, but the zombie was. Oh! Things were about to go wrong. Xiaoling had run out of time. The zombie was too close to the girl and lunged forward. Its sharp nails aimed directly at her head. Was she about to die? The girl's eyes were wide open with fear, her lips turning blue. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. She wailed loudly. At the brink of life and death, bang, 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 thunder and fire kept emerging, blowing up the zombie's hand. Zombies feel no pain, its nails continued forward. The girl's fate was unimaginable. Xiaoling wielded his water blade, determined to save the girl or at least kill the zombie. Level 3 mutated zombies were still rare, and this crystal core could help the ferret upgrade. The zombie knelt down. Xiaoling didn't hesitate for a moment, cutting off the zombie's head in one fell swoop. Everyone noticed what had happened and grew fearful, gaining a deeper understanding of Xiaoling's strength. In the distance stood a tall man, disheveled all over, his gaze fixed on Xiaoling. This person had been kept by Xiaoling's decision, useless, not handsome, and couldn't even be messed around with. Wu Qiyu's great reputation. Only Xiaoling knew that the reason he was able to kill the zombie was due to the relationship between spatial field abilities. Even without Wu Qiyu, he could have killed it just the same, it would have only taken 2 more seconds, HMPF. Wu Qiyu also fell to his knees, physically and mentally exhausted. After waking up, upon not seeing Xiaoling, he had hurriedly chased after. Not far away, there was a plastic bucket. Xiaoling waved his hand, creating a big water ball which landed in the bucket. Don't come near me until you've washed. Wu Qiyu nodded, actually knowing shame and carrying the bucket elsewhere to wash. Xiaoling hesitated for a moment before following, taking out shower gel, shampoo, ointment, toothbrushes, as well as towels, shoes, and even a set of clothes from the bag, including underwear. Wu Qiyu behaved strangely, wanting to get closer but also feeling very wary. His gaze pitifully circled around Xiaoling. Chapter 32, Wife. Xiaoling curled the corner of his lips, give me 2 barks to hear. Wu Qiyu blinked. The ferret poked its head out, this simple thing it didn't know how to do. Just look at Lord Wolf instead, woof woof. Stupid. Wu Qiyu said, then remembering Xiaoling's words, immediately began bathing. What a beauty emerged after a bath. Xiaoling squinted his eyes. Wu Qiyu was quite worth looking at indeed, the waistline, abs, buttocks, long legs, and even that wheat-colored skin, too masculine, really well endowed. With clothes on, Wu Qiyu would definitely look even handsomer. Truly, the injury on his left forehead was slightly distracting. Would it leave a scar? Xiaoling snapped back to reality, stopping Wu Qiyu from putting on clothes, taking out medicine and bandages from the bag. After they were busy for quite some time, they finally came out. Everyone's eyes looked at them strangely, especially when they realized the person Xiaoling had brought in was a good-looking young man. The girl was unconscious, with a high fever that wouldn't subside. Her sister and brother-in-law anxiously surrounded her. Mao Yi had pulled the pale-faced youth away. The sister wanted to follow but was held back by the team leader. Xiaoling sat down, thinking silently that this was the end of the world. Without power, falling in love was already a luxury, let alone being with one person forever. A hand appeared on his leg. Xiaoling raised an eyebrow, feeling quite comfortable. Was Wu Qiyu massaging him? Not bad at all. Actually, Wu Qiyu wasn't skilled either. Having been massaged by servants since childhood, he unknowingly learned it himself. The ferret peeked out, crouching on Xiaoling's leg. It was quite afraid of Wu Qiyu. There was always a chilling aura about him that didn't seem harmless on the surface. But so what? Anyway, he's afraid of my master. The ferret snorted twice, signaling Wu Qiyu to hurry up and give it a massage too. Right at that moment, a weight pressed onto its back, just right. The ferret continued humming happily, feeling blissful. Following its master meant having not only meat to eat but also status. Ah. Hee hee. The little eyeballs glanced upward, planning leisurely to put Wu Qiyu in place. What the heck? A cat. The cat smiled, genuinely smiled. The grin stretched from ear to ear. The ferret froze stiffly, its fur standing straight up, nearly fainting in fright. Xiaoling stroked the cat's fur. The cat, however, was sensible and immediately stood upright, obediently mewing twice while rubbing against Xiaoling's hand. Xiaoling was delighted, a mutated animal. How lucky. Hey, that's Wu Qiyu's. Wu Qiyu's hands had already reached Xiaoling's shoulder. His long fingers were very aesthetically pleasing. Xiaoling was more familiar with the strength behind these hands. Since when did he gain psychic powers? It's impossible to cultivate faster than myself, right? Xiaoling was perplexed, sensing that his own level was higher than Wu Qiyu's. Yet how to explain the force and psychic powers? Could space level 1 or 2 abilities instantaneously defeat level 5 ones? That was non-existent. Unless there was an attribute counter-effect, such as water or fire at level 5, which might be directly beaten by water or fire at level 4. Of course, the water element is more powerless facing the lightning element. The water element, in all honesty, is quite inferior. If it weren't for the fact that Xiaoling had lived 12 years in the apocalypse and had seen all sorts of water element experts, exchanging insights with them, he wouldn't be able to manipulate his water-based abilities as naturally as his own arm. When the hands reached Xiaoling's waist, for some unknown reason, he felt extremely uncomfortable. His whole body went limp, his breathing quickened, he could feel it. He twisted uneasily, his face turning green. With a hand pinching him, Qiyu Wei-di leaned in close. What's wrong? Your warm breath is hitting my neck, damn it, get lost. Qiyu Wei-di didn't get angry. Instead, with a pitiful expression, he stopped pressing, staying obediently by Xiaoling's side. Whoever saw this scene would think that Xiaoling was bullying him. Dinner was ready, a pot of noodles. Xiaoling had endured hardship before, even if it wasn't fragrant, he could still eat it. Wei Qiyu was even hungrier, grabbing chopsticks and shoveling food into his mouth without fearing the heat. Eat one at a time. Awkward, Wei Qiyu was so aggrieved as he looked at Xiaoling, who ignored him. In his helplessness, he could only eat the noodles strand by strand, yet his gaze remained on Xiaoling the entire time. Why do I feel guilty? Xiaoling refused to consider it, taking his bowl elsewhere to eat since the weasel was also hungry. He never neglected its needs. Wei Qiyu's eyes lit up, he enjoyed being alone with Xiaoling, and thus followed along. The cat was also starving. Why doesn't this person raise mice? What will happen to my future meat rations? The cat was genuinely upset, it was a mutated animal, and none of these people had prepared food for it. Xiaoling walked quite far and sat down in a corner, taking out a large amount of meat from his spatial pocket. The weasel lowered its head and began eating while Wei Qiyu sat next to Xiaoling, also looking at the weasel. The atmosphere grew colder and colder, more icy than before. What's going on? The weasel felt immense pressure and lifted its pitiful little head to glance at Wei Qiyu. Awkward, his expression seemed horrifying. Why was this happening? Xiaoling was confused too, was Wei Qiyu hungry? His lips twitched, Xiaoling had no obligation to feed him. But when Wei Qiyu cast another pleading look, the same pitiful expression appeared. Both were now acting cute. Fine, it wouldn't hurt to share just this bit. Wei Qiyu happily ate the chicken leg, occasionally throwing happy glances at Xiaoling, as if there were countless unspoken words. The atmosphere was very strange, and Xiaoling started feeling uneasy. At that moment, the cat arrived. Its steps were graceful, exuding nobility, but when the feline saw the man and beast eating so well, it became unsettled. It quickly came over to Xiao Ling and began rubbing against him, meowing cutely. You want some too? Xiao Ling sighed bitterly. You're really smart, knowing that being nice to me will get you meat. Meow, give it to me quickly, I want a chicken leg too. Xiao Ling reached into his bag, pulling out a box of pig's trotters and 2 bottles of water. After everyone and their animals were full, they brushed their teeth leisurely and returned. As Xiao Ling and Wei Qi walked one after another back to the group, they noticed the atmosphere seemed a little odd. It turned out the village chief's young daughter had awakened her lightning element ability. Her status skyrocketed instantly, and she was already an official member of the team. Her name was Zhang Yan, her sister was Zhang Mei, and her brother-in-law was Zhao Ting. Zhang Mei cried happily with a rosy complexion, finally anticipating good days ahead. She held her husband's hand, her eyes filled with hope. Zhao Ting forced a smile, so what if his little sister-in-law had developed powers? Would his behind be safe? Mao Yi liked him almost every night. Seeing Xiao Ling, Wu Yun laughed heartily. This is our team's lightning element expert, Zhang Yan. Come on, sit down, we're congratulating her. Wei Yan sat down and hugged his sister. From now on, you'll be my real wife. Shoving off Wei Yan's hand, Zhang Yan rolled her eyes. Now that I'm a power user, if you like someone, go find another girl. Stop teasing me, Deputy Captain, or I'll send you a cold shot. She smiled cutely, revealing 2 small tiger-like teeth. Wei Yan kept smiling. He didn't care since there were plenty of women in the world. There was no need to anger such a dangerous person. Yes, both the captain and the deputy captain had seen how powerful lightning element users could be in battle. They had long envied their strength, but until now the team hadn't had one. Now with Xiao Ling and Zhang Yan on board, their lives would get better. Yu Qi Wei also placed his hand on Xiao Ling's shoulder. Will you let me be your wife? Chapter 33, Incredible Progress. Xiao Ling immediately exploded, opening his eyes wide and turning to look at Yu Qi Wei. What did he mean? Did he recover his memory? Wife. He obviously knows I'm submissive. Even if you strip, I won't be able to do anything. Yu Qi Wei kept his head low, not noticing Xiao Ling's death glare. He glanced at Mao Yi holding Zhao Ting's hand, thinking how sweet it was. They must be a couple, right? I also want to be paired with Xiao Ling. Everyone could sense it. Wu Yun and the others sat there bewildered, silently wondering what was happening. They were confused too. Just moments ago, everything was cheerful and celebratory, but what did Xiao Ling's ominous aura mean? Regardless of everyone's thoughts, Zhang Yan was unhappy. When Xiao Ling wasn't around earlier, Wu Yun had told her a lot about lightning elemental experts. She already knew she would be a bane to water elemental users like Xiao Ling, who just so happened to be one. Now his sour expression didn't scare any good-looking men, it targeted her. He wanted to make things awkward for her, making her feel uncomfortable. Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed in anger. You're going to regret this, Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling was an animal, a beast that had the power to save their entire family and refused to lift a finger, not even saying a word as she witnessed her parents die cruelly before her eyes. Wu Yun and Wei Yan, she would seek revenge on them, but she hated Xiao Ling's indifference more. After all, Wu Yun and the others were clearly bloodthirsty villains anyway. But why did Xiao Ling save Jun Nan? Xiao Ling's gaze remained fixed on Qi Yuwei's face, and Qi Yuwei, who was exceptionally perceptive, couldn't help but notice. When he looked up, the overwhelming rage on Xiao Ling's face left him speechless. What's wrong? I'm sorry if I offended you. Apology? How could those clear and pure eyes mean anything real? Was it all in my head? Xiao Ling frowned in irritation. Qi Yuwei didn't know what he'd done wrong. I'm sorry, truly sorry. Please don't be mad. Shut up. Qi Yuwei was left speechless. His pitiful expression turned calculated. He thought Xiao Ling would eat it up. And sure enough, Xiao Ling's anger dissipated by half. The aloof demeanor faded slightly, and everyone else relaxed too. Some were even laughing openly, especially Wu Yun. I say buddy, if he wants to be your wife, then let him. Why get so angry? Look how well Mao Yi is doing, isn't she? Seeing Xiao Ling speechless, Wu Yun grinned and slapped his chest while giving advice from experience. Buddy, in this chaotic world, none of us knows when we'll meet our end. Just enjoy life. If you can't relax, consider it as floating with the tide. Wei Yan laughed nonchalantly, his woman having disappeared into the night anyway. Besides, wasn't Zhang Mei still available? Smiling genuinely, Wei Yan kept close tabs on Zhang Yan, so Zhang Yan slept very little compared to Zhang Mei, who often found herself chosen by the captain because the captain naturally must act selflessly. Otherwise, who would follow him? So Zhang Mei, the mature beauty, hadn't been touched by anyone except the newly joined Qi Yuwei, Xiao Ling, and Mao Yi. Xiao Ling maintained his stern demeanor while Wu Yun chuckled and clapped his hands. Today's a good day, Wei Yan. I know you love chocolate, so share some with everyone. Zhang Yan smiled. Once again, she became the center of attention. Wei Yan wasn't stingy. From his bag, he took out 3 chocolate bars, broke them into several pieces, and handed each person 1 piece. Xiao Ling grabbed 2 and shoved both into Qi Yuwei's mouth. Hold it in your mouth. He obeyed, looking obedient. Qi Yue was tall, much taller than Xiao Ling even while sitting. Leaning down slightly, he gazed at Xiao Ling tenderly. Everyone, sleep now. I'll take the first watch, then pass it to Mao Yi later. Wei Yan was the vice captain responsible for organizing the night watch. In a sock factory filled with raw materials, Xiao Ling lay among a pile of socks, the special scent wafting around. He showed no expression. Having lost his memory, Qi Yue didn't know his noble identity and simply lay beside Xiao Ling, only about 5 centimeters away. Could he sleep soundly next to him? The answer was yes. Xiao Ling didn't remember when he fell asleep but had only planned to leave Qi Yue stranded in S City. What right did Qi Yue have to occupy his space? Surely his family must be looking for him everywhere, though perhaps in such high-power families, they were far dirtier inside. Maybe Qi Yue would return home just to be devoured alive by siblings. Xiao Ling woke up stretching lazily as usual, but something restrained his movement. He was being hugged. Hugged? F***ck off. Xiao Ling kicked Qi Yue off with full force. However, in his rage, he forgot he himself had been held tightly, so Qi Yue rolled onto Xiao Ling when trying to hold on. Damn! Covered in dirt, Xiao Ling retaliated by slapping him in the face. Instinctively sensing hostility, Qi Yue instinctively unleashed his spatial field. As a result, Xiao Ling's hand softly landed on Qi Yue's face instead. Qi Yue woke up, finding Xiao Ling affectionately embracing and caressing his face. Smiling widely, he greeted cheerfully, "Good morning." "Good morning, my ass." Fuming, Xiao Ling growled through gritted teeth, "Get off me." His tone was sharp and harsh. Qi Yue hesitated briefly, his carefree manner suddenly turning grievous. "What have I done wrong this time?" "You're not wrong, it's me being worthless. Looking for trouble for no reason and getting bullied. Get up first, you're too heavy." Qi Yue held his waist and stood up. His leg had been pressed under Xiao Ling's leg all night, so although it didn't hurt or feel numb, he still stumbled a bit, resulting in Xiao Ling falling on top of him into a pile of socks. Mao Yi pulled Zhao Ting over quite naturally. After a brief pause, she chuckled, "I was wondering where you two disappeared to, but this is sweet, huh? This place is so soft, how unkind of you to do it without inviting me." Zhao Ting wasn't sure what was going on either, normally such a low-profile person, perhaps because he just found out that Qi Yue was his comrade-in-arms as well as a similar type, couldn't help feeling curious and even generated some sympathy and friendship. People are complicated after all, especially when they share the same experiences, it's only natural to empathize. Xiao Ling didn't care about others' affairs at all and immediately whispered threats, "You should get up." Shoo, Qi Yue raised his chin toward Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling subconsciously glanced, holy crap, when did Zhao Ting strip down? Mao Yi was pressing on him while something thick had already penetrated inside. It was clear Zhao Ting was being forced, his face pale as he bit his lips, looking like he would rather die. However, after a while, Zhao Ting started to look comfortable and let out moans. Damn, why am I seeing this stuff? Xiao Ling felt entirely disturbed now, but when he wanted to warn Qi Yue, he noticed this guy had a peculiar brightness in his eyes, eager to try. Is it really that comfortable? Oh. How could Xiao Ling admit he's a natural Yuke who loves being, screwed, really likes it, very much likes it. He appreciates handsome men, likes vigorous ones with muscles, at least one head taller than himself. Xiao Ling has dignity, thinking there should be feelings before intimacy, which can happen anytime, as long as both sides like each other and are gentle, or intense sometimes if needed. Thinking about these things made Xiao Ling's face dimmer. Assuming Xiao Ling felt embarrassed and unwilling to take the bottom position, Qi Yue suggested softly, "Let me bottom for you." Chapter 34, Bully Him. Bottom? Bottom/who? Qi Yue really wanted to try. Occasionally glancing at the passionate couple nearby, they were completely lost in their own world by now. "Come on, bottom for me." At smiley face at. Xiao Ling dumbfounded, Sigma, degree. I see they're having so much fun, and I want to feel happy too. Don't you like it as well? Come on then. What is this? Why is he spreading his legs and closing his eyes? Xiao Ling was genuinely perplexed. Unable to wait any longer, Qi Yue enthusiastically touched Xiao Ling below and felt that it was soft, immediately frowned wanting to pull off his own pants. Xiao Ling was close to tears, feeling helpless. "You stop using your abilities first." "Did I release them?" "Oh, only now did Qi Yue realize." F***ck, I really want to hit him. Xiao Ling almost lost it. When Qi Yue touched him below a few more times, he stopped creating the spatial field, preparing to strike back. But when he saw Qi Yue halfway through pulling down his trousers, he instinctively reached out to help pull them up and helplessly turned around and walked away, his expression flickering between light and shadow. What exactly happened to me? Such a strong man suddenly forgot everything and became foolish, loyal, and adorable. Xiao Ling still remembered the arm stretched out in front of him during the critical moment. It looked extremely cool then. Qi Yue didn't understand, assuming he had offended Xiao Ling again. He hurriedly adjusted his belt and resentfully glanced at Mao Yi, who seemed smug, and Zhao Ting, whose face glowed red before striding after Xiao Ling with his long legs. Inside the sock pile, the weasel roared inside, "Hey! Master, you've forgotten about me. Help. The cat pressed its paw onto the weasel's tail and asked where you're going via telepathy. The weasel, teary-eyed, cried out, Master. Come back quickly. Breakfast was porridge, with pickled vegetables, but only the superhumans could eat the vegetables. Zhang Yan brought her portion in front of her sister. Zhang Mei, seeing her younger sister was about to start eating, stopped her immediately. Wait for your husband. Zhang Yan laughed, her laughter full of meaning, my husband. Right now, he has the same relationship with us as our sisters, isn't that correct? Besides, Mao Yi treats him so well and doesn't allow anyone else to touch him, surely they must have indulged behind closed doors. How dare you say such things about him? Zhang Mei was displeased and straightened her face, intending to scold her younger sister. With a bitter laugh, Zhang Yan instead fixed her gaze on Zhang Mei, don't believe me? Let's make a bet, shall we? When he comes back, just ask him whether he's hungry. If he says no and hopes you'll eat enough, then you win. Because he hasn't eaten since yesterday noon. Zhang Mei opened her mouth in disbelief. If he said that, it must be a sign of his love for me, there's no need to deceive. Little sister, I know you've suffered during this time, because of my incompetence. Rest assured, as long as I have something to eat, I won't let you starve. Stubborn and unyielding. Zhang Yan envied those with special powers greatly. She wanted to become one too, and now that her dream had come true, her mindset had changed as well. In her eyes, her elder sister had already become one of the lower class, who needed to rely on her for a good life. But what did this all mean? After hesitating for a moment and recalling how kindly her elder sister had always treated her, she fell silent. As everyone was eating breakfast, Mao Yi came back with Zhao Ting. Zhao Ting quickly let go of Mao Yi's hand and lowered his head as he returned to his wife's side. Actually, everyone knew about their relationship, so why hide it? Doing so would only make people look down on them. Mao Yi acted carefree, but Zhao Ting had a family, so no matter what, he couldn't act freely. Zhang Yan didn't let him off easily. Brother-in-law, your wife and I are waiting for you to eat. Zhao Ting's eyes flickered, you eat first, I'm not hungry. How could that be? Zhang Mei was unhappy and forcibly placed a small bowl of porridge in Zhao Ting's hands, eat up quickly. If we take our time, others will start complaining about us slowing them down. Though Zhao Ting despised the now cool porridge, his heart was warmed by the gesture, let you eat first, you've grown thin, I can hold out as a big man, plus if I'm not happy. Zhang Mei couldn't convince him otherwise and cried as she finished eating. Zhang Yan's expression twisted a little, because she smelled some delicious food. Mao Yi must have definitely added extra food for Zhao Ting. In the past, the deputy captain often pulled Zhang Yan to a corner and then afterwards gave her tasty treats, usually meat, or at least sausages when they were bad. Sister, you're really foolish. Your husband doesn't even save you a bite. For a while, no one spoke. Just then, eat more, you're too skinny. Good feeling. Xiao Ling misunderstood and turned the empty bowl upside down over Yu Qiyu's head after finishing eating, then patted his pants and was about to leave, embarrassed. Xiao Ling noticed that Yu Qiyu's gaze lingered on his, but since he had seen the intimacy between Mao Yi and Zhao Ting, Yu Qiyu became obsessed-like, staring at him non-stop. Trouble. Where are you going? Can you remove the bowl? Yu Qiyu's voice made everyone laugh. Having spent a peaceful night without zombie attacks, it seemed like pre-apocalypse times again. Yu Qiyu turned around, glaring fiercely, sending shivers down everyone's spines. That wasn't right, he was just an ordinary person, how could he exude such strong killing intent? It must have been a mistake. When their eyes went back to him, Yu Qiyu had already disappeared. It was time to set off, with 4/5 of the journey left ahead. Damn, how slow. 6 vehicles ran along the road. Xiao Ling sat with closed eyes, Yu Qiyu quietly humming a tune beside him. Surprisingly, it sounded great. Xiao Ling unconsciously tapped his fingers to the rhythm. Even Li Xiaopeng swayed his head. Focus on driving. Alright, big brother, Li Xiaopeng sulked. Ever since Xiao Ling got himself a boyfriend, he has ignored me completely. Is he really gay? Brother Mao said the big dog is the one being dominated, isn't it fake? Xiao Ling looks much more like the submissive one. Li Xiaopeng squirmed his butt, wondering if he too needs to sacrifice to win favors. Li Xiaopeng. Xiao Ling's tone turned cold, making Li Xiaopeng believe his thoughts were discovered. Scared stiff, he almost wet himself. Glancing ahead, cold sweat soaked his back. Thank God Xiao Ling reminded him, or else Li Xiaopeng would have driven straight into the river. The convoy encountered a zombie animal. It was huge, powerful, an enormous horse, twice the size of normal horses, looking fierce with red fiery eyes. It reared its front hooves, emitting a loud neigh that immediately brought a surreal feel to the scene. Suddenly, Xiao Ling half protruded from the car roof window, it's going to spit fire. And instantly, the third car was ruined, exploding in a burst of flames raining down. Zhang Yan desperately wanted to earn merits, so she flung her arm, launching electrical beams wildly towards the mutated zombie horse. Its brown-red hair instantly turned pitch black and gray flesh flew everywhere in a highly gory spectacle. The horse screamed in pain, growing even crazier, charging directly toward Zhang Yan. Wei Yan and Wu Yun also jumped into battle due to the high speed. Mao Yi reacted faster. His fiery powers arrived immediately, and the zombie horse let out another shrill cry as it collapsed onto the ground. Entirely engulfed in flames, it resembled a colossal moving torch. Chapter 35, Hand in Hand. After coming back to her senses, Zhang Yan looked pale with fright but still gritted her teeth and continued releasing the last ounce of power inside her. The horse, surrounded by attackers, soon fell into a pool of blood, barely clinging to life. But Zhang Yan didn't allow anyone to move in for the final strike. Instead, she walked resolutely to Zhao Ting's side and handed him a dagger. What did she mean? Zhao Ting's face twisted with shock. Zhang Yan gave a subtle lift of her chin, making her intentions very clear. Xiao Ling watched from the car, understanding the girl's purpose well. He also knew that choosing incorrectly could cost not only courage but also family and dignity. Zhao Ting retreated 3 steps, trembling violently, until he stopped against Mao Yi's chest. He looked up at Mao Yi with an expression of wronged indignation, finding Mao Yi's towering figure incredibly reliable, even a pillar of support at this moment. His eyes watered, he was truly frightened. Mao Yi instinctively patted his lover's shoulder. When he turned to Zhang Yan, there was neither anger nor mockery, his tone was calm. He belongs to me and doesn't need to participate in combat. If food becomes insufficient, I'll take responsibility for his share. Zhang Yan nodded, though what she truly sought wasn't just this statement, it was for her sister. Zhao Ting, starting now, you are no longer my brother-in-law and have no connection with my sister, Zhang Mei. Your man is Mao Yi, and you, like my sister, are an ordinary person incapable of fighting. From today onwards, you and my sister will equally share household chores such as washing and cooking, do you understand? What about the new ones? Zhao Ting had always been lazy and spoiled. During their captivity, all the work had been done by Zhang Mei, while he occasionally carried things. And Zhang Mei had said repeatedly that housework like dishwashing, cooking, and vehicle maintenance wasn't a man's job. Zhang Yan waved her hand, and a brilliant bolt of lightning surged out, putting the mutated zombie horse to rest once and for all. How powerful, was she even level 1 yet? Since her awakening, the young girl had practiced ceaselessly inside the car, full of ambition. Her future achievements were bound to be extraordinary. Everyone exchanged a few words of flattery since only 9 people remained alive along with 5 vehicles. Confidently, Zhang Yan shifted her gaze to Yu Qiyu. Despite his many injuries, looking rather disheveled, the wound on his forehead, obscured by falling strands of hair, didn't affect his stunning good looks or his graceful, imposing demeanor. His piercing gaze radiated intense pressure, and whenever present, he made everyone uncomfortable. However, in front of Xiao Ling, Yu Qiyu seemed submissive. Yu Qiyu's expression remained unchanged, continuing to watch Xiao Ling intently, occasionally smiling, seeming delighted. He eagerly awaited Xiao Ling's reaction but felt a bit apprehensive deep down. Hence, despite being inherently arrogant, he adopted an almost pitiful demeanor, reaching out to grab Xiao Ling's shirt tail. Xiao Ling slightly tilted his head upwards to meet Yu Qiyu's gaze. Both emanated strong presences. Xiao Ling wasn't about to bully Zhang Yan, right? But everyone waited, anticipating his stance. Alright then. Turning his attention to Zhang Yan, Xiao Ling noticed she appeared a little intimidated and quickly straightened herself. At first, Xiao Ling hadn't paid much attention to this girl, deeming her irrelevant as long as she didn't interfere with him personally. Now, however, she had transformed greatly after weathering storms and suffering. The young, vibrant beauty revealed her unique charm, so dazzling, so striking, like a bloom radiating irresistible allure. But, what did it matter to him? Xiao Ling responded indifferently with icy eyes, he falls under my jurisdiction. That was it? Was it over already? Wu Yun seemed somewhat conflicted. He disliked confrontations, especially within his own team. Wei Yan glanced at Wu Yun, and both seemed to silently arrive at a decision. Xiao Ling, fully aware of everything, having experienced the apocalypse, understood the dark sides of human nature. Little girl, you're too inexperienced. Getting back into the car, Xiao Ling suddenly added, the smell of blood will attract all surrounding zombies. It hasn't been undead for long, so its leg meat is still edible. Hurry up, cut the meat, and let's get moving. Mao Yi exclaimed in surprise, can this meat really be eaten? Huh, fantastic, it's been a long time since they've feasted on meat. By now, Xiao Ling had returned to the car, followed swiftly by Yu Qiyu and Li Xiaopeng. These 3. Wu Yun organized his group quickly, carving the horse and heading out shortly. Not long afterward, hundreds of zombies gathered here, even some mutations. The horse's crystal core. While Zhang Yan was trying to test Xiao Ling and deflate his pride, the weasel stealthily took action. Xiao Ling petted its belly and stroked its fur while it rested contentedly, digesting the mutated crystal core. It had reached level 3, and the cat was also at level 3, seemingly one of the top mutated beasts. However, that wasn't necessarily true. Ferocious beasts, once mutated, would become even more savage, with levels advancing quickly due to their bloodline and abilities. For instance, plants in space were cultivating even while lying idle, some having already reached level 5 waiting for a chance to advance further. Another example, Xiao Ling, who couldn't be measured by levels. In the afternoon, fighting broke out ahead, someone was struggling desperately against zombies. Wu Yun disliked such incidents the most and wanted to take a detour. But the opposing convoy was fleeing frantically toward them. What should they do? Wei Yan glared and said, "Escape through a side road, I'll blow up houses and set barriers." After quickly discussing, they entered a small village. The situation grew nearer. Unfortunately, the enemy's vehicles moved too fast, throwing objects this way. What were those? Mao Yi looked over curiously and immediately turned furious. It was blood-soaked bandages hung on the roof. Even if they removed the things, it wouldn't help since the cars themselves were stained with blood. The zombies had changed targets. It's too late, let's go as fast as we can. The 4 vehicles behind noticed the situation. Regular passenger vehicles could only accept their misfortune. Zhang Yan, driving the second vehicle, stuck her head out and waved to produce thunderbolts, unleashing streams of lightning flooding everywhere and turning those who tried to harm her into showers of blood. Ice flowers swept over. She paused momentarily, fortunately being dragged into the car just in time or else the enemy's ice element psychic might have exploded her head. Zhang Yan sweated coldly but attacked even more fiercely without fear of death. At this moment, not risking everything would be sheer foolishness. Xiao Ling released a water curtain, cutting off the other party's hostility while washing all 5 vehicles clean together. So cool. The 8 vehicles drove into the village. A very backward village, with dirt roads, narrow and difficult to navigate. There were also many things scattered across the roads, possibly abandoned during hasty escapes. Xiao Ling frowned. He could sense that the area was surrounded by zombies. Were they being watched? Suddenly, Yuqiyu grasped his hand with deep eyes and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here for you." You. Xiao Ling didn't take it seriously, pulling his hand back, yet Yuqiyu held it again, saying, "I will protect you." What would happen if his memory returned, and he found out the person he wanted to protect actually wanted to kill him? Xiao Ling felt uneasy inside for unknown reasons. On the contrary, Yuqiyu was very happy, pinching the soft hand before planting a kiss on it, flashes of memories flickering in his mind. Hadn't he done this before? Chapter 36, You Haven't Hardened. No wonder this person seemed so familiar, he must have known him somehow. They absolutely couldn't be separated, they indeed knew each other, and Xiao Ling longed to regain his memory as soon as possible, so he wouldn't feel insecure like now. Suddenly there was a loud sound, and the 5th vehicle's tire was destroyed, losing balance and crashing into a wall. As captain, Wu Yun's heart bled. That was a whole car. After taking a few deep breaths, he continued driving ahead without stopping to check if anyone was alive. The rest of the vehicles followed. Communication. Sorry, they could only use secret gestures with towels. The other 3 vehicles persisted stubbornly because they were at a disadvantage from being in the rear. Trying to throw bloody items toward their convoy, they failed to know Xiao Ling sat in the 4th vehicle. Fuming, Yuqiyu instantly unleashed his domain. The leading vehicle malfunctioned and collided into a roadside tree, causing the following vehicles to chain collide completely. Fantastic. Li Xiaopeng yelled joyfully, believing it to be pure luck. After less than 5 minutes, the convoy couldn't move anymore. Wu Yun got out and fought. There were numerous zombies in the village, some of which had mutated, making them impossible to defend against. Fortunately, Xiao Ling was a powerful weapon, clearing zombies in great swaths. None could get near him. Wasn't that thanks to Yuqiyu? He unleashed a vast spatial field, depriving the zombies of mobility entirely. Xiao Ling enjoyed killing zombies so effortlessly as never before. Intentionally, they kept distance from others, including Zhang Yan, who wanted to be number 1. Blinded by battle rage, the zombies were too numerous. Weasels were hunting them down, while lazy cats' vertical pupils glowed ominously, aiding the effort. In no time, more and more corpses piled around the 2 fighters, forcing them to step over them. Within 10 minutes, hundreds of zombies died here, forming mountains of bodies. Finally, the mutated zombie boss arrived. It was 2 zombie bulls, both at level 3, 1 water elemental, 1 earth elemental. They must have been raised by farmers originally. They were extremely large, nearly as big as regular houses. Fear overwhelmed everyone's eyes, feeling as if Judgment Day had come. Their expressions reflected despair, confusion, and even tears. However, Xiao Ling remained calm. It was about time the weasel underwent some training. Following orders, the reluctant weasel charged toward the bulls, though greatly outclassed in size. This visual disparity alone caused enough shock, especially among stressed individuals like Wu Yun, almost biting their tongues in astonishment. Hadn't they known Xiao Ling's pets were this incredible? Zhang Yan rolled her eyes and spat. Her powers were depleted. Zhang Mei hugged her younger sister with deep concern. Several people ran over, Wu Yun's face dark as a pot bottom. Wei Yan had already thought that they would die in battle today. It was incredible how the group of individuals they encountered were all psychics, helping to eliminate zombies. Ordinary zombies didn't last long before being wiped out entirely, but everyone was injured. Zhang Mei ran around with medicine, wrapping wounds quickly lest it attract other zombies. Seeing Xiao Ling and Wei Qiu standing at a distance while 2 large zombies suffered brutal punishment near death, Wu Yun finally felt reassured, and his focus shifted to the smiling psychics. What happened? Wu Yun stood in a superior position, showing no kindness since the danger they faced today stemmed from these people, even resulting in deaths. Big brother, you saw it yourself, our leader is dead, we're helpless, so we've come to seek refuge under you. The one who spoke was about 30, wearing glasses, obviously sharp-witted and good at communicating. The team needed talents like this. Wei Yan raised an eyebrow, I think you just don't have a vehicle anymore, right? Exactly, the four grinned sheepishly. The bespectacled man wouldn't give up, I'm Li Xuan, Ice Elemental. He's Zhang Bing, Fire Elemental. Zhao Yang, also Fire Elemental, and Bai Fei is Psychic Elemental. Psychic Element? Never heard of it, but it must be pretty powerful. Wu Yun snorted coldly, who knows what your real intentions are? We're really out of options, big brother. Please take us in, Li Xuan said with a bitter laugh, kneeling down as he led the way. They didn't want to die, without a vehicle, how could they reach S City? Rather than dying proud on the road, they'd rather live humbly, especially since they were all psychics. There's no reason they shouldn't be valued, it was just a matter of building trust. The cat and the weasel took care of the zombie bulls, both enjoying their crystal cores very much. They both felt extremely fortunate to serve such a master, particularly the weasel which leapt onto Xiaoling, who lovingly stroked its blood-stained fur and gave it a bath. Then he wiped its small body, feeding it a few meat jerky pieces and an egg. The cat envied this treatment, its green eyes glaring enviously. You've always had green eyes. Wei Qiyu was the same, looking pitiful and sorrowful. Xiaoling. He thought he was using telepathy to torment him. It must be so, why did he feel so guilty? That's unscientific. So, Xiaoling took out some meat jerky and shared them among the three creatures. When returning to the group, Xiaoling ignored the newcomers, knowing full well that the team needed fresh blood. Wei Qiyu stood contentedly behind Xiaoling, softening his gaze. Together, they formed a world of their own where no one else could intrude. Wu Yun didn't introduce the newcomers to the strongest person on the team, treating it as a kind of test that only those who passed could truly integrate. Li Xuan et al. Let out a wry smile. In any case, they'd already witnessed Xiaoling slaughtering enemies in waves. Even if they weren't convinced, they had no choice but to accept it. The real problem now was, how should they sit in 4 cars? Xiaoling and Wei Qiyu stayed together, sitting in the back seat, leaving Miao Yi to drive, not letting the new members board. This car can only carry 3 people. Don't look at me, even if you do, I'm just the driver. This is Brother Zhao's decision. For safety, each newcomer should ideally occupy different cars. However, Xiaoling refused, who could help it? Wu Yun and Wei Yan already trusted each other like brothers, ensuring they wouldn't separate under any circumstances. So long as the 3 survived, there would still be hope. Hence, the 4 newcomers were grouped in twos and sat in vehicles. Let's squeeze a bit, the secure zone of S City awaits us. Risks kept appearing on the journey. When night fell, the convoy had to stop at a 2-story building. Mao Yi served as the scout, taking along Zhang Bing, another fire element psychic, and Bai Fei, the psychic element one. Inside, they killed 2 zombies and found rice and potatoes, all other food was spoiled. Luckily, they had mutated zombie horse meat. But seriously. Can we eat it? Let the ordinary people try it first, Mao Yi isn't that stupid. Wu Yun led the group inside, opening the windows to air out the smell before lying on the largest sofa, exhausted. This life is not for humans. That's not bad already, Wei Yan yawned, waiting for dinner. Zhang Mei had already started tidying up the kitchen. Mao Yi opened the bag and found the horse meat fairly fresh, wish we could barbecue it. Do you know how? Yes, replied Zhang Mei, having learned to cook well before her marriage, yet finding it hard without spices, no seasoning available. Mao Yi scratched his head nervously, turning around the kitchen. Hey, do any of you guys have barbecue materials? Li Xuan and the others exchanged glances and shrugged helplessly. Xiaoling had them, he reached into his bag and pulled out a package of prepared seasonings. Mao Yi beamed, still brother Xiao who delivers. They continued adjusting to prepare for another day ahead. Who said that? Wei Qiyu was upset, narrowing his eyes to Xiaoling. I lied down and took off his clothes but he didn't get hard. Chapter 37 Such hospitality. Xiaoling actually understood instantly. His face turned red in a flash, and Xiaoling immediately got up and walked upstairs, leaving everyone puzzled as to what was going on. Wei Qiyu followed, with the kitten also running upstairs. The weasel? It was sleeping in Xiaoling's pocket. There were 3 rooms upstairs, Xiaoling knew the rules, he pushed open the second room and went in, shutting the door with a bang. Wei Qiyu didn't mind the dirtiness of the corridor, sitting quietly by the door. If Xiaoling didn't open the door, he would sit there all night guarding him. With this, how could Xiaoling possibly rest? Why should I feel guilty? Wei Qiyu is nothing but a fool now, a capital fool. An irritated Xiaoling hadn't noticed himself becoming more peculiar, worrying about the man outside. Dinner was ready, tonight's feast was plentiful. The 4 newcomers were well behaved, 3 sat in the corner, while the other one patrolled with Mao Yi. Zhang Mei set the table, and Zhang Yan kicked Xiao Ting's leg, can't cook, can't set the table either. Xiao Yan. You, an ordinary person, trying to discipline me. Show who that disapproving face for. Go work. Zhao Ting looked around nervously, didn't see Mao Yi, so heavily sat down on the chair, not wanting to move. Zhang Yan had been annoyed at him for a long time, and kicked him again. Everyone saw it. Zhao Ting couldn't keep his face, feeling both anger and rage, but this girl was already a psychic. If he dared to scold her, surely none of the psychics would stand for it. Just when Zhao Ting was under fire from all sides, Zhang Mei came out carrying a large basin of meat. Zhang Yan, what are you doing? Zhang Mei stared angrily, her hands on her hips. I do this for whom? Zhang Yan had grievances that were hard to express. She glanced at her sister and saw Zhao Ting's smug expression, then turned and left. Have dinner, where are you going? Zhang Mei became worried immediately. She's a psychic, she'll be fine. Zhao Ting stepped forward a few steps, embracing his wife's waist, his eyes filled with affection, being very grateful. The young couple were all over each other. The three newcomers didn't understand, but Mao Yi who just entered wasn't happy. He pulled apart the couple, slapped Zhao Ting once which wasn't enough, even started pulling down Zhao Ting's pants. Heavens, what was he planning to do? Zhang Mei's eyes reddened instantly, wanting to stop him but dared not. Zhao Ting's face was ashen. Mao Yi's hand strength was enormous, one pull caused ripping sound, both sides tore apart. These days, zombies proliferated. Mao Yi was both anxious and sexually frustrated. Zhao Ting already lacked underwear. Instantly, he felt the cool breeze, his vision turning black. What happened? The three newcomers immediately straightened up to observe closely. They wanted to know who mattered in this team, and who didn't have status, to grasp their position in the future. Zhao Ting was in a tragedy. He could only let go of grudges to flatter Mao Yi, otherwise it'd still be his misfortune. Dear, love, let's go upstairs. What did you call me? Mao Yi's temper dropped a bit. Husband. This is more like it. Who is she to you? She is my wife. You know why are you forcing me? Zhao Ting liked Zhang Mei. He used a lot of effort back then pursuing her, unlike Mao Yi who could summon him or dismiss him easily, anytime, anywhere. But Zhao Ting didn't dare to argue, fake smiling. She isn't anyone, let's go upstairs. I only enjoy being with you, you understand. Ah, Mao Yi did understand. His heart was burning with passion. This post-apocalyptic era is truly wonderful. In the past, Mao Yi was homosexual, liking only soft boys. Alas, lacking a decent family background, average abilities, even worse education, temper always exploding, leading to failure in all pursuits, where would any bottom come to him? Even if he spent money, Mao Yi lacked the means to indulge with handsome youths for a night. Zhang Mei quickly thought of an idea. Eat first, or the meat will get cold. Didn't you want grilled meat? This is fried, the taste is similar. Babbling on a lot, Zhang Mei hoped it would work. Indeed, Mao Yi really changed his mind. Zhao Ting quickly found a towel to wrap himself up, utterly without dignity. Zhang Mei called everyone to eat. Xiao Ling came downstairs after taking a bath, clean and fresh. Mao Yi glanced at him and lowered his head, knocking on his chopsticks repeatedly, unable to wait for the captain who preferred to linger waiting for the deputy and Xiao Ling. Except for Bai Fei, the mental psychic on patrol, everyone was eating. Because Xiao Ling contributed seasoning, the largest portion of horse meat belonged to him. He didn't particularly like it, eating only a bowl of rice and potato shreds. Potato shreds weren't seasoned with scallions, but Zhang Mei truly had skills, adding vinegar made it tastier. Xiao Ling ate a few more bites and even nodded in appreciation. Besides the patrolling psychic Bai Fei, everyone was eating. Wei Qiyu watched and quickly served him food. After everyone finished eating, Zhang Mei had also washed the dishes. It was time to sleep according to reason. The water has always been provided by Xiao Ling, including the water for daily drinking. Wu Yun nudged Zhang Mei and looked at the four new arrivals. Zhang Mei immediately stiffened, incredulous shock on her face. Wu Yun raised an eyebrow, nudged Zhang Mei's arm again, and gestured towards the four with his chin. This. Wu Yun wanted Zhang Mei to attend to them. Zhang Mei's face turned ashen white, her lips colorless, like an eggplant hit by frost. Zhang Yan was familiar with all of this. The captain intended to use her sister to entertain the newcomers. Men, whether at a drinking table or sharing a woman, could form a special friendship. Zhang Mei was about to cry, shaking her head at Wu Yun. She had been with Wu Yun for a long time and also had relations with other men in the team. By reason, they should have taken pity on her. But Wu Yun's attitude was very firm. Zhang Yan sighed helplessly. Her sister was good in every way, except for not recognizing situations. She hasn't had rights for a long time. Why wasn't she more savvy? Continuing this way, she would be eliminated. Suddenly, her sister looked over, her pleading eyes sharp like a blade, causing Zhang Yan's body to stiffen as well. In an instant, Zhang Yan burst out, "Captain, I agree with your decision." In an instant, Zhang Mei seemed 10 years older. She couldn't believe what she just heard. But Zhang Yan continued, "My sister is ordinary, sacrificing her makes sense, and I agree. Zhao Ting and Xiao Ling brought back ordinary people too, so they should also go to a company. Why should only women suffer?" Everyone fell silent, especially Zhao Ting. Zhang Yan glanced at him rather disdainfully. Women can hold up half the sky too. The likes of Li Xiaopeng looked displeased. The girl had condemned them all. Zhang Yan realized she spoke out of turn. What I mean are those who have all their limbs intact but hide behind others and dare not kill zombies. Li Xiaopeng chuckled. I get it now. But this doesn't include Doggy. When I was in danger, he helped me out, and he can kill zombies. That was true, not once but many times. Xiaoling also saved Li Xiaopeng by chance. Actually, both of them merely didn't want to lose a driver. It was an unspoken agreement between them. Mao Yi already harbored resentment against Zhao Ting. Zhao Ting truly feared that Mao Yi wouldn't care during critical moments. Again, it was Zhang Mei who stood up for him. Chapter 38 Settling Scores. She didn't want to go, but hesitating further would put her own man in jeopardy too. Clenching her teeth, Zhang Mei suddenly stood up, resolutely heading towards the western small room, as Wu Yun had already arranged 2 newcomers to stay there. Zhang Yan was stunned, running 2 quick steps to hold her sister. On the contrary, Zhang Mei was very agitated and slapped Zhang Yan, which left her dazed. Sister, you hit me. Her heart ached a bit. After all, this was the younger sister she had cherished since childhood. Zhang Mei sighed, frustrated by her sister's disrespect. I don't have a sister who disrespects others. Respect? Zhang Yan paused. Zhang Mei threw off her hand and entered the room. In panic, she forgot to close the door. Soon sounds came from inside that made everyone's faces flushed and hearts racing. Sadness overwhelmed Zhang Yan momentarily, standing rooted to the spot. Wei Yan felt some arousal too and grabbed Zhang Yan's hand. But Zhang Yan pulled away, her expression dark, and she went upstairs to sleep. Sister, if you willingly degenerate without striving for improvement, then, you deserve elimination. Xiao Ling had seen enough cold realities of life. Returning to his room, he found Wei Qiyu standing by the door and sighed, come sleep on the floor. Yes. Wei Qiyu was pleased, obediently spreading out the blanket and lying down. The floor wasn't cold and instead placed him closer to Xiao Ling, closing his eyes, relaxing his breathing. After Xiao Ling fell asleep, Wei Qiyu's eyes lit up and he slowly climbed up. In the latter half of the night, loud noises were heard outside. Bai Fei discovered a mutated zombie. Mao Yi led Zhao Yang and Zhang Bing into fierce battle. Wu Yun ran out in his pants. Wei Yan joined the fight too. It was another level 3. There was no peace to be had. Because Wu Yun was only level 2, Zhang Yan was level 1. The weasel moved swiftly, stealing a crystal core back to munch on, but it was snatched away by Xiao Ling and thrown to Wei Qiyu. Wei Qiyu looked confused at Xiao Ling. Feel the energy in the crystal core, use your powers to touch it, then absorb it. Very simple. Simple. Few people actually knew it was simple. After absorbing, Wei Qiyu felt refreshed and pounced on Xiao Ling happily. Would Xiao Ling allow it? The moment Xiao Ling woke up, he was startled by Wei Qiyu's shamelessness. Thus, he kicked Wei Qiyu away, leaving him sitting in the corner with the weasel. Wei Qiyu complained, I was wrong. The weasel cried, wailing. My crystal core. The cat glanced sideways, I didn't even touch it, you should be grateful. In the morning, everyone went out to look for supplies. Xiao Ling took Wei Qiyu along as well, while Li Xiaopeng kept watch around them with a tense face. The zombies from yesterday left a deep impression on everyone. If there weren't so many psychics, they would have all been wiped out. Of course, Xiao Ling hadn't intervened at all, but perhaps he could handle the zombies alone. Still, what level was Xiao Ling actually? Zhang Yan found a lot of food with long expiration dates that were still good, and she was lucky enough to find a small supermarket where she loaded up on supplies. Everyone else's harvest wasn't bad either, rice, flour, corn, and vegetables like radishes, potatoes, and seasonings. Xiao Ling's bag was full again, and Wei Qiyu was carrying a large, bulging bag too, just like Li Xiaopeng. Breakfast was ready, but Zhang Mei looked gloomy, wanting to say something to Zhang Yan but never getting the chance. Zhao Ting comforted her, yet dared not get too close, fearing exposure. He barely escaped one calamity, he certainly didn't want to step into another fire pit. Just thinking about his wife sharing him with 4 others gave him a headache. He hoped the zombies would eat them all so he could live happily in the safety zone with his wife. Zhang Yan came back, and immediately Zhang Mei walked over, only to be pushed away by her sister. Bring up a basin of water, I want to wash my face. What? My sister has never spoken to me like this before. Zhang Mei couldn't process it. Zhao Ting twitched his lips, Xiaoyan, how can you speak to your sister like that? Anyway, you are going to die sooner or later, so what difference does it make how I talk to you? Turning, she went upstairs, and the ones who had returned laughed, it was all treated as a joke. Ordinary people who don't strive for progress deserve to die. Zhang Yan didn't say anything wrong. After coming back, Xiao Ling sat on the sofa, and Wei Qiyu diligently massaged him with a good attitude. Xiao Ling simply closed his eyes. When his face heated up, it turned out Wei Qiyu was wiping his face, making Xiao Ling feel very uncomfortable. Zhang Mei set the table and quickly took the water upstairs, worried about her sister's mental state. Inside the room, Zhang Yan handed over a packet of meat. We encountered a mutated dog outside. This is roasted leg meat. I'm already full, so hurry up and eat. Zhang Mei's eyes lit up. Dog meat was nutritious, alright, I'll go back and eat. Zhang Yan wouldn't let go of the meat. After Zhang Mei tugged at it for a bit, there was no choice but to eat half first, it's too big. I'll eat the rest on the way. An excuse. Zhang Yan's eyes turned cold instantly, do you know who roasted this meat? Mao Yi did, and he surely kept a big portion for himself. With everything laid out openly, Zhang Mei felt somewhat displeased. Xiaoyan, he is your brother-in-law. I'll rest a bit. Call me when we're leaving. Happy, Zhang Mei carefully packed the meat and went downstairs without noticing Zhang Yan's sinister expression. In the end, she couldn't abandon her elder sister after all, it's blood thicker than water. Downstairs was eerily quiet, as if everyone had died. Zhang Mei's heart pounded. She felt as though someone was choking her neck, shivering with fear. Step by step, she descended the stairs and finally realized what happened. One person, a newcomer named Bai Fei, a rare psychic of the spiritual type, how could he have died? His head exploded into a pool of blood scattered across the floor, yet his body remained seated on the couch, looking exceptionally terrifying. No one said anything. Wei Qiyu continued giving Xiao Ling a full-body massage, occasionally cracking jokes. Could Xiao Ling have done it? Within this group, Wu Yun and Wei Yan's positions were unshakable, so newcomers wanting to establish authority might only aim at Xiao Ling. Zhang Mei was wrong. Wu Yun's right-hand man was Mao Yi, and it was Mao Yi that the new guy had targeted. Mao Yi himself sensed it and acted accordingly, taking out his frustration on Zhao Ting. He ended up dead over one single comment, no one knows whether it was a joke or a test. Still, Bai Fei smiled broadly as he said to Wei Qiyu, give me a shoulder rub too. And then, in an instant, Bai Fei's smiling head exploded. No one saw the move. It was unclear whether Wei Qiyu or Xiao Ling did it. Eat. Ha, why are you all staring? Let's eat. Wu Yun was the leader, so he had to break the deadlock. Xiao Ling was extremely embarrassed, as Wei Qiyu's hands felt like a hot stove, making his entire body heat up as if under some kind of spell. He awkwardly used ice-based powers to cool down, which made the swollen part subside. Sighing, Xiao Ling lowered his head to eat stir-fried potato threads. Wu Yun specifically instructed Zhang Mei to make these when he left in the morning because Xiao Ling ate more last night. Wu Yun immediately felt proud of his wisdom and leadership. Wei Qiyu looked down at his hands, reminiscing over the lingering warmth on his fingertips, and a faint smile curled his lips. Chapter 39, Vanished Memories. Zhang Mei grabbed Zhao Ting's hand in the kitchen and urged him, it's dog meat. Hurry up and eat it. I'm already full. Though Zhao Ting loved dog meat, he was glad to take over the leftovers. You are truly kind to me. Disturbed Zhang Yan didn't wait for anyone to call her, she descended the stairs herself and happened to overhear. Xiao Ling first on the list, damn you, Xiao Ling. And Zhao Ting, may you rot. It's time to set off. Li Xuan found Xiao Ling, brother, what Bai Fei did earlier was his own act. It has nothing to do with us. Joining your group is an honor, we have no ill intentions. Please forgive us. Your ice-based psychic ability is too straightforward. Try splitting it into 2 or 3 streams for wider range attacks. What? What did he just say? Before Li Xuan could fully comprehend, Xiao Ling had already gotten into the car. He wanted to ask more, but alas, Xiao Ling clearly wasn't interested in further conversation. Zhang Bing and Zhao Yang, who stood nearby, heard everything. Their eyes sparkled, as if a new world had been unveiled to them. Without delay, they got into the car to experiment. Throughout the morning, they encountered numerous zombies, fortunately none of them were mutants. As hunger started to kick in, Wu Yun didn't stop the vehicle. Thus, everyone resorted to eating the snacks they had found earlier to quell their appetites inside the moving cars. Wei Yan seemed a little upset. Wu Yun intended to continue taking the smaller routes, but ahead lay a river, the bridge was broken. How would they detour? While everyone was deliberating, someone even ventured close to the riverbank. Xiao Ling signaled Li Xiaopeng to issue a warning. That person immediately returned. Xiao Ling gazed intently at a big tree beside him. Wei Qiyu and the weasel followed suit, including the cat. When Wu Yun opened the car door, he noticed something peculiar. Wei Yan furrowed his brow, Mao Yi crossed his arms unhappily and asked, what are all of you doing? Xiao Ling and Wei Qiyu kept staring at the tree. Nearby flowers and grass were swaying with the wind, yet the tree had stopped moving. In this instant, it appeared unusually conspicuous and eerie. In the blink of an eye, cold sweat trickled down their backs. A chilling breeze blew beneath their feet. What was going on here? Most people had never seen mutated plants before, today was definitely an eye-opener. Mutated plants weren't easy to deal with because plants were less prone to mutation compared to animals. Once they succeeded, they became much harder to handle. Their weak points were generally buried deep underground, thus leaving only 2 choices, either uproot it or run. In Xiao Ling's mind, a small voice from Xiao Xia rang out, plants are joining the fight. Xiao Ling frowned. Xiao Xia had acted rashly, since Wei Qiyu was glaring at Xiao Ling now. His spatial psychic power was exceptionally potent, and with the two of them always together, discovering Xiao Xia's mental fluctuations was inevitable. However, Xiaoling refused to let his secrets be uncovered. Wei Qiyu sensed Xiaoling's displeasure. Grieving, Wei Qiyu bit his lips and held Xiaoling's hand. What on earth were they doing at such a critical moment? Wu Yun's face turned sullen, yet he still spoke. Do you know what's happening, Xiaoling? Is there something wrong with this tree? Everyone knows you're too naive. Xiaoling ignored Wei Qiyu's pitiful gaze. This is a mutated tree. We're already in its territory. If we want to leave, we must kill it. How? Wei Yan analyzed calmly. Leave one person behind. It has a voracious appetite, Xiaoling said without humor. On the count of 3, fire users will burn the tree, while everyone else attacks the ground simultaneously. I'll deal with the roots. None of them had fought a mutated plant before, so it was worth trying anything. The tree was foolish, thinking it hadn't been detected. But unknown to it, people had already devised a strategy, even launching an attack. Enraged, the tree swung all its branches violently towards them. The spectacle was overwhelming, with the sound of roaring winds echoing through the air. Hundreds of tree branches lunged forward like sharp blades with backward-facing thorns. One slash would result in torrents of bloodshed. Psionic attacks were fierce, but casualties began appearing as time passed. The tree shook unstably, dirt flew everywhere in wide ranges. Finally, Xiaoling seized his opportunity and rushed forth. Wei Qiyu closely trailed him, guarding both sides. Li Xiaopeng wanted to join in, but being an ordinary human, he didn't even qualify to approach. Ah, someone screamed as they were dragged away. Swiftly, Xiaoling capitalized on the distraction. A water blade sliced like a drawn sword, plunging deeply into the base of the tree. The giant tree roared once, then collapsed lifelessly. Strange, where was the crystal core? Xiaoling had felt that this tree was at level 4, so he didn't dare to make the first move and let others lead the assault while waiting for the opportune moment. During the battle, he had realized something amiss. This tree absolutely wasn't at level 4, given that it couldn't even move. Typically, a level 4 plant was very formidable. Not only could it walk, running would also pose no problem. It turned out that while the mantis was catching the cicada, the oriole was perched right behind. Xiaoling's face darkened in sinister anticipation. He reached his hand into the subterranean cavern, following the path of the shrinking plant crawling into the spatial dimension. The weasel's eyes gleamed with delight, it wanted to devour it. Instantly jumping out from Xiaoling's chest, it eagerly chased after it. Wei Qiyu didn't see the plant, but he knew a living being had appeared. How many secrets does he have? Aren't their relationship very intimate? Or is it because I lost my memory so I forgot? Intimate moments flashed through his mind, Xiaoling lying beneath him in ecstasy, the feeling was so comfortable, so pleasurable. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Wei Qiyu groaned and almost lost his balance. Xiaoling looked over with confusion, meeting Wei Qiyu's piteous eyes. What's wrong again? Troublesome. The teammates who survived the ordeal were dressing wounds, cleaning up the battlefield, and wanted to leave as soon as possible. After standing for a while, Xiaoling squatted down, extending his hand to retrieve the plant back into the space. The weasel had a mournful expression on its beautiful little face, its ears also drooping. The plant hadn't been friendly when it saw it and even scolded it. It wanted to cry so badly. After all, they were in a symbiotic relationship. Wah! Xiaoling noticed the little one's foul mood and consoled it, but there was something more important that needed its attention. Go find the crystal core, hurry. With sorrow and indignation, the weasel got to work, toiling for half a day. Xiaoling only gave it a level 3 core, he kept all the other cores, including the level 4 ones. Alas, poor weasel. Hidden in the shadows was a level 4 mutated lizard. Its corpse was enveloped by the plant, slowly digesting. Within the spatial dimension, Xiao Xiao asked the plant why things didn't go as planned. Where's the weasel? He demanded the weasel. The plant shrugged several thousand branches, making a rustling sound. Xiaoling left the weasel behind at a critical moment. It, a mere plant, had no other choice. Xiao Xiao wanted to cry but couldn't. If the brother wouldn't come in and keep me company, then he dared not respect the weasel. Humph. I'll peel its skin and make gloves out of it sooner or later. There were only 3 vehicles left. Wu Yun wanted to discuss the situation, but alas, Xiaoling refused to listen to reason. He was a deadly weapon, and didn't need sympathy. Wei Yan agreed with Xiaoling's actions. Setting off again, the atmosphere between Xiaoling and Wei Qiyu became strange. Li Xiaopeng, usually lively, went silent. Wei Qiyu recalled many intimate scenes where they united in passion, extremely entwined, but, what about their other memories? Their current relationship was unclear, and Xiaoling wasn't very interested in dealing with him. Wei Qiyu thought this couldn't continue. He had to regain the previous feelings, trying hard to recall, but his head felt like a pot of porridge boiling, everything turning black as he collapsed. Out cold. Chapter 40, I Love You. Xiaoling turned to look. What's wrong with this guy? Is he terminally ill? For a moment, a flicker of pity arose, just a little bit though. Xiao Ling would never admit it. After a checkup, most of Wei Qiyu's wounds had healed, truly favored by fate, his luck wasn't fake. When Wei Qiyu woke up, it was already close to dusk. He was brimming with energy. Indeed, good luck, he had leveled up from watching a fight. Enlightenment. He had reached at least level 6. Xiao Ling thought this life was unbearable. Encountering zombies ahead, Xiao Ling took action for the first time ever, moving like a beam of light, instantly slicing into the horde of zombies. What happened? After the shock wore off, Wu Yun and the others joined the fight. There were at least over 100 here, and after the massacre, they realized it must have been a couple who died earlier to draw such a large group, judging from the dismembered remains. Burnt traces were evident, surely among them was a fire-based psychic. Too late. Wu Yun felt anguish deep within. After this village, it's the main road straight to S City, said the vice-captain nostalgically. Back then, everyone could only run for their lives. Now, facing this degree of zombie groups, there wasn't even a trace of fear anymore. Vaguely, Wei Yan sensed he had already become second level, his body full of vitality. Wu Yun felt somewhat discontented. On the main road, the danger is greater, and there will be more people. Wei Yan fell silent. People could be as fearsome as zombies. Night was falling. They found a courtyard to take shelter. Everyone was exhausted, especially the ordinary humans. Xiao Ling remained unsmiling, leaving after just giving a word to Wu Yun. Wu Yun's attempt to stop him proved futile. With a flick of his foot, Xiao Ling was already at the door. Wei Qiyu intended to follow. But taking just 2 steps, Xiao Ling glared, "Are you following me just because I'm going to the bathroom? Get lost. If you follow me any further, don't expect to follow me again in the future." Excuses. So stern. Lately, they'd been getting along quite well. Wei Qiyu was stunned momentarily, his gaze flickering as he let him go. And then, he followed stealthily, only to lose track once more. Wei Qiyu grew anxious, searching everywhere, his eyes ice cold. Did he leave? Does he not want me anymore? Why? Where could Xiao Ling go? He entered the spatial dimension. Recently, he obtained a corrosive crystal core, now it was the perfect time for assimilation. Xiao Xiao hadn't even had the chance to say 2 words before Xiao Ling swallowed it cleanly. Strange forces coursed through his body, organs aching fiercely. No wonder it was called corrosive energy. Xiao Ling's eyes were blood red. After a few deep breaths, he managed to suppress the urge to claw at his chest. Sweat dripped down his face, and his entire being looked as though he'd just been fished out of water, weak, pale, with cracked skin. So much pain. It was becoming hard to breathe. Wei Qiyu had no idea what was happening inside the space dimension. Xiao Ling was going through immense torment due to an overwhelming craving for power stimulated by Wei Qiyu. Suddenly, Wei Qiyu felt an ache in his heart, almost falling over. What's wrong? What's going on? Why do I feel so bad? Is Xiao Ling in danger? Why do I have such a bad feeling? Driven mad with worry, Wei Qiyu searched everywhere. The unease in his heart only grew worse. He was like a soulless ghost. He killed zombies indiscriminately, barged into every door, and ran down every path. A whole night of frantic searching finally ended when Xiao Ling emerged victorious from his ordeal. Extending his hands, thin streams of black vapor burst forth, corrosive energy. Ha ha. Xiao Xiao cheered as her brother recovered and flew into his arms happily. You scared me to death. You should have said something first. Breakfast is ready. Brother, would you like to take a bath first? Sure. Xiao Ling arrived at the gravity pool. How big it had grown. Fish leaped from the surface, not small in size at all. Xiao Ling stripped off his clothes and dove in. Feeling refreshed and comfortable, he then indulged in a hearty meal, regaining his radiant glow. The hard work had been worth it. When Xiao Ling exited the spatial dimension, the weasel sulkily nestled in his warm chest, having also leveled up after being teased by Xiao Xiao for quite some time. At that moment, a figure came running from afar. Xiao Ling frowned but did nothing, standing still in the middle of the road. As he was about to ask questions, he noticed Wei Qiyu's expression and aura weren't right, causing his heart to tremble, nearly taking a step back. This man. Why does he look so disheveled? His handsome face covered in dirt, his clothes torn, his hands and feet bloody, all with a sinister look. More importantly, his gaze, like he could devour someone alive. Did someone offend him? Unhappy, Xiao Ling ordered, stop. Without hesitation, Wei Qiyu rushed over, directly hugging Xiao Ling with such force. Xiao Ling almost suffocated. Breathing unevenly, Wei Qiyu tightened his arms in relief at getting Xiao Ling back, repeatedly kissing his neck and cheeks while his hands wandered across Xiao Ling's lean back. Xiao Ling was even lifted off the ground. Oh, huh. Stunned for a moment, Xiao Ling quickly regained consciousness, but before he could unleash his corrosive power, Wei Qiyu's words froze him in place. Don't leave, don't abandon me, tell me what I've done wrong so I can fix it. I'm wrong, Xiao Ling, my Ling Ling, please don't leave me. Crying now. Actually crying. Xiao Ling looked up, and holy crap, this macho guy who looked like he could blast into outer space, actually has red eyes from crying. Xiao Ling's breathing became chaotic, his mind blank, surprised at the sight. Wei Qiyu wasted no time, lowering his head to savor, deepen, and intensify the kiss as if this perfect moment belonged solely to him. Breaking the kiss, Wei Qiyu tenderly gazed down. I know you're being cold towards me because I lost my memory. I forgot our precious moments together, but I want you to understand, I still like you, my desire to be with you has never wavered. Xiao Ling, Ling, please don't disappear again. I'll go insane. The first part almost made Xiao Ling snap and kill him. Who treated him nicely? The latter half however calmed Xiao Ling, leaving this soft-spoken yet tearful man looking adorable, like a big puppy begging for love. For some reason, Xiao Ling's thoughts were disordered. Put me down first. No. Wei Qiyu stubbornly insisted, how do I know you won't run away again? I won't. Then kiss me, show me you don't hate me. Oh come on, pushing your luck now. Xiao Ling got angry but saw Wei Qiyu's pitiful gaze. Could it be that he spent all night looking for him? Disliking this passive situation, Xiao Ling asked, didn't you sleep all night? If you're gone, how could I sleep? I might as well die. Over the top, sure, but Wei Qiyu didn't seem to be lying. For a person with memory loss who thought only of Xiao Ling, wasn't darkness inevitable without sunlight? Something's off in his head, Xiao Ling decided after a moment of hesitation. He reached out and wiped the man's face clean before giving a tiny peck. Wei Qiyu burst into laughter, his gloomy mood swept aside as he immediately claimed several more kisses, leaving Xiao Ling's face flushed red as he slapped him. Some teammates showed up awkwardly chuckling, kissing is showing affection, yelling is showing care. Both of you disappeared for the whole night. We worried ourselves sick. Chapter 41, Sticky Together. Xiao Ling finally snapped, pushing away Qiyu and walked towards the courtyard wanting to eat breakfast. When he sat down and was full, it struck him that he had already eaten in the dimensional space. Embarrassing. Damn you Wei Qiyu, this is all your fault. Wu Yun and Wei Yan became more awkward, touching their noses. Brother, fortunately we found you, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to leave peacefully. You've worked hard. Wei Qiyu wordlessly emitted a chilling aura. Wu Yun and Wei Yan were psychics but compared to Wei Qiyu in demeanor and strength they were just nothing. They quickly stepped aside to let him pass. The arrogant Wei Qiyu didn't even glance at them as he sat beside Xiao Ling, placing a chopstick of potatoes on Xiao Ling's bowl. Eat this, it's what you like. Damn it, I forgot what you liked. Troubled Wei Qiyu tried hard but could remember nothing. Zhang Mei had spent the night without sleep, clearly seen from the dark rings under her eyes. Xiao Ling, now that you're back, please eat more. Last night Big Dog looked for you all night, and we worried ourselves sick, she smiled flatteringly. The clear intention irked Xiao Ling slightly, yet he also understood, and raised his head seriously to look at her. Thank you for your concern. Awkwardly smiled Zhang Mei, whose sleeplessness was actually caused by Wei Qiyu. Every time she would fall asleep, this death god would rush back and kick doors one by one to check if Xiao Ling was back. Just when Zhang Mei fell asleep again, Wei Qiyu returned, kicked another door. Who could sleep soundly during this terrifying era with zombies crawling everywhere? Even someone dared to confront Wei Qiyu, but before they could speak a word, they were already kicked away by an anxious Wei Qiyu who had left in a hurry, leaving the person to find a cool spot and squat. Thus, everyone including Wu Yun realized, Wei Qiyu was, second to none but Xiao Ling. If there was anyone who dreamed sweetly throughout the night, it must be Li Xiaopeng. Look at the two great lords I took care of daily. How impressive. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yan gave out a cold humph. Since we are all surviving together in the same team, it's best to exercise some self-discipline so we don't end up harming each other. It's annoying to watch such nonsense. Zhang Yan, Wu Yun frowned unhappily. Wei Yan also added discontentedly, let's eat, then we can sleep in the car later while on the road. How big of an issue is this anyway? Annoyed, Zhang Yan lowered her head to eat silently. Was Xiao Ling's popularity really this high? It was always me rushing forward during emergencies. These foul men, patriarchal bastards, were subconsciously marginalizing me. Humph, I'll soon reach level 2.5, don't give me a chance to play around, or else. Zhang Mei gave out an oh sound, sitting on Zhang Bing's lap, her face flushing red while not daring to look at Zhao Ting. Meanwhile, Zhao Ting had already been pulled onto Mao Yi's lap, and Zhao Yang also wanted to pull Zhang Mei over, muttering in discontent, Captain, this situation has to change, there aren't enough available women in the team, and with your rule of only 4 people per night, the brothers are too tired. Wu Yun couldn't do anything about it, all beauties have been bitten by zombies, let's look for any stragglers once we get onto the main road. If we fancy them, we can take them along. Wei Yan nodded, also, for psychic users, after reaching the safe zone, it might be better not to separate. We should form a small team, live in the same yard. Whether it's for gathering supplies or regular practice, having an organized and well-supported group would ensure safety. Take Zhang Mei for instance, she can wash clothes, cook, and clean houses for everyone, no need to accompany others, living with dignity as Zhang Yan's elder sister, I wouldn't wish to be harsh on her. Every word spoken reasonably resonated, causing Xiao Ling to smile faintly, taking 2 mouthfuls of potatoes, which were picked by Wei Qiyu. Indeed, Zhang Mei was extremely delighted. Wei Yan and Wu Yun kept glancing at Zhang Yan's complexion, noticing its dimness. Thank you for your kindness, Deputy Captain, but I shall respectfully decline. Zhang Yan ate a small salty pickle. Shouldn't I bear the responsibility of my elder sister forever? Letting her live joyfully in the safety zone, while me, constantly facing zombies every day. Is she worth it? Her whole heart is set on Zhao Ting, long forgetting the murderer of her parents. Relying on others, elder sister, no matter how astonished you may seem looking at me, it's useless because I'm a woman too, longing to find a support. Of course, I will send you to the safety zone, and thereafter, bridges remain bridges and roads remain roads. Having gained powers, we are no longer from the same world. Once the journey started, the number of zombies began increasing, with even more mutations. There were casualties. Especially Zhao Ting, he instinctively pushed Mao Yi away during a critical moment. That was a level 3 mutated zombie, its speed was too fast, closing in within a blink of an eye. Even if Mao Yi had almost reached level 3 herself, it was futile, as the nails pierced into her chest. Bang bang, bang bang. That was the sound of the heartbeat. Am I dying? Will I die? Mao Yi remembered a lot, the disappointed gazes of her parents, and the loving care from her grandparents. With a loud thud, the zombie was sent flying backward, screaming as it collided with a wall. Its body shattered instantly, limbs scattering all over the place. Too disgusting. Mao Yi, who was about to be killed, stared upward with bloodshot eyes. It was Xiaoling. Xiaoling stood on the roof, gazing into the distance, and released a big water ball which scattered the zombies surrounding Wu Yun. Behind Xiaoling stood Qiyu. Any zombie attempting to approach Xiaoling was promptly dealt with. This battle was exceptionally fierce. The appearance of zombie ants was unforeseen, their small size making them difficult to control. Once they were on you, there was no escape but to turn into a zombie. The survivors all got on the vehicles while those heavily wounded were left behind, their legs cut off to buy time, a cruel situation indeed. Xiaoling and Qiyu boarded the last vehicle. It was an intentional move. If Xiaoling could not stop the ants' progress, then everyone would just have to fend for themselves. Surprisingly, someone at level 5 handling several level 1s was quite effortless. Huang Shiwang and Mao Ying left because the queen ant was definitely a mutated zombie. Xiaoling wanted its crystal core, using it as training for them. Qiyu dampened a towel, holding Xiaoling's shoulder with one hand. Ignoring Xiaoling's embarrassment and attempts to flee, he gently wiped him down, seriously and meticulously, as if Xiaoling were a fragile piece of art. All right. You haven't cleaned my neck yet. No need. Be a good boy. Listening to this conversation, Li Xiaopeng blushed. Seriously? They're progressing way too fast. So sticky, how am I supposed to feel being a bachelor dog? Looks like I'll have to visit Zhang Mei tonight for some comfort. But today isn't my turn. No matter though, given how exceptional Brother Xiao and Big Dog are, others wouldn't dare object if I jumped the queue, hee. Just as Li Xiaopeng fantasized, his mouth went dry because inappropriate sounds came from behind. He couldn't help but glance in the rearview mirror, meeting Qiyu's cold and menacing gaze. He instantly stopped intruding and drove straight back. Xiaoling had been kissed, but he would never admit that it felt kind of nice. Not due to being unable to push him away, or yearning for his warmth. Li Xiaopeng almost cried, saying, "Hey, elder brothers. Another batch of zombie ants is here, can you please not make out? Babies might die otherwise." Qiyu became excited, inserting his hand inside Xiaoling's shirt to play with his nipples. Xiaoling let out a low moan and instantly became furious. Chapter 42 Humanity. Get away. Xiaoling's face turned red, unbearably adorable in Qiyu's eyes, but still unspoken for fear of embarrassing Xiaoling further, who was reluctant to separate. Qiyu looked a bit wronged. Don't give me that pitiful look. Xiaoling's heart was racing, the kiss made him dizzy. Damn it, Qiyu clearly relied on charm and played sentiment cards. Regardless, Xiaoling began paying more attention. The army of ants that had followed the car suddenly changed direction, rushing into a house nearby. Is there someone inside? Definitely. Wu Yun et al. Finally had a moment to catch their breaths. However, Zhang Mei remained tense because Mao Yi's eyes looked absolutely horrifying. Mao Yi was injured by a zombie and bled profusely from the chest. Immediately, after helping the wounded teammate aboard, no one suspected him since he endured the pain even amidst his foggy mind. He didn't want to die. Zhao Ting cautiously sat in a corner, not daring to look at Mao Yi, whose breathing became heavy, fearing retaliation. He had been frightened back then, but it wasn't deliberate, hoping Mao Yi would forgive him in gratitude for previous kindnesses. He'd better suck Mao Yi tonight. Mao Yi liked it, but Zhao Ting couldn't bring himself to satisfy him. At noon, the convoy stopped at a crossroads. Everyone got out of the cars to stretch their waists. Xiaoling escaped like from the car, but Qiyu still held on to his hand. It's hot. Shaking his head, Qiyu insisted seriously, let me blow on it. I won't disappear again. People who disappeared before had no say. This was Qiyu's thinking. He raised Xiaoling's delicate hand, blew on it, rubbed it, and blew again, until 3 black lines appeared on Xiaoling's usually cold forehead, at which point Qiyu knew to stop. Are you hungry? Small talk ensued. Passing by the first car, Xiao Ling opened the door. Mao Yi huddled inside with clothes covering his head. Zhao Ting was already outside, smiling ingratiatingly. He said he was tired and didn't want to be disturbed. If Brother Xiao has any questions, ask me. What are you anyway? Zhang Yan responded unfriendly with a cold snort. Zhang Mei pulled her sister's hand, as well as Zhao Ting's, intending to chat elsewhere and build rapport. Zhang Mei didn't understand, when they were all commoners, they could still pull through together. Now that her little sister had become a psychic, good times had begun. Why was everyone's situation getting worse? Mao Yi occasionally twitched. Xiao Ling reached into his chest and pulled out a crystal core, a third-level fire attribute 1. Wei Qiyu didn't want Xiao Ling to touch others, so he snatched it, leaned half of his body into the car, and inserted it into Mao Yi's hand, saying something. The two kept holding hands and walked away. Huang Shiwang and Mao Yin came back. They must have had quite a harvest. At noon, everyone ate their own food, almost all biscuits, snacks, sausages, and the potatoes cooked in the morning. Their mouths were going to be tasteless with birds flying out. Zhao Yang sneakily eyed from afar. Zhang Yan was truly beautiful, Zhang Mei more mature, and Zhao Ting was actually pretty good too, with a fair complexion. Of course, the most beautiful person in the team was Xiao Ling. But no one dared to profane or even think about Xiao Ling, Zhao Yang included. He walked towards the roadside. Upon hearing the footsteps, Zhang Yan slightly frowned in displeasure, and Zhao Ting also saw this, estimating that Zhao Yang probably wanted an afternoon session. It's such a pity for his wife, but never mind, these beasts will die sooner or later. I just have to endure a little longer, and I can live a good life with my wife again. Zhao Ting meekly lowered his head, ignoring Zhao Yang's fiery gaze. But Zhao Yang did not pull up Zhang Mei, who had been chatting non-stop. Instead, he pulled up Zhao Ting. I am Mao Yi's person, Zhao Ting said weakly, trembling in voice. Unfortunately, Zhao Yang was adamant on doing that with him. With no other choice, Zhao Ting was about to be dragged off, so he helplessly looked at Zhang Mei, hoping she would step forward to help. Zhang Mei's eyes widened in shock. Getting up immediately, her wrist tightened as Zhang Yan pulled her back. In the time it took to pull, Zhao Ting was dragged into the grass by Zhao Yang. No matter how Zhang Mei pleaded, Zhang Yan wouldn't let go. Anger rising, Zhang Mei slapped her. Both sisters were stunned. Zhang Yan also released her grip. Zhang Mei hesitated for a moment, then ran away in disappointment. The sounds coming from the grass became strange. Both male and female voices could be heard. This was their downfall in existence. Zhang Yan sighed, looking at the sky with a melancholic expression. Wei Yan's words still seemed like they were ringing in her ears. Could Zhang Mei really just cook, wash clothes, clean the house, and stay in the yard of the safe zone? How could that be? Two cars slowly drove over, then suddenly accelerated and left, as if they were very afraid of being attacked. It seems there are a lot of people who are robbing. Wei Yan bit the straw stick. Wu Yun, who was most interested in this matter, worriedly looked at the car. What's wrong with Mao Yi today? He's been listless. I think he is going to upgrade. Unstable energy. Wei Yan was also concerned. Will Mao Yi? Wu Yun trailed off. Wei Yan laughed meaningfully instead. There are plenty of ordinary people around. Caring too much may not be good. If someone is dedicated, then fine, but since Zhao Ting is selfish, we might as well forget it. Wu Yun nodded and beckoned Li Shuang over. They are having fun in the grass. You like Zhao Ting, don't you? Today, I'll take responsibility. You can do as you please. Li Shuang was quite strong. Wu Yun had long hoped he would follow sincerely. Li Shuang was indeed very understanding, immediately happily thanked and went to play. After refueling the car, Wu Yun opened the hood to take a look, wanting to fix any problems early, avoiding breaking down on the road, which could cost lives. After an hour of rest, they were ready to hit the road. Wu Yun saw Mao Yi come down, looking weak, pale-faced, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. Mao Yi grinned and nodded at Wu Yun. Wu Yun was greatly pleased, stepping forward to pat his brother's shoulder. By now everyone was back. Xiao Ling was pulled by Wei Qiyu, lagging a step behind. He was still the same person, yet why was his face flushed? So thought-provoking. And the hardest one to endure was surely Li Xiaopeng. He waited beside the car with longing. Mao Yi walked in front of Xiao Ling and Wei Qiyu, nodding silently in deep gratitude. Zhao Ting looked aggrieved, eyes bloodshot red. Seeing Mao Yi, he endured the discomfort and ran over, trying to throw himself into Mao Yi's embrace. Unexpectedly, Vicky watched in fear as Mao Yi delivered a hard kick. Zhao Ting fell onto the ground and couldn't get up for a while. Zhang Mei cried out loud. Fortunately Zhang Bing stopped her with a slap, silencing her. Wei Yan spoke. Mao Yi. You despicable man, it was you who pushed me in front of the zombies, resulting in my injury. With one sentence, everyone drew in a sharp breath, taking a few steps back, watching Mao Yi in fear. Psychic users turning into zombies would be incredibly terrifying, with abilities. Mao Yi gave a delighted smile, raising his hands forwards. Purple flames surged, beautiful like a dream. Shit, mutated. Mao Yi shared his insights, everyone benefited immensely, deep in thought, only Zhang Yan was happy, regardless of whether Zhao Ting lived or died this time, he wouldn't have a peaceful life anymore. Another convoy passed quickly, as if Wu Yun and the others were bandits. Chapter 43 Awareness. Finally, they set off. Apart from Xiao Ling's car, all the other cars had sustained varying degrees of damage. Wu Yun was very worried but could do nothing about it. After driving for a short while, they encountered a broken-down car with 2 women and 1 man. Everyone got excited. The women were so beautiful, and the man was so handsome. Wu Yun personally lowered the window. "Hey, what's the matter?" Knowing full well the question was rhetorical, the woman giggled flirtatiously. "Our car broke down, sir. Could you give us a ride?" "Where are you going?" "We're heading to S City." It was implied that even if they weren't, the whole car of men had already decided on them, laughing lecherously. "That would be perfect." "We're also going there," said the other little sister, dressed in hot pants and a cropped top, radiating youthful vitality. Wow, even Wei Yan became entranced, hurriedly opening the car door. Zhang Mei was forced out of the car and reluctantly gave up her seat. In the second car, Zhang Yan disliked sitting with her sister because she didn't want to watch her sister being toyed with. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred ahead. Wu Yun and Wei Yan were simultaneously restrained, leaving only Mao Yi narrowly escaping. The young beauty held a knife to Wu Yun's neck. Lusting after women like this is really disgusting. "Ma'am, please lower your knife. If too much blood is shed, it will attract all the zombies nearby, and then we'll have no choice but to break their legs and flee for our lives," the handsome man warned, his charm enhanced by his height and fox-like demeanor. The young beauty grew unhappy and pressed the blade forward, drawing streams of blood from Wu Yun's neck. Everyone from the second car came out. Since Zhang Bing and others were psychic users, they revealed their abilities, causing the mischievous trio to look uneasy. Unexpectedly, the young beauty raised an eyebrow and summoned a tornado, causing everyone to sway precariously. Fortunately, the ordinary people like Zhang Mei clung to the cars and avoided flying away. A third-level wind attribute psychic user. In the third car, everything was quiet. Li Xiaopeng was quite anxious. "Brother, should we not help? Will Captain Wu Yun bleed to death?" "No." Xiao Ling and Wei Qiyu didn't rush to get out. Only when Zhao Yang and Zhang Bing were incapacitated did they exit the vehicle. Hand in hand, their attitude was casual as if they hadn't noticed the dangerous situation at all. At last, the saviors arrived. Wu Yun and Wei Yan let out sighs of relief. Their tense expressions relaxed so noticeably. But the young beauty wasn't reckless. Instead, she narrowed her eyes cleverly, raising the knife higher. "Stand still. If you don't want him dead, behave yourself." She was addressing Wei Qiyu, for Xiao Ling didn't command the same presence. Without Wei Qiyu, Xiao Ling surely would have stood out, his increasingly refined features and cold gaze couldn't be ignored. Wei Qiyu seemed destined to counter Xiao Ling's charisma. Xiao Ling didn't care and Wei Qiyu released his powers, instantly compressing the problematic sedan into a lump of scrap metal. Oh! An outright threat. After exchanging glances, all three knew they had bitten off more than they could chew, but their car was broken, leaving them without options. "Let go, or I cut your hand off." Xiao Ling's words sent chills through their spines, barely holding back their fear. Mao Yi showed some rare intelligence this time. "Don't, Xiao brother. They are psychic users too, it's just a misunderstanding." Just as the three were contemplating whether to take the easy way out, letting their guard down for a moment, Wei Qiyu made his move. His domain immediately enveloped them, giving no chance to harm Wu Yun. In a flash, everything was eerily quiet, no one knowing exactly what had happened, as everyone except Xiao Ling, who was hugged close, fell to their knees. Wei Qiyu enjoyed doing this most. Xiao Ling understood deeply. Knocking people down left and right, who do you think you are? Wei Qiyu looked down at Xiao Ling, his fingers caressing the lips, wishing to kiss, but the crowd was too large. Besides, the person he wanted to kiss appeared colder and colder. Not the time. Normally, late at night in solitude was better for touches and embraces. He'd accept those moments better. Wei Qiyu had no weapon on him and reached into Xiao Ling's bag to search. As expected, no knives at all. A chuckle escaped Wei Qiyu as he murmured lowly, "I wish to kiss you." Suddenly feeling light, Wei Qiyu retracted his domain ability. Wu Yun and Wei Yan captured the two closest ones, while the beauty was subdued by Mao Yi. All three were in utter disarray. Their internal organs had been damaged using Wei Qiyu's spatial domain ability, but they didn't die because Xiao Ling didn't intend for any killings. Li Xiaopeng was the first to cheer excitedly, "Big dog, you're so amazing." Calling him Big Dog made everyone else shiver in trepidation, but luckily, due to Wei Qiyu's impressive appearance, no one dared underestimate him. This issue was Xiao Ling's fault for tacitly approving such nicknames. Wei Qiyu was displeased, but he couldn't recall his own name. Vaguely, he knew his name must carry a profound meaning, causing headaches every time he tried to remember. Xiao Ling, curious for the first time, touched Wei Qiyu's forehead. The man was sweating cold sweat. "What caused this pain?" "I'm fine, just can't remember, it'll be okay." His memory loss is related to my revenge. Xiaoling didn't regret it since the other party had almost delivered the killing blow back then. Who would have thought Wei Qiyu survived? Torture. While talking to Wei Qiyu, Xiaoling returned to the car, not caring about anything else. The weasel hopped and wanted some chicken. Xiaoling reached into her bag very easily and took out several packages of chicken legs. And then she felt uneasy, realizing that Wei Qiyu had just touched her bag. Should she silence him? On the contrary, Wei Qiyu was calm and opened the package, enjoying the food happily. The cat and the weasel exchanged glances and began eating wildly. While Xiaoling sat there lost in thought, Wei Qiyu considerately put the empty wrappers back into her bag. Don't let anyone know. This look full of keenness and care made Xiaoling lower her head. Surely Wei Qiyu realized long ago that she had spatial abilities. When the plants appeared? No, maybe even earlier. Xiaoling's eyes blurred with unshed tears as Wei Qiyu leaned over and kissed her. No way, I am distressed. Xiaoling pushed, while Wei Qiyu hugged, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, /. The newcomers received special attention. Chaos ensued outside. The handsome guy struggling hardest was tied up and thrown into the trunk. One of the beauties went along with the flow, whereas the younger one who seemed open-minded wasn't really so. She attempted suicide unsuccessfully, got tied up, and stuffed into the car. Psychic users. Very precious. Indeed, the main road was crowded. They would occasionally meet convoys, but everyone kept their distance, exchanging experiences only superficially, pretending harmony while being at odds inside, quite dangerous. When encountering small groups or fierce ones, they wouldn't dare provoke. Main roads were tough to navigate. Though the road was wide, there were many broken-down vehicles and miscellaneous debris. Zombies were present sometimes in greater numbers. More mutations existed, worse yet, zombie tides. Experienced people said a wave happened recently, leaving no survivors on the road. Xiaoling understood, having encountered one before, back when she was still with Feng Xiangnan. Why this melancholy gaze? Wei Qiyu frowned. What are you thinking about? Chapter 44, Grudges. Thinking of some scum, Xiaoling curled her lips, leaning against the seat, gazing at Wei Qiyu with hazy eyes. You'll become next. Oh. Wei Qiyu relaxed and smiled instead. I always thought it was my fault, constantly pondering, reminiscing. Turns out the problem has always been with you. Huh. Xiaoling looked calm but was puzzled inwardly, like billions of bubbles. I thought your aloofness toward me was due to my faults. Does that make sense to you? So, it's my mistake. Wei Qiyu nodded. Regardless how vile others from your past may have been, it has nothing to do with me. Don't let bygones tie you down. Useless. That's the stupidest behavior. Ho, exactly. Wei Qiyu was almost driven mad. Why are you laughing at me? Speak clearly today. Whoever doesn't clarify things will be called a dog. Big dog. Li Xiaopeng merely wanted to ask if they should urinate since the vehicle ahead had stopped to search for something, an old bus likely for gasoline. He chuckled. It wasn't intentional. Li Xiaopeng squeezed himself into a ball trying to become invisible, hoping no one would notice him. An hour slipped away before Wu Yun could repair the double-decker bus, drenched in sweat, all to no avail. Wei Yan knew Wu Yun aimed big, but alas, none of them were mechanics. Just then, several cars arrived, stopping and getting out to approach them. What's going on? Wu Yun and Wei Yan became immediately tense, though experience prevented them from showing it. Especially Wu Yun, who even managed to smile, presenting an innocent facade. Is this bus yours, buddy? Of course not. Wu Yun tapped on the car lightly. Yeah, it broke down. I'm stressing about it right now. How about trading a bag of rice? Vaguely stroking his chin, Wu Yun noticed this person was around 50 years old, sporting a square face seemingly easygoing, yet two casual eyes made him feel uncomfortable. Or, I'll take out 2 loaves of bread if you fix it for me. The middle-aged man scanned Wu Yun's convoy, just one vehicle in good condition, the others were all battered and broken down. The bus, however, gleamed brightly, which certainly didn't belong to them. It didn't matter anyway since the middle-aged man brought too many people, 8 cars couldn't even fit them all. One could say they met by chance and if they didn't take something, it would be a waste of an opportunity. The middle-aged man extended his hand with soft eyes. All right. Could you also give us some water? Everyone is very thirsty. If the other party hadn't said that last sentence, Wu Yun would have never dared to shake hands with him. Once his guard dropped, Wu Yun reached out. Wei Yan had always been vigilant, thus immediately grabbing the team leader's hand to resolve the crisis. Need the bus? Here you go, we can't repair it anyway, Wei Yan concluded and then dragged Wu Yun, who was reluctant to leave. Xiaoling saw this clearly. Wei Yan feared that there would be heavy casualties if a fight broke out or even worse, total annihilation. Their current strength was on full display, yet the opponent dared to step forward for demands, proving that their capabilities were no joke. Was it Wu Yun's greediness or Wei Yan being overly cautious? Xiaoling thought both were valid. To achieve big things, sometimes details are unimportant. Xiaoling got out of the car with Wei Qiyu, whose appearance was simply too sharp to be overlooked. When everyone noticed Wei Chi walking away to a distance, they found a large snake hiding in the grass, a green, round body as thick as a bucket. It was clever, realizing it had been spotted, so it raised its head. My goodness, triangular-shaped, it was venomous. Zhang Yan seemed possessed as lightning flashed and struck quickly, but the snake remained motionless, allowing the lightning-type psychic user to unleash their power without sustaining any damage. It was a level 4 mutated snake. From the start of the apocalypse till now, level 4 has already been the peak level of mutated beasts. Xiaoling had only reached level 6 after consuming and digesting the corrosive crystal core, relying more on her prior experiences rather than any sudden epiphany like Wei Qiyu's. Zhang Yan wanted to provoke the snake into destroying Wei Qiyu. Since the beginning of the end times until now, level 4 was the pinnacle of mutation beasts. After ingesting the corrosion crystal core, Xiaoling advanced to level 6, thanks to past experience rather than sudden enlightenment like Wei Qiyu. Zhang Yan was stuck in a difficult position but ultimately retreated back into the group hesitantly. The snake tilted its head and slowly retreated. Wow, what a mystical scene. I want snake meat. Xiaoling bent over fixing the car, picking up the water bottle for a sip. He looked gentle and elegant, but he caught everyone's attention. Facing such a monstrous beast, no one dared to make a sound, let alone speak louder, yet he actually talked about eating snake meat. Was he too young, naive, or immensely powerful? The middle-aged man was deeply shocked. He hoped this person wasn't the latter. Wei Qiyu went over and killed the snake effortlessly. Skinning and removing its tendons became the task for Li Xiaopeng and the ordinary folks while Wei Qiyu dealt with the crystal core and returned to Xiaoling's side to wipe off sweat. Not a drop of sweat existed, right? But Wei Qiyu enjoyed doing it and Xiaoling let him do as he pleased, maintaining a close distance occasionally allowing Wei Qiyu to pass tools. The bus was soon fixed, and the snake meat was ready. Zhang Mei grew up in the countryside and had extensive experience. The smell coming from her cooking was already mouth-watering. Well, I'll take my leave first, hahaha. The middle-aged man still wanted to be polite, but his legs were shaking due to weakness. Instead, Xiaoling spoke to him, meeting is a form of destiny. Since we've encountered each other, please stay and eat with us. Wu Yun and others felt a burning desire within them. This meant the group would become stronger. Xiaoling's skills were outstanding and could surely control these newcomers. Plus, Xiaoling was aloof by nature and uninterested in managing people. The middle-aged man was taken aback, narrowing his eyes slightly before smiling. Young brother, what are your intentions? Li Xiaopeng coughed twice. Master Xiao. Having no choice, the middle-aged man changed his tone. Master Xiao, I am Wei Jingwen. If I offended you anywhere, I apologize. Let's part ways peacefully. Uncle Wei jokes around. Aren't you also heading to City S? More people mean easier roads. Xiaoling's attitude remained fairly pleasant despite still cold. Besides, we're not even sure what City S is like. There was no need to continue explaining. They were all smart people. They needed to build relationships beforehand due to the grave dangers posed by zombies, ensuring mutual support when reaching City S, or possibly occupying a significant place there. Both Wu Yun and Wei Jingwen had burning aspirations in their hearts. Who doesn't wish to carve out a piece of the sky? So, Wei Jingwen stayed, and his concern was focused solely on Xiaoling and Wei Qiyu. They hit the road again after eating the snake meat. Wei Qiyu leaned close to Xiaoling and whispered, grudge. Shaking his head, Xiaoling's ear brushed against the man's lips, causing his whole body to tremble almost involuntarily. Too cute. Wei Qiyu came closer again deliberately. What grudge? Unwilling to appear weak, Xiaoling still felt the heat of the other's breath on his neck making him shiver continuously, unable to think properly. No grudge, and I'll slap you again if you keep this up. Wei Qiyu continued whispering, what kind of grudge? Wow, damn it. Xiaoling finally gave in and moved his ass, sitting aside. Yu Qiyu rarely sighed, his eyes icy and full of hostility. What was the relationship between Wei Jingwen and Xiaoling? Judging by their interactions over these days, Xiaoling would never leave someone he didn't know. Don't be fooled by Xiaoling's calm demeanor. He looked the same as usual, but inside, he was upset with no outlet for his frustrations. Chapter 45, Vow. Retaining people was an instinctive act. It was too far-fetched to say they had a grudge. It was normal trade, though it did feel quite stifling. If Xiaoling hadn't met this person, he wouldn't have recalled those scarred past memories. Yu Qiyu suddenly leaned over and embraced Xiaoling, petting his hair and smoothing his back, holding him tightly so that Xiaoling couldn't leave. Well, warmth is needed, so let's indulge for a while. Sleep if you're tired, I'm here. Inexplicably, Xiaoling closed his eyes and fell asleep after just dozing off. At the back, the two hugged again. Li Xiaopeng missed the beauty as well. He wondered what the newcomers tasted like, hee. Without a doubt, the group being together on the road was safer. They faced zombies together and cooperated pleasantly. Wei Jingwen visited Xiaoling once, bringing him a backpack filled with snacks, biscuits, water, and even medicine. Wei Jingwen was a man of both strategy and ambition, yet also very loyal. That's why Xiaoling didn't kill him at first sight. By evening, the two groups encountered a large force. It was the military. There were many vehicles and people ahead, densely packed, and the military was leading the way. As it was evening, the army stopped to reorganize and rest, naturally causing the fleets to rest as well. This was a team from other cities where everyone else had died. The road was blocked, unable to pass. Xiao Ling and his group also got out of the car, claiming a spot. Zhang Mei was cooking with some women, laughing and talking. Zhang Yan wasn't the only female psychic anymore, so her status had decreased, along with the number of admirers surrounding her, making her unhappy. Zhao Ting lived a wretched life, disheartened and slumped in the car. Among the three newly captured, the beautiful woman and handsome man were the most pitiful. Facing the demands of wolf like Wu Yun and others, they were already near death. Many people came over to greet them, forcing Wu Yun to pull up his pants and go play Tai Chi, mingling and becoming familiar faces. After all, their team with a bus had many psychics, seemingly incomparably strong, so naturally, they were welcomed. Some leaders approached them to schmooze, offering women, which made Wu Yun laugh and asked Zhang Mei to receive them. This frightened Zhang Mei pale because the newcomers didn't comply, while she and Zhao Ting were the most obedient and attractive, thus there was no escape. The fleet leaders exchanged information, whereas Xiao Ling and Yu Qiyu stayed in the open area eating roasted sweet potatoes and snake meat. Yu Qiyu even had beer to drink, immediately turning the eyes of the surrounding people red. A young man couldn't help himself and laughed before stepping forward. That, fellow brothers, let me have a share, huh? Before the apocalypse, I couldn't sleep without 2 bottles, now I can only rely on your generosity. Li Xiaopeng erupted, what a shameless face, get lost. People around pointed fingers, mocking. Being protected by the army all along, they hadn't endured much hardship. Whenever they suffered a little, they complained. At the sight of injustice, they jumped up and accused others. What kind of person is this? Not giving is one thing, but such rude attitude, not good. Bullying others because of advantages, look at that knife at his waist. If I had wine or cigarettes, I'd share with everyone, humph, what's so amazing? These words rose and fell. Xiao Ling and Yu Qiyu showed no reaction, still remaining cool and composed while taking care of Xiao Ling's meal. Occasionally, Yu Qiyu handed him water, fearing he might choke from the greasy food. Li Xiaopeng's resolve was the weakest, blushing and angry, shouting, get lost. Don't talk nonsense or I won't hold back. Are you a psychic? Are psychics so amazing? A little girl placed her hands on her hips and said, you think you're so awesome? Behave yourself or get out. Here we are all decent citizens under the army's protection, and we don't welcome bad people. Some applauded. After all, Li Xiaopeng's skills were average. He acted impulsively due to anger, but now facing public backlash, he became frightened and didn't know what to do. Wanting to sit down but fearing Xiao Ling would look down on him. After all, to be Xiao Ling's subordinate still required ability, weep weep weep. Just then, meow. A cat came, elegant indeed. A few cat calls redirected everyone's attention from the awkwardly Xiaopeng to the animal. The raccoon-like creature adorably asking for food made everyone helpless. It didn't ask Xiao Ling, instead going to those who spoke most rudely, even stretching its front paws. Alas, the food they had was given by the army, how much could they offer? If one can't even feed themselves, always complaining and blaming fate, how could they have the ability to take care of pets? In a moment, everyone didn't want the weasel or the cat to come over except for the little girl who wanted to give something. However, her mother was very angry and scolded her. After playing enough, the yellow weasel led the cat back to Xiao Ling's side. Xiao Ling took out cat food and small fish canned food for them to eat. Oh. Being human is not as good as being a pet. Li Xiaopeng immediately felt he regained his face, stood tall, and looked around. There was some commotion ahead, a few soldiers came to inspect. There's no choice, there are too many people following, and there will always be hooligans taking advantage of chaos, so it's necessary to maintain order. The bus was very noticeable, the leading soldier saw it and walked directly toward it. Xiao Ling paused his action for a moment then continued eating. Wu Yun, Wei Jingwen, and other fleet leaders were inside, and they were together playing with a few beauties. Only when the junior brothers outside started arguing did they realize trouble was coming. The soldiers, accustomed to seeing all kinds of troubles, immediately sensed something wrong and rushed into the vehicle. When the car door was pulled open, the white-skinned figures inside made them collectively stunned and turned green with anger. There were men and women among them. The soldiers immediately ordered them to get off the vehicle for investigation. Who would willingly comply? As the organizer, Wu Yun was the first to descend, wearing only his pants and in an unpleasant mood. What's wrong? What's wrong? The leading soldier laughed in annoyance. Before he could start teaching someone a lesson, a weak cry for help interrupted. Xiao Ling had just finished eating, while Yu Qiyu was wiping his mouth, and Li Shuang suddenly ran over with 2 others. Something's wrong, Xiao Gu. Wu Laoda has been taken away by the soldiers. It's serious business. It's fine, Xiao Ling said calmly. Zhang Bing wasn't that steady, those are soldiers, and what they found in the car. They weren't fooling around with Zhang Mei but rather the newly captured wild delicacies. Xiao Ling coldly glanced at them, it's the apocalypse now. Li Shuang was a smart one, otherwise, Wu Yun wouldn't have acknowledged him. That's right, it's the apocalypse now, and we're all psychics. Yu Qiyu held Xiao Ling's hand. Apart from us, there are 2,406 people here. Should we kill them all? Xiao Ling followed the convo merely because he wanted to stay lazy. Yu Qiyu understood this long ago, which is why he tolerated the existence of Li Xiaopeng, Wu Yun's intentions, and Wei Yan's attention. Li Shuang was shocked. How did Big Dog know the exact number? All we managed to find out after checking around was a rough estimate. Kill them all. Do we need to kill them all to save Wu Yun? No need, there are too many ordinary people, Xiao Ling said with clear eyes. The army needs psychics. Yu Qiyu pulled Xiao Ling into his arms, adjusted his position, and massaged his arm. As long as I'm still alive, even with just one breath left, I won't let anyone coerce you. Chapter 46, Brazen Attack. What did he mean? Everyone was confused. Was there some danger coming? Speak up fast. It was Li Shuang who guessed partly right. His expression turned sour before relaxing. Being hired by the army used to be unthinkable, but now if they were forcibly tied to the army, it wasn't entirely bad. First, it would be safer, making life easier. Second, it might fulfill some childhood dreams. Who hasn't dreamt of wearing a military uniform? Who hasn't imagined becoming a hero? All night, the four groups without their leaders endured torment. Some wanted to seize power, others wanted to rescue someone. Not many slept soundly, including Yu Qiyu and Xiao Ling. In the middle of the night, the charming guy with supernatural abilities, Zhang Mei, and Zhang Yan were also taken away. The next morning, without anyone cooking breakfast, they could only gnaw on biscuits and drink water. Xiao Ling and Yu Qiyu were brushing their teeth and washing their faces nearby, envied by others. Someone came over for water, and Xiao Ling was very courteous, never refusing. So several water element psychics arrived to create trouble. They were hiding cautiously among the group, bullying everyone with their powers. Anyway, water was scarce, and the army chose to look the other way unless things got too extreme. But today a hot-headed youth disrupted their source of wealth. Kid, water is expensive these days. Isn't it wrong for you to offer it for free? Why don't you follow local customs and charge like the rest of us? Would Xiao Ling respond? Li Xiaopeng jumped out. Are you even human? It's just water. The man laughed, laughing until his stomach hurt. Brat, water doesn't matter much to you, does it? Give me some water, and dare to belittle us water element psychics. Brothers, come over and see this little bastard mocking me. At the critical moment, Li Xiaopeng immediately retreated a few steps, standing behind Xiao Ling. Then a few psychics kneeled down, kneeling publicly under everyone's eyes. What happened? Although curious, no one dared to intervene. After kneeling for an hour and deeply realizing their mistakes, the four individuals finally left. It wasn't that no one came to save them, it was just that the four fleets were very close together. The two newly arrived teams didn't know the situation, but the two original fleets were quite dominant, and no one dared to offend them. There were also many psychics. After a while, they had fended off many people trying to take advantage of the situation, as well as those begging for favors. They thought it was time to hit the road again, but unexpectedly, some people approached from the front. Upon seeing this group, many people broke out in cold sweat. Why? Because Zhang Yan, the little beauty, the big handsome guy, and several officers of different ranks brought along a pretty girl with them, like stars surrounding the moon. This girl was truly beautiful, with white skin, a white dress, small sandals, large luminous eyes, and a smile like the blooming of a flower, displaying a graceful and extraordinary beauty. A group of over 10 people headed toward Xiao Ling. Reasonably speaking, since Wu Yun and Wei Yan were arrested, Mao Yi should have stepped up. But because of his temper, he could only pat Li Shuang on the shoulder. Li Shuang was startled at first, but then quickly put on a smile and went forward to greet them. Hello there, is there something you need from us? When will our captain and vice-captain be back? Li Shuang appeared courteous, humble in attitude, neatly dressed, naturally increasing everyone's good impression. But the white-dressed beauty in the middle didn't seem to feel the same way. She glanced around the team with unimpressive authority, her face full of frost. Who is Xiao Ling? Damn, Li Shuang and Mao Yi stiffened instantly, a flicker of killing intent flashing through their eyes. These people wanted to move against Xiao Ling. It seems this beauty held a high status, so 2 of the 3 captured last time must have instigated trouble. The little beauty tugged at the white-dressed girl's arm. He's over there. Following the direction the little beauty pointed to, the white-dressed girl immediately blushed and lowered her head, then looked again. Moya, are they really bad people? Moya was the little beauty who endured humiliation among Xiao Ling's group, having been abused by many men. Clenching her teeth with hatred, Moya responded, yes, you are, extremely bad. Last night they all gang attacked me, treating me worse than livestock. If it weren't for your rescue, Tears streamed down like rain. Gao Yuer naturally heard about what happened last night, feeling sympathetic towards the young woman who was about the same age as herself, tears of sadness immediately flowing down her cheeks. The few people surrounding them quickly consoled her, muttering things like how evil always meets its end, implying they would not end well. Blushing red, Gao Yuer secretly glanced at Yuchiyu, such a handsome man whose charisma couldn't be ignored even when sitting on the ground. Why hadn't she met someone like him before? Moya curved her lips, relentlessly pressing further into the matter. Yuchiyu paid no attention to the group's intentions, simply wrapping an arm around Xiaoling to chat. Xiaoling occasionally replied, but without much warmth or coldness. Heart rate quickening, Gao Yuer was slightly stunned. Were they? No. This person was tall and mighty, so handsome, how could he possibly be gay? Gao Yuer quickly took a deep breath, smiling as usual. Xiaoling, the army doesn't have any food left to distribute to civilians anymore. We need to go to the food factory ahead to look for supplies. Since you're the strongest psychic in this group, you should go. I represent the army to hire you. Please follow us now. What the hell, forceful kidnapping? Li Shuang immediately spoke up, hey, we understand what you said, but please understand our side too. You just took away our captain last night, and now you're taking another one. That doesn't make sense, does it? Gao Yuer slightly frowned. When had her words become ineffective? Are you a psychic too? Don't you see the emaciated faces of people around here? Have you lost your conscience? Holy crap. Li Shuang continued to smile. Being a grown man, he wasn't about to get confused by a little girl's few words. We're emaciated too. Do you think in your soldiers' eyes, we psychics are monsters? Not civilians. Not protected by the army. Besides, I was a boss before the apocalypse and paid plenty of taxes. Zhang Bing immediately nodded. That's right, we paid so many taxes, and when things went wrong, no one came to help us. Now we've finally found organization, and we're treated like monsters. Who called you monsters? Speak clearly. A soldier interrupted. Another officer also spoke. Stop being unreasonable. You're not children anymore. Since you become psychics, being 10 times more powerful than others means you should bear some responsibility. People need you now. Annoyed, Gao Yuer's gaze landed on the two men cuddling closely. Just then, Yuchiyu leaned against Xiaoling's shoulder and started talking. Though no one knew what was said, Xiaoling actually smiled. Gao Yuer was momentarily shocked. Could they possibly be? No. He was tall and majestic, incredibly handsome. How could he be homosexual? Immediately regaining composure, Gao Yuer smiled as usual. Ah. Xiaoling, the army has no food left to distribute to civilians. We must find provisions at the food plant ahead. As the strongest psychic in this group, you're expected to lead. On behalf of the army, I hereby hire you. Follow us now. Damn, outright seizing him. People are starving to death, yet you still have the nerve to smile. It was Zhang Yan. She had been unimpressed with Xiaoling for a long time. Xiaoling wasn't interested in dealing with this jealous woman. In truth, Zhang Yan had always done well, learning to be strong amidst adversity. It wasn't easy. Xiaoling glanced at someone who was standing further back in the group. Are all the team leaders conscripted? Chapter 47, Do you like me? The man nodded. His demeanor was very gentle and calm. He wore casual clothes, but his eyes were extraordinarily sharp. Anyone could tell he wasn't just an ordinary person. Xiaoling said, since we're already on the same side, I'll say a few more words. Kind-hearted and gentle people tend to be exploited easily. Watch out for trouble brewing within your ranks. What do you mean by that? Moya burst out angrily, her voice filled with hatred as she retaliated. If it weren't for you capturing us, would I have suffered so much? Zhang Yan, you and your sister, weren't you also captured by them day and night? Those animals didn't even spare your brother-in-law. Aren't we just living evidence of their criminal acts? Zhang Yan glared at Moya darkly. Moya realized Zhang Yan couldn't be used anymore, she was practically useless. So she took off her jacket, causing gasps and murmurs of shock among the onlookers. A web of crisscrossing, warmed marks. She was just a little girl. This group was indeed bad. Thus, everyone's gazes began to change. Mao Yi clapped. At this tense and angry moment, he actually smiled broadly. Everything you've said is true. Yes, we did sleep with you. So what? Shouldn't we have? Mao Yi raised his chin haughtily as if looking down on her, asking smugly, what can you do about it? Moya's lips trembled as she glanced at the handsome man with demonic charm. Mao Yi was homosexual and a dominant partner. He hadn't slept with her. The one who did was the man with the otherworldly aura. But Moya didn't dare expose him in public because he had a grudge for every wrong he perceived, unlike the manipulatable Zhang Yan sisters. Mao Yi went on boldly, disregarding everything else. Everyone, listen up clearly. We indeed never treated these people as human beings because they not only robbed but also killed. Naturally, when caught, they deserved no mercy. Just getting food while being taken advantage of was already pretty decent treatment. Now they have the audacity to accuse us. Our captain's neck still hasn't healed from a knife wound inflicted by their weapons, which is right there on her calf. Everyone looked down and sure enough, Moya's lower leg held a short blade. Wu Yun and Wei Yan returned with steamed buns from the army. Wu Yun immediately positioned himself between these people and Xiaoling, his brows furrowed with anger. What's wrong with you guys? Didn't I agree to take the psychics out to find food? Why are you still picking fights? If the army lacks sincerity, say so early. Our lives matter too, and we're citizens just like you. Wu Yun spoke firmly, making Mao Yi want to applaud again. Gao Yuer became furious. You people have ability but are selfish and self-serving. Clearly able to help, why delay and make excuses? Don't you have any spirit left in you? Are you really men? The man standing at the back pulled Gao Yuer's hand. With tearful eyes, Gao Yuer gazed at him. Big brother, these people, they don't deserve to be called humans. You're going too far, Yuer. They aren't soldiers and don't have to go unless they want to. Moreover, you know zombies aren't pets. Apologize to them now. Gao Yuer snorted coldly. She didn't think she was wrong at all. Look at their faces, how could they force a girl like that? What else wouldn't they do? Her gaze swept over Yu Qiyu's handsome face, and Gao Yuer's cheeks reddened again. Xiao Ling noticed it too, inexplicably feeling rather uncomfortable. Then, she slapped Yu Qiyu's hand away. Yu Qiyu was dumbfounded, confused. What's wrong? Xiao Ling showed a look of cold disdain. You're luring bees and butterflies here. Tell me, do you deserve to be hit or not? Yu Qiyu pointed at himself, utterly wronged. His eyes turned pitiful almost instantly as he silently accused Xiao Ling. This trick won't work anymore. Go charm someone else. Xiao Ling stood up to leave, but Yu Qiyu reflexively tugged her, not expecting Xiao Ling to let her guard down due to a strange mood shift. Consequently, she ended up sitting on Yu Qiyu's lap. Both were momentarily startled. Yu Qiyu acted swiftly, tightening his arms around her, leaving Xiao Ling struggling violently. Unable to free herself, Yu Qiyu released his field domain limited to just the two of them. Xiao Ling immediately softened, her eyes brimming with killing intent. Yu Qiyu was frightened, not for his life, but for making Xiao Ling upset. Haven't I disfigured myself already? What's with the anger? Xiao Ling stared at the scar on Yu Qiyu's forehead. Let go. Yu Qiyu's eyes turned dangerous too. He lifted his own hand to his face. You dislike others peeking at me, is that a sign you like me? If my beauty fades, will you still love me? Love? Xiao Ling, was shocked. The others around were also stunned. What kind of love and feelings were these? So obsessed, so crazy. But, enviable, heartwarming. No matter how difficult life was, being with your lover was quite happy. Yu Qiyu waited while Xiao Ling felt a bit dry-mouthed. Who likes you? It's you. I don't. You do. You do. I don't. I don't. You do. I win. Xiao Ling. I've slept with you, you're my wife. Yu Qiyu pouted and saw Xiao Ling about to explode before immediately using his ultimate move. He slid his nail down, causing it to bleed slightly. No. I give up, you win. Xiao Ling said this purely out of reflex, and after saying it, he himself was dumbfounded. Could it be that with time, he had developed feelings? Impossible. But after so much interaction, letting him kiss, touch, hold. On introspection, he didn't mind men's contact. As Xiao Ling struggled internally, refusing to admit his liking for Yu Qiyu readily leaned in for a deep kiss. Mao Yi's eyes brightened instantly as he whistled right away. Many in the team knew this lively pair, finding joy in their antics. Wu Yun hated when Xiao Ling argued with Big Dog. Once, they even fought, just because Big Dog didn't want to leave Xiao Ling. He even followed Xiao Ling when urinating. Xiao Ling couldn't do it under scrutiny and got angry in the end. It was fine to reconcile. Wei Yan blessed them. Gao Yuer's love at first sight crumbled. She ran off, mouth agape and tears streaming down her face. Zhang Yan and Mo Ye gained no advantage, so they turned and left. However, the man with demonic charm was stopped by Mao Yi, with some soldiers looking tense. I'm not just playing games with you. The man with demonic charm smiled faintly, seductive and beautiful, I'll kill you. As they passed each other, one exuded sinister vibes, the other filled with utmost disappointment. Mao Yi was truly trapped emotionally, though it remained unclear when he'd let go. Big Dog, stop kissing. Go gather at the front, Wu Yun chuckled. The army was resolute, whether they liked it or not, they had to go. He and Wei Yan had discussed it, if everyone agreed, they would join the army. Getting an official position seemed pretty good, Big Dog. Xiao Ling is almost out of breath. Impossible, Xiao Ling was naturally submissive and knew how to breathe through his nose. Yu Qiyu knew how strong Xiao Ling was, so he wasn't worried and kissed for quite some time until the military personnel came to urge the psychics. Only then did Yu Qiyu release Xiao Ling's lips. Chapter 48, liked it. Yu Qiyu was somewhat at a loss. He hadn't recalled his space domain yet. In excitement, he had kissed, embarrassing Xiao Ling who was now surrounded by onlookers. What should I do? Impulsiveness is the devil. Xiao Ling closed his eyes, panting as if he hadn't realized it yet. Let me hug a little longer, and wait until Xiao Ling calms down before letting go. Yu Qiyu calculated, his heart pounding nervously as he followed Wu Yun and others heading forward. Many people gathered here. All sorts of riffraff, street thugs, rogues, all were psychics. Acquaintances grouped together, strangers stood apart. Everyone's face was tense, all knowing the mission was heavy, otherwise, the army wouldn't have been so stern with the psychics. They could leave, but the vast world outside was full of danger. Everywhere there were mutated animals and upgraded zombies. To say anywhere was safer, city's safety zone naturally became hope. And the army promised many benefits too. Gao Yuer's father, Gao Zhen, was the overall supervisor of the safe zone. Gao Yuer personally summoned everyone, declining meant not giving Gao Zhen face. How would one survive in the safety zone? How could one enter the army? After deliberating, most psychics agreed to proceed. More than 30 people, led by Gao Yuer's cousin, Gao Ren. After a dazzling opening speech, everyone was pumped, but once seated on the vehicle and driving out, optimism dwindled. Under normal circumstances, it took only 2 hours to reach the food factory. They killed, and only arrived by noon. There were many zombies inside. The speed psychics of the first squad were responsible for luring them away, the earth psychics of the second squad for blocking. The third and fourth squads entered from the north and south respectively to grab supplies. They had to be fast, or risk getting surrounded by zombies. Roles were clearly defined, and everyone could only rush in with bags ready to grab anything edible. It's tough to survive as humans. Opening many boxes revealed rotten goods. Fortunately, there was a cold storage room, and naturally, it became the primary target. The food factory also had plenty of flour and other items. These could be processed back home into pancakes or steamed buns, food that was easy to carry. While holding Xiaoling, the murderous look in his eyes lessened, only then did Yuqiyu dare to let go, slowly retracting his spatial domain ability. Would he get beaten? Xiaoling raised his hand, Yuqiyu closed his eyes, but waited for quite some time without getting hit. Yuqiyu was delighted, opened his eyes and saw Xiaoling packing things. Lingling. Yuqiyu was excited, quickly embracing Xiaoling's waist, lowering his head, pressing on Xiaoling's thin yet strong shoulders. I'm so happy. I'll make you unhappy if you keep this up. Alright, I'll do everything you say. Yuqiyu immediately showed his affection, reaching out and grabbing a bag of rice, but the item vanished. Ouch. Xiaoling's eyes narrowed, heart constricted, and his hands even went numb. Wasn't this guy supposed to have space abilities? That doesn't make sense, how could he know everything? No, if he had space abilities from the start, why would he have been starving? Could it be amnesia? No, it must have been caused by a zombie bite. That's definitely it. Xiaoling refused to consider any other answers. Actually, Yuqiyu really forgot due to amnesia. Half an hour passed quickly, according to the game rules, everyone had to leave. Xiaoling and Yuqiyu dragged along at the back, using the opportunity to store large machinery when no one was looking. The military truck was loaded with goods, it was a big harvest. Xiaoling and Yuqiyu looked calm while others appeared completely exhausted. Because earlier, while luring away the zombies, everyone had already been terrified. A few speed psychics were running ahead purely on foot power, followed by hundreds of zombies. That scene would likely haunt anyone who saw it for a month. As for the second team, they hadn't returned after 10 minutes. The first team's faces were ashen white, guessing they might all be gone. Asking 4 earth psychics to cover the retreat was too difficult. Although Gao Ren was steady, he clenched his fists in anger, voice trembling. We can't wait anymore, let's go. At this moment, everyone collectively fell silent. No one mentioned going to save them, nor waiting 2 more minutes, because zombies, including level 1 and 2, were gradually coming closer. The status of the main group was unknown, surely being chased by zombies. Returning sooner meant protecting more civilians. As the vehicles began to move, Xiaoling and Yuqiyu jumped down. What are you doing? Gao Ren stood up anxiously. I'll check, you guys go first, Xiaoling said indifferently. Wei Yan, Wu Yun, Mao Yi, and others were all battered and stunned. Still, Wu Yun and Wei Yan reacted quickly, absolutely refusing to let Xiaoling do this. Unfortunately, Xiaoling and Yuqiyu had already run off. Wu Yun couldn't shout loudly, tears welling up, while Wei Yan was emotionally charged, and Mao Yi sat down dejectedly, pulling his hair, his eyes red. Gao Ren thought they had brotherly affection, approaching them to pat their shoulders and offer comforting words. Wu Yun shook his head, I'm just worried. Xiaoling is our team's spiritual pillar, he will return unharmed. Wei Yan agreed, as did Mao Yi. Gao Ren didn't think much of it. Although Xiaoling was powerful, he was only level 3, and earlier 5 psychics had died fighting 2 level 3 zombies. But yes, the higher level zombies were dead now, perhaps Xiaoling could return safely. The convoy moved far away before Yuqiyu released a car. The weasel and cat happily jumped onto the roof. Xiaoling touched his nose, how big is your space? Yuqiyu lifted his chin proudly, I don't know. Don't rush, I truly don't know. It seems boundless. This isn't fair, Xiaoling stared at Yuqiyu gloomily. His eyes watered, Lord. You're so unfair. This guy has gotten all the advantages, how are us common folk supposed to live? Are you envious? Yuqiyu lowered his head, staring intently without hesitation, flipping his palm over. A red guanine slowly emerged, lifelike, even detaching from Yuchi-Yu's palm. What are you doing? Xiaoling took a few steps back, his mind blank. Yuchi-Yu placed the guanine on Xiaoling's hand. Think about it, I can enter whenever I want. This broken thing belongs to whoever gets it. You're like an ungrateful wolf. An ungrateful wolf is still better than having nothing. Realizing this, Xiaoling sighed and put the object back in Yuchi-Yu's hand. I have space, so let's each keep one. Wherever we go, we won't worry about food or clothing. Xiaoling. Yuchi-Yu's pitiful gaze made him especially heartbreaking. Xiaoling's heart rate quickened, subconsciously asking, What? Nothing. What's bothering you? Xiaoling rarely rolled his eyes, stretching out a hand to pull Yuchi-Yu's neck closer, then standing on tiptoe and kissing him. Lips parted, Yuchi-Yu wasn't satisfied and started cooing at Xiaoling. You're so sweet. We're in the wild, act proper. How can I be proper with you? Is it my fault again? No, it's my fault. I like you so much. Yuchi-Yu blushed, his gaze soft like water, reflecting Xiaoling's shy face. Chapter 49, Together Now. Oh, Xiaoling was feeling chaotic inside. Oh. Was Yuchi-Yu suggesting, moving beyond friendship? In an instant, Xiaoling became heated, fidgeting nervously and lowering his head, biting his lip. Should I give in if he makes a move? Not giving in would be pretentious. Xiaoling had needs too. With the mood, feelings, and even the setting all right, why not just go for it? But then again, wouldn't that betray himself, especially since at first Yuchi-Yu had forced himself on him, not once but multiple times. Did this mean they were destined for each other? Don't be silly, Xiaoling. Didn't you want to kill him? Even after forgiving him, how could you possibly roll around together again? What about your dignity? Your pride? Xiaoling felt even more conflicted, his brows furrowed deeply. As for Yuchi-Yu, he actually pulled Xiaoling forward. Wasn't he going to do anything? After looking at me so passionately and confessing sincerely, now, is he just walking away? Xiaoling was completely flustered, tightening his thighs, sweating in his palms, utterly miserable. What's wrong? Yuchi-Yu looked over concernedly, still as gentle as before. Oh no. Stop looking at me like that. Don't you know Master Xiao wants you already? Despicable, so despicable. Xiaoling's inner turmoil surged. He thought clearly, he did like Yuchi-Yu, not just for his looks, his physique, his love, or his abilities. He craved the warmth of his embrace, loved his scent, and envied his luck with space abilities. What's wrong? Yuchi-Yu asked worriedly. Actually. I have, kind of, just a tiny bit, understand what I mean. I'm, slightly liking you. So you don't have to feel upset anymore. If there's something you want to say or do, sometimes, understand. Yuchi-Yu was both delighted and excited but didn't let it show on his face. He was afraid. What did Xiaoling just say? Likes me. Wow. This is great, finally we've made it through. Then, another kiss perhaps. Wait no, what did he say again? Want to say, want to do. What do I want to do? Yuchi-Yu was dazed by Xiaoling saying, his high IQ plummeting to zero, his deep gaze as clear as water with only Xiaoling in it, so pure. Xiaoling's eyes moved left and right, then turned and walked away. The cold and serious Yuchi-Yu from before was completely gone. Back when he pounced impulsively on Xiaoling. Of course, Xiaoling liked the current version of Yuchi-Yu wholeheartedly. Despite having some unmet desires, he left while tightly holding Yuchi-Yu's hand. A lot of zombies died around them. The weasel and cat obediently guarded two directions, truly tired, both ears drooping, looking very pitiful, angry face. In fact, their bellies were full of crystal cores. Food factory, right? There were many people with similar ideas, naturally leading to more zombies around here. Moreover, the ones lured away earlier returned, and Xiaoling and Yuchi-Yu discovered their dead teammates had become zombies, which they subsequently killed, using their cores to feed their pets. Then, they went back to the food factory and stuffed the remaining machinery and items into their spaces, quite greedy. A good prey. Yuchi-Yu curled the corner of his lips, lifting Xiaoling onto a high shelf where his feet could dangle before leaving, saying one sentence, wait for me. Not overly domineering, not commanding, but decisive. Xiaoling stayed silent for a moment obediently, then nodded, watching confidently Yuchi-Yu leave. Outside the food factory, several cars sped by, dusty and covered in dirt, chased by a mutated animal. It was enormous and ferocious, with fangs hanging flesh and blood covering its body, human blood. It was a pig, originally a wild boar living in the zoo. Underneath its dark appearance lay a heart full of brutality. Suddenly, someone stood in front of it, calm, stern-looking, eyes radiating a killing intent. It was quite intelligent. Every day it would go around eating people, and its favorite part was seeing the look of terror in their eyes. But this prey not only lacked such fear, but exuded confidence instead. What was going on? Cautiously, the baby pig stopped, digging at the soil, sniffing its nose, twitching its ears. The food didn't seem afraid and even stepped forward. How strange, is this different food harder to eat? Maybe I should leave, eating cowards is surely the safer choice. Oh no. Why am I kneeling down? Feeling weak all over, and dizzy too. No way, this food is too powerful, I'm scared, I want to escape. This was its last thought. A 5th level mutated beast, extremely powerful, with an incredibly high IQ. Advancing one more level, it would have been truly formidable. Uchiyu took out, roasted the whole pig, and naturally picked up the crystal core to examine it before swallowing it in one gulp. He thought, Xiaoling must be happy when he sees the pig trotters. When Xiaoling saw Uchiyu, he noticed this person's unstable breath, light-footed gait, and overexcited expression. His pupils were red, even scanning Xiaoling's entire body with a fervent gaze. Shakily eating a small bag of pig trotters, the rest stored away in space. Are you finished? Xiaoling nodded, what's wrong with you? Let me take a look, worriedly. Instead, Uchiyu embraced Xiaoling, baby. Be good, it might hurt just a little. Xiaoling trembled all over, his pupils dilated. This. When I wanted you, you didn't get it. Now that you want again, who cares? Xiaoling refused, immediately turning cold. As the submissive partner, submissives could be temperamental, especially Xiaoling, who was strong and had a distinct personality. Uchiyu smiled, didn't you hint at me? You're so naughty. Knowing clearly but refusing to cooperate. Xiaoling glared and swung a punch. Uchiyu hurried to block it, don't be angry, don't be angry. I'm afraid of rushing you. Since you just said you like me, pouncing immediately wouldn't show enough respect. It's not that I don't want to, I think about you every day, otherwise how could I always crave oil? Day and night, I want to touch you, be close to you, or even just look at you and feel satisfied. Now, I can't hold back anymore. Do you still consent? Xiaoling turned crimson. Uchiyu chuckled with hidden meaning, flicked his hand, and suddenly a luxurious large bed appeared, complete with lubricant. He hoisted Xiaoling up and threw him onto the blankets. Uchiyu tore off his clothes and pressed down. Xiaoling, falling onto the bed, felt totally dazed. Although it seemed rough, there was actually no harm in the action, but Xiaoling was thoroughly awed by Uchiyu's seriousness, so handsome, so fierce, so capable. Thus, beyond friendship happened naturally. Afterward, Xiaoling curled up in Uchiyu's arms, unable to return to reality for a long time. To be like this with the person you love, it was incredibly happy and satisfying. Uchiyu felt the same. If it weren't for Xiaoling's strong reactions, he might have even wanted a second round. They needed to return to the army now. Attending to his wife-like cleanup and dressing, Uchiyu did it willingly. Together, they left happily in a car, unaware that someone familiar was anxiously waiting. Chapter 50, Alive Feng Xiangnan. Feng Xiangnan's unexpected appearance stunned Xiaoling. When both saw each other, there was a brief moment of hesitation. Then Xiaoling remained composed as usual, still icy and calm, while Feng Xiangnan was different, he had waited a long time. When these troops were initially found, everyone was excited, including Feng Xiangnan. He believed dawn had finally come, and with military protection, they could survive peacefully. Upon hearing Xiaoling's name, Feng Xiangnan's heart raced wildly. He's alive. My Ling is still alive. But what followed next made Feng Xiangnan's world crumble. Xiaoling was a psychic power wielder. To search for companions, he hadn't returned with the mobile psychic team. Xiaoling has become a psychic, while he was still just a regular person, even Wang Yu has already become a psychic. However, after much contemplation, Feng Xiangnan still felt they should have a serious talk. All issues between them were no longer problems in this apocalypse. The old couple from the Feng family endured a lot of hardships during the apocalypse, becoming accustomed to life's harshness. They no longer spoke with the tone of educators, and even upon witnessing inappropriate behavior, they wouldn't get angry anymore. Be it men overpowering women, or men overpowering men, neither of them cared. Feng Xiangnan already shed tears of joy, running toward Xiaoling, arms wide open, extremely excited. Alas, Xiaoling already had Uchiyu by his side. Uchiyu's dominance and possessiveness were not something to joke about. However, Uchiyu didn't kick Feng Xiangnan away, but proudly extended his arm and embraced Xiaoling for a kiss. Since this man cannot see our tightly clasped hands, then this kiss should make things clear enough, right? Feng Xiangnan looked on in shock, his face full of disbelief. Lingling, he is. Big dog. Xiaoling, you're finally back. Li Xiaopeng was so excited that he truly cried, even forgetting his own identity as he lunged forward. Xiaoling didn't like physical contact, so he pushed the person away slightly. Conversely, Uchiyu didn't kick Li Xiaopeng away but proudly extended his arm to embrace Xiaoling for a kiss. Since this man cannot see our tightly clasped hands, then this kiss should make things clear enough, right? Feng Xiangnan let out a sigh of relief after catching his breath. Thankfully, they weren't in a male-male relationship. He smiled again, his concerned gaze very warm. Lingling, where have you been these days? I've been so worried. Fortunately we meet again. Heaven must not want us separated. I'm so happy. Who has feelings for you? Not even friendship, okay? Xiao Ling showed disdain, his gaze merciless. You're blocking the way. Ah. Feng Xiangnan continued to look at him with warmth. Li Xiaopeng, being the first to cling to power, naturally understood Xiao Ling's personality and immediately placed his hands on his hips to glare at others. Move aside, you're blocking Xiao Ling's way. Privately, he liked calling Xiao Ling brother Xiao or brother Ling, which sounded more intimate. In front of strangers, Li Xiaopeng didn't dare to overstep, wanting everyone to respect Xiao Ling, so he could bask in the glory. Feng Xiangnan paused for a moment. Are you his friend? I'm Xiao Ling Sr. Xiao Ling, being modest, wasn't aware that Feng Xiangnan knew him, so he didn't say he was a boyfriend either. Because of this vague relationship, Xiao Ling didn't execute the first killer strike. Li Xiaopeng couldn't insult any further, and while Yu Qiyu disliked the way this person looked at his wife, he still kept calm. What kind of thing is a senior? How many seniors does each person have? Without mentioning elementary school, middle school, or high school, even in university, there would be hundreds or even thousands. Ha 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 oh. Bai Pei stood aside, wanting to cry but dared not. With zombies running rampant, this was a chaotic time when anyone could kill. However, Bai Pei was also calculating, if the army was here, even if Xiao Ling hated her deeply, he wouldn't dare kill her, right? Now, she didn't know how her parents were doing. She couldn't lose Feng Xiangnan anymore. A single girl in the apocalypse wouldn't end well. Xiangnan, are you here? Mom and Dad are calling you back for dinner. Xiao Ling smirked, dogs, men, and women coming to disgust me. Remembering Wei Jingwen's attribute, Xiao Ling chuckled. Feng Xiangnan had no choice but to leave. His hesitating eyes wandered again, unable to voice what he wanted to say just like in school. Wang Yu came over, Xiao Ling. We meet again. How was he here? Xiao Ling didn't care about him but instead felt a little nauseated. Captain Guasu, how is he? Have the Feng Mang people come to the military? Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. Already being part of the fire group, he had a lot of confidence and was no longer someone who made money off Xiao Ling and gloated, really? When we meet, you don't ask about my current situation but concern yourself with Feng Mang. That's not very considerate, considering we've been classmates for 3 years. Xiao Ling was cold, something Wu Yun and Wei Yan et al. All knew well. What kind of young wild boy dared to look down on Xiao Ling? Wu Yun, as the team captain, thought it proper to protect all the members, thus striding over madly, tapping Xiao Ling and Yu Qiyu's shoulders affectionately. It's good you're back, good that you're back. Xiao Ling wasn't a naturally cold person. At the moment of the jump from the car, he saw everyone's expressions. Wu Yun had some sincerity towards him, the tears weren't fake. No problem, Captain, I brought some food back along the way. Yu Qiyu had food on his back. As for the car, it was stored in space as soon as they neared the base. The bag was big, very big. Wei Yan laughed, truly worthy of being our pioneer, now everyone won't have to worry about being squeezed dry by the army, starving. Everyone laughed heartily, even Li Shuang and Zhang Bing came. They joked and chatted, surrounding Xiao Ling as they returned to their vehicles. Xiao Ling continued to enjoy special treatment, traveling with Yu Qiyu and Li Xiaopeng. There were 5 new energy users who joined the team. They all came to meet Xiao Ling, saying some nice words, reporting their names. Yu Qiyu slammed the door shut, cutting off these sycophantic people. People from the army also arrived. Gao Ren asked some questions before leaving, beginning to focus on Xiao Ling and Yu Qiyu. The team kept moving forward. Occasionally, gunshots rang out, stopping intermittently for battles. It was evening before they stopped to cook. This place was already very close to the safe zone, and there were plenty of zombies around. Each mutation occurrence reduced the population. More and more people were falling ill. Some refused to admit they were bitten by zombies, turning into zombies themselves in the middle of the night and taking many lives. This can't continue. Gao Yuer cried again, begging for medicine. The primary task for this excursion outside the safety zone was a pharmaceutical company. Gao Yuer insisted on coming out despite causing endless trouble. Gao Ren indulged Gao Yuer greatly. She was kind and beautiful, though lacking blood relations, he even contemplated marriage. Gao Yuer would beg Gao Ren to take in the refugees whenever she saw them, and once one was taken in, more followed, thus enlarging their group. A task that should have been a half-month round trip turned into an escort mission for civilians. Since there wasn't enough food for everyone, Gao Yuer tearfully begged Gao Ren to help. With no other option, Gao Ren had to send people out again, leading to more deaths of soldiers. Even Gao Ren couldn't bear the pressure anymore. Wanting to be the good guy, he had no choice but to abandon the mission. Fortunately, there were energy users among the common people they could use, otherwise, complete annihilation was not impossible. But now, Gao Yuer was scheming to get her hands on the medicine. What could be done? Chapter 51, The Shameless One. The common people suffered from headaches or fever and didn't necessarily need medication. Of course, many severely ill or heavily injured cases were dealt with secretly by Gao Ren, but some still took advantage of Gao Yuer's kindness to try and grab the drugs. Feng Xiangnan was one of these people, his mother was sick, and he was extremely anxious. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling had already met with the Feng Mang survivors. Song Yi, Bai Long, and Tian Li were still alive, albeit looking disheveled but with bright eyes. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Guosu and Jingsu also arrived. Jingsu, learning that Xiaoling was an extremely powerful energy user, showed great interest as usual. Guosu received orders and was very welcoming toward Xiaoling. They shared past connections, so their conversation flowed without barriers. Of course, Xiaoling wasn't overly enthusiastic either. He just came to exchange greetings. After all, he held a decent impression of them and hoped they could survive well. Yu stood with his hands behind his back. When Jingsu saw him, he stiffened slightly before tentatively stepping forward to greet him. Mr. Yu, it's been a long time. Yu narrowed his eyes and walked away, leaving Jingsu uncertain of what he meant. Unwillingly, Jingsu tagged along in a servile manner. Jingsu was a secondary son of the Jing family, with little status, but always harbored ambitious plans to replace those above him. Secretly, he had recruited many allies and gathered a group of energy users. As they conversed privately, Xiaoling raised an eyebrow, feeling curious and uneasy at the same time. Wasn't this Yu meeting an old acquaintance? Would he recover his memories? If he recalled the past, would he choose forgiveness like I did? Xiaoling. Guosu smiled and handed over 2 boxes of medicine wrapped in cloth to avoid being noticed. After the end of the world, pharmaceutical companies and factories stopped production altogether. Each pill became rarer, even more valuable than gold. No, gold was less useful than rocks, too soft to kill zombies and far too heavy. Xiaoling refused. I still have a few boxes left. And disinfectant too. Do you want any? Do you really have to ask? Of course. Disinfectant. Oh my god. Guosu's eyes lit up, giving the impression that something big was on his mind. Xiaoling didn't hesitate, agreeing to meet in an hour before returning to his convoy. Wu Yun and others watched from afar, somewhat uneasy. Wei Yan muttered, feeling uneasy himself, is that his old team? Don't know, Wu Yun confessed honestly. Wei Yan frowned, send someone to watch Xiaoling. Wu Yun, however, didn't think much of it. When Xiaoling approached, Wu Yun asked straight away, are they your friends? Should we invite them along? Strength in numbers, and mutual support when we reach the safe zone. Combining convoys was the best idea. More friends meant more options, but Xiaoling remained indifferent. We've only met once, they're not my friends. Only then did Wei Yan relax, embarrassedly laughing, oh, my dear heart, I was just worried Xiaoling might leave us for someone else. It was bluntly said, and Xiaoling had long known Wei Yan had ulterior motives since they met. This man never let go, I'm hungry. Look at me, Wu Yun slapped his head, come, let's eat. Actually, men can cook too, Li Xiaopeng and Li Shuang were pretty good at it. Xiaoling ate white rice and mutated beast meat, living a fairly decent life. However, the other common folk around weren't happy. Why should he have meat when they only had dried noodles? Didn't the army find food? The crowd started complaining loudly until the military stepped in to maintain order. The commoners were clearly unhappy. Even teammates with private stashes of food couldn't be forced to give them up, right? When Gao Yuer learned of this, she became angry and ordered the food redistributed. That finally calmed the masses down. Feng Xiangnan, unable to obtain medicine, returned dejectedly. Passing by Wu Yun's convoy, he naturally wanted to check if Xiaoling was there. Just as he saw Guosu taking away a package politely, Feng Xiangnan paused, looking troubled. How could Xiaoling ignore such an obvious stare? It was deliberate. Unfortunately, some people are just irritating. Feng Xiangnan approached, sounding somewhat irate. That was medicine, wasn't it? Too lazy to bother with you, Xiaoling simply ignored him. Feng Xiangnan endured his frustration and smiled gently. Xiaoling, my mother is sick with persistent high fever. If you have any medicine, could you give me some first? I'll return it to you later. Xiaoling gave a bitter smile. This expression was rare for him. In the past, Xiaoling had developed a relationship with Wei Jingwen due to a box of fever medicine. At the bottom of it all, Feng Xiangnan was at fault. Though Wei Jingwen was interested in Feng Xiangnan first, Feng Xiangnan refused and instead tried hinting toward Xiaoling. Once aware, Xiaoling's feelings were incredibly complex. In the end, love triumphed, so to ensure Feng Xiangnan no longer grieved over his mother, Xiaoling made a sacrifice. That's why Xiaoling instinctively wanted to keep Wei Jingwen around when they met for the first time earlier. After keeping him around though, nothing happened. It was like trying to get revenge, but Wei Jingwen didn't make life difficult for Xiaoling. Instead, they each took what they needed from one another. All in all, it was Xiaoling who was foolish. These painful memories left Xiaoling lost in thought for several seconds, but he maintained a composed expression, leaving Feng Xiangnan anxiously waiting without noticing. Xiaoling looked at him and said, even if I have fever medicine, which I don't, the army wouldn't give it to you unless there's some connection. But I know someone who does have some. You can approach him privately. Who? Feng Xiangnan became somewhat cautious. If the army didn't have it, who would? Is it an energy user? Xiaoling, darling Lingling, I'm just an ordinary person, and you're an energy user. Can you ask him on my behalf, then I'll pay him back. Ugh, how shameless, Xiaoling chuckled coldly, his name is Wei Jingwen. If an energy user asks another for help, the debt might be repaid with their life. Do you think I'd risk my life for you? Lingling, that's not what I meant. As an energy user, he'd surely give you face. Since you know Wei Jingwen has the medicine, it implies you're close to him. Why make things difficult for me? Lingling, you weren't like this before. My mom is seriously ill, already in a coma, it can't wait anymore. If that's the case, go see him over there, Xiaoling generously pointed in the direction. Feng Xiangnan saw a handsome man. Despite appearances, Feng Xiangnan still wished to discuss with Xiaoling, help me. Lingling, you know I love you. Once I get the medicine, and tell my mom how much effort you put into getting it, she'll definitely take a liking to you. Then, we can naturally be together, right? Why bother pretending? Just claim the medicine is yours after you get it. How fake, Xiaoling's gaze swept around, fortunately, Wei Qiyu wasn't back yet. For some reason, he didn't want Wei Qiyu hearing these idle remarks. Feng Xiangnan, I didn't hurt you in the past because I truly loved you. Now that I even deign to talk to you means I don't consider you a threat at all. Leave immediately. If you ever appear in front of me again, anywhere or anytime, I will kill you. Chapter 52, Smacked. A tangible aura of killing intent made Feng Xiangnan fall backward onto the ground. Wide-eyed, he crawled backward using both hands and feet, utterly disheveled. Feng's mother was in bad shape. Since he couldn't persuade Xiaoling to intervene, Feng Xiangnan decided to go himself. Wei Jingwen froze upon seeing Feng Xiangnan for the first time, finding it hard to breathe. In the previous life, Wei Jingwen sought out Xiaoling partly out of jealousy and partly to spoil this relationship between them, so Feng Xiangnan would break up with Xiaoling regardless. The fever medicine would definitely be given, as not to leave a bad impression on Feng Xiangnan. This lifetime, however, seeing each other once more reignited Wei Jingwen's feelings for Feng Xiangnan. The tall and handsome Feng Xiangnan indeed looked quite good, that's why he was the school idol after all. Hello, Wei Jingwen controlled his emotions, feeling awe. Hello, I'm Wei Jingwen, may I know your name? He seemed very easygoing and kind. Feng Xiangnan offered a friendly half-smile, my name is Feng Xiangnan, I am Xiaoling Sr. Might I ask whether you happen to have any fever medicine? Damn. I should have mentioned Xiaoling informed me about it, making it harder for Wei Jingwen to deny having any. Wei Jingwen didn't notice Feng Xiangnan's ulterior motive and gestured for him to sit down. You seem fine. Is it a relative who has a fever? It's my mother, she's very ill. The military has already notified us, and I'm extremely worried. Feng Xiangnan was an excellent actor, lowering his head, clenching his fists tightly, silently appearing melancholic, his eyes gleaming with pained moisture, looking helpless. Wei Jingwen was momentarily stunned and quickly sat beside Feng Xiangnan, placing his large hand on Feng Xiangnan's and even warming it. I do have the medicine, but it's the entire convoy supply, kept secret. If the military finds out and demands it, it would be impossible to refuse, so, you understand. Feng Xiangnan's eyes lit up as he turned his gaze toward Wei Jingwen, who appeared troubled. They were standing too close, their breaths mingling in the quiet air. Unaware of any danger due to his offensive nature, Feng Xiangnan spoke, what should I do? Can I keep it secret? I'll return the medicine as soon as I get it or exchange it for something else. Wei Jingwen shook his head affectionately, gazing at Feng Xiangnan with a tender look, don't rush. Let me think. How could he propose a relationship? I remember. Xiaoling and I are. I'm his senior, and we have an excellent relationship. Can he be our witness? This way, Brother Wei will feel more assured, right? To tell you the truth, the apocalypse has made everything uncertain. Anyone might die at any moment. I don't even need you to return the favor. Not asking for repayment suited Feng Xiangnan just fine, as he stared intently at the man. How much he liked him. The nasty words couldn't escape his lips, but Wei Jingwen felt a rare flutter in his heart. Do it with me. Huh. Feng Xiangnan was caught off guard. Wei Jingwen pressed a single finger against Feng Xiangnan's lips, leaving him momentarily startled before fleeing. Wei Jingwen stood there puzzled for a moment, chuckling bitterly as he walked toward Xiaoling. Upon inquiry, Xiaoling simply shook his head, saying Feng Xiangnan was a school senior with a girlfriend named by Pei, they only had a passing acquaintance. When Feng Xiangnan came asking for medicine, Xiaoling had suggested he ask someone else. Reassured, Wei Jingwen's eyes sparkled brightly. After the sun went down, he planned to make his move. Yu returned, his face darkened, no doubt recalling numerous past events. Xiaoling stayed still as Yu sat down and embraced him tightly, speechless for a long time. As night fell, Feng Xiangnan sought out Xiaoling again but noticed Yu's ominous gaze fixed on the ground, which chilled him to the bone, preventing him from approaching. Not long after, Yu took Xiaoling out, seeking relief. Xiaoling, still uneasy about Yu walking away with someone earlier, let himself be guided happily onward. When they reached the outskirts, they heard vulgar noises. Apparently, Wei Jingwen had dragged the obstinate Feng Xiangnan into the grass and forced him. Good. It was very satisfying indeed. Feeling elated, Xiaoling and Yuqiyu ventured further away, enjoying their blissful moments together. Zombies. Xiaoling frowned as the weasel and the cat dashed out to play, killing nearby zombies. Not until a level 4 zombie arrived did they become truly serious. Neither Yuqiyu nor Xiaoling feared the threat and continued their pleasures. Only after Yuqiyu was satisfied did they decide to return. Xiaoling's back ached, so Yuqiyu carried him, and on the way back, they encountered Wei Jingwen. Their expressions were quite interesting. Yuqiyu and Xiaoling remained composed, while Wei Jingwen appeared calm and confident. Feng Xiangnan squinted his eyes, staring in astonishment at Xiaoling, unable to regain his composure for a long time. He still loved Xiaoling, genuinely. But Feng Xiangnan was too selfish, thinking everything could be salvaged. Now facing the facts, it was finally time to give up, wasn't it? Moreover, Xiaoling completely ignored this person. The grudges and entanglements finally concluded in that wild escapade. That evening, several level 2 zombie dogs attacked the army. After being killed collectively, the method of utilizing crystal cores spread among the population. Abnormal energy users rejoiced, but the casualties among ordinary people were severe. Gao Yu knelt outside a military vehicle with her medical team, all the soldiers feeling helpless as she once again requested medicine. With no choice, Gao Ren admitted there was no medicine left, a failure of the mission and a blemish on his life record. But this was what Gao Yu had asked for. If anything happened to Gao Yu, Gao Ren would be utterly ruined in front of Gao Zhen. After delivering an eloquent explanation of his predicament, Gao Yu tearfully expressed gratitude and offered herself willingly. Without hesitation, Gao Ren handed over the medicine. Feng Xiangnan sat beside his parents, noticing everyone around receiving medicine. His gaze turned venomous, filled with unbearable resentment. Bai Pei pursed her lips, she realized someone had taken Feng Xiangnan advantage of him. What should she do? Should she endure? A nearby seated person touched Bai Pei, causing her to stiffen momentarily before sitting straight, not daring to turn around. Upon discovering how timid Bai Pei was, that person grew bolder. Bai Pei suffered inwardly. Instead of following Feng Xiangnan and enduring hardships, perhaps surrendering to an abnormal energy user was better. Wang Yu was nearby. Eager to outshine Xiaoling, when the mutated dogs appeared, he rushed ahead. Fire-type energy users were many, but mutated ones were rare. Mao Yi noticed Wang Yu and wanted to befriend him. Initially disdainful, Wang Yu agreed upon realizing Mao Yi was on Xiaoling's team. Both laughed heartily, while Wang Yu's ex-girlfriend. She had already found someone higher ranked, and Wang Yu had lost track of her survival status. Why didn't you lend a hand during such peril? Wang Yu chuckled mischievously as he looked at Xiaoling. Xiaoling didn't move, while Yuqiyu released his spatial ability. Wang Yu obediently knelt down. He knelt all night, and only stood up the next morning. Even when his teammates came to find him, it was useless. Those with bad tempers who had insulted Wang Yu ended up kneeling all night as well. Thus, Yuqiyu became famous. No one knew what kind of ability Yuqiyu possessed. The army personnel came for blood. Gao Yu was also there. Zheng Su, who had been flattering Yuqiyu all along, walked over to the soldiers and said something unknown, causing them to leave very politely. Just at this moment, an exclamation arose ahead. Chapter 53, The Zombie Wave. Yuqiyu's identity seemed even more complicated. Xiaoling looked down while Yuqiyu and Zheng Su were talking. Yuqiyu reached out his hand to hold Xiaoling's, gently squeezing to let Xiaoling know how much he cared. There is no point in worrying too much, as things will work out naturally. A bigger disturbance began, involving a wide area. Ningling and Yuqiyu were naturally unafraid, but large crowds of zombies approached, some of which were mutated. Glancing at each other, they both curled their lips because they sensed a level 5 zombie. What a rich crystal core. The soldiers shot at the zombies with guns, and all energy users took action. Xiaoling and Yuqiyu were no exception. Ordinary people got into a bit of a panic. It was hard to stay calm when faced with zombies. Some people were even screaming, understandable given their fear of zombies. Many cars were damaged, and a few women jumped into military vehicles. Civilians didn't care much either and started boarding the military vehicles in succession. Large trucks with covered areas normally carried regular soldiers. But now, civilians occupied not only these areas but even demanded the drivers start the trucks. One bold young man defeated the soldier in the driver's seat and drove off himself. This time, numerous zombies arrived, though they weren't initially present here, they rushed from far away. The fleeing cars were the culprits. In life and death situations, upon spotting the military forces, they hesitated no longer and headed straight toward them before bolting again to save themselves. Xiaoling waved a hand, unleashing water arrows that felled a group of zombies without restraint. Normal zombies meant nothing against a level 6 energy user. Thousands of zombies, less than a minute later, saw Xiaoling take out nearly 200 of them. Other power users were certainly no slouches, but unluckily, they encountered plenty of low-level zombies. Did zombies have a risk avoidance mechanism? So the powerful energy users were surrounded by ordinary zombies. It wasn't about intelligence, it was that high-level zombies were formidable. Xiaoling and Yuqiyu exchanged glances and understood each other. It seemed these zombies were psychic in nature. Unfortunately, with soldiers too preoccupied with their own survival, order rapidly deteriorated. Big trucks were all taken over by civilians, resulting in the beginnings of an escape phenomenon. They'd already seen the light at the end of the tunnel, so why was it worsening? Many civilians were bitten by zombies. After all, energy users were scarce. Alongside the dead, including newly arrived ones, there were roughly over 50, with varying abilities that often failed at critical moments. From afar, more zombies came, and mutant animals appeared menacingly. Heaven seemed determined to destroy them. Gao Ren pulled the sobbing Gao Yu, glaring coldly. Hurry up and let those civilians go, why are you stopping the vehicles? Little sister, if we let them drive away, what happens to our soldiers? Do you know, this time there are a lot of fast-moving zombies. Ordinary soldiers can't possibly outrun them. Gao Yu jolted slightly, you mean to make them deserters? There are only heroes who fight to the death, no cowards who run away. I don't care, I'm just saying that the military's duty is to protect the people. If sacrifices must be made during a crisis, we cannot retreat. For once, Gao Ren was left speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Yu urged the blushing soldiers to clear the way. As civilians escaped in the vehicles, soldiers stayed behind to buy them time. Gao Yu gazed wistfully, tears shimmering, Big brother, I'll wait for you in the safe zone. Please return safely. Gao Ren. I'm withdrawing first. Gao Yu got onto the jeep, where a few female energy users sat, including Zhang Yan and others. In the chaos, Zhao Ting found Zhang Mei and pulled her onto a confiscated bus. Before they could enjoy peace and comfort, they met the greatest crisis of their lives. Zhang Mei, seeing her sister attempting to escape, opened the car window anxiously shouting. Zhang Yan was already level 3, yet couldn't she hear? She coldly watched the vehicle carrying Gao Yu zoom forward, Zhang Mei still desperate enough to shout repeatedly. Tears streaming down, Zhang Mei leaned half out of the window, waving her arms wildly. Zhao Ting was scared witless. How come he couldn't pull his wife back? Why had Zhang Mei gone mad with such strength? Zhao Ting urgently persuaded beside her. Many people trying to escape couldn't even get onto the bus. The buses were already full, with no room left. As the bus was about to depart, some people suddenly had a glimmer of hope and ran to the window, pulling Zhang Mei down. Before they could joyfully climb in through the window, someone else had taken Zhang Mei's place, and the window was shut tight, extinguishing the hopes of those still outside. Crying echoed throughout the area. As for Zhang Mei, with so many people rushing to grab their seats, and with screams near and far, no one noticed or cared why the fallen woman hadn't gotten back up. The bus started, and Zhao Ting rode away. Alas, it began to rain drizzles as if the heavens didn't approve. Xiao Ling and Yu Qiyu were bloodthirsty, watching more zombies arrive from afar. They needed to quickly deal with the high-level zombies, otherwise, they would die from exhaustion. Many energy users who could run, ran, those who stayed behind ended up dying. More than 1,000 regular people perished because there were over 10 level 3 zombies among them. It was truly a heavy toll. Xiao Ling killed the only level 4 zombie, while Yu Qiyu dragged him forward. They'd found a level 5 zombie. Mao, Cat, and Huan Shilang, Weasel, collected many crystal cores, jumping happily before heading off to hunt mutated geckos. Xiao Ling furrowed his brow and pulled Yu Qiyu. No, there are too many zombies, it's best to lure them away. Yu Qiyu's face darkened for the first time. Or we leave. As long as you're safe, I don't care about the level 5 crystal core. I don't care either, but Weasel needs it, Xiao Ling said. Hearing this from afar, Weasel burst into tears, so moved. It just wanted to smile at Xiao Ling, but suddenly felt its neck tightened as Mauer carried it away in a jump, narrowly avoiding a disaster. What reliable partners. Weasel gave Mauer its precious expression of gratitude. Mauer's fur stood on end, its tail thickening, a clear sign of displeasure. Didn't it realize that she was female? This flotation amounted to a 1,000,000-volt attack cannon. Yu Qiyu glared at Xiao Ling, expecting him to come up with a plan. Brilliant as he was, Yu Qiyu couldn't think of a way to immediately lure away a group of zombies. Xiao Ling, however, sneakily flashed to a corner and took out a big motorcycle. It was a Harley-Davidson, very expensive, something Xiao Ling picked up casually from the roadside during the early days of the apocalypse along with its key. Xiao Ling winked at Yu Qiyu, acting playfully for once, and then pretended to roar dramatically, oh no, let's escape. Wang Yu desperately attacked a level 2 zombie, almost exhausting his fire ability. Coincidentally, he spotted Xiao Ling pushing a motorcycle out from a shadowy area. Perfect timing. Wang Yu's previous inner melancholy quickly turned into malicious intent. Xiao Ling had wronged him first, had never hired him with good intentions. Why else wouldn't he disclose client information? Why all the mystery? Where did he get all that money? Xiao Ling must have been involved in illegal business. Speaking of cars, if Xiao Ling gave him one, why not transfer ownership right away? Chapter 54, Harms. Relatives of Xiao Ling's family couldn't find Xiao Ling and gave Wang Yu a lot of trouble. Everyone knew Xiao Ling's car, especially since Feng Xiangnan had driven it for 2 years. And as a relative and elder, why shouldn't they be allowed to drive it? If it weren't for Xiao Ling reminding Wang Yu beforehand, still having some conscience, he would have met the same fate as Zhou Jiahui. So Wang Yu hurriedly ran ahead, skillfully circling around behind Xiaoling, successfully advancing without making much noise, even alert Xiaoling didn't notice him. Huh, perfect timing. Bad karma, go. Wang Yu swung his leg like the wind, leaping like a general sweeping across thousands, flying with a kick. It was such a stylish move, a shame there were no girls around to cheer and clap. Without guard, Xiaoling indeed fell to the ground and lay motionless for a moment. Yu saw all of this clearly, noticing a gleam in his eyes. Knowing it was Xiaoling's plan, he kept silent. Meanwhile, Wang Yu, riding the Harley-Davidson, straddled it with cool flair and started it up. My god, roar. It seemed as if time paused, every zombie, including the level 5 ones, momentarily froze before simultaneously turning toward the source of the sound. Wang Yu didn't have time to dwell on anything, he bolted instantly. Indeed, the bike performed excellently, roaring all the way as it zoomed forward. Zombies, craving sustenance, didn't look away and began chasing furiously with large strides. Zombies were extremely sensitive to sound, especially one this loud, it was akin to an atom bomb. Xiaoling smirked triumphantly, standing up with a cold gaze. Did Wang Yu really kick him? All an act. When Wang Yu's foot came close, Xiaoling flew himself. Luckily, given the urgency of escaping death, even Wang Yu's intelligence wouldn't suspect foul play, believing instead that heaven itself helped him. Look, heaps of zombies followed him and left. Xiaoling and Yu were unscathed, but Wang Yu wasn't. The smell of blood combined with the noise was enough to drive the zombies mad. Now, only a few living people remained. Xiaoling and Yu weren't in a rush. When those people gathered over, they fought together. In no time, the level 5 zombie, covered in wounds, became desperate. Its roaring calls were futile as it tried to flee but was then stopped by Yu's release of a spatial domain, leaving it kneeling on the ground with no strength to even crawl. Killing intent arose. Xiaoling squinted his eyes. No problem, we only need the crystal core anyway. Just as he was about to step forward, a hand moved like lightning towards Xiaoling's heart. If struck, death or disability would follow. However, Xiaoling had never been a weakling. Without even turning his head, an ice wall instantly formed, permanently freezing the cruel expression and malicious gaze of the assailant. His accomplices slightly flinched and simultaneously stepped back. How terrifying. How could this person be so powerful? They had come along with Feng Xiannan's convoy and thus did not know Xiaoling's capabilities. After exchanging glances, they decided to retreat. But Xiaoling wouldn't let them escape. An icy world attack froze them into place, leaving them on the ground as works of art. The level 5 zombie roared, already possessing some intelligence, it too wanted to escape. Unfortunately, Mao, Cat, and Huangshulang, Weasel, leapt onto it simultaneously, ending its life gruesomely. Xiaoling didn't even spare its corpse. For the first time, plants emerged in such splendor. A field of food surrounded both humans and zombies, all dead. The plants only buried ordinary people and consumed the rest. Yu hugged Xiaoling's shoulder, you let our pets eat the deceased psychics but bury the normal people. Xiaoling understood his implication, all were human beings, was he being too merciful? Xiaoling didn't think so and didn't bother explaining. In his previous life, Xiaoling didn't know exactly what happened after his death, but he could guess. Now, facing thousands of corpses, how could he not be moved? Yu kissed his cheek gently, I hear the sound of vehicles, probably the safety zone people coming to rescue us. Right, they're here to clean up the battlefield and collect crystal cores. Let's hurry, babies. Even without Xiaoling urging, Mao, Cat, and Weasel wouldn't have missed out on all those crystal cores. They worked at incredible speed. By the time the military psychic group arrived and saw the bloody scene, all crystal cores and supplies had vanished. As for Xiaoling and Yu, well, sorry, they rode balanced scooters, holding hands, laughing and chatting while taking a detour to the safety zone. High power is capital. Be arrogant if you want. What can you do about it? By evening that day, Yu and Xiaoling finally reached the safe area. Because Yu desired something, Xiaoling got spanked. Having just started their relationship, they were easily impulsive in certain areas. Both being men, Xiaoling understood. Plus, he preferred a strong attacker. Outside the safety zone, there were 3 long queues maintained by soldiers. Messengers went back and forth doing who knows what. Yu wore an emotionless expression but was deep in thought. Xiaoling blurted out directly, there are many self-important people who need back-channel information from the safety zone. With a smirk, do we need any? They think themselves extraordinary, yet we truly aren't ordinary. Exactly, you're the boss of a major conglomerate, how can you be ordinary? Xiaoling couldn't help but roll his eyes. So dominant, Yu wouldn't allow such disdain, grabbing him and biting several times before deciding that was unsatisfactory. He then proceeded to kiss him deeply, sharing saliva. Because they were queuing up, quite a number of people around noticed. Although seeing 2 exceptional men hugging intimately should have shocked and possibly saddened many young women, the reality was different. Those who noticed merely averted their gazes, neither stopping them nor mocking. Some bold individuals even memorized Xiaoling's face, thinking how pretty this boy was. Legs turned soft. People with ill intentions unknowingly kneeled down due to a mysterious force. Unable to understand the cause, crying broke out continuously. Soldiers came to inspect, assuming these people were bitten by zombies. Only then did Uchiyu retract his domain. He didn't fear these people being mistakenly killed, he simply felt that Xiaoling, although appearing cold, was actually rather kind-hearted. Fortunately, he didn't voice this, otherwise Xiaoling wouldn't have known what expression to give this silly man. Suddenly commotion arose ahead. A person turned into a zombie, and another person chopped off the zombie swiftly. This person was a psychic. The crowd smiled warmly as if the zombie was a mere beast, while the family of the zombie cried uncontrollably, wanting to fight back but powerless, filled with despair. At this rate, it'd take forever to get everyone inside. Not wanting to spend the night in the wild, Xiaoling stopped a soldier. There should be a psychic channel arranged. The soldier was unhappy, so what if you're a psychic? Wait your turn. Strange, according to logic, there should already be a psychic channel established, which existed in his past life. Xiaoling was puzzled, furrowing his brows for a long while. Uchiyu held him closely, silently comforting him. Actually, this was Gao Yuer's doing again. She believed that psychics were sent down by heaven to protect the common people and should not receive special treatment. Moreover, all the psychics queuing up would enter the city, so who would stay outside to protect ordinary people? As night fell, Gao Yuer led people out with steamed buns to provide relief for the commoners. Chapter 55, Smuggling. Ruckus. Could the people not be excited? Some had been hungry for an entire day. Surviving in this world full of zombie-loving comrades was genuinely difficult. With empty stomachs, everyone focused their gaze on the girl who seemed like an angel. Yes, in the eyes of ordinary people, Gao Yuer was a saint. Again, her. Xiaoling glanced at Uchiyu with ill intent. Didn't she seem infatuated with Uchiyu at first sight? Womanizing scoundrel, humph. Uchiyu, realizing his mistake too late, didn't know what he did wrong. He stood there feeling upset for no reason, and Uchiyu started to console him, performing a few intricate finger motions to make Xiaoling smile. Actually, Xiaoling was just being petty. While they affectionately embraced, the atmosphere ahead changed. The distribution of steamed buns was slow, and some sick or injured commoners sought help from Gao Yuer. Naturally moved by their plight, she dispatched soldiers into the city to retrieve medicine. The commoners were deeply touched, some shed tears while others knelt before her, pleading for her to take care of their children. Just as Gao Yuer was troubled, a critically ill old woman was brought to her. It was Feng Xiangnan's mother. With Feng Xiangnan's eloquence, Bai Pei's shamelessness, and Wei Jingwen's righteousness, Gao Yuer immediately sympathized and had the elderly lady taken straight to the city for treatment without waiting in line. Thus, chaos ensued in front. Many expressed anger and resentment. Why should she get such privilege? Xiaoling, standing in line normally, ended up falling to the back due to not joining the commotion. How absurd. Xiaoling judged Gao Yuer as trash, disrupting order, upsetting balance. She truly was one of the best white lotuses. Having only heard of her but never met her before due to her low ranking and lack of status, now encountering her face to face, it made him want to throw up. Well then. Xiaoling patted the weasel cradled in his arms and muttered softly, go steal 2 slips of paper and wristbands. The ones that belong to psychics are blue. Uchiyu interjected humorously, does it understand colors? The cat grinned widely, rather sinisterly, crouching on Uchiyu's shoulder with only half its face visible. The weasel died. Xiaoling also perished. Upon spotting blue fabric, the weasel left disheartened. As for the plants, they lay obediently in Xiaoling's pocket. This guy couldn't even determine Xiaoling's level, all he could feel was that space was a sacred land filled with spiritual water, nurturing the plants instead. Once inside the safe area, it would nourish itself within it. Xiao wanted to cry but couldn't. Brother, you've finally thought of me. Feeling Xiao's somewhat pessimistic aura, Xiaoling immediately comforted him. After all, children need care. Uchiyu noticed a powerful fluctuation and his gaze flickered slightly, remaining silent and waiting patiently beside them as memories slowly returned. Not only did Xiaoling have many secrets, but he harbored even more. Up ahead, they've started fighting. Uchiyu alerted, and Xiaoling looked over. It was quite a spectacle, a mix of ordinary people, psychics, and military personnel in chaotic groups, probably hundreds strong. It wasn't an ordinary scene at all. Deciding not to interfere, Xiaoling pulled Uchiyu back and took out 2 packets of snacks, crunching them loudly. Seeing someone suffer a broken bone, Xiaoling retracted his annoyance, frowned, and waved his hand. An enormous water ball formed in midair and transformed into rain with a splash. This wasn't enough either, these people continued fiercely fighting, refusing to yield unless the other side was dead. With zombies consuming people daily now, how could normal people survive without taking lives themselves? Who hasn't killed a few zombies? Right as a blade was about to pierce another chest, the rain above turned into massive hailstones. I swear, unable to endure anymore, everyone scattered helter-skelter. Thankfully, the military continuously cleaned the nearby area of zombies, otherwise, they'd all be eaten by now. Gao Yuer fell to the ground, seemingly pushed by someone. Looking pitiful, she cried and pleaded with everyone not to hurt each other. Luckily, the steamed buns were moved aside by someone thoughtful and weren't trampled. After glancing around, Gao Yuer noticed Yuqiyu in the distance. That man remained exceptional as ever, even quietly gazing at her was dazzling and hard to ignore. Her face reddened, and Gao Yuer somewhat regretted not putting on makeup when she left home, but oh well, natural beauty prevails. He'll love me. But when she saw Xiaoling, she felt a bit discontented. This man is so shameless, liking males. Miss, the medical team has arrived. The soldier's words snapped Gao Yuer back to reality, and she immediately arranged for treatment. Unfortunately, the higher-ups wouldn't allow them to directly open the gate and let people in, otherwise, everyone would have entered without all this commotion. Are you saddened by those children, Yuer? How about we start an orphanage? It was Zhang Yan. Gao Yuer's eyes lit up, thinking it was a good idea. However, the soldier beside her looked livid. Miss Zhang, the city is under tight strain. How can we have time to care for children? Moreover, where would we get food daily? Unpleased, Gao Yuer replied, children won't eat that much. Miss, just a few days ago you opposed the psychics as too domineering, yesterday you opposed normal people working for food, even not allowing them to build walls with their own hands, today you're out here handing out charity. We soldiers need to guard against zombies, where do we find the strength to do all that? Normal people should also help out, it's everyone's responsibility. Zhang Yan rolled her eyes, laughing secretly. With her sister gone, she was feeling irritable, intentionally causing trouble, finding joy in everyone else's misfortune. Not as smart but high in status, Gao Yuer immediately put on a stern face, they've already suffered so much, and yet you still make things difficult for them. Tell me, what is a soldier's duty? Clamping his lips, after a few seconds, the soldier responded, Miss, soldiers should protect civilians, but now times have changed, we must all work together to survive. He kept talking incessantly. Shaking her head, Gao Yuer felt this person lacked compassion, targeting even their bread and butter. Zhang Yan stared disdainfully, just then catching Xiao Ling's cold-blooded gaze. Suddenly sensing something amiss, she slowly retreated back into the city. The ferret returned, and Xiao Ling vanished with Yuqiyu. The S-City safe zone had been formed not long ago, so there were loopholes in its management. Besides, due to the chaos outside the city, most of the soldiers were sent out to suppress the situation. Walking in the inner city, Xiao Ling and Yuqiyu finally relaxed a bit. At this moment, a smart boy approached. What assistance do you two require? Just a loaf of bread will suffice. Xiao Ling needed housing and knew the procedures. Seeing the children behind the boy, he softened his heart and agreed, lead the way. I want the most comfortable house. Eyes lighting up, this was a big catch. The boy happily spoke while walking, leading them to the military office. All matters were handled here. On the second floor, the staff seemed to know the child, so they didn't drive him away. Xiao Ling rented a house with 500 pounds of grain, completed the paperwork, and waited in the hall. Yuqiyu went out of the city to fetch supplies, using a vehicle from his space once out of sight, stuffing the trunk and rear seats full of grain for the city. Outside, people were still queuing up. Witnessing Yuqiyu pass by, Gao Yuer actually ordered someone to intercept him. I remember you haven't processed the formalities yet. Why do you already have a wristband? Chapter 56, Gao Yuer Countdown. Could Yuqiyu bother responding to Gao Yuer? Ha! He was too arrogant, and the people around him were enraged. But Yuqiyu appeared extremely formidable. That look in his eyes, filled with blood-red light, just a brief glance forced everyone to lower their heads, unable to meet his gaze, their hearts pounding with fear at drawing this killing god's attention. A powerful person. An extremely powerful one. Gao Yuer, accustomed to high-ranking figures, was subdued by Yuqiyu's aura. Her cheeks flushed red as she took several deep breaths before finally gathering her courage. With an air of righteous indignation, she demanded, I saw you standing in line earlier, at the back. There's no way you could have finished your processing before others. Cutting in line is wrong. I hope you can explain yourself to avoid misunderstandings. Who's misunderstanding what? Yuqiyu's question left Gao Yuer momentarily speechless. I. This isn't fair to everyone. You should abide by the rules. Abide by your rules. Some couldn't hold back their laughter. People immediately glared at those who weren't sensible enough, falling silent collectively as they watched how events unfolded. To them, entering the city sooner would be more worthwhile. As for witnessing any commotion involving clear psychics who were also powerful ones, one had to survive to see it. The safe zone has 4 gates. East and west are used by the army. Others enter through the south gate and exit through the north. Thus, Yuqiyu going out was smooth, but upon returning, he encountered Gao Yuer. Normally, distributing steamed buns shouldn't take such a long time unless someone like her wanted personal involvement. She insisted on personally giving forms to Yuqiyu, needing to wait, though the delay stemmed from refugees' various pleas. Yuqiyu normally drove in along the lane. Upon seeing this, Gao Yuer's eyes flickered, running ahead and spreading her arms. The surrounding crowd shouted in alarm continuously. Fortunately, Gao Ren came and pulled her aside, revealing a line of soldiers in front. For Xiao Ling's sake, who wished to live quietly, Yu had to stop the car. This was an utter disgrace, a disgrace to Yu. It became evident that Xiao Ling held extreme importance in his heart because, according to Yu's prideful nature, he would never have submitted otherwise. Slightly displeased, Gao Ren looked at Yu. Yu wasn't interested in listening to him prattle and gave a chilling glare. Is her mood more important than the entire safe zone? Gao Ren's pupils contracted. The surrounding people didn't understand, but the soldiers got it after a brief pause. Some officers immediately knew what Yu was referring to. Gao Yuer broke free from Gao Ren's grip and stood in front of Yu's car again. You must explain clearly. Our safe zone won't make exceptions for psychics. The ordinary folks felt a surge of emotion. After the apocalypse, they'd grown used to the world's coldness. Psychics had become as domineering as emperors, bullying and dominating others, taking by force what they desired. Some were even worse, looting, killing, and arson. Civilians suffered endlessly. Of course, there were good ones too, nothing was absolute. Equality would naturally be best. But Yu didn't focus on Gao Yuer. Instead, he continued to look at Gao Ren. Even if I don't act, she will eventually be dealt with by your own people. Gao Ren spoke leisurely. She's the daughter of the leader of the safe zone, an only child, his one beloved daughter. Yu drove forward, and Gao Yuer closed her eyes as a soldier carried her aside and set her down on the roadside. She struggled violently. She was determined that since Yu hadn't processed the necessary forms, entering through an irregular channel shouldn't be allowed. People like him who lacked principles should never enter the safe zone. He was such a likable man, so lawless. From now on, she wouldn't be able to see him anymore. Just thinking about it made Gao Yuer weep profusely. Who liked seeing her cry like this? Such a kind and beautiful girl shouldn't be bullied, right? Some started crying loudly along with her, voices echoing around and stirring up resentment among those present. The soldiers maintained order as Gao Ren sent someone to investigate because he didn't want Gao Yuer causing further trouble. Good deeds depended on the situation. I wanted to ascend further by becoming Gao Zhen's son-in-law, but Yu's words lingered in my ears. Gao Yuer is just like a death warrant. The higher-ups wouldn't allow her to continue wasting resources more valuable than life itself. Gao Zhen had gone to SS City for a meeting, bringing researchers along, and due to the lack of special treatment for psychics, many had rallied under a man named Su. Damn it, Gao Yuer can't be allowed to cause chaos anymore. A few soldiers ran over, along with staff handling paperwork, who brought Yu and Xiao Ling's records. Upon inspection, Yu was a gravity psychic, no wonder he had the power to make others kneel. Xiao Ling was a water element psychic. During the suppression outside the city, Xiao Ling's ice psychic ability went relatively unnoticed, sensed only by Yu. Both were 4th-level psychics who had recently signed a contract leasing a villa with 500 pounds of grain. Such skilled individuals were precisely the ones Gao Ren wanted to recruit. If the army couldn't suppress Su's influence, then the question of who would control the safe zone later remained unanswered. After obtaining their data, Gao Yuer shook her head and rushed toward Gao Ren. This isn't right. I saw them personally standing at the back of the line. The official in charge of processing forms sighed helplessly. Miss, today's all the psychics entering the city. How could any fake exist? She had already forgotten, there were so many people coming into the city, including quite a number of psychics, many staying low-key under caps without noticeable wounds. Red wounds were permitted entrance. Doing the job for too long, she had seen handsome stars, mega idols daily, both day and night. Hadn't she developed face blindness by now? Gao Yuer frowned disapprovingly at the official. How much bribe did they give you? And here I thought you were different. Ah, the woman had objections. Tears came pouring out instantly, rushing to Gao Ren as well, ripping off the badge on her arm, presenting it with both hands. Sir, I can't do this job anymore. I've been diligent in the safe zone for days, never once slacked or let anything slip, but Miss single sentence stamps my dignity in the mud. I'm human too, I have my pride. Let Miss choose whoever she wishes to employ from now on. Gao Ren frowned deeply. Gao Yuer pulled the woman irritably, stopping her from leaving. Clarify your statements. They definitely haven't finished their procedures. I'm not wrongfully accusing you. So what? I said they've completed it. The documents are right here, in black and white. Did you really see them at the end of the queue? Are your eyes celestial ones? Is what you say the law? Stop humiliating others like this. How many people have died because of your constant unrest outside the city? How many soldiers lost their lives? Have you ever counted? You. Because of you today, the civilians and psychics outside the city clashed twice, and yesterday 3 times. Gao Yuer sobbed in frustration. Does shouting louder make you more reasonable? That's excessive. I've tried my best to persuade everyone. My efforts are evident to all. Ha, the woman shook her hair and chuckled sarcastically. I'll leave. Fine if I go, right? I'll pack up my stuff and take the first bus in the morning to the nearest SS City safe zone. Oh yeah, did you know? Many psychics have left because of you. Originally, S City had more powerful ones than SS with over 1,000 psychics. Now, there are probably fewer than 200 left. Chapter 57. The expressions of the surrounding psychics all changed. Entering the city required waiting in such long queues, without special treatment, while they were constantly pressured into action when needed. If they refused, officials would give them cold looks. Didn't psychics fear authority too? Why should non-psychic people stay inside as refugees without doing any work, just waiting for food and complaining about getting too little? Some understood that this wasn't entirely the fault of civilians. Many civilians were willing to participate in labor, even taking on the dirtiest and most exhausting tasks like building walls, regardless of injury. Because they wanted to survive, because they hated zombies, because they yearned for better lives. But Gao Yuer thought this was wrong. Civilians were the weak ones who deserved protection. Before the apocalypse, civilians worked diligently, paying taxes to support various state departments, including the army, their protective gods. Now that zombies were attacking, it was time for soldiers to protect the people, so why were common folks being forced to the front lines instead? Gao Yuer's thoughts had their merits, as did others, and the soldiers faced their own difficulties after all, they weren't gods. You deflecting doesn't help, I'll keep watching here. Of course, I know whether or not they've completed their procedures. Gao Yuer's tear-filled eyes looked at Gao Ren. She felt the person handling the forms no longer had the right to speak with her, such bad habits cannot persist. A subordinate who disobeys superiors has no place in our army. Your army? Gao Ren's voice was very detached. Gao Yuer raised her eyebrows, confused by his meaning. Do you think she's reasonable? If I think she's reasonable, how do you see me? Immediately, a flash of disappointment crossed Gao Yuer's eyes. I will reserve my right to speak until Dad comes back. And then what? Gao Yuer cried harder. If you protect someone like her, you're not worthy of staying in a high position. I understand. Gao Ren smiled slightly. You're growing up, you're no longer a child. The world isn't as simple as what you want. Guards, confine Miss Gao to her house. Without my order, she mustn't step outside the door. What? Gao Yuer couldn't believe it. You're rebelling. I won't give in. Would you starve yourself or kneel forever? Gao Ren felt a headache coming on. It's your choice. Since you love the people so much, you'll eat like they do, 2 steamed buns a day, 1 bowl of water. Not eating wastes the country's grain, kneeling dishonors your deceased mother. Take her away. Gao Yuer had her mouth covered and was dragged along. Many commoners had received care from Gao Yuer in the past and immediately rushed forward to get tangled up with the soldiers again. Chaos erupted. The woman in charge of processing forms was also worried. This Gao Yuer truly was a troublemaker. If this continued, how much longer could the safe zone last? Mr. Gao, I'll leave tomorrow morning. Thank you for always trusting me. I've killed zombies, protected leaders, and worked in the grassroots. Consider it my retirement. Gao Ren nodded. The woman was just a minor role, and those willing to leave could go. Besides, Gao Ren still had to deal with the huge brawl in front of him. After handing over the rice, Yu drove Xiao Ling to the villa. The 3-story villa was exceptionally beautiful and hadn't been touched by the zombies, but all the plants in the yard were dead, leaving everything desolate. The furniture inside was very old, almost unusable. The bed was quite broken and needed replacement. Probably, the previous occupants deliberately damaged it. Xiao Ling had heard children mention that houses here used to cost 1,000 pounds of rice to rent, but as people grew poorer, the price eventually dropped to 500 when Xiao Ling arrived. The kids receiving the 2 loaves of bread were thrilled and chatted a lot. Xiao Ling was just passing the time. Now, only 2 people remained, a family. Family? He snorted. Shall we go out to buy some things? Yu suggested. Xiao Ling agreed. After all, items from his spatial pocket couldn't simply be revealed, so buying some items as a cover-up was necessary. Otherwise, anyone walking in and finding the room fit like a palace would be problematic, hehe. A stroll around town revealed an open restaurant. Xiao Ling entered the private room with Yu. The environment was acceptable, it was run by the military to make money. Psychics went out daily to find supplies, and consumption was inevitable. For dishes only cost them a pack of cigarettes. The 2 chatted and laughed, and Yu didn't ask much. Xiao Ling seemed to know his way around, but Yu knew that this was Xiao Ling's first time here, so how could he know everything? He even knew the prices and who sold what. For a moment, Yu's heart churned, but he did not let it show on his face. After all, he was a superior figure, concealing his intent, even harboring murderous thoughts, was as easy as pie. Who was Xiao Ling? Could he not sense Yu's gradual changes every day? His memory was gradually returning, and his gaze was fierce beyond compare, carrying an air of ferocity. Occasionally, the bursts of dominance were breathtaking. During their moments of intimacy, once when Xiao Ling had declined, Yu still embraced him forcefully, claiming in essence that Xiao Ling enjoyed it, though with just a tinge of irritation. If Xiao Ling had been big dog, he would absolutely follow Yu's orders without question. Xiao Ling wanted no yes man. Otherwise, upon reaching the safe zone, picking up or keeping any submissive face would have sufficed. In the end, what he truly liked was men with thoughts and independent opinions. Yu's domineering and aggressive nature, Xiao Ling found appealing. At least most of the time, Yuchi-Yu listened to him, protecting and caring for him, carefully maintaining the harmonious relationship between them. That was enough. Nobody was perfect, and Xiaoling felt he had few merits himself. What are you thinking about? Yuchi-Yu sat next to Xiaoling, unbothered by the heat given their powerful abilities. I'm wondering how long we should stay here. Oh, eat your vegetables, said Yuchi-Yu casually, yet his alertness heightened internally. Hadn't they signed a 3-month contract? Did Xiaoling plan to leave entirely? Recently, this person seemed somewhat melancholic for reasons unknown, making Yuchi-Yu uneasy. Nowadays in the safe zone, one couldn't always stick closely to Xiaoling anymore. After finishing dinner, a grain of rice stuck on Xiaoling's mouth, and Yuchi-Yu used his lips to remove it instead. The two drove out and bought plenty of supplies. The sky had turned pitch black by then, and the vendors began dispersing one after another at that moment. Suddenly, Li Xiaopeng burst forth. Master Xiao. I. Xiaoling, it's me, Li Xiaopeng. The car stopped, and Xiaoling lowered the window, so excited. Li Xiaopeng blushed bright red, could I not be? Everyone thought you. Well, it's good you're back, safe and sound. Come along, the captain rented a great courtyard. Finally, we can sleep peacefully. Xiaoling shifted topics, what about your hand? Li Xiaopeng glanced down, a broken finger, nothing serious. Thanks for your concern, Master Xiao. Xiaoling ducked into the back seat and retrieved a bag from his spatial pocket containing medicine, painkillers, antibiotics, bandages, some food, sausages which Li Xiaopeng loved, mutated pig meat, salt, and a set of black sportswear. Once done, Xiaoling returned to the front seat, get in the car, I'll drive you back. Chapter 58 Scary Yellow Weasel. Alright, Li Xiaopeng was thrilled. Indeed, being a chronic talker, Li Xiaopeng babbled non-stop all the way. When speaking of Mao Yi's death, his tone darkened, only to perk up within minutes. Not that Li Xiaopeng lacked empathy, it was simply due to the daily deaths, he'd grown accustomed to it. The large courtyard was surrounded by other similar yards, nearly all belonging to psychic bases. Psychic residents with nothing to do after eating gathered at doorsteps or leaned against walls chatting. The sight of a sleek SVU passing by left them slightly irked, an impeccable vehicle untouched by any scratches, evidently new. In contrast, Yuchi-Yu's spatial pocket housed not just new vehicles but tanks and planes underscore. Wu Yun's group had just arrived, and neighboring factions eyed them warily, pondering whether they posed a threat that needed suppressing or if cooperation might be beneficial. The car stopped. Holding the package Xiaoling handed him, Li Xiaopeng felt stunned. Brother Xiao, aren't you coming in? We're in the same safe zone. I'll see you later, I need to tidy up where I'll live. It was rare for Brother Xiao to say so much. Logically, Li Xiaopeng should feel grateful, yet his lips trembled as a glimmer of moisture appeared in his eyes. Brother Xiao, don't you want me anymore? If anyone tries to snatch your package, tell them it's mine. If they dare take it, they will die. The chilling words faded as the car sped off, leaving Li Xiaopeng in tears. Xiaoling was the pillar he had clung onto all along, how could he allow this leg to escape? What shall I do now? Huh? When did you get back? Zhang Bing was a fence-sitter. Given Xiaoling's absence, Li Xiaopeng was merely a lower-class individual. Not bad, your bag. Let me take a look. It belongs to Brother Xiao. Zhang Bing's pupils shrank, where is he? Li Xiaopeng startled and slapped himself dumbly. Crap, I forgot to ask. Brother Xiao said he had to arrange a place to live, I should have helped. Xiaoling has returned. Li Xuan also came out for relaxation. No, he went off to the world of 2 with Big Dog. Li Xiaopeng cried and cried. Where's he staying? Li Xuan was very concerned about this. Li Xiaopeng became gloomy. Has Xiaoling returned? Where is he? Wei Yan approached, interested. Li Xiaopeng felt disheartened. Xiaoling returned with Yuchi-Yu to the villa. There were piles of furniture in the yard, sofas, cabinets, curtains. These people had wanted to avoid delivering the furniture and instead sell it to others for a double profit. But after Xiaoling showed his prowess and gave them the address, they didn't dare to play tricks. Being in the same safe zone, offending such a powerful psychic ability user was unwise, especially since that angel-like young miss had been imprisoned. Why were the soldiers here, stopping in front of the villa before Xiaoling and Yuchi-Yu arrived? Yuchi-Yu parked and got out to check, and Xiaoling followed. So it's you. We received an alarm, saying there was a dangerous mutated beast in the room, so we came to eliminate it, said the square-faced youth unhappily. Such an unfriendly attitude. Xiaoling took a look at Yuchi-Yu. When did this guy offend someone? Yuchi-Yu snapped his fingers, and the cat and yellow weasel appeared. These are my mutated beasts. You can leave now. Can they harm people? If they dare harm anyone, I'll lock both of you up. Another thin soldier quickly pulled back the hot-headed youth. Mutated animals in the city have never actively harmed people. Why are you being so rude? It's because of him that the miss was locked up, which makes me furious. Oh, that's why. The thin soldier wasn't too bothered. if you two behave yourselves and stay quietly within the safety zone, don't cause trouble, and go to the Psychic Abilities Hall tomorrow morning to pick up a task, then everything will be fine. You must complete one task per week, otherwise, you'll be evicted. Does that mean the rent will be refunded to us? Xiao Ling made a joke, leaving the soldiers bewildered as they didn't know how to respond. Unwilling to argue with them, they were already busy dealing with various problems daily. Xiao Ling walked indifferently inside, while Yu Qiyu drove the car into the courtyard, closed the gate, and then, both entered the house. Outside, spectators whispered in amazement, such a big house for only 2 people to live in. Dark looks crossed many people's minds as plans brewed. It grew dark, yet those watching the villa stayed. Xiao Ling didn't bother paying attention. His water-based psychic powers transformed into thick mist, surrounding the villa like a shield. He stepped outside and put everything into his spatial pocket, while the yellow weasel happily ate crystal cores, its tail curling around chairs as it darted around, making noises, pretending as if Yu Qiyu and Xiao Ling were busily working. Inside the villa, it was a whole different world, very cozy. It was Xiao Ling's first time arranging his own little home, particularly the bedroom, which looked extraordinarily romantic. Yu Qiyu sat in the living room, throat bobbing up and down. Damn, I can't control myself, I want to jump on him. The kitchen had a full set of cooking utensils, and the fridge was stocked with food and fruits. Outwardly, the villa seemed pitch black, looking like a ghost house. In reality, it was brightly lit, they had electricity. Others lighting candles would be considered extravagant. Really? Xiao Ling and Yu Qiyu had power. The bathroom had a bathtub and shower, hot water, and even a TV, though there were no channels, only DVDs could be played. They chose a risque one, and as the sound effects filled the air, Yu Qiyu's gaze drifted, admiring Xiao Ling's blushing face all the more. They entangled through the night. By morning, Xiao Ling was sound asleep, sprawled on a 3-meter-wide bed, while Yu Qiyu sat reading a book, occasionally stroking Xiao Ling's hair. A new life started, and it seemed wonderful enough to continue forever. Everyone thought Xiao Ling was the dominant one, pampering Yu Qiyu. But in truth, didn't Yu Qiyu also dote on Xiao Ling? Damn it, someone's knocking. The yellow weasel carrying the intercom leaped onto the fence, immediately shocking the neighbors who screamed and fled. What's wrong with me? The yellow weasel didn't understand and kept dumbly squatting on the wall, waiting to hand over the intercom as instructed by Yu Qiyu. No one was left, what should I do? Short on brains, it turned around and saw, no cat. Oh no, the confused yellow weasel tilted its head 45 degrees upward. What kind of situation is this? Not long after, the square-faced soldier returned with Xiao Ling's neighbor. Is this the terrifying mutated beast you spoke of? The neighbor trembled in fear. Officer, do not underestimate it because of its size. Even small, it remains a fact that it's a mutated beast. Did it bite you? Did it bite you? Did it bite you? Each question louder than the last. The neighbor was speechless, standing still. Stepping forward a few paces, the square-faced soldier grabbed the intercom from the yellow weasel and tossed it to the neighbor, letting out a cold snort before walking away. The neighbor was the son of the former mayor of S City, so he acted arrogantly. All around lived capable individuals. Though an ordinary person himself, he had many bodyguards with remarkable abilities. Today, however, he underestimated his 2 new neighbors and didn't take them seriously, so he came over to check things out with just 2 electric-type bodyguards, thinking this would both terrify and intimidate them, a thrilling idea. Unexpectedly, before even seeing the neighbors, he got scared himself. Sir, this mutated beast is beyond our capability. Let's wait for Ma Tu to finish negotiating with Zheng Su and then come back later, said one of his men. Chapter 59. Can we really do that? What about my dignity? Bai Xingming held the intercom near his mouth. Hello? Can you hear me? State your business, said Wei Qiyu's cold voice. Due to the commotion outside, Xiao Ling woke up. Bai Xingming felt frustrated, adjusting his tone. I am your neighbor and I wish to make acquaintance. I used to. Don't disturb us in the future. What? That was it? The yellow weasel snatched the intercom away like a flying shadow and jumped to another wall where someone else was waiting. It was a handsome young man accompanied by several ability users, exuding strong presence and courtesy, clearly not ordinary people. Hello, I am the deputy team leader of Fong Ting's group. We found a food processing plant in a suburban village a few days ago. If interested, let's discuss details. Come in. The door was opened by the yellow weasel. Despite its small size, it clearly had many functions. Inside the courtyard, Fong Ting's team saw a long wooden table with long benches on either side, also wooden, and a large sunshade umbrella on top. Glancing at each other silently, the 5 members sat down. The yellow weasel carried a big bag, hopped onto the table, and opened the sack, revealing some dried fruits inside. Was this meant as snacks? These individuals were used to high-stakes situations, they all belonged to the upper class. However, it was now the apocalypse, a different time from before, incomparable to earlier times. Wei Qiyu walked out, and all of them stood up naturally because his aura of superiority was too evident. They didn't dare be disrespectful. Please sit. With a swish, everyone neatly sat down. Outside the yard, many people gathered by the walls, waiting to visit, irritating. I'm Fong Yu, and here's the situation. The deputy team leader introduced himself along with his purpose and shared information about their discovery. The data about zombies inside was comprehensive and respectful. Include us when you leave, Wei Qiyu glanced, spotting an old acquaintance, Jing Su. His appearance made many people uneasy, this man being too ambitious and cunning. In a short time, he lured most of the psychics from the safe zone into his ranks. It was incredible. The yellow weasel opened the door, and Jing Su entered, bowing his head, Master. I've heard about your good results, praised Wei Qiyu. Just petty tricks, but the tasks Master assigned are completed, replied Jing Su. Fongting's people couldn't sit still anymore, their faces changed slightly, wondering if they should stand up to take their leave. Because someone like Jing Su standing with his hands at his sides, slightly bowed his head, acting as if he was a perfect child. Being born a secondary son in a fairly feudal family, Jing Su didn't have much status and was well versed in reading moods. Not only could he behave like a good baby, but also read others' expressions skillfully, he often knelt to speak when necessary. Did he feel resentful? Naturally yes, those who stripped him of face and dignity would eventually pay. There are some secrets I'd like to report to Master. Fongting's people rose, since you have more to discuss, we will take our leave first. Wei Qiyu wouldn't retain them. He led Jing Su into the living room where the cat was eating live fish, looking very pleased. The yellow weasel stood again on the wall, serving as a transmission tube. One by one, the first-hand news of the safe zone reached their ears, including Gao Yuer secretly plotting against Gao Ren. Jing Su had already set everything up. If Gao Ren was subdued by Gao Yuer, his people would kill Gao Ren and pin the blame on Gao Yuer, thus causing chaos in the safe zone. Did Jing Su want to stir up trouble? No, his ultimate goal was to seize the entire safe zone. Is owning a safe zone enough? Monopolizing a mountain is something monkeys do. What I desire, can you give it to me? Jing Su curled his lips, his eyes filled with greed and ambition. A devil, would you like one? Letting out a laugh, Wei Qiyu seemed delighted. He greatly admired Jing Su, truly appreciated him. Someone like Jing Su who had no limits, no bottom line, was a wild beast that only Wei Qiyu dared to tame. After the visitors left, Xiaoling finally came downstairs. Wei Qiyu whistled, partly because of affection and partly because Xiaoling's outfit was too revealing. The white shirt belonged to Wei Qiyu's model, and Xiaoling wore nothing but a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up, exposing snow-white arms and thighs. He was barefoot. Step by step, he approached and sat on Wei Qiyu's lap. Slipping his hand inside, as expected, there was nothing underneath. Dressed like this in the day, were you trying to seduce me? I want it. Will you give it to me? Wei Qiyu paused, his gaze instantly heating up. Little temptress, I don't feel like getting off the bed. Husband will fulfill your wish. Husband. I want to stay in bed for 3 days and 3 nights. Huh. Today's Xiaoling was quite seductive, even Wei Qiyu couldn't handle it, so he immediately pinned him down on the sofa and took care of business right there. Outside, the yellow weasel watched the wind, while the cat couldn't stand the lovey-dovey couple and came out for some fresh air. The two animals locked eyes. The cat blinked twice. The yellow weasel silently asked if sand had gotten into its eyes. The cat's vertical pupil trembled slightly, truly restless. It confessed straightforwardly, wanting to do it too. The yellow weasel groaned, feeling flustered. No way, I'm still young. Cat, go die. In the afternoon, many people came to greet them, most were ability users. Even ordinary people were particularly influential ones, either wildly boasting to recruit bodyguards or flattering them with sycophantic intentions. All of them were handled by the yellow weasel and the cat. Don't think they can't speak, they were actually very efficient. As for the plant, it was in the yard, and not even Wei Qiyu noticed it. Neither the cat nor the yellow weasel realized, but the plant was getting closer. Naive yellow weasel, talking about symbiosis. You dare secretly flirt with a cat behind my back. Complicated relationships. Li Xiaopeng only arrived at dusk. He had inquired around everywhere, horsing his voice until he finally found the right place. He couldn't believe that Brother Ling actually lived in such a luxurious place. Goodness, how much food does it take a day here? Nope, I must move in. Brother Ling is so delicate, he surely needs younger brothers taking care of him. Even just running errands would be fine. Coincidentally, Li Xiaopeng's arrival pleased even Wei Qiyu. There was a storage room in the yard, better than the rooms in Wu Yun's compound. It contained various items which Xiaoling then stored in his space. Li Xiaopeng happily drove back to Wu Yun's place, told them everything, packed up, and brought Wu Yun and Wei Yan over to the villa. Wow, life is good here. Surely, there are plenty of rooms in the 3-story villa, enough for the team's ability users to share rooms in pairs. This way, it would be safe, and they could look out for each other. Unlike in the large courtyard where over a dozen people crammed together, and tents were purchased in bulk that cluttered the yard, making it hard to walk without tripping over something. It was indeed inconvenient. There's no other way. The team needs to grow strong or else it would be swallowed up. That's the survival rule. Xiaoling fixed up the storage room and connected electricity. It was filled with all sorts of daily necessities, including a good single bed, an electric kettle, etc. Thinking about Li Xiaopeng's happy expression, Xiaoling smiled. Chapter 60. Unlike Wu Yun and Wei Yan, Li Xiaopeng was very sharp and lively. Smart people could easily read his thoughts from his face, making him relatively easy to manage. Li Xiaopeng arrived at the warehouse and immediately burst into joy once he entered, so comfortable. What's this? Oh my god, a mini fridge. When I opened it, it was cold. Li Xiaopeng excitedly rushed out, holding back his words because Xiaoling told him to keep quiet when he sent him home to fetch things. The fridge. This was absolutely a super huge secret. Wu Yun was displeased. What's wrong? Say what you have to say. Can't tell. Li Xiaopeng took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Brother Ling, I've reported for duty. The yellow weasel threw the intercom to Li Xiaopeng and cried as it ran away. Xiaoling looked at it helplessly, wanting to comfort but had no time. Leader, please sit. They weren't invited indoors, it was their world, no visitors allowed. Wu Yun and Wei Yan had always treated Xiaoling well, but now they couldn't even enter the door, indicating that their relationship might become distant. There are a lot of private things between me and Wei Qiyu in the living room. Please forgive us. Wei Yan's slight discomfort eased a bit. Xiaoling never lied and rarely explained anything. Now that he spoke, it showed they hadn't wasted the time they spent together. Will this cause trouble for you? Xiaoling smiled. Of course, there are always curious people who try to investigate. I'll make sure they come but don't return. That remark had depth. It was also a double entendre, as its scope covered both Wu Yun and Wei Yan. Wu Yun wasn't complicated. I came here today to ask whether you're still part of our fleet. Are you stupid? When did he ever say he belonged to us? Wei Yan gave Wu Yun a glare. We've been through a lot and I consider you a friend. I want to stay with Wei Qiyu in the safe zone to enjoy a comfortable life, go out once a week, and if there are missions, you can come find me. Xiaoling was serious. Sighing, this wasn't what Wu Yun wanted. You're still my person. If you run into trouble, come to me. Wu Yun got up and walked out. Wei Yan was annoyed. Xiaoling wasn't someone who refused everything. Wouldn't a bit more persuasion work? Just entering the safe zone, who wouldn't want a good life? Alas. The conversation between both parties didn't go well, but Li Xiaopeng was happy. Wei Yan glanced back at Li Xiaopeng and labeled him as disloyal. Not letting him live in such a big villa showed that Xiaoling didn't have him in his heart, yet he was still so cheerful, it was incomprehensible. Li Xiaopeng was quite content. After all, I'm an ordinary person without any abilities. In the future, when Brother Xiao goes on missions with Big Dog, I'll stay at home, watch the house, clean, how fashionable. It must be said, people like Li Xiaopeng can survive until now not just by luck, they also have good vision. It's hot. Li Xiaopeng sneaked into the warehouse to eat popsicles. They're so tasty. Oh, __. Oh. Wei Qiyu was in the room, and when he saw Xiaoling walk in, he opened his arms. Don't you like being called Big Dog anymore? Naturally sitting on the man's lap and leaning against his chest, Xiaoling rested his head on the broad shoulder of the man. Shut up. Lifting his lover's chin, Wei Qiyu's eyes were filled with possession and desire. Whose are you? I am yours. The resolute response put Wei Qiyu at ease, and he leaned down to kiss. Li Xiaopeng was outside answering questions from the neighbors. As evening cooled down, he drove out to buy crystal cores, exchanging food for them. The yellow weasel returned to the space and kept eating the crystal cores to level up. After swallowing 5th level crystal cores, the yellow weasel fell into a deep sleep. When the cat entered the space, it was completely dumbfounded. Is this Xiaoling's illegitimate child? Oh. Master, you've been cheated on. An affair. Oh. Xiao hooked her fingers, making the cat involuntarily float, causing all its fur to bristle. What are you thinking about, cute little kitty? Xiao's expression was too evil. The cat had a sense of impending doom. It was too scary here. Master, save me. Xiaoling also entered the space in the middle of the night. Here, the 4 seasons were like spring, with excellent temperature and no wind, just like paradise. The space inside was vast. Xiao was already over a meter tall, looking like a small child, dressed in a little suit, beautiful and exquisite like a porcelain doll. Brother. Xiaoling hugged her, and Xiao cried, missing her brother dearly. Ever since they came to the safe zone, after finishing with Wei Qiyu, when the man slept, Xiaoling would enter the space and stay with Xiao. He really liked this younger sibling, feeling deeply sympathetic toward her. Brother, I've prepared lamb skewers, do you want some? Not in a hurry, I'll eat them tomorrow morning. Stroking the fine hair, Xiaoling's gaze was extremely gentle. How many levels is your psychic ability? It's hard beyond level 10. Xiaoling's face twitched, a mess, everyone around him is a freak. How am I supposed to live? Talking about Wei Qiyu's intelligence, whenever Xiaoling frowned slightly, he could guess most of it. This ability was terrifying, fortunately not an enemy. Brother, the chicken laid eggs, the eggs grew into baby chickens, the baby chickens grew into big chickens, and they laid eggs again, so many. What should we do? As long as they don't turn into phoenixes, there's nothing to fear. Just sell them if needed. Xiaoling was optimistic, more things were better, right? But when he saw the chickens, his whole demeanor changed. These are chickens. So big and fat was tolerable, but why can they fly? Because they leveled up. Each generation is stronger than the last, isn't it hard to understand? Early next morning, Wei Qiyu extended his large hand and embraced Xiaoling. You went into the space for cultivation again. Aren't you tired? I'm reluctant to touch you even. I'm not that weak, feel free. 2 slaps later, they both agreed to get up. Both were well dressed, Wei Qiyu's black leather shoes shone brightly, and Li Xiaopeng greeted with a smile, good morning, young Master Ling, big dog. Call him young Master Yu. Xiao Ling's words pleased Li Xiaopeng, good morning, young Master Yu. Did you recover your memory and know your name? Xiao Ling gave Wei Qiyu a sidelong glance, he also wanted to know but smart people don't ask. Wei Qiyu smirked coldly, his gaze full of ferocity. Li Xiaopeng looked down, but as long as brother Xiao was his backing, though he feared Big Dog, he wasn't afraid of Big Dog hitting him. Look, it's all because of you, Wei Qiyu affectionately pinched Xiao Ling's nose. Xiao Ling, on the contrary, curled his lips, isn't it because of me that you've become this way? Li Xiaopeng held back his laughter, his shoulders trembling slightly. Occasionally, he couldn't help but let out a sound like pu, resembling farts, which was extremely amusing. Yu Qiyu looked at Li Xiaopeng seriously for the first time, to be his follower, one must have strength. Dare you become a Psi user for him? Li Xiaopeng froze instantly, coldly and stupidly, with his eyeballs almost crossing, can I? Taking 2 deep breaths to straighten his tongue before speaking, Li Xiaopeng's face turned blood red, can I? Chapter 61. Xiao Ling's eyes narrowed as he nudged Yu Qiyu with his elbow, then looked solemnly at Li Xiaopeng's excited face, do you think there are such things as pies falling from the sky? A bucket of cold water was poured over him. Yu Qiyu also spoke, opportunities must be earned. What did these 2 masters mean? Li Xiaopeng was utterly confused. Why didn't they discuss beforehand and then speak coherently in front of me? Their different opinions left Li Xiaopeng completely blank, and he actually started crying. After all, matters like these should not be joked about, especially for an ordinary person. Li Xiaopeng realized his own capabilities during the early stages of the apocalypse, daring to kill regular zombies but would be doomed when encountering mutated ones. Therefore, Li Xiaopeng once vowed that, even if his life was shortened by 50 years, he was willing to become a Psi user. Xiao Ling glared at Yu Qiyu, what do you intend to do? Yu Qiyu also looked at Xiao Ling, don't you like having an attendant? When his strength improves, he'll be able to accompany you through the world. Both were smart people, understanding each other's implication with just a hint. Xiao Ling's heartbeat became erratic. Was it possible that Yu Qiyu had seen something? Li Xiaopeng wailed, that. Yu Qiyu stared into Xiao Ling's beautiful eyes and determinedly opened his mouth just as Xiao Ling unhappily turned around and walked away. Yu Qiyu followed, sticking close no matter where Xiao Ling went. For more than 2 hours, they kept 10 meters apart without breaking this silent deadlock. This was the first time for Yu Qiyu. He must fight for his happiness, otherwise, what if the stubborn Xiao Ling suddenly left, leaving only Yu Qiyu behind? Using Li Xiaopeng as a tool couldn't be better. Xiao Ling may seem cold-blooded, but in reality, he's quite kind-hearted. Walking to the same restaurant from that day, Xiao Ling was about to step inside when he suddenly remembered the lamb skewers. Hesitating for a moment, Xiao Ling turned back. Passing by Yu Qiyu, he compromised by holding the man's broad hand. That's it, Xiao Ling sighed. Seeing Li Xiaopeng looking dispirited, Xiao Ling believed the 2 of them were superior enough to handle anything. At noon, the 3 of them ate lamb skewers. Yu Qiyu and Li Xiaopeng also drank alcohol. The meat aroma spread far, arrogant to the extreme. Zheng Su arrived, and Yu Qiyu whispered to him at the corner. Around them descended a light curtain, another function of the space field. Li Xiaopeng was very curious. He came early, so naturally knew how crucial Zheng Su was to the entire safe zone. This man was highly resourceful, bringing most of the Psi users under his wing. Those left were either the leader or loyal followers, or part of the army, or simply not powerful Psi users. Li Xiaopeng took another look at Zheng Su and strangely discovered that this person was being uncharacteristically humble towards Big Dog. Oh, right, Yu Qiyu Jr. Careful they don't gouge out your eyeballs, Xiao Ling said as he ate the lamb skewers. Oh, Li Xiaopeng was terrified, but... You don't need to dwell on what Yu Qiyu said in the morning anymore. Any violation of nature's rules will always risk lives. Xiao Ling opened a bottle of wine and handed it to Li Xiaopeng, and you need to widen your eyes and assess the character of every person. Otherwise, if someone tricks you into death, you won't even know why. Shaking uncontrollably, his cold sweat soaked his back, Li Xiaopeng finally realized. Oh my god, just because of a sentence from someone else, he criticized Brother Xiao. I am truly... Overcome with guilt, Li Xiaopeng raised his head, drank an entire beer, and knelt down in front of Xiao Ling. Brother, I'm sorry. Actually, the life I lead now is pretty good, many envy me. I will spend the rest of my life safely in this secure zone, please be assured. Instead, Xiao Ling appeared a little surprised, his gaze profound and directed at Yu Qiyu, who was also looking back. His gaze was like an abyss, making Xiao Ling suddenly feel powerless. Could it be that Yu Qiyu has already seen through the essence of things? With time passing, this guy's memories are probably about to return, aren't they? Would he choose to continue loving me, or eliminate me? For a supreme ruler, love is optional. There are so many people in the world to like. One can be easily replaced with another, nothing could be more carefree than that. Xiao Ling had only one life, and the fact that he could go back in time was already a miracle, how could he expect any more? No one knew how long this safe zone could last, but Xiao Ling did, it would be at most 5 months. No, calculating the time, there were about 3 months and 10 days left. It would be impossible for Li Xiaopeng to live here his whole life. And this place would surely be destroyed by a group of zombie termites, with those who remained inevitably dying. If Li Xiaopeng asked today, Xiao Ling would tell him the method. Everyone's path is chosen by themselves, don't regret it. Jiangsu's people had already been inserted near Gao Yuer, instigating her. Plus, Gao Yuer originally had many petty people around her whispering in her ear, convincing her that one should not be too selfish and must think from the standpoint of morality. Gao Ren acted arbitrarily because his father wasn't around, eventually, something bad would happen. For everyone's sake, I should take action now, so Gao Yuer nodded in agreement with the crowd. Gao Ren had watched Gao Yuer grow up, so he couldn't bring himself to do anything harmful to her, at most just confine her. He never imagined in his dreams that this beautiful, kind young lady would have murderous intentions toward him, striking decisively without even giving him a chance to say a word. The event progressed so smoothly that Gao Yuer herself thought it was destiny. But little did she know, this was all part of Zheng Su's vast plan. When Zheng Su left, he bowed respectfully to Xiao Ling but didn't speak. Li Xiaopeng got up to see him off at the door. There were quite a few people on the road outside, all looking over. Li Xiaopeng, who usually strutted proudly, felt no joy today. Quietly, he seemed to be planning something. Finally, after Xiao Ling went back inside, Li Xiaopeng went to find Wei Qiyu. Why didn't he come to me? Xiao Ling stood in the dark corner of the floor-to-ceiling window and sighed. Ultimately, it was still due to his own failure as a person, being betrayed by friends, lovers, and family alike, dying unavenged. However, Wei Qiyu was different. He was a person who wouldn't give others a chance to betray him. Someone even I fear, and yet Li Xiaopeng. His chest tightened uncomfortably, so Xiao Ling went upstairs to take a stroll and entered the space. In the end, Xiao Xiao was still the best, not betraying, not making Xiao Ling troubled, and definitely not entangled in complicated relationships over love. Big brother. Do you have worries? There were additional merits, keeping secrets, and being a free garbage can for words. Xiao Ling was very tired. Despite how cold and tough he appeared on the surface, he was ultimately an ordinary human made of flesh and blood. Holding Xiao Xiao, who increasingly resembled himself, Xiao Ling slowly poured out his heart. Meanwhile, Wei Qiyu cast a somber gaze towards the upper floor where Xiao Ling's aura had vanished. Brother you. Wei Qiyu turned his gaze towards Li Xiaopeng, it was icy and sinister. There are 2 methods. Choose yourself. Li Xiaopeng listened with great interest, growing increasingly shocked. Indeed, Xiao brother was right. One must stake their lives. But, opportunity was right before his eyes. If he didn't seize it, he would regret it for a lifetime. Still, better to hold off for now. Li Xiaopeng treasured his life very much, his eyes flickering with resolve. Wei Qiyu curved his lips and beckoned to the weasel who had just returned. Chapter 62. The Weasel. Xiao Ling's favorite pet, with it around, Xiao Ling would have concerns. Wei Qiyu became increasingly uneasy, as if Xiao Ling could disappear into thin air at any moment. The atmosphere of the safe zone changed daily, filled with anxiety, all because of Gao Yuer's Tianxing plan. Psi users grumbled incessantly, while ordinary people's lives became harder and harder, even losing their jobs. The army suffered heavy losses and had to set out again to search for food sources. Only those who had always been idle hoodlums actually liked such a safe zone. Just as everyone planned to go to SS City but lacked transportation, someone finally dared to step forward. Zheng Su proposed new ideas suitable for all types of people. Even elderly people unable to work could still earn things in exchange for food. Medical teams would continue to provide free treatment, medications exchanged for goods or labor provided by other family members. Zheng Su's methods deeply resonated with people, providing at least some negotiation room, and several backup strategies to choose from. With clearer paths ahead and renewed hope for a better day, who wanted to trek through mountains and rivers to go to a strange safe zone? Who knows what it might be like there? It could be worse. Those truly concerned about Gao Yuer were secretly dealt with. After Gao Yuer was isolated, she escaped. Portraits of Gao Yuer and her offenses were plastered on walls across the safe zone. Zheng Su also initiated the removal of the heads hung on the east gate. Naturally, this head belonged to Gao Ren, who was given a grand cremation ceremony. This move by Zheng Su immediately won the hearts of the soldiers. At least someone truly understood that the leader was innocent. Many soldiers were willing to take off their uniforms and join Zheng Su's team, while others drove away. Zheng Su gave them bread and water, allowing them to leave for other armies. After the dust settled, Zheng Su came to see Wei Qiyu. They discussed in private for a long time. Zheng Su intended to advance towards SS City, and Wei Qiyu strongly supported him, even investing numerous resources. Xiao Ling's presence disappeared again, and Wei Qiyu remained composed despite his unease, continuing to listen to Zheng Su's plan. Lately, Xiao Ling had frequently entered the space dimension, sometimes vanishing for an entire day, which frustrated Wei Qiyu endlessly. He didn't know what was meant by restlessness or endless pacing until now. His heart was simply unable to find peace. Damn little brat. No matter what he asked, Xiao Ling wouldn't say a word. Wei Qiyu became increasingly unable to fathom Xiao Ling's thoughts. After Zheng Su left, Wei Qiyu anxiously waited in the room. Time passed swiftly like flowing water. 3 days went by. All of Wei Qiyu's arrogance and confidence evaporated. He began talking to himself, knowing that if Xiao Ling were still there, he would hear it. But reason told Wei Qiyu that Xiao Ling was gone. Xiao Ling. How dare you? How can you bear to leave me behind? Is it because everything has changed? Even if I recover my memories, I still love you. What makes you so insecure? Or do you not trust me? Wei Qiyu groaned in agony, his head in his hands. Wasn't everything in that tunnel enough? Upon honest reflection, if not for the time they spent together during the period of amnesia, with Wei Qiyu's self-centered nature, he wouldn't have fallen in love with anyone. Of course, without that time of dependence during the amnesia, Xiao Ling's heart would never have opened up. The two fell in love, and that was a fact. Someone arrived. It was one of Wei Qiyu's subordinates. When Xiao Ling was present, these people never showed up. They only met when Xiao Ling was asleep. Wei Qiyu didn't let them enter the villa but went out himself. Wei Qiyu was arrogant and domineering, detested by outsiders, but so what? In a society where interests come first, for ambitious climbers, money was the mother. Take Zheng Su, who grew up in unfairness. For someone like him, whoever gave him a chance was his god. Forget kneeling, being treated as a dog and crawling every day would be fine. On the contrary, Wei Qiyu was an extremely protective person. He deeply respected his elders and was very good to his subordinates, covering for their mistakes even when done outside. The young Wei Qiyu suffered much punishment from his father over his subordinates' faults, enduring physical beatings. This earned him a high level of respect and devotion among his subordinates. This proved the elder master was also highly strategic. Why else would he discipline his son right in front of the subordinates who had made mistakes? That was laying the groundwork for his son's future, wasn't it? It had to be said, both father and son were cunning. Many people said that once the patriarch died, Wei Qiyu would become nothing, possibly assassinated overnight. But the smart ones didn't think so. Once the old master passed away, Wei Qiyu would become the new king. So during the time he went missing, though some moved cautiously, none dared stir up trouble. Because many of the senior elders supporting Wei Qiyu kept a close eye on the other members of the Wei family. Under the shadow of the moonlight, Wei Qiyu stood gloomily, his gaze cold. His subordinate, bowing their heads, hadn't found any trace of Xiao Ling. Find him, no matter what it costs. Yes. Another 3 days flew by, and Wei Qiyu stayed at their home every day, becoming more disheveled. A full beard covered his chin, his eyes bloodshot. The fierce beast could no longer sit still, leaving with his men to search. SS City was the ideal place to lie low. Given Xiao Ling's unpredictable methods, he certainly wouldn't be in SS City, where Zheng Su was located and whose influence would cover the whole area. Xiao Ling, who preferred tranquility, would surely go to another safe zone. Communication after the apocalypse had never been properly restored, something Wei Qiyu now cursed vehemently. He ordered his men to research it frantically. Holding the weasel in his arms, Wei Qiyu stared thoughtfully, stroking its sleek and shiny fur repeatedly. You're Xiao Ling's favorite pet, and now he's abandoned both you and me. Xiao Ling, how cruel-hearted you are. The weasel looked weak, half-closed eyes showing its unhappiness since the master was gone. Despite the basement being filled with all kinds of supplies and medicine the master left behind, it wasn't happy. The cat Xiao Ling had taken away, there was nothing to console this sadness. Li Xiaopeng, after hearing Wei Qiyu's words, chose to consume the crystal nucleus, preferring the safety of staying quietly in the warehouse eating crystal nuclei rather than risking becoming a zombie after being scratched by one. However, the next morning, Li Xiaopeng turned into a zombie. Speaking of which, where did Xiao Ling go? Without any particular idea, he aimlessly drove around the world. He was already at level 7, with a plant on the rooftop of his car blooming small white flowers in the wind, which looked rather eerie. A fat cat squatted on the passenger seat, enjoying a daily feast of fish, canned food and live fish, leading an extremely comfortable life. The choice that day had obviously been correct since Xiao Ling smiled at it, even extending his pale fingers to beckon. Thus, the cat that never logged off decisively abandoned Wei Qiyu and wandered the world with Xiao Ling. Actually, the plant could have saved the weasel by defeating Wei Qiyu, but this thing had different thoughts than ordinary people. Instead of looking at each other with mutual disdain, it preferred to snatch away what he loved, leaving him to cry every day. Is the weasel Wei Qiyu's love? Knowing the plant's thoughts, Xiao Ling could only let out an awkward laugh. Ahead, yellow dust flew everywhere. What happened? Chapter 63. A narrow encounter with unpleasant relatives. Xiao Ling's car stopped not far away as a water arrow was released, killing the strongest 4th level zombie. Watching them finish off the last zombie, there were many people here, around 500 men and women gathered together, possibly heading for some safe zone. Xiao Ling had been letting his mind rest lately, without any contemplation. If there was danger he couldn't handle, he'd go spend a few days with Xiao Xiao, living carefree and content, with nothing to worry about. When the Psi Energy user noticed the SUV, they smiled and approached. "Hello, I'm the energy user of our group, a veteran soldier. If you don't have any companions, why don't you join us? I'm from Shirang Safe Zone." Shirang? What was that thing? Even with memories from his past life, Xiao Ling didn't know everything. Shirang, huh? Not a bad name. Xiao Ling had been lonely for quite some time, constantly encountering dangers. If it weren't for the plant that doesn't need sleep, he might have died just thinking about Wei Qiyu. Xiao Ling also revealed a somewhat kind smile. All right. There were no vehicles visible, indicating that the group had a space energy user with considerable capacity. Xiao Ling stayed in the car, watching them clear the battlefield. The energy users who gained many crystal nuclei seemed relatively happy. After the deceased were burned by fire energy users, the space energy user finally revealed the vehicles, and everyone boarded collectively. Xiao Ling followed behind the team. The road was difficult, so the cars broke down easily, but the group had members skilled in repairs. Indeed, having multiple talents and large numbers made things easier. However, troubles also increased as zombies kept appearing around the group like maggots drawn to rotting flesh. Xiao Ling roughly estimated there were at least 50 energy users, part of Shirang Safe Zone's 19th Brigade, 3rd Squad. It would be dark soon, so the group arrived at an open area and arranged their cars into a circle. People gathered inside, while mental energy users sat atop the vehicles to keep watch, showing the proper arrangement and proving the captain's capability. Many others were also taken in just like Xiao Ling. A perceptive man with a notebook politely approached Xiao Ling to inquire. Their conversation was harmonious. Then, the man happily went on to ask others. As Xiao Ling was an energy user, not joining them wasn't a problem. Once inside Shirang and seeing the privileges given to energy users, he would surely be interested. Rice ran out, so a few women boiled potatoes and distributed them as food for everyone to fill their hunger. Xiao Ling declined with a wave of his hand, eating alone inside his car. The cat was hungry, meowing and whining cutely, so Xiao Ling gave it a large-sized can of fish. The plant had returned to the car and was now in Xiao Ling's pocket. Not long after, another person came to see Xiao Ling. It was the captain of Shirang wanting to meet him. Xiao Ling took the cat along and went over, catching the captain's attention. "Is it a mutated beast?" Xiao Ling nodded, and the captain gestured for Xiao Ling to sit beside him, offering an empty cup. Xiao Ling unconsciously filled it with water, causing the captain to laugh heartily before gulping it down. "Since you're a water-type energy user, just like Xiao, can you take responsibility for providing water to everyone?" Xiao Ling nodded again. "Turns out you're such a silent type," thought the talkative captain helplessly. "This mutated beast, according to my knowledge, regardless of its size, if it has claws, it possesses strong combat power. When we're in danger, let it out to fight, all right?" Xiao Ling nodded again. The captain felt even more helpless. "Brother, no matter what happens, life must go on, we need to survive. You'll have a good day or a bad one either way, why make yourself suffer?" Xiao Ling bitterly laughed. "Rarely, I'm not being self-isolated, it's because of emotional issues. Tell me, let Big Brother help you unload your worries." Xiao Ling actually told him since keeping it bottled up felt uncomfortable. The captain stroked his chin, realizing that this handsome man was indeed a submissive. "No big deal, in the apocalypse era, do whatever makes you happy. Then just hit him with a stick, memory loss would solve it, right? Or directly beat him stupid, ha 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 ha. Joking right? That's not funny, isn't it?" Yet Xiao Ling actually laughed, and so did the people around him, kind-heartedly. The atmosphere was excellent. These people were very similar to Feng Mang, positive, friendly, polite, without too much intrigue and rivalry. Just at that moment, a woman's exclamation drew everyone's attention. It was Sun Yingying. She stared with her beautiful big eyes, completely stunned and incredulous. Wasn't this Xiao Ling? But somehow he looked different, better than before, more elegant, more handsome, his skin fair and radiant, his lips red and his teeth white. In this arduous time, he seemed to be living, better. He exuded an aura of health that made him stand out here. Actually, Xiao Ling had grown taller than before, standing at over 180 centimeters. His hair had grown longer too, past his shoulders, making him look more refined, colder. Xiao Ling's uncle and auntie happened to be nearby, hearing the commotion and looking over. "What the heck? Isn't this Xiao Ling, the kid?" The curse escaped his mouth. If it hadn't been for him, they wouldn't have ended up wandering the streets, renting cheap hotels, having their water cut off every now and then, using communal bathrooms that were dirty and smelly, rooms filled with moldy smells, unable to cook properly. Their life was a mess. His aunt hadn't fully realized yet because Xiao Ling was wearing a set of famous brands, sneakers included, like in some dream. But the uncle was different. Rolling up his sleeves, agitated, he barged into the circle where the ability users sat. Shit, brat, I finally got you. If I don't make your ass bloom today, I'll take your surname. Where did that come from? Everyone knew this family, selfish though they were, but generally followed rules and lived harmoniously with others, overall quite liked. Especially their little sister, young as she was, worked hard delivering water and meals to the ability users, never slacking off. Her face always wore a smile, no matter how tired or uncomfortable she felt. Seeing such a brilliant flower would warm one's heart. So all eyes turned to Xiaoling instantly. Naturally, Xiaoling also looked at his uncle. I don't wish to dwell on past events, nor trouble you. His mind was full of Wei Qiyu. Where did he have time to care about those who once offended him? Instead of anger, the uncle smirked. If it wasn't for sister dying early, I wouldn't even bother with you. As soon as those words left his mouth, the uncle had walked up to Xiaoling, raising his hand, intending to grab Xiaoling by the collar. Instantly, the cat leapt out. A 5th-level cat wasn't something to joke about, possibly the whole fleet couldn't match it. But in the critical moment, the captain shouted out loudly, "Hold it." Xiaoling didn't intervene. After the cat pounced on the man, it opened its blood-filled mouth. Mutated beasts were mutated beasts. The killing intent released in an instant made everyone tremble, paralyzed with fear. And Uncle Xiao had fainted already, appearing dead. Realizing what had happened, Aunt Xiao immediately burst into crying, throwing herself onto her husband's body. The cat didn't harm the woman. Annoyed, it swished its tail and returned to Xiaoling's lap. All the ability users became alert, ready to attack in a group if anything went amiss with Xiaoling. The ant started cursing rudely, spilling everything she had, about Xiaoling staying with men, playing stocks, selling houses, dropping out of school and engaging in all sorts of misbehavior. Chapter 64. Was that all there was? Isn't that completely nothing? Moreover, it was his own house, and he was an adult, someone responsible for himself. There was no need for everyone to offend a high-ranking expert who could exterminate 4th-level zombies just for the sake of a selfish woman. Gradually, the tense atmosphere among the group relaxed, and some harsh words were said to the woman, firmly prohibiting her from speaking ill again. Brother Xiaoling, personally I think you have done nothing improper and can stay within the team. As for this unfortunate family, Brother Nan Gong Gao calls me. Let's get along well going forward. This was the general attitude of the crowd. Xiaoling curved his lips, shaking hands with Nan Gong Gao. Sun Yingying cried non-stop. She thought her father had died, but when the ability users wanted to toss away the unconscious man, he suddenly woke up. This. Having seen the warmth and coldness of human relations many times, Sun Yingying paused momentarily, then quickly wiped her tears, and the three of them slinked away with their tails tucked between their legs. People like them shouldn't be bothered with. They live in your house yet still complain incessantly, asking for a beating. That is, Xiao Zhao muttered loudly while smiling at Xiaoling. I'm the water supply person in the ability team. From now on, I'll call you brother. Xiaoling thought of Li Xiaopeng. This Xiao Zhao now was much like Li Xiaopeng, except Xiao Zhao, despite being only at level 2, was far more confident than Li Xiaopeng. In the latter half of the night, warm and fragrant sounds echoed here and there, making Xiaoling increasingly uncomfortable. It was as if a fire had been lit inside him, his entire body burning with heat. Before he left, he had clung to Wei Qiyu, trying every possible way to be close, enduring pain but never feeling satisfied, always craving more. Even when they were drenched in sweat, he still enjoyed lying lazily by his side. Now he had left without a word. Walking outside, Xiaoling looked up at the sky, but there wasn't a single star. Why, you, hello. Xiaoling didn't move, still standing on the empty ground, the wind gently lifting the corners of his clothes, making him look extraordinarily lonely. You, hello, thank you for saving me. Huh. Xiaoling raised an eyebrow and glanced over, suddenly shrinking back, feeling completely off. A cold, vast chill rose from his feet, even breaking out in cold sweat on his forehead. Who could possibly make Xiaoling remember so deeply? It wasn't Feng Xiangnan, not those despicable relatives, nor those complicated relationships, it was Wu Deki. It was him who held Xiaoling's absolute trust, and it was also him who pushed Xiaoling into an abyss of endless torment. They had known each other for many years, gone through life and death situations together, become close like brothers, experienced both hardship and glory, even shared the same pair of pants. They had countless memories together. For a moment, Xiaoling froze in place. The nervous youth standing in front of him, even blushing slightly, was none other than Wu Deki. A person Xiaoling would never forget. Wu Deki's resentment stemmed from unrequited love, something Xiaoling understood, but when did it start? Now they had met again in such an unexpected way. Wu Deki extended his hand, offering a level 4 crystal core. Earlier, Xiaoling had passed by and helped destroy the strongest zombies, earning an invitation to join them on their journey to Shirang. Xiaoling's face went pale, his gaze lingering unnervingly on Wu Deki's unusually handsome yet youthful face. In the late stages of the apocalypse, Wu Deki's eyes had become very aggressive, dark and venomous. But now, his gaze was like a pool of clear water, bright, carefree. Thank you, for saving me. This is the crystal core from the zombie's head then. The captain said that my life was saved by you, and the zombie you killed belonged to you as well. So, this thing should go to you. Thank you again for saving me. Xiao Ling remained silent. In the distance, lights were flashing, and a convoy of cars approached. Turning his head, Wu Deki noticed, and Xiao Ling followed his gaze. The convoy had stopped, and several people got out, including Feng Xiangnan. The gears of fate began to turn slowly once more. Would tragedy occur again? Since that day, Vicky's burgeoning feelings started revolving around Xiao Ling, always flushing red whenever Xiao Ling looked at him meaningfully. Wu Deki would lower his head, smiling quietly, seemingly enjoying Xiao Ling's attention toward him. Since they had saved each other's lives, others occasionally teased them but gave it no deeper thought. Feng Xiangnan, however, seemed to come alive when he saw Xiao Ling. He ran to Xiao Ling, wanting to say something but stopping himself, tears streaming down his face, emotions running deep and unable to express the overwhelming excitement. Wei Jingwen stood nearby, fists clenched tightly, veins protruding on his forearms. The man truly loved Feng Xiangnan and intended to claim him, no matter what or who. Even someone as unfathomable as Xiao Ling would not stand in his way. Feng Xiangnan's appearance triggered alarm bells in Wu Deki's mind, making him narrow his eyes in discontent. Who is he? Such an irritating presence. Xiao Ling curled his lips, yeah, all sorts of irritating. Wu Deki assumed Xiao Ling referred to the annoying auntie. Auntie had tact, avoiding any mention of past grievances, only talking about current hardships to gain benefits from Xiao Ling. Other than water, Xiao Ling refused her everything else. She brought buckets, and Xiao Ling filled them with whatever amount she carried. With a haughty expression, Auntie surveyed the area, acting as if she had powerful backing, becoming more arrogant with each passing day. Uncle even stole food from others, commoners dared not protest but secretly complained to the captain. Wu Deki, finding out, handled the situation personally, with Feng Xiangnan eagerly assisting. The two became fierce enemies, clashing often. Feng Xiangnan was a normal person, but he had Wei Jingwen as his backup. Wei Jingwen's team wasn't one to be trifled with. Wu Deki also had strong support, the safety zone of Shirang was invincible, and only fools would dare oppose him. Feng Xiangnan pacified Auntie because she had been humiliated when returning from collecting water, just some nasty words spoken, but Auntie escalated the situation, demanding they pay for their insolence so they wouldn't act recklessly anymore. Others conserved their water supply, fearing it might run out. But Auntie was different, she even had water to bathe with. When the captain learned of this, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Xiao Ling and told his subordinates to ignore the matter. However, 3 days later, the captain could no longer sit idly by. He thought Xiao Ling just wanted to teach someone a lesson, but at this rate, sooner or later, that family of 3 would die in the wrath of those around them. Xiao Ling and Nan Gonggao sat on a rock by the roadside while Wu Deki fanned Xiao Ling with an iron plate, his manner warm and his actions ceaseless. The captain rolled his eyes, thinking secretly that high-level ability users sure had it good. Brother, give me the truth, what are you planning? Do you want to protect them? It was so cold, Nan Gonggao frowned and instinctively placed 2 fingers to his mouth, only to pause, realizing he had no cigarette to smoke. With a sigh, he said, Brother, in this world now, people find it hard to survive. Where mercy can be given, it should be given. They're your relatives, for the sake of your deceased mother, give them a way out. In fact, all Xiao Ling did was release them, let them be, leave them alone. Wu Deki couldn't bear to see it anymore, and interjected fairly, Boss, isn't it those people themselves who act shamelessly? Moreover, the daily water supply is limited and must be collected from Xiao Zhao. It's her who complained about being poor and asked for more water, the others have been very disciplined. Boss, this matter isn't Xiao Ling's fault. You can't accuse a good person wrongly. Chapter 65. Get lost, go do something else, already quite troubled, Nan Gonggao spoke again. After all, one side were normal people, and the other special ability users, worlds apart. But Nan Gonggao was a righteous man, so even though ordinary people held a high status, and ability users could have privileges, all was predicated on not bullying honest folk. Though not good people, that family had always been reasonably well behaved. Even if they snatched food, verbal reprimands should suffice, there was no need to take lives, right? With Xiao Ling behaving this unclearly, others mistakenly thought he favored that family, having an ability user as their patron. In such a case, the other commoners were willing to endure, to avoid stirring up trouble. Nan Gonggao gave Xiao Ling another smile, Brother. Brother, don't you have anything to say? Instead, Xiao Ling looked straight at Nan Gonggao, do you want my promise? What promise can I give them? If you really don't care, tell others outright. Cut off relations, make it clear their actions are none of your business. Perhaps at first they will suffer a bit, but after they understand how things work, they'll reform themselves. Fine. This smooth compliance made Nan Gonggao chuckle heartily. When he stretched his hand to pat Xiao Ling's shoulder, his pupils constricted sharply. My God, just what level is this person at? How come he disappeared in the blink of an eye? Not only Nan Gonggao but also several people nearby, including Wu Deki, narrowed their eyes suspiciously. Many people still feared him. After all, not everyone can have the breadth of sea-like magnanimity, knowing danger lurks beside you, making sleep uneasy. To offend Xiaoling might mean not seeing tomorrow's sun. Nan Gong curled his lips upwards. He didn't fear Xiaoling's power, the stronger the better. To bring back fertile soil would count as his contribution too. Besides, Shirang's safety zone wasn't entirely solid either. The repeated attacks of zombie waves had driven them to collapse on the brink. Fortunately, united as one, they had survived. Therefore, the people of Shirang warmly welcomed outsiders, without entrance taxes or regulations to trade food. However, for teams venturing out to find supplies, a tax of 1/3 still applied. Xiaoling had arrived at the most crowded place, where steam spread through the air, immediately drawing attention from all around, including the 3 members of his uncle's family. I stand alone, completely without any relatives or family, hereby declaring. Uncle refused to tolerate this. You little beast, son of, what do you mean? Was all my concern wasted? A massive water sphere burst above his head, soaking him thoroughly. His body shivered violently. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined Xiaoling would attack him. Where was that submissive person? Had becoming an ability user blinded his conscience? His aunt sobbed incessantly, yelling about the hardships of life, even invoking the name of Xiaoling's mother. Xiaoling smirked coldly and gifted her a big water sphere too. Sun Yingying shut her mouth instantly. Actually, she had plans in reserve, different from her parents. Her thoughts were darker. Why? Could he live freely? He's even a high-level ability user. Why was he still so dazzling? And kept such pretty pets? In this age of chaos, with hearts trembling, why did he lead such an exhilarating life? Why did everyone fear him? Respect him? Flatter him? And among those flattering him, there wasn't a single ordinary person. Because ordinary people couldn't get close. Surrounding Xiaoling were only powerful ability users, including the captain. An extremely vain girl couldn't help feeling resentful. Every day, Sun Yingying delivered water to the ability users with a smile. Why? Isn't it about hoping to be chosen by someone powerful, becoming lovers, and then using that connection to help take care of one's parents? She may seem to live easily, but in reality, she endures all kinds of pressures. Not everyone follows the rules, smooth talk, touching small hands, or even. As a woman, an unskilled, timid woman who doesn't dare kill zombies and always tries to climb up through men, dignity is non-existent in this apocalypse. Sun Yingying didn't reflect on herself but resented Xiaoling instead. Her parents could have relied on him to live comfortably, they had a house. It was all because of Xiaoling's so-called indiscretion that her family struggled. In the afternoon that day, they encountered several groups of zombies, even a level 5 zombie. If it weren't for Cat pouncing and handling it, who knows how many people would have died. And Cat only listened to Xiaoling, even bringing the crystal core of the level 5 zombie to flatter Xiaoling. The cat's tail stood straight up. Anyone who understood cats knew the animal was excited. By contrast, the Sun family was in much worse shape, covered in wounds. Her uncle was injured in the leg because he couldn't escape fast enough, lying on the ground groaning. Some rejoiced at his misfortune and cursed him secretly, while others intentionally caused obstacles, wanting to harm the Sun family. Even reaching out to push them off. If not for these actions, how could his leg have been injured? Feng Xiangnan was the first to surround Xiaoling, asking if he was okay. Wu Deki, as an ability user, had naturally been by Xiaoling's side already. You're amazing. Why are you so amazing? Any secrets? Wu Deki asked cautiously, standing a bit too close to Xiaoling. Ordinarily, Xiaoling wouldn't tolerate it, but then he saw Feng Xiangnan. When Wu Deki killed himself before, he had screamed hysterically, asking why and mentioning Feng Xiangnan's surname. A case of mutual destruction. Xiaoling curled his lips upward, truly wanting to watch the two dogs fight it out. Actually, I'm just an ordinary person, and I have abilities because... Feng Xiangnan had stepped closer, hearing half of Xiaoling's statement, and became incredibly excited, clenching his fists tightly. However, Feng Xiangnan was shrewd enough to stand still, waiting for Xiaoling to continue speaking. Wu Deki's eyes were very bright, his chest rising and falling with excitement, barely able to suppress his urge to ask more questions. Xiaoling didn't make the two idiots wait long, quietly revealing, I was bitten by a mutated zombie and survived purely by my strong willpower not to die, after which I developed water-based abilities, upgrading faster than others. I feel incredibly close to water, like it's my third arm. And... After capturing their greater interest, Xiaoling continued, I deeply regret it. If I had known earlier, getting bitten by a thunder-type zombie might have been better. Feng Xiangnan lowered his head, pondering the possibilities. Wu Deki was eager to try, I'm already an ability user. Xiaoling shook his head, I know a guy, also an ability user who got bitten but survived. He has incredible willpower and ended up with ice abilities. Both of them paused their breathing. Did an ability user gain another ability? Feng Xiangnan suddenly took a step closer, lingling, you shouldn't change your heart. You already have extraordinary powers, and greed isn't good. Sometimes greed can cost lives. Xiaoling actually nodded, that's true. I'm already quite powerful. These words left both feeling uncomfortable. Feng Xiangnan, being a commoner, clearly realized he no longer matched Xiaoling, but he believed he loved Xiaoling the most, so he wasn't afraid. However. Chapter 66. If there's a chance to become an ability user, Feng Xiangnan must give it a try. As a top partner, he must be better than Xiaoling. Just like now, he really worried about Xiaoling, wishing to pin him down. Since Feng Xiangnan started being harassed by Wei Jingwen, he turned into the bottom. Every quiet night, being pressed beneath Wei, Feng Xiangnan yearned for Xiaoling endlessly. Because when Xiaoling was below him, lost in pleasure, those moments were filled with joy. Wu Deki was also deep in thought. Xiaoling was stronger than him, and whoever made Xiaoling single again was equally powerful. He must be stronger than both to win Xiaoling over. This was the pride of a top partner. Xiaoling's gaze was icy, staring darkly at the ground. Desire. Greed. Ambition. I hope this fire brings me more happiness. As dusk approached, another group of zombies appeared, including a thunder type. Unlike usual, Feng Xiangnan waited enthusiastically on the side, watching as the captain weakened the zombie to near death. Seizing the moment, he rushed forward with his blade waving. The zombie roared, its face grotesque with wriggling purple-blue flesh. It was terrifying. For the sake of acquiring an ability, Feng Xiangnan fearlessly stretched out his arm. Zombies aren't considerate masters, with gaping blood-drenched mouths. Feng Xiangnan held his breath, overwhelmed with excitement as he waited for this moment. But, why did the zombie's head fly off? No. No. This was a lightning-type zombie, rare and precious. Feng Xiangnan stood there wide-eyed in shock, his mind blanking out before he threw himself forward fearlessly. Zombie, take a bite of me. Zombie, you won't bite me. I'll help you. The outsiders didn't understand Feng Xiangnan's crazy behavior. At first, they thought he was brave, willing to assist an ability user in killing a mutated zombie. Many commoners like him were admired and welcomed. After all, most people were ordinary, and many were bold enough to fight zombies. However, Feng Xiangnan was different, he had never killed. But soon it became clear that this was not about helping, it was about seizing the crystal core. Even the straightforward captain wore a dark expression. It was one thing to fight alongside the killer, but grabbing someone else's crystal core went too far. In Shirang, the rules applied to both regular people and ability users alike, whoever killed the creature owned its core. Once at the safe zone, these cores could be traded like currency. Feng Xiangnan knew this well, but desire clouded his judgment, leading him to act irrationally. He may have been acting out of line, but another person had lost their sanity altogether. They pounced, raising a hand to slap Feng Xiangnan, producing a loud crack. Fortunately, the zombie was already dead, or it might have been further agitated. Dazed, Feng Xiangnan demanded, "What are you doing? Did you even ask if I wanted to die? Wei Jingwen, go away. Don't stop me." Feng Xiangnan tried crawling forward again. Wei Jingwen looked absolutely furious, gripping Feng Xiangnan by the collar and yanking him back, delivering another blow. Feng Xiangnan attempted to speak, but Wei Jingwen struck left and right until Feng Xiangnan lost all sense of direction. The members of Wei Jingwen's team all looked grim. Was it really worth risking their lives for just a third-level crystal core? One member stepped forward toward Nangong Gao. "Sorry about this, it won't happen again. We hope Captain can forgive us." "Forgive? Of course I can forgive. It's no big deal after all," Nangong Gao laughed, keeping his usual friendly demeanor. The team members all sighed in relief, privately wondering if Feng Xiangnan had gone mad because of Wei Captain. Wei Jingwen was thinking along similar lines, dragging Feng Xiangnan back to their vehicle without hesitation despite his resistance. He tore the pants apart, ripping the clothes off Feng Xiangnan, scaring him into desperately reasoning and even quietly pleading for mercy. Unfortunately, none of this mattered. Feng Xiangnan didn't realize how much Wei Jingwen loved and cherished him, and in Wei Jingwen's eyes, Feng Xiangnan's suicidal actions were unforgivable. Unbelievable shame washed over Feng Xiangnan, completely unable to comprehend how low men could stoop. Just when Feng Xiangnan decided to stop speaking to Wei Jingwen forever, things took a turn for the worse. Wei Jingwen unzipped his pants. He. What was he planning to do? Surely not attempt something so scandalous in broad daylight. Feng Xiangnan grew frantic, losing control when he spotted Xiaoling sitting atop a car looking directly at him. Watching all of this unfold, Wei Jingwen felt waves of anguish flood through him. All reason abandoned him as he fumbled with his pants, then slammed Feng Xiangnan onto the hood of the car and violently thrust inside him without hesitation. No. The word wouldn't come out, pain flooding every nerve. There was no love, no tenderness, no preparation, just raw brutality. Blood pooled beneath Feng Xiangnan, nearly causing him to faint from the agony. Wei Jingwen had always been gentle and considerate with Feng Xiangnan, doting on him with unwavering sincerity. However, Feng Xiangnan disliked this and remained resistant. So Wei Jingwen, older than Feng Xiangnan, remained empathetic. Even during those intimate moments, he always ensured they were private. In this apocalypse world, unity is crucial for survival. Each individual contributed an extra set of eyes to detect danger, especially since being alone meant a greater risk of becoming a ghost bitten by zombies, dying in vain. To preserve Feng Xiangnan's dignity, Wei Jingwen would always lead him elsewhere, engaging in intimacy only during moments of privacy. Thinking of Feng Xiangnan's look of humiliation and fury pierced Wei Jingwen's heart daily. Now, rather than choosing to stay with him, Feng Xiangnan would rather die. Wei Jingwen's deranged actions inflicted irreversible damage on Feng Xiangnan, exposing their vulnerability before everyone. Wei Jingwen grabbed Feng Xiangnan by the hair, his eyes bloodshot with malice. If you don't fear death, do you really care about your face? You, bastard. Yes, I'm a damn bastard, and an idiot too. Starting today, you're not free anymore. What? Shocked, Feng Xiangnan tried to ask again, but Wei Jingwen gave him no chance, thrusting uncontrollably like a pile driver. Afterward, Feng Xiangnan, overwhelmed with shame, wanted to dress and leave, but Wei Jingwen held him back. What more do you want? Glaring at Wei Jingwen. The resentful look pierced through Wei Jingwen's heart. I said, if you don't fear death, stop caring about appearances. Wei Jingwen personally tied the one he loved, the one he always cherished, to the car roof, openly exposing him. He was determined to humiliate Feng Xiangnan, to shatter his pride, to break his spirit, and force him to obediently stay by his side. If he couldn't win his heart, then he didn't need it. Wei Jingwen glared at Xiaoling, his eyes bloodshot. Even if he weren't a match, he wouldn't give up. This challenge was stark. Chapter 67. Naturally, Wei Jingwen wasn't Xiaoling's match, and many had been calculating this in their minds. Feng Xiangnan had seen all this, feeling hopeful. Although being saved by Xiaoling made him lose face, still. Xiaoling naturally noticed Feng Xiangnan's hopeful gaze. In such a situation, how could Feng Xiangnan still think that Xiaoling liked him? Understanding Wei Jingwen's assertion of dominance, and the simple purpose behind it, Xiaoling understood and supported, strongly so. Xiaoling had long wanted to see this scene. After all, for Feng Xiangnan and to save his mother, Xiaoling had slept with Wei Jingwen. These bastards deserved death. Xiaoling would feel nothing but happier. He wasn't in a rush, enjoying their torment slowly. One person was overjoyed. Wu Deki brought a bowl of meat. Though Xiaoling never ate it himself, he accepted it now. Feeding the kitten while looking toward Feng Xiangnan, Wu Deki reveled in this moment. Feng Xiangnan certainly didn't want Xiaoling to see him in this state. He lay sprawled on the car roof, enduring stares akin to dismemberment and chilling winds. Fortunately, it wasn't noon when the scorching sun would have been unbearable. Still, it was worse than death, his mouth stuffed with a sock, a truly humiliating sight. Even Feng Xiangnan's parents kneeling before Wei Jingwen were useless. Suddenly recalling that Xiaoling was powerful, they thought things through. If Feng Xiangnan must be with someone, a man perhaps, then better Xiaoling, it would mean, at least, obedience. They swallowed their pride and begged. Thinking back to earlier incidents where this couple caused a commotion at school afterward, Xiaoling had become like a street rat, scorned by everyone, belittled and talked about maliciously behind his back, even criticized openly. Same-sex relationships. In the eyes of many conventional people, it is unacceptable and contemptible. The evening breeze was slightly cool as the elderly couple approached Xiaoling. Though the old woman's expression retained some disdain, she bit her tongue since they had no other choice. The old man, pulling his lips into a forced smile, said hesitantly, Mr. Xiao. Xiaoling remained silent, feeding the cat. How, in this day and age when humans had no meat to eat, could he focus on feeding a cat? Some became immediately displeased, but the old woman was stopped by the old man before she could speak. Xiaoling, can't you put Xiangnan down? Everyone's watching. You too, well, as we get older, we don't wish to meddle either. Wu Deki frowned, glaring angrily. What exactly do you mean? The old couple blushed from embarrassment, though the old man dared to speak up. My son used to be in a relationship with him. Wu Deki smirked, triumphant. Used to. That makes him an ex, right? Ha ha ha. So Wei is the current partner. Then this has nothing to do with Xiaoling, it's just a lover's quarrel, consensual conflict. None of our business. Our business? Could it be that Wu Deki and Xiaoling? Nangong Gao saw all of this, yet given Wei Jingwen's strength and his control over numerous ability users, becoming influential even within Shirang, there was no point provoking trouble. Besides, everyone knew that Feng Xiangnan had chosen death willingly, so the shame or physical pain inflicted was entirely self-inflicted. Xiaoling, you once loved my son so much, and, we've seen that already, don't cling to face-saving now. Save my son, he will, we agree, Mrs. Feng spoke quickly, pale-faced, clearly reluctant. As the smile faded from Wu Deki's face, what the old woman said implied that Xiaoling and Feng Xiangnan had slept together. Wei Jingwen's expression darkened further, his eyes ablaze, ready to rip Feng Xiangnan apart. Even after hearing their names spoken aloud, Xiaoling remained indifferent, unbothered. But when they called Xiaoling's name again, Xiaoling decisively hurled a large water ball. It drenched them both thoroughly. There was no talk of respecting the elderly. If you don't respect others, don't expect them to respect you. Moreover, old grievances weighed heavily on Xiao Ling's heart, so instead of dwelling on the past, he chose to unleash his anger. The couple let out a couple of shrieks, confused as to what was happening, then another water ball came their way. Playing with them like cats, Xiao Ling kept releasing water balls one after another, washing them away. He stopped only when they were pushed right in front of the car where Feng Xiangnan was tied up, his gaze cold and expressionless. The past is over, it's time for you to cherish the present. What? The elderly couple felt humiliated, thinking Xiao Ling was insulting them, and both rushed forward to reason things out, but at that moment, it was Wei Jingwen who intervened, striking each of them across the face. Damn it, don't touch my parents. Feng Xiangnan roared with bloodshot eyes. When did you think about your parents when you were ready to die? I love you, and because of you, I have been good to them. I'm not Xiao Ling, using such gentle means to deal with troublemakers. If either of you two continues to be this troublesome, I will break your legs, your entire family's legs. In the apocalypse, laws are no more. Clap 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 sounds drew everyone's attention towards Nangong Gao, who waved his hands, scatter, scatter. Those who need to cook, go cook. Do whatever you're supposed to do. The crowd dispersed, leaving no time for anyone nearby to indulge in idle gossip. After all, incidents like these happened frequently, it wasn't much of a spectacle anymore. Feng Xiangnan's parents knelt before Wei Jingwen once more, hoping he would release their son. Wei Jingwen looked at Xiao Ling, exchanging glances with him. Both understood a single truth: if you're too kind, people will bully you. If Xiao Ling were arrogant and killed anyone who crossed him without hesitation, no one would dare question him. But Xiao Ling lived his life his way, without forcing changes upon himself. Xiao Ling lacked the talent to be a leader. He knew this well. Even if there were valuable items in his spatial storage, could he dare take them out in front of everyone and use them openly? No, he couldn't. There was a recreational vehicle from Wei Qiyu stored in his space. Could he dare bring it out to sleep in during the night? Again, the answer was no. There's always someone better than you, some sky beyond the sky, stay low-key. Meow. Aren't you missing my master? Why do you look so lonely? Xiao Ling smiled, picking up the cat. This feline indeed had a noble appearance, exuding grace, never messy or reserved, just as brazen and domineering as a certain person. Wei Qiyu, how are you faring? Do you feel lonely without me by your side? Wu Deki approached with a bag of chips, his gaze somewhat despondent. Xiao Ling, want some snacks? You brought it here, isn't it for me to eat? Xiao Ling gave Wu Deki a radiant smile, dazzlingly handsome. Wu Deki froze. Feng Xiangnan, who had been observing Xiao Ling from afar, also paused momentarily, his heart wrenching. I know you're chasing after me, and your appearance is indeed the type I prefer. But, you're too weak. If we were together, I'd carry a psychological burden. These days, I hope my partner can at least be stronger, braver than me. This. Wu Deki felt a mix of excitement and confusion. Did Xiao Ling agree to be with him? In the end times, shouldn't we enjoy life while we can? Otherwise, dying would truly be a waste. His mouth moved slightly, I understand. Watching Wu Deki leave, Xiao Ling tossed the chips to a child passing by. The boy was startled, stuffing the snack into his clothes and running off quickly. Afraid of being robbed? Even kids this age already have such calculating minds, it's evident they haven't had it easy. A whiff of blood drifted through the air. Chapter 68. Someone has turned into a zombie. Nangong Gao feared that Wei Jingwen and Xiao Ling might clash, so he kept an eye on their interactions and ignored the injured. Deputy Captain Ma Su took charge of that situation. Ma Su appeared somber, rushing to the scene the moment chaos erupted. It was an ordinary person, looking like his entire body was rotting, revealing his skull even. Everyone fell into panic, though logically they shouldn't be this terrified. Upon closer inspection, Ma Su's pupils constricted slightly. Damn, why was it him? It was the doctor, the one who saved countless lives, a kind man aged 56, deeply respected by everyone in the group due to his selflessness. Regardless of whether you were an ordinary person or a mutant, he treated all equally with great care. He had left on the mission with the team as well. Since few ability users were trained doctors, bringing a medical expert along on tasks was essential, just in case. Old Zhang was a core member of the team. Seeing him become a zombie was simply unfathomable. Despite knowing the dangers, they surrounded him from afar, refusing to attack or scream. They stood in silence, overwhelmed with despair. How could such a fine individual come to this? Though Ma Su was typically decisive in action, even he froze in shock before the elder. By the time Nangong Gao arrived, it was already too late. 3 people had been caught by old Zhang and turned into zombies. What happened? With a shout, Ma Su lowered his head. I'm sorry, it's my fault. He once saved my life. I should have acted in the first moment. Nangong Gao shoved Ma Su aside, waving his hand, causing a fire element ability user to shrink back into the crowd of ordinary people. What the hell? My orders weren't being followed. Nangong Gao then selected another person. This guy hesitated as he stepped forward, closing his eyes in sorrow before extending his hands. Instantly, flames surged into the sky, reducing the one who had brought the most reassurance and joy to the people to ashes. The best choice was always to burn them. If left alive, others might question their future leadership after seeing someone respected killed. Once descent started, management would crumble, possibly leading everyone to death. A gust of wind scattered the black ash with a tornado. No one left for a long time. Xiaoling stood up on the car roof, gazing far into the distance with a heavy heart, clenching his fists. As he turned around, Nangong Gao suddenly felt an ominous premonition and quickly ran to Xiaoling's vehicle. Did you find anything? A group of snakes is crawling this way. Snakes. Before the apocalypse, Nangong Gao loved eating snakes, roasted or boiled, it didn't matter to him, they're just snakes. Could you be afraid? Wait. A whole bunch of snakes. How big? Are they mutated or zombified? Both. How did that even happen? Facing Nangong Gao's confusion, Xiaoling sighed. Before the apocalypse, they were probably a nest. So the mutated ones won't kill the zombified ones, and the zombified ones retain some memory of the nest, so they don't attack each other. Damn, really? Wu Deki came over, his face pale with fright. But then his eyes lit up. Mutated snakes meant an opportunity for him. Rubbing his nose, Wu Deki asked, can we figure out what kind of mutations there are? Xiaoling gave him a glance without speaking, leaving Wu Deki to interpret the silence. Nangong Gao organized everyone to flee, while Xiaoling still stood quietly. Wu Deki leaned against the car hood. Running won't help, will it? You'll die. I'll watch you. Huh. Wu Deki was stunned but then burst into laughter, his handsome face flushing red. Xiaoling, if we survive, will you stay with me? To do what? Have monkeys? Haha, so you do have a sense of humor. I like you even more. Wu Deki prepared to leave. Wait, Xiaoling suddenly felt curious, his gaze flickering. Why do you like me? Is it because I'm stronger than you, or because I saved you? Not needing a clear answer since they were about to die anyway, Xiaoling immediately regretted asking. It seemed he just wanted to see Wu Deki die miserably. Wu Deki grew uneasy, losing his usual poise. He nervously rubbed his hands together and smiled sheepishly, revealing 2 dimples. At first, I was grateful to you. I thought your high rank would let me repay you and gain your favor at the same time, why not? But later, as we spent more time together, your appearance, your personality, not because you're good looking, no, it's because you're handsome that I like you. I. Wu Deki. Form ranks. Deputy Ma Su shouted, and Wu Deki hastily ran away. He'd catch fire standing there for another minute. Though he'd run now, he'd come back to Xiaoling's side later, not for safety but to protect him. No matter how strong Xiaoling was, Wu Deki vowed to guard him. It was torture. So torturous, too much. Wu Deki's love was so simple. Xiaoling stroked his chin, his gaze deepening. Why hadn't I realized he was such a person before? What changed Wu Deki's sunny image? True, the apocalypse changed everyone. Feng Xiangnan, however, received special pardon and returned to the vehicle, getting the same treatment as the ordinary people and able to leave earlier. Of course, those brave enough to fight zombies must also leave, because snakes were approaching. The task of ability users was either to kill or buy time, just 1 hour would suffice. Even hearing it made it sound daunting, it could cost lives. Wei Jingwen's team only left the ability users behind. Occasionally glancing at Xiaoling with hostility, they stood together in unison. Wei Jingwen had gone mad, he had been lured by one person's words. This person was none other than Sun Yingying. She told Wei Jingwen, without Xiaoling dying, you'll never win Feng Xiangnan's allegiance. Sun Yingying had originally planned to use poison, but unfortunately, she couldn't find the necessary herbs, all that was available were some dead plants. However, without the tools to crush them, she was stumped. Just as she was getting increasingly desperate, the conflict between Wei Jingwen and Xiaoling grew more intense, which gave her the opening she needed. Wei Jingwen was a powerful ability user, surely, he could kill Xiaoling. Sitting in the car, Sun Yingying glanced back. Xiaoling still stood atop the vehicle, danger approaching. Why didn't he show fear? Why wasn't he trembling? Why did he remain so calm? Her uncle and aunt looked terrible, being secretly manipulated from behind, left them powerless and humiliated, their sharp edges completely dulled. Snakes crawled forward in the distance. At first glance, there were over a dozen of them, gray ones, very thick, around a meter wide, with long bodies stretching 15 or 20 meters. Their terrifying triangular heads exuded menace as they released cold breath, their tongues flicking red like blood, while their icy gaze locked onto all humans. Among the mutated snakes, the zombie snakes were much thinner, revealing their bones. Their gray-white eyes lifeless and dull, black incomplete snake tongues sticking out eerily and sinisterly. They've arrived. Prepare for battle. Chapter 69. Nangong Gao swung his hand, and the fire element ability users immediately attacked, disrupting the snake's formation with the intent to destroy them one by one. There were about 60 remaining ability users, regardless of type or rank. All had been battle-hardened, their eyes bloody, knowing it was either you die or I die, a fight where no one would back down. This clash was exceptionally brutal. The moment they engaged, both snakes and humans exploded into a mist of blood, fighting fiercely. Xiaoling had reached the peak of the 7th tier and was almost at the 8th tier. Among the snakes, there was a 6th tier one stationed at the rear, watching closely, but it hadn't detected Xiaoling's concealed presence. Even if it had sensed his aura, it wouldn't have mattered, since the snake was at 6th tier, similar to 7th or perhaps even stronger. Take a look, problems already arose. But would Xiaoling be afraid? As the snakes began dying in larger numbers, that beast finally let out a loud roar and slithered toward them. It was a massive mutated double-headed snake. Ma Su's face turned crimson as he yelled at Xiaoling, "Damn it, why don't you just kill it?" Before Ma Su could react further, a whooshing sound followed, and he exploded into a bloody mist. There were 2 people standing nearby, stunned by this strange occurrence. What happened? Was it Xiaoling? But he hadn't moved an inch. It was Xiao Xia. The kid had grown tired of these few individuals long ago. His brother Xiaoling didn't allow him to act rashly, especially toward Feng Xiangnan's parents. Humph. How could Xiaoling care about what Xiao Xia had done? When Ma Su cursed, not only was his tone full of murderous intent, but even his eyes gleamed with killing energy. For someone who dared to strike first, whether Xiao Xia acted or not, Xiaoling himself surely would. This wasn't the same concept as dealing with mere ants. Xiaoling wouldn't behave like some naive fool. Nangong Gao narrowed his eyes. Xiaoling. How dare you? At that moment, a much mightier snake appeared in the distance. Everyone took a deep breath. In less than 10 minutes, 5 people had already died. Things were far off the original plan of cooperation and unity, many beginning to harbor thoughts of retreat, their feet unwillingly stepping backward. Nangong Gao watched in silent anguish, realizing his mistake. He should have allowed everyone to flee collectively from the start. If separated, at least part of the group, including both ability users and ordinary people, might survive purely by luck. Now, because of his dual insurance decision, he'd ensured the survival of the commoners but endangered all ability users. In critical moments, Nangong Gao once again sought Xiaoling, hoping for some sort of strategy. Hating him yet admiring his skills, Nangong Gao's gaze toward Xiaoling grew ever more complicated, to the point that even his brother's death was forgotten. The arrival of the double-headed snake terrified everyone. Their fighting spirit crumbled instantly. Some people even burst into tears. These were people usually fierce and untamed. Xiaoling's focus never wavered from the snake. Upon noticing Xiaoling, the snake paused momentarily, then silently fixed its eyes on him. A strong adversary. Nangong Gao suddenly gulped, slowly moving closer to Xiaoling. Can you handle this? I think we'll evacuate first. Sure. Nangong Gao hesitated before continuing. I won't express thanks for such a great favor. Head west, and you'll find Shirong. It's about a 2-day journey. If things go well, we can continue being brothers. Brothers? Ha. Xiaoling neither acknowledged the 8 remaining snakes retreating nor cared about how Nangong Gao led the others away. Alone against 9 snakes, the 8 quickly retreated, chasing after the ability users. Xiaoling smirked coldly, his lips curling upward. South Gong Gao, this is the path you chose yourself. The level 6 great snake finally made its move, incredibly fast, with dual abilities, 1 fire and 1 ice. It was miraculous, seeming to arrive in the blink of an eye. But where was Xiaoling? Both the car and he had vanished. Where were they? The snake turned its head toward the east, where a man and a cat stood calmly, looking completely unconcerned. Meow, oh, oh. Meow meow. Backslash, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, slash, can you give it to me? It's crystal core. I really want to level up. Meow meow meow. The cat kept flirting, rubbing against Xiaoling's legs. If Huang Weilang were here, he would surely be envious to death. The issue was that Xiaoling was far from gentle. All his attention was focused on the great snake, leaving no room for the cat. The snake moved, as swift as wind or lightning, its speed becoming a blur. Xiaoling, with a serious expression, sidestepped again. Sorry, my speed ability is at level 7, on par with the snake's. One snake, one man, they played a game of speed, while the cat sulked off to the side. Suddenly, the snake let out a fierce roar and tried to retreat. Unfortunately, it wasn't going to be easy. From the very start, disguised as just a blade of grass, this distant plant had already set up a sky-wide, earth-wide net. Its roots covered hundreds of square meters underground. When Xiaoling lured the prey over, the plant suddenly shot out from beneath the ground. Tens of thousands of roots emerged like countless arrows piercing through the air, thoroughly skewering the giant snake's body. SSSS. Its roar shook the heavens as the mutated snake thrashed about, struggling endlessly in combat with the plant, refusing to surrender. Xiaoling. This has nothing to do with me now, so I might as well relax with a sausage stick far away. The cat meowed plaintively, and Xiaoling casually tossed a fish onto the ground, where it wriggled around. The cat twitched its mouth corners. It wanted the crystal core, didn't it? Great master, can you even glance at me? Just once. Look at my pitifully wet eyes. What a pleasure. When the plant faced off against the mutated snake, it was an absolute slaughter. The plant couldn't move quickly, but once its prey entered its range, there was only one possible outcome, death. In less than 10 minutes, the great snake was dead. Except for 2 crystal cores that went to Xiaoling, its body was chewed apart by the plant. Oh. It had evolved teeth. The plant transformed back into a small piece of grass, swaying gently as it returned to Xiaoling's side. With satisfaction, it let out a content belch, sending joyful brainwaves to Xiaoling. I'm glad you're happy. Let's do the same next time. The plant extended a leaf, emerald green, shining purely and beautifully amidst this undead-filled world, radiating health like a crystal. Xiaoling touched it with one finger, it felt smooth, soft, truly alive. The plant wrapped itself lightly around Xiaoling's finger, and thus an agreement between man and plant was formed. Meow. Meow meow. 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 After the crisis was resolved, Xiaoling relaxed slightly, looking down in surprise. What's wrong with this cat? Do you need a bath? Huh. Before the cat could react, a big water bubble came splashing down, soaking it from head to toe. Wah. The kitty was sad, angry, despairing. Xiaoling was so good to Huang Weilang, giving him everything and even actively seeking good crystal cores for Huang's upgrades. Wasn't the cat also his pet? Why such poor treatment? No more. I'm leaving. Crying, the cat ran forward, when suddenly a crystal core bounced in front of it. How beautiful. It was the level 6 great snakes. So Xiaoling knew everything all along. The cat instantly flew toward it, grabbing the core and turning back with tear-filled, starry eyes. Xiaoling smiled faintly, his gaze softening. Chapter 70. The man, the cat, and the plant entered the space dimension to rest. Xiaoling took a shower, stretched, and looked around at a flourishing scene full of life. Nature. Pure green, how beautiful. Occasionally, some unnamed little birds would fly back and forth, chirping cheerfully, making everything feel incredibly pleasant. Reclining in the recliner designed by Xiaoling closed his eyes. Sleep, brother. I'll stay with you, always. Don't think about those bad men anymore, stay inside the dimension. Xiao covered Xiaoling with a blanket, sitting beside him on a chair, propping her chin in her hands with a warm yet worried look. Watching her brother seemingly act as usual, but, he still wasn't happy, feeling oppressed and sad. Was it because of Wei Qiyu? Xiao sighed. Wei Qiyu's aura was long-lasting and powerful, his abilities abnormal to the extreme. Looking at the strength and mastery, it certainly didn't seem like something he gained after the apocalypse began, rather, he must have been born with it. There are some people who are born with superpowers, an unfathomable phenomenon science cannot explain. Wei Qiyu should fall under this category, making him superior to Xiaoling by several degrees, and with much better luck naturally. Luck, after all, is a form of strength too. The plant fell into the sea, surrounded by an endless expanse of water with no sight of the other shore. The cat was upgrading, curling up in agony, so Xiaoling fetched some spring water, hoping it would alleviate its pain. A few little rabbits hopped over to play with Xiaoling. After all, they were still children, just a moment before they'd been frowning for Xiaoling, but the next second they happily ran off. Xiaoling didn't stay long in the dimensional space before leaving and driving toward Shirang. Along the way, he encountered quite a few zombies, but the plant's vines swiftly handled them. Whenever they saw a zombie or a mutant, they eliminated them without hesitation. In fact, this area was already within Shirang's territory where powerful mutated animals or zombies no longer existed. He drove smoothly all day and reached his destination before nightfall. Outside Shirang, many people were queuing up according to their ranks and conditions, sitting in different circles accordingly. Several psychics stood on guard at their posts ready to kill anyone who might turn into a zombie immediately and eliminate any trouble. Xiaoling went through the psychic's channel. The man checking him was eerie and lecherous, but his attitude was very polite. It wasn't his fault that he looked this way. The plant released some powder, which made the ugly man dream that he had indeed inspected Xiaoling. After Xiaoling left, the man shivered a few times and returned to normal. Next. Hurry up. Inside Shirang, it was another world altogether, neat houses and tents, relatively wide roads, peaceful faces. Clearly, life in Shirang was good. Following directions, Xiaoling arrived at the exchange office. The so-called exchange office was a mandatory trial for every psychic entering Shirang. Inside sat several beautiful women who sweetly introduced the various benefits and preferential treatments of joining Shirang's team. Xiaoling was even more enchanting than these beauties, with a handsome appearance, slim figure, pale skin, lively eyes, and shiny black hair, dressed entirely in designer clothes. On his back hung a sport bag, while he carried a cat in his arms. The beauty's eyes lit up at the sight of Xiaoling, then dimmed, and lit up again as they tried tirelessly to persuade him, all to no avail. Xiaoling remained unyielding to their enticements. Dozens of minutes later, exhausted from speaking, the beauties let Xiaoling go but still stared after him with reluctant eyes. Such a big catch it was. Xiaoling took light steps as he left and saw another male psychic surrounded and celebrated by the ladies. What kind of leader did Shirang have? He hadn't walked far when he found another large tent where instead of beautiful women, there were handsome men inside, all strikingly different styles but equally attractive. Because Xiaoling paused to watch, a handsome man passing by smiled at him warmly. Oh, oh. Do I look like someone who needs a man? Xiaoling's mood soured immediately, rolling his eyes and walking away. Wasn't that a psychic? Why did you offend him? A young man furrowed his brows. I don't know. I just glanced at him for 1 second. Pull yourself together. Hey, do you think he might be a submissive type? Perhaps he felt teased by you. The youth's eyes sparkled, feeling he might have met a kindred spirit. Day after day, facing females with worse attitudes than Shu Sol's, he felt he could die right here. Now came another beauty, radiant and gorgeous, but alas, he loved men, not women. Bread was still the best, wasn't it? The handsome man stood shocked, unable to return to reality for a long time. The small man had opened another chapter of life for him, full of unimaginable beauty. A rather clean-looking child approached Xiaoling, timid in demeanor. He slightly curled his lips into a sweet smile. Big brother, are you new here? Do you need accommodation? I know the cheapest and most cost-effective place, very quiet. Even if you don't need a place to stay, surely you need food. And the latest news about Shirang? I know all about it. Xiaoling stopped, looking down. What a cute child, full of courage in recommending his offers. I need accommodation. The best, please. The child's eyes brightened, almost jumping for joy. Yes, 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 we have villa areas, would that work? Yes, take me to register. No, 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 the villa areas are for old residents who rent out their properties in exchange for food. I need a quiet villa, one I won't share with others. Understood, we have one. The boy, knowing everything, led Xiaoling along and suggested many trades. Whatever Xiaoling deemed useful, he exchanged for food. By the time they finished arranging, it was already dark outside. Xiaoling moved into a 2-story building not too large or cozy. The cat perched on the windowsill, its gaze deep. It was already a level 6 dual elemental mutant creature. I really want to talk to someone, Xiaoling muttered, wiggling his fingers. The cat meowed and jumped onto Xiaoling's lap, loneliness fall like snow. Dang dang dang. Someone was knocking on the door. Oh no, not again, dang dang dang. A water ball poured down, pausing the sound for a moment before it resumed with more force. It seemed they wouldn't leave unless Xiaoling came out of his shell. Damn, Xiaoling's gaze darkened as the cat immediately prepared to descend the stairs to deal with whoever was at the door. At that moment, luck was on their side when the person outside made 2 calls. It's me, Nan Gong Gao. Why hasn't there been a reply yet? Could my spy have mistaken someone else for Xiaoling? Impossible. His features are unmistakable. Nan Gong Gao anxiously shouted again, brother. It's urgent. The cat opened the door. With its high intelligence, opening doors wasn't an issue. It couldn't cook or start fires, but handling small tasks like this was no problem. Nan Gong Gao shivered under the strange stare from the cat before rushing upstairs. Brother, did you offend someone? Chapter 71. How so? Xiaoling stayed silent, showing no curiosity. Anyone could guess something serious by now. I don't know what happened exactly, but Shirang seemed suddenly quiet, eerily calm like before a storm. Coughing slightly, Nan Gong Gao looked exceptionally grave. If it weren't for the team, I wouldn't have risked coming here to warn you. It seems, someone is targeting you and has laid a trap to surround this area. You need to leave right now. Leave? Where to? Brother, who have you offended? Naturally aware of Xiaoling's cold demeanor, Nan Gong Gao knew Xiaoling had some principles. So, how deep could the enmity be? Could it be an old enemy from before the apocalypse? If so, nothing could be done. Let's go, brother. Better to preserve yourself than face destruction. Don't you care who it is? Confronted by Xiaoling's somber gaze, Nan Gong Gao suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Could it be your boyfriend? Impossible. For a love affair to escalate into an entire city hunt is quite exaggerated. Don't stay silent, buddy. Let's go. Nan Gong Gao was truly commendable as he reached out to pull Xiaoling away. Suddenly, a yellow blur zipped by in front of him. Nan Gong Gao, being a top-tier ability user at level 5, immediately released his power and huddled near the wall, cautiously observing the surroundings. Don't be afraid. Xiaoling spoke while stretching out his hands, gently receiving the yellow object into his arms. It was a large, plump, yellow weasel. Seeing the weasel, Xiaoling became even more certain about who had come, Yichiyu, who had been taking good care of it. Look at those chubby cheeks and pitiful eyes. Does he, perhaps, miss me just as much? Xiaoling felt pity, confusion, and mostly missed the bastard. Yes, Yichiyu was definitely a jerk, but other people enjoyed sweet and warm relationships, whereas his love story ended up involving life and death escapes. Actually, the couple had shared countless sweet memories, and meeting Yichiyu again made Xiaoling uncertain. Should he run or wait for him to arrive? What would happen if they meet? Would he beat me? Curse me? Or cry silently. Yu Qiyu, such a domineering and arrogant man, probably wouldn't cry. Instead, he'd arrogantly lift his chin, glare condescendingly, activate his spatial powers to make one kneel, then ask with great pride if there were any regrets. Truly, when they met again, neither killing nor staying together seemed clear-cut in Xiao Ling's mind. Why should Yu Qiyu be the one punishing Xiao Ling rather than the other way around? Because Xiao Ling can't bring himself to act anymore. Images of underground tunnels have long faded away, replaced entirely by the ridiculous sacrifices made by that stubborn man. Nan Gongao jokingly suggested losing memories might resolve everything. Ha! Such cruel jokes. On the side, the cat stood proudly, bristling whiskers. "Die, where'd you go?" The cat slapped its paws repeatedly against the floor. The weasel shot an angry glance at the cat and cuddled close to Xiao Ling, emitting a sad coo. Leaves slowly emerged from Xiao Ling's pocket and tenderly entwined the weasel's beautiful big tail, conveying deep yearning. Faced with such eerie imagery, Nan Gongao turned dumbfounded. "You may leave." "Huh? Oh. Sure, I'll be leaving soon before I become a fool." Nan Gongao hurried away, stumbling multiple times and nearly falling flat on his face. Xiao Ling also rose. "Let's go. We must leave." Where to head next? When the child brought Xiao Ling to rent a place here, they had already mentioned where the nearby safe zones were. Xiao Ling thought the 5-star alliance was decent, more suitable for living compared to the chaotic SS situation. It was good to go out and look for things with other psychics, fight zombies, and catch mutated beasts occasionally. The SS safe zone underwent a complete transformation thanks to a person named Zhengsu. And behind this person stood none other than Wei Qiyu. He's chasing fame and fortune, sigh. Xiao Ling came out holding 2 pets, conjuring up a car from his spatial dimension, then froze. Oh man, he's thinking about him so deeply that he lost himself in thought even with the busy crowd outside. Spatial ability users are too rare, incredibly precious. So Xiao Ling didn't want to expose himself. In a few years of the apocalypse, there would be spatial accessories available. Damn. Xiao Ling got into the car and drove out of the city. Would he chase him? He probably hasn't arrived yet. When would those people surrounding him make their move? What role does Nan Gongao play? None of these mattered. Clearly, they were supposed to escape, but thoughts became disordered, the body moved farther away while the heart stayed in that dim room, waiting for that person. Sigh, will you die without love? Xiao Ling, would you die without a man? Asking himself repeatedly, Xiao Ling's answer was, I don't know. He loved Wei Qiyu, but he valued his life even more. Was it worth gambling everything on the hope that love would make Wei abandon hunting him, using one's life? Not worthwhile. A person only has one life. Rebirth? Where could such good luck come from? Even if he lived again, Xiao Ling would just feel more desolate. If everything could start over, should he choose to avoid meeting Wei Qiyu? If time could rewind, would he forget Wei Qiyu? If it could start again, would he stop loving him? If it could rewind. If it could rewind. Tears fell, blurring his vision, making Xiao Ling unusually vulnerable at this moment. Originally, he was submissive, not wanting to be strong or arrogant, yearning for a warm embrace, depending on someone. Suddenly, a figure rushed out, almost causing Xiao Ling to collide. Since it was a safe zone, open robbery wasn't possible, so Xiao Ling instinctively stopped and looked. Who would have thought it was him? Feng Xiangnan. Still alive? Are you as stubborn as a turtle? Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Ling had no time to deal with him. Just as he was about to drive off, another person appeared, dragging Feng Xiangnan back. Damn, Xiao Ling was driving an SUV, its windows tinted black so people outside couldn't see inside, but Xiao Ling could observe clearly outside. Therefore, Feng Xiangnan hitting the right car was purely coincidental, absolutely not intentional. However, Feng Xiangnan suddenly broke free from Wei Jingwen's grip and ran towards the vehicle, pounding the windows with his fists. Sir, save me. Please step down and help me get justice. Recently, many soldiers came to Shirang to uphold justice for the citizens and also disciplined unruly psychics, driving the same kind of SUV. Wei Jingwen clenched his lips, almost furious, stepping forward with a grotesque expression and pulling Feng Xiangnan back once again. Feng Xiangnan screamed crazily, clinging onto the door handle and refusing to let go. There was quite a crowd gathered around the car, all from Wei Jingwen's team, but now fewer than before. Most likely, half of them perished under mutated snakes or zombie snakes. These people also looked displeased, evidently not favoring Feng Xiangnan nor supporting Wei Jingwen's affection. It was estimated that if Wei Jingwen couldn't deal with Feng Xiangnan soon, his team might disintegrate due to disappointment. Is it worth losing your power in the post-apocalyptic world for Feng Xiangnan? On the other hand, Feng Xiangnan was getting frantic. Why isn't he coming down? Is there some urgent matter preventing him from helping me? That simply can't be allowed. Hence, he started screaming wildly, placing all his hopes on the person inside the car, trying to attract everyone's attention to force this individual to appear. Chapter 72. Xiao Ling burst into laughter, amused yet angry. With a slight movement of his lips, he brushed the strands of hair dangling by his ear. Right as Wei Jingwen was forcibly prying Feng Xiannan's fingers apart to drag him away, Xiaoling decisively opened the car door and stepped out. Sir, I. Feng Xiannan couldn't finish, shocked and bewildered. It was him. Xiaoling, my beloved Ling. Feng Xiannan's eyes widened, his emotions complex and filled with melancholy. Wei Jingwen immediately grew alert, the bell-ringing sound resounded loudly in his head, accompanied by buzzing in his ears. It's over, how could it be him? Why hasn't he died? That was a double-headed mutant snake. Wasn't it either level 6 or near the top of level 5? The two pets jumped onto the car roof, their gaze lively, curiously inspecting their surroundings. Good heavens, mutant beasts, 2 of them. Alive. Many people's relatives and friends have been killed by zombies and mutant beasts, thus harboring resentment toward them. They quickly retreated. Xiaoling had no time to waste, he swiftly approached, his speed ability reaching its zenith. In a series of rapid strikes, smack, 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 he pummeled Feng Xiannan, leaving him utterly dazed. His face swelled up like a bun, the handsome features instantly distorted. But that still wasn't enough. Xiaoling forcefully shoved Wei Jingwen, who had attempted to attack him, and kicked Feng Xiannan several more times, almost spitting at him. Never appear before me again, or I'll flay your skin. What? Feng Xiannan could hardly believe his ears. What did Xiaoling say? Did he make a mistake? Was it directed at someone else? In comparison, the people around them wore varied expressions, some mocking, others scornful, yet a few seemed to be relishing Feng Xiannan's misfortune. Except for one person who felt genuine sorrow, Wei Jingwen. With a wave of his hand, Wei Jingwen unleashed his psychic power in an attempt to fight Xiaoling head-on. Hurting Feng Xiannan was due to Feng's self-destructive tendencies, it wasn't because Wei Jingwen was inherently cruel. Regret overwhelmed him as he regretted every blow delivered to Feng Xiannan, empathizing deeply with Feng's pain. However, no one except Xiaoling should hit Feng Xiannan. After all, Feng Xiannan loved Xiaoling, and having been together for so long, no one understood Feng's feelings better than Wei Jingwen. Hence, Xiaoling couldn't go unpunished. Xiaoling effortlessly deflected Wei Jingwen's attacks with a gentle splash of water, dispersing the assaults into thin air. Was that all? Certainly not. The droplets hitting the ground flew back up in unison, hurtling through the air like bullets. Heaven forbid. Wei Jingwen's eyes widened in shock, his body trembling violently. He knew Xiaoling was formidable but hadn't personally witnessed this strength until now. A single clash revealed how naive Wei Jingwen truly was, no match for Xiaoling. Wei Jingwen let out a groan as he collided with a nearby house, going limp and soaked in blood within moments. The surrounding crowd immediately dispersed, reluctant to stay and watch any longer. Nevertheless, none of Wei Jingwen's allies fled, some stepped forward to block Xiaoling, while others carried the injured Wei Jingwen away. Crucial moments quickly exposed true allegiances. However, Wei Jingwen refused to leave without taking Feng Xiannan along. Feng Xiannan watched Xiaoling's relentless assault and promptly regained his confidence, slowly rising despite the throbbing pain. He staggered beside Xiaoling and said, "Good beating, very appropriate. It woke me up from my stupor. Lingling, let's go. Don't think about the past anymore, we have a future." Sounded great, right? Should we applaud? Don't use me as an excuse. Only dumb Wei Jingwen believes you love me, and I don't love you. Wei Jingwen loves you, Xiaoling retaliated by striking Feng Xiannan across the face with full force, sending him crashing into the mud. Still, Xiaoling wouldn't stop, his words were cuttingly sharp. Feng Xiannan, deep down, you only love yourself. If today I weren't superior to Wei Jingwen, what would you do? Spitting out a mouthful of blood containing several white fragments, Feng Xiannan's teeth. Wei Jingwen bellowed in rage, his eyes crimson red with murderous intent toward Xiaoling. You see. I'm beating you, but he's heartbroken on your behalf. Feng Xiannan pitifully looked up at Xiaoling, pleading, you've beaten me enough, can you forgive me now? He thought if Wei Jingwen forgave him after defending Feng, then surely Xiaoling could do the same after striking him. Xiaoling smirked, raising his arm to unleash deadly intent. Instantly, a water arrow formed. Persistent fool, if you insist on provoking me, you're going straight to hell. No. Xiaoling, if you dare kill him, I'll haunt you even in death. Faced with Wei Jingwen's mournful cry, Xiaoling hesitated momentarily, emotions flickering through his eyes. In his previous life, he yearned desperately for genuine affection but never received it. Feng Xiannan deserved to die, but what about Wei Jingwen? His sincere devotion was precious, losing his lover would plunge him into anguish similar to Xiaoling's own suffering. As Xiaoling paused, Wei Jingwen's eyes gleamed, seizing this fleeting opportunity. Without hesitation, he shattered the core within his mind, igniting his entire strength to leap at Xiaoling. Xiaoling didn't move. As Wei Jingwen closed in, something suddenly struck out and sent Wei Jingwen flying once again. What? Oh. Who saw that? Oh. It was a plant, but its actions were too swift to be seen clearly by anyone. At such a high level, plants of this kind were nearly kings in their territory, ruling over their domain. Their sole weakness was slow movement, truly frustrating. Fortunately, Shaoling's special ability was speed, creating a perfect balance. Feng Xiangnan was utterly bewildered, a desire to kill on one side and rescue on the other. Yet Wei Jingwen continued spurting blood profusely, clearly close to death. Feng Xiangnan glanced at Shaoling, then at Wei Jingwen, utterly at a loss. Shaoling had no time to spare, driving off immediately. Though Wei Jingwen's men muttered resentfully, they also realized they didn't want to meet the same fate, deciding it was best to let Shaoling leave. There was a bang on the roof of the car, and someone had climbed up. The cat, weasel, and plants didn't move. Shaoling smirked at the never-ending waves of trouble. Chapter 73. Who? It was Wu Deki. This person was someone Shaoling had to kill. He had thought Wu Deki died in the mouths of zombie snakes or mutant snakes, what a pity. Unexpectedly, just as he wanted to leave, Wu Deki showed up on his own. Shaoling stroked his chin. Wei Qiyu was making him restless, so smashing a little cockroach would be amusing. So, he stepped on the gas, and drove off with the uninvited guest out of Shirang. In a secluded spot, everything was in disarray. Shaoling stopped the car and got out. Wu Deki jumped down gracefully, smiling handsomely. I thought Feng Xiangnan was quite capable, but not really. From now on, let's get along well. Huh. Shaoling was wondering if this guy had been bitten by a mutant snake and acquired new abilities. I have gained lightning abilities. Electric sparks crackled, appearing unpredictably around Wu Deki, looking very impressive. Shaoling paused, without replying, forming a stark contrast to Wu Deki's excited expression. In the distance, someone was coming, moving extremely fast with an utterly fearless momentum. Dust surged behind him like a powerful wave. Wasn't he afraid of being surrounded by zombies? Wasn't he worried about being targeted by mutated beasts? He rushed here so hastily. Was he worried I'd escape? Did he want to kill me or what? Time seemed to freeze. Shaoling furrowed his brows, wanting to run but too scared to gamble. His legs went limp as he saw from afar the man's perfect face like a deity, pale green with serious expressions, piercing eyes staring intently at Shaoling. Wu Deki noticed Shaoling's emotional fluctuations, finding it rare and thought he was about to make a statement, feeling uneasy. Wu Deki felt smug inside, but upon closer inspection, his mood dropped instantly. It was obvious Shaoling was distracted. Following Shaoling's gaze, there was nothing there. Silence reigned for a moment, until Wu Deki realized someone was coming, incredibly ostentatious. In this terrifying era, who dared to flaunt themselves so brazenly? Were there no zombies? Yes, there were people following Wei Qiyu, many high-level psychics. Over time, only the exceptional drivers remained along with speed psychics who preferred running behind. After all, these loyal individuals wouldn't let anything happen to their young master. With a screech, the car came to a halt, and Wei Qiyu rushed out, shattering the glass all over the ground. So fierce. Who is this person? Such an individual was bound to be extraordinary. Wu Deki's eyes gleamed, interested in making friends, but this person was too somber, staring directly at Shaoling, taking large strides. Wait, what are you doing? Startled, Wu Deki tried to stand in front of Shaoling, hoping to resolve matters amicably. Normally, Wu Deki would have taken action right away, but this man exuded too much pressure, seeming unbeatable. Still, Wu Deki charged forward despite trembling scalp toe, attempting to shield Shaoling suddenly. He felt his entire body weighed down as silver light flashed before his eyes, and then Wu Deki flew through the air, colliding with a dead tree. Blood gushed from his mouth as he stared in disbelief, and the trunk cracked apart, utterly dead. Wei Qiyu didn't stop, stepping 3 meters in front of Shaoling. Shaoling, with cold disdainful eyes, was still afraid, pride refusing to show weakness even as his heel subconsciously stepped back. This single step sealed his fate. Wei Qiyu glared, his presence growing more intense. Damn it, was he trying to escape? Thus, in a flash of ruthlessness, Wei Qiyu pounced, stretching out his arms and embracing Shaoling tightly. Heaven! Shaoling was utterly shocked, forgetting to resist, or perhaps not wanting to resist at all. They fell heavily, the ground softening beneath them. The man, after all, didn't want to hurt his lover. A mattress, a world-famous brand appeared under Shaoling, awkward oh. Their eyes locked, emotions complex, countless words lingering unsaid because there were simply too many to express. Missing each other had turned into an obsession, unable to let go. Love was already deeply ingrained, trying to remove it. Only one way, death. Shaoling didn't realize that his long, curled eyelashes became wet, unwilling to blink. The man was so close, his scent was breathable, his temperature palpable, even the air exhaled from him could be felt. How warm, how nostalgic. Though they hadn't been apart long, it felt like 3 seasons. Smack. Shaoling widened his beautiful eyes incredulously. Had he just been slapped on the butt? Smack, smack, smack. Yu Qiyu didn't hit hard, but his eyes were filled with an extreme ferocity, as if he wanted to devour someone. Damn you, why don't you trust me? Why do you run? Huh? Is there something we can't negotiate about? I've changed so much for you, are you blind? Can't you see? Is your heart black? How dare you leave me? Shit, no one has ever dared to treat me like this. Xiaoling, I hold you dear in my heart, I love you madly, I swear a deadly oath that I will only love you this lifetime, otherwise, I won't die well. Can't you let go of those broken memories? As expected, everything was remembered again. Not answering. Yuchiyu's eyes turned red with anger and difficulty breathing. A single tear rolled down his cheek and suddenly dropped on Xiaoling's face, hitting the soul with deep pain. Being slapped on the butt was embarrassing, shameful, but tears. Xiaoling also started crying, tightly holding onto the man's shirt collar while trembling lips tried to suppress the storm inside. Little rascal. Why don't you answer? Do you think I'm trash? Am I someone you can discard anytime you want? Is it that difficult to love me wholeheartedly? Or was all of it just a dream, only existing in my mind? Tell me, if you say you don't love me, I'll leave immediately and never appear again in this life. No. Xiaoling became agitated, both hands hugging the broad back of the man. With blurred eyes, Yuchiyu held Xiaoling's face tenderly. Love me Xiaoling, believe in me, don't leave me. I am already unable to live without you. Xiaoling nodded frantically, tears flying everywhere. He felt that his heart would only beat for Yuchiyu forever. Speak up, give me a promise. Yuchiyu was genuinely terrified, shocked by the thought of Xiaoling leaving once more. If that happened, he might truly lose his mind. A big man, an immensely powerful man, at this very moment resembled a young girl seeking promises. Dominance mixed with vulnerability made him extraordinarily charming. Xiaoling slightly curved his lips, his smile inviting. I almost killed you, isn't that meaningless to you? I wanted to kill you too, but that's all behind us now. Forget it. Let's cherish each other, in fact. After that day, I obtained new powers, and even the space domain mutated. There is an extra crystal core in my brain, and the amount of energy is not merely doubled, it was actually a blessing. And because of memory loss, I regained your love. All in all, I gained far more advantages. Chapter 74. Smooth talker, Xiaoling's face turned red. Can we joke around? That means your lover's heart is moving. Yuchiyu seized the opportunity. I hand over the control of my space to you, it's all my fortune. Oh. Is the space the most precious thing to you? The most precious is definitely you. Sweet words. Only said to you. Xiaoling forced a smile but was still concerned about his past memories. Can you really let go? Yuchiyu sighed unhappily, casting an unsatisfied look. Do you love me or not? I love you very much, extremely so. Every single day and second apart from you, I yearn for you, and I suffer during every silent night. Hearing these words, how could Yuchiyu remain unmoved? Didn't he feel the same way? Kisses continued endlessly, but this wasn't the time for passion. Compared to Xiaoling running away again, personal happiness didn't matter much to Yuchiyu, who aimed high in life, not only desiring Xiaoling's heart but also their bodily pleasure and becoming the ultimate winner in life. Since you love me, stay with me until we grow old together. Promise me we'll never separate. Chiyu. Promise me, or else. Yuchiyu paused, as if wanting to say something harsh. But Xiaoling knew that whatever punishment would not be directed at himself but at Yuchiyu instead. An immediate feeling of unease came over him. What are you going to do? What if I chop off my fingers? Yuchiyu extended his large hand in front of Xiaoling's face. If you dare to leave again, I'll start from the left side, Yuchiyu laughed when his mouth was covered, his gaze turning dangerous and hungry, eating Xiaoling alive with his eyes. As they locked gazes, love flooded their emotions. Should their lover resort to harming themselves, Xiaoling couldn't bear it. How could he possibly leave? Death would deter such action. Yuchiyu, the fierce man, had thoroughly beaten Xiaoling. Just at this tender, romantic moment, Wu Deki stood up and interrupted. Xiaoling, is he your boyfriend? Shit. You think I'm blind? Don't you see? From afar, I saw you standing so close to Xiaoling. What are you doing? Trying to steal my wife? In an instant, Yuchiyu wished he could skin Wu Deki, but out of respect for Xiaoling, he realized that his jealousy was a bit irrational. They had just reconciled, so he couldn't start a fight again. Thus, he suppressed his reluctance and waited for Xiaoling to speak. Nonetheless, Yuchiyu still hovered over Xiaoling, clearly demonstrating possession. Xiaoling naturally didn't mind this, his gaze remained gentle as it lingered on Yuchiyu, noticing how much thinner the man had become. Wu Deki, feeling unsatisfied, thought, I was so close to achieving my goal, how did another person show up out of nowhere and be so strong? Xiaoling, who is he? You promised to be with me. Can't we stand up and talk things over properly? Raising an eyebrow, Yuchiyu's temper flared as Wu Deki was completely ignored by Xiaoling. In response, Yuchiyu let out a cold laugh, swung his arm, and once again sent Wu Deki flying through the air. The pressure caused his veins to burst, painting him red all over, and when he fell to the ground, it seemed like his bones were shattered. He quivered weakly, it looked like there was no way he could survive. But being a Psi user, even after his breath stopped, he could live a few more seconds. Xiaoling never gave Wu Deki a single glance. Wu Deki's heart turned cold, filled with deep hatred. Damn, what's wrong with me? Why does Xiaoling like others instead? Even someone as scummy as Feng Xiangnan got her affection. Why can't she accept me? Why won't it be me? At that moment, Wu Deki deeply loathed Xiaoling. Yu Qiyu subordinates had arrived, about a dozen of them, breathing heavily, looking somewhat disheveled. So this is the person master likes. Quite handsome indeed, rarely someone in the post-apocalypse world maintains such an extraordinary demeanor with snow-white skin. Look at those moist eyes, those cherry lips. No wonder master became so agitated, he's certainly beautiful. Xiaoling's eyelashes were trembling because Yu Qiyu bent down again, ignoring everyone else, they kissed passionately, missing each other so much that their feelings overflowed uncontrollably. Still, Xiaoling was more rational and pinched Yu Qiyu a few times, then glanced sideways. The message was clear, how could someone as intelligent as Yu Qiyu not understand? Unwillingly standing up and pulling Xiaoling with him, he didn't want to separate for even a second. What to do? Just carry Xiaoling horizontally and let him stay in his arms. Rarely so arrogant and proud, Yu Qiyu basked in Xiaoling's willingness to indulge him, and Xiaoling didn't resist. Just before they were about to leave, however, Xiaoling grabbed the man's chin. Is he dead? Go check. He's dead, his heart has been crushed by me. Sighing, Xiaoling finally felt relieved. Wu Deki had killed him before, something Xiaoling always found hard to forgive. Now hearing that guy was finished off, it resolved one of his lingering concerns. Yu Qiyu stared intently, realizing Xiaoling harbored many secrets, always mysterious, which made Yu Qiyu feel uneasy. Even now, although that man acted lovingly, Xiaoling showed an intent to kill. But it didn't matter, as long as they loved each other, staying together was enough. Shaking the person in his arms, Xiaoling blushed, asking with his eyes why Yu Qiyu was acting crazy. Who cares what you think? I like it. Ugh, what a domineering answer. Xiaoling's lips twitched slightly but accepted it. Actually, Xiaoling liked it too, shyly. The sky darkened, it was going to rain. With a wave of his hand, a recreational vehicle appeared. They got inside, and a group of luxury vehicles set off. The days ahead will definitely be happy and fulfilling, Yu Qiyu said sentimentally. Yes, you'll surely be very happy, Xiaoling's space was filled with plenty of things. If Yu Qiyu decided to vie for power, Xiaoling would certainly sponsor him with love. Thinking about the things in the space, he realized he hadn't eaten much himself, giving all these advantages to Yu Qiyu. What are you thinking about? Thinking if we should have a whole roasted lamb tonight, Xiaoling got hungry. Dreaming? Though Yu Qiyu said this, he picked up the radio, clearly deciding to abandon returning to the city route in search of mutated sheep. Xiaoling stopped Yu Qiyu, I've got one. Live? Xiaoling waved his hand, and Xiao Xiao threw out a tied-up sheep. Eat, choke on it, harumph. The ferret and the kitten played in the space, unusual for the plants too to be involved. Oh, so plump. That night, everyone improved their diet, savoring every bite. Worth noting, the smell of barbecue attracted a mutated giant tiger. Yu Qiyu really liked it, stripping to his underwear, wrestling fiercely with the tiger. Their battle shook the heavens and drew zombie spectators, all psychic zombies. Xiaoling, in a bad mood, glared at them and blew their heads apart. After Yu Qiyu finished fighting, his subordinates surprisingly discovered many zombie crystal cores scattered on the ground. What happened? They simply thought the boss was a divine being. With a full belly, Xiaoling rubbed his stomach, contentedly watching Yu Qiyu bathed in blood struggle in combat, but the blood was from beasts. If Yu Qiyu got hurt, Xiaoling would go berserk. Having subdued a great tiger, Yu Qiyu felt quite content as he returned with the battered beast trailing behind. The tiger was naturally quite dissatisfied, how had it been conquered by a human? So it cleverly thought, I must be number 2, and thus growled at one person and glared at another. When it reached Xiaoling's side, it repeated its actions, only for a chicken to suddenly fly past. The tiger let out a low growl and instinctively pounced toward it. And so, it became Xiaoling's new follower. Finally, when only the two of them were left in the car, Xiaoling fidgeted, his face burning hotly, and went to take a shower first. Chapter 75. While washing, Xiaoling squatted in the bathroom, his gaze fixed on the water flow, thinking. Wasn't it too easy to reconcile? If Yu Qiyu turned difficult to handle later, what would they do? Sighing, Xiaoling wondered why he even bothered thinking so much. It was already hard enough for the two of them to be together. If he treated me badly or cheated, I'd just castrate him, making sure he'd never have the means to mess around again. Xiaoling curved his lips, never considering the possibility of leaving Yu Qiyu again. Love was love. Pushing the door open, a freshly showered Xiaoling stepped out completely naked, his whole body pink, his damp hair dripping water, his eyes alluring like threads of silk, hesitating nervously as if it were their first time. Yu Qiyu coughed twice, trying to mask his awkwardness and restlessness, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down as he didn't know where to place his hands. While Xiaoling was showering, Yu Qiyu quickly prepared himself, spraying some cologne and fixing his hair, patting his cheeks twice and reminding himself not to rush things, wanting to give Xiaoling an unforgettable night. The man's awkward manner was somewhat cute, eliciting a faint smile from Xiaoling, who tossed his usual cold expression to the moon. Gently walking over, Xiaoling sat in the man's arms, feeling something pressing against him. Xiaoling continued smirking proudly, closing his eyes and leaning back onto the broad shoulders, enjoying the steady heartbeat, thoroughly content. But there was a certain kind of emptiness. I want to be filled up dominantly by him. Thinking of a certain part of Yuqiyu, Xiaoling blushed even deeper, nearly feverish. Yuqiyu grew even more excited, his large hands roaming across Xiaoling's body, fervently pressing Xiaoling beneath him. Sweetheart, I love you. I love you too. Xiaoling replied passionately, but there will be no offspring this way. Actually, I'm pretty domineering too. With hospitals now being playgrounds for zombies, conditions aren't ideal. To have children, we'll have to go the most primitive way, and I'll never agree to you touching anyone else. Never. That's simple, just let my dad have another child to pass on as our son. Could that really work? Are you crazy? Xiaoling's lips twitched involuntarily, his mind momentarily frozen. A certain pair of hands burned hotly, robbing Xiaoling of all coherent thoughts, leaving only Yuqiyu in his eyes. Yuqiyu smiled slyly. My dad had me when he was 18, he hasn't told you that, has he? With his abilities, having a whole soccer team for us wouldn't be impossible. But because of my overbearing nature, plus the brutal competition my dad had with his few brothers back then, we ended up with just me. Qiyu. Raising a brow, Yuqiyu, already out of breath, responded sharply, call me husband. Husband. Oh, intersection, oh Xiaoling. Hub, wife. Xiaoling joked teasingly, laughing heartily till tears almost streamed out, arrogance radiating off him. In reality, Xiaoling wasn't teasing him intentionally, it was just words exchanged in the moment, without any ill intent. But Yuqiyu grew flustered, tickling Xiaoling playfully. They rolled about under the sheets until passion surged uncontrollably. Xiaoling cried out as he was thoroughly ravished by Yuqiyu. All night long. What does reaping what you sow feel like? Xiaoling now understood entirely. Running away for so many days was akin to neglecting the man for so many days, all debts were paid tonight. Not only did his waist ache, but even his legs had gone numb, powerless to move a single finger. He lay limp and obedient. But the process was full of joy, with numerous positions adding immense sweetness. Thinking about it made Xiaoling's cheeks flush, his heart race, and his breathing become unsteady. Xiaoling adored every moment, especially how sexy Yuqiyu looked during their peak moments of passion. Love is truly wonderful, and so is lasting companionship. What are you thinking about? Yuqiyu entered holding something, fragrant smells wafting through. Xiaoling, Ed and hurriedly hid under the covers, bashful, afraid to meet the man's eyes. Oh. I understand, you missed me. Didn't you say you were too tired to continue? How do you want more now? Wei Qiyu teased intentionally because he knew Xiaoling wasn't truly upset. Eat something, let me feed you. No, I'd rather starve to death and save myself from your bullying. How could I let that happen? Wei Qiyu picked both the blanket and Xiaoling up gently, placing him on his lap. He blew on the porridge before feeding it to Xiaoling. I made it myself, try some. Could he eat it? Would it kill someone if he did? Xiaoling thought fate was fair, granting some rights and abilities while leaving other areas lacking. Opening his little mouth, after tasting the first sip, he wanted a second and ended up drinking an entire small bowl before recalling what he had been wondering earlier. Are you this good at cooking? How long have you been learning? It must be since he was young, otherwise it couldn't possibly be this good, Xiaoling nodded surely. Wei Qiyu shrugged. In the morning, I heard a Wang talk about it once, then I cooked. People outdid people until it killed them. Xiaoling thought the sky above just wouldn't let him live carefree, so they sent a godlike person down to torment him. What's wrong? Nothing, Xiaoling wouldn't tell. Did you realize you love me even more? Wei Qiyu moved closer, stealing a kiss. Stop teasing. Where are we going? Wei Qiyu proudly curved his lips. Lingyu base, our domain. Ling, my Ling, you're you, Lingyu. Our home now. Xiaoling liked it very much, leaning on Wei Qiyu's shoulder. Are there any scientists? I think I might help them a lot. Eyes lighting up, Wei Qiyu stared deeply. Yes, I've recruited many of the world's best experts. You'll be the dean. All right. Xiaoling closed his eyes, always unable to figure out why he got another chance, even confused up until the previous moment. The moment Lingyu bass floated into his ears, Xiaoling instantly understood. I'm here to change the world. Inside Xiaoling's belly carried many ultimate inventions from last life's researchers, such as crystal core guns, zombie virus serums, and space rings. With these things, there's no worry about scientific geniuses not being able to develop them further. Racing all the way, the convoy faced many troubles, including waves of zombies and mutated beasts, all taken care of by Wei Qiyu's team while Xiaoling stayed inside the RV, sleeping, eating, waiting for intimacy, feeling exhilarated and happy, without worries, not even worrying about being eaten by zombies. Upon arriving at the base, Xiaoling believed that as long as Wei Qiyu was around, no one could touch him. Thus, he began to take action, making Wei Qiyu's name even more renowned. As for Xiaoling himself, He remained very low-key, seeing himself as a small figure, with no grand ambitions, just wanting to be a beloved little Yuke, content and joyous. For so long in the apocalypse, people suffered miserably, but finally, there was a glimpse of hope. At least, in one place, there was equality, even laws constantly improving. There, no gifted individual could casually bully normal people, and women were never mistreated. As long as you're willing to work, you won't starve or freeze to death. Time flew by. In a certain backward town, ordinary people struggled to survive. Inside a filthy tent, a girl took care of someone whose injuries were gradually healing, growing more energetic each day as their memory recovered. With a handsome face and a sunny smile, the man made the girl blush and her heart race. "A Yuan, are you awake?" "Little CI, my name is Wu Deki." The end.